Host, do it. There is no path of return left for you. In the dim basement, a reedied loli with a haggard face gripped a sharp knife, her expression grim as the system's voice buzzed endlessly in her head. With a creak, the wooden bed before her let out a sound. Xiaocheng lifted her gaze, one eye peering out from beneath messy bangs, her expression complicated. A delicate fair-skinned girl was strapped to the wooden bed, her wrists and ankles spread out in the shape of a cross, completely restrained. Her pale neck and slender waist were no exception, everything was immobilized. Unable to move, she could only let out muffled whimpers, eyes brimming with tears, as she tried in vain to speak. Her soft long hair was scattered across the bed, framing an exquisitely pretty face that in this moment carried an indescribable haziness. Meeting the girl's furious gaze, Xiaocheng guiltily shifted her eyes away. 10 minutes had passed, and she still could not believe she had actually transmigrated into a novel, and had become a cannon fodder supporting villain fated not to survive 100 chapters. It was a women's web novel titled Pao Hui Nupe Quan Tutu Nanshan Chuanbu Ru Wahuai, about a cannon fodder supporting girl gunning down every rival and collecting all the male gods into her embrace. The plot was just like the title. In the early and middle stages, the heroine TaoTao beat down countless female supporting characters and villains, using her own gentle charm to hook one urban CO war king and male god after another, step by step ascending to the peak of life. The original owner of this body was the villain who left the deepest impression on every reader. She had grown up together with TaoTao. Calling them childhood sweethearts would not be an exaggeration. Yet TaoTao was simply too outstanding, or her radiance completely overshadowed the original owner, and countless male gods fell for her. If TaoTao had been a scumbag who casually accepted those so-called male gods, that would have been one thing. But she was a gender-conquering white manlight-type heroine who rejected all men, while saying things like, "Xiaocheng, you're the friend I treasure most." In the original owner's eyes, TaoTao was flaunting herself, mocking her, and so she completely blackened, opposing the heroine at every turn and antagonizing almost every male lead and male supporting character who liked her. Playing with the small knife in her hand, Xiaocheng frowned as she recalled, "If I remember correctly, this cannon fodder locked the heroine up in a dark room, slashed her face with a knife, stabbed her chest, and after all kinds of torture was discovered by one of the male lead's underlings. Then in a rage, the male lead beat the original owner within an inch of her life and threw her into the sea to drown." Nor did it end there. As cannon fodder villains, once she fell, even her family would not be spared. In other words, I'm about to be done for, aren't I? Xiaocheng's eyes widened as she wailed inwardly. Before getting trucked into this world, she had been an exemplary student who once proudly wore a red scarf around her neck. Everyone else who transmigrates seems to get a decent start. So why is hers a straight descent into hell? Just then, the villain system in her mind spoke up again. "So host, don't hesitate. One way or another you're going to die. Why not first savor the heroine right in front of you? According to the plot, the male lead's underling will be here any minute. And you still want me to bother with the heroine? We are villains. Only by doing villainous things can we gain emotional value." Xiaocheng ignored the useless villain system's babbling. Keeping her little life intact was what mattered most. Having finally gotten a second life, Xiaocheng refused to accept her fate so easily. She had read about rebirth and transmigration in novels more times than she could count. At this point, there was only one way to preserve her life. Xiaocheng's gaze fell on the restrained TaoTao, as expected of the story's sole heroine. Whether in looks or figure, TaoTao was at the very top. Unfortunately, she was a girl. There was no male protagonist halo for Xiaocheng to rely on. Yet, in TaoTao's eyes, Xiaocheng's entire chain of inner thoughts appeared completely different. Sometimes she seemed to be pondering. Sometimes a smile tugged at her lips. She looked every bit the image of a lunatic. No matter how she struggled, TaoTao received not a shred of mercy. Why had things become like this? "Xiaocheng, we were clearly the best of friends, weren't we?" While TaoTao's thoughts spiraled, Xiaocheng had already decided how she would keep herself alive. The only way to break the game lay in the heroine. The original owner's death was to a great extent because TaoTao had despaired of her and simply let the male leads finish her off. As long as she avoided that outcome, her odds of survival would soar. Xiaocheng tightened her grip on the knife and strolled unhurriedly to TaoTao's side. She reached out and tore away the cloth gag. Cough, cough, cough. TaoTao convulsed with violent coughs. Only after a long moment did she manage to look at Xiaocheng, her pure eyes half filled with despair and half with incomprehension. "Xiaocheng, why?" After being tied up here for half a day, without a drop of water, her voice was hoarse. "Why are you doing this to me? I've never once treated you as an enemy." Xiaocheng's lips curled upward as she leaned against the bed, her demonic crimson eyes especially striking in the darkness. Smiling, her voice trembled with barely contained excitement. "TaoTao, why do you think it is?" Her acting surged to new heights, a constant aura of danger emanating from her. Her small hand gently caressed TaoTao's smooth cheek, making the latter's hair stand on end. It's because of Yi Liang and the others, isn't it? Xiaocheng, you like them, so you think I stole them from you, right?" TaoTao gave a bitter laugh and indescribable sorrow in her eyes. Xiaocheng, I've told you long ago. We grew up together. You are the most important person to me. Hope flickered in her gaze, and her tone softened in an instant. So Xiaocheng, please let me go, okay? I won't blame you. We can still be good friends. Then why did you stay so close to them? Su Tao could not understand what Qi Xiaocheng meant. Suddenly Qi Xiaocheng leaned in their faces only a breath apart. Su Tao could feel Qi Xiaocheng's warm breath brush against her cheek, strands of tea-colored hair falling down between them. Whether from nervousness or fear, Su Tao's heart was racing wildly. Qi Xiaocheng asked, enunciating each word. Since you claim I'm the person who matters most, then why did you still stay so close to Yiliang and Dongfangyang? Su Tao opened her mouth, but was speechless for a moment. Qi Xiaocheng laughed, pinching Su Tao's cheek. TaoTao, you have no idea what it is I truly want. You think I like Yiliang and Sichan, and the others, that I'm jealous of you, because of them, that I'm targeting you and sabotaging your relationships with them, isn't that right? Even with her face pinched, Su Tao still forced out a strained question. Isn't that the case? As her best friend, she had believed she knew Qi Xiaocheng well. Had their friendship capsized not precisely because the boys she liked did not like her, and instead pursued Su Tao, including today's kidnapping. That afternoon Su Tao had been forced to accept Yiliang's invitation to attend a banquet as his female companion. Qi Xiaocheng, however, was ignored and cold-shouldered, even mocked by Yiliang. Jealousy had turned to hatred, and so on the eve of the banquet, she kidnapped Su Tao. It was not that Su Tao was narcissistic, in her eyes, and according to Yiliang's account, this was what had really happened. From a reader's perspective, this was indeed how the story went, and the original owner had acted for exactly that reason. She had seemed to hate Su Tao to the extreme. Yet with her soul completely replaced, the words Qi Xiaocheng spoke, next left Su Tao utterly stunned. The faintly sickly reedy lowly burst into mad laughter. TaoTao, I have never liked Yiliang, Dongfangyang, or any of them. Qi Xiaocheng brought her small mouth close to Su Tao's ear, and gently breathed out a warm sigh. TaoTao, the person I like most is you. Finishing her words, she extended her pink tongue, and lightly licked Su Tao's earlobe, lowering her voice even further. TaoTao, do you know? I love you. I love you. I love you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. If I'm the one who matters most to you, then why did you still go and get close to Yiliang and the others? Is having me alone not enough? Is having me alone not enough? The low, hoarse, trembling voice crashed over her like a clap of thunder on a clear day, leaving the white moonlight heroine frozen on the bed, unable to recover her senses for a long time. This was the Yandere Loli plan. This was Qi Xiaocheng's strategy to break the deadlock. Several male leads already detested the original Qi Xiaocheng, and now, after staging this kidnapping, they would go utterly mad with hatred for her. Given the current situation, if she wanted to keep her little life, only the female lead could be made to stop them. Only she could pull them back from the brink. Su Tao's set persona was that of a soft, cute, gentle white moonlight. She was full of inner thoughts, yet soft-eared and easily swayed. Whenever the male leads showed even a bit of dominance, Su Tao would lose her bearings. She was far from steady. Only by carving a deep enough impression into her heart, forcing her to care about and protect Qi Xiaocheng, could there be a chance of survival. As Qi Xiaocheng's thoughts surged, the system in her mind chimed again and again. Ding, ding. The heroine Su Tao has suffered an enormous inner shock because of the host's words. Emotion value 3. Emotion value 10. This was one of the system's core functions whenever an important character from the original novel, whether side character or main lead, experienced a violent emotional fluctuation because of Qi Xiaocheng's actions. She would gain emotion points. Emotion points had many uses: lottery draws, purchasing items from the system shop, even probing the future development of the novel's plot. Yet even the novice gift pack required a full 100 emotion points to unlock. Other people got theirs for free, but this system demanded payment. It was a pure scam targeting little Lolis. With only 13 emotion points, she was still far from enough. Seeing that Su Tao was too stunned to react, Qi Xiaocheng braced one hand on the edge of the bed, and with a flip rose to stand upon it. She wore a cream-orange jacket over shorts, with a pair of snug black stockings hugging her legs. Standing above the black straps of her jacket hung down, swaying in Su Tao's field of vision, inevitably drawing the eye to the pale, smooth thighs the stockings could not conceal. The white moonlight heroine slowly came back to herself, though panic still flooded her eyes. Xiaocheng, I don't understand what you mean. They had grown up together, been close sisters for over 10 years. All this time Su Tao had only ever regarded Qi Xiaocheng as her best friend, as a younger sister she cherished most. Even though countless conflicts had erupted over the past 2 years in her heart, Su Tao still felt that Qi Xiaocheng could be saved. If she just worked a little harder to correct Xiaocheng's thinking, the two of them would surely return to what they once were, becoming good friends again. Yet now she felt as if just when she was reaching for her dream, she had been slapped awake, or the cruel reality stung her to the core. Her former best friend liked her. Her mind was in chaos. She lost all composure. Qi Xiaocheng did not answer her question. Instead, Su Tao saw her bend down, placing both hands on the mattress beside Su Tao's underarms. Qi Xiaocheng was not even 1.60 meters and light as a feather. Su Tao hardly felt any weight. Xiaocheng's body curved closer, and a faint fragrance slipped into Su Tao's nose. Tea-colored hair fell over one side of her own cheek as Su Tao watched that small hand gently stroke her face, fingertips brushing lightly against her skin. Soon Xiaocheng's lips curved into a bewitching, sultry smile. Half of it was an act, yet the other half was genuine affection. Her purpose was to make Su Tao fully aware of what she was doing. She reached out to smooth Su Tao's disheveled hair back behind her ear, then exhaled softly. After giving Su Tao a few seconds to react and accept it, Xiaocheng spoke in a gentle voice. "TaoTao, I like you. I like you very, very much. Ever since you protected me when I was being bullied as a child, holding my hand and leading me out of that dark corner into the sunlight, I fell hopelessly in love with you." Xiaocheng locked onto Su Tao's bewildered gaze. "I knew I had to behave if I wanted to stay by your side, so I always liked you in secret. I thought that even if you didn't like me, it was fine, as long as I could watch you from afar. But then, her tone suddenly grew heavier. You kept telling me I was your most precious friend, the most important person to you, the one you liked the most. Since you said all that, why did you still betray me?" Like a vengeful specter cursing from the depths of hell, Xiaocheng's voice turned venomous with resentment. "Yiliang Sichen Dongfangyang, when you already had me, why did you still approach them?" Her last sentence was almost screamed. Su Tao began to struggle with all her strength, but her whole body was restrained. Words tumbled to the tip of her tongue, growing more frantic. "No, Xiaocheng, I just..." Her protest was cut off as Xiaocheng suddenly seized her cheeks, silencing her. Her voice turned sickeningly gentle again. "There's no need to explain, TaoTao. No matter what, I will like you. And you can only ever belong to me." That stubborn, faintly deranged tone left Su Tao at a loss. One second she spoke tenderly, the next she plunged straight into madness. Su Tao seemed to guess what Xiaocheng was about to do. Seeing her draw closer, she cried out in panic, "Xiaocheng, listen to me. Whether it's Yiliang or Dongfangyang, I didn't..." Her words were smothered mid-sentence. Her voice broke off. Su Tao's eyes flew wide open. The body that had been struggling suddenly went still, for a heartbeat, then thrashed even more violently than before. The heroine Su Tao has suffered an enormous inner shock because of the host's actions. Emotion value 5. Emotion value 8. Emotion value 14. The emotion value notifications rang in her mind one after another. Xiaocheng knew this was because the barrage of revelations had overwhelmed Su Tao's ability to process them. But the novice gift pack required 100 points. This was still far from enough. Feeling Su Tao's powerless struggling, Xiaocheng sneered inwardly. Her lips parted, revealing a pair of small sharp canines as she bit down hard. Only that would leave a deep enough impression. Just then, the wooden door of the basement was kicked open with a crash. "Miss Su Tao." A man in a suit stood in the doorway, panting heavily, one hand braced on the frame, his face filled with anxiety. The next second he froze. What on earth was going on? He vividly recalled how his young master, upon locating Miss Su Tao, had gone crazy, urging him to hurry, saying that if they were even a step late she would be harmed. But now it seemed she might not be getting harmed at all. The man in the suit had never imagined that he would walk into such an ambiguous scene in this basement. From his side angle, Su Tao was bound and restrained while Xiaocheng knelt on the bed, bending over her as if. The image was so suggestive he almost felt embarrassed to look. Then he jolted back to his senses and pointed sternly at Xiaocheng. "Let go of Miss Su Tao." His shout startled both Xiaocheng and Su Tao at once. With one hand she pushed off the mattress. The bed let out a muffled creak as her light body lifted gracefully. Xiaocheng's face darkened with displeasure as she slowly turned her head. A few strands of hair fell over her lashes as her slanted gaze swept toward the intruder, crimson pupils glinting strangely in the dim light. At some point, the small knife had found its way back into her hand. She pressed it against Su Tao's neck and fixed the suited bodyguard with a cold stare. "Get out, or you know exactly what will happen." Upon seeing the small knife reflecting a cold glint, the man in the suit instantly felt a chill run down his spine. The moment that had seemed somewhat beautiful just moments ago felt like an illusion. The truth of the enchanting reed loli before him was nothing but madness and desperation. He swallowed hard, stealing a glance at Su Tao, whose eyes were tightly shut and trembling. He took a cautious step forward while saying, "You don't act impulsively, I..." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaocheng interrupted. "I'll count to 3 if you don't come out. Just wait to collect her corpse." As she spoke, she became lost in her own thoughts, gazing at Su Tao and softly saying, "It's okay, TaoTao, I've wanted to end this for a long time, but it would be very lonely without your company on the way. I don't intend to drag you down with me. I like you, so no matter where we are, we must be together." Without even giving Su Tao a chance to speak, Xiaocheng glared at the man in the suit. 3. The man in the suit was instantly taken aback. Where did 1 and 2 go? He felt his scalp tingle and had no choice but to swiftly exit the door. At the same time, he kindly closed the basement door for Xiaocheng and quickly took out his phone to call his young master Yiliang. Seeing him leave, Xiaocheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, a system voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have reached 100 emotional points. Would you like to exchange for a beginner's gift package? Exchange. Shouting in her heart, a virtual panel appeared before Xiaocheng that only she could see. Beginner's gift package exchanged, successfully obtained random skills acting intermediate pain reduction, intermediate additive liquid. Beginner Xiaocheng could still understand the first two skills. As for the third skill, system, what does additive liquid mean? As long as the host directly or indirectly comes into contact with a liquid, the host can autonomously control its taste, nutrition, and whether it is harmful. Xiaocheng. She thought of some scenarios that could only appear in certain books. It is well known that there are many liquids that can be added to a girl's body. However, the situation was urgent, and she couldn't afford to let her mind wander. Originally, Xiaocheng planned to quickly escape through another secret door before the male lead arrived. Now, however, her gaze lingered on TaoTao's face. This white moonlight female lead seemed to have short-circuited due to the overwhelming events. She merely stared vacantly with her mouth slightly open. Her pupils were devoid of life. It was as if she had been broken. In truth, Xiaocheng understood that she was simply overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. Fortune favors the bold. Xiaocheng had a more memorable thought. With a smile, she mused that such a reaction might be too much for TaoTao to accept, but as the female lead, she must possess a very strong will, right? So should she give it a try? TaoTao couldn't speak, and the only response she received was the sound of the bed creaking incessantly. Outside the door, the man in the suit finally dialed Yiliang's number, anxiously saying, "Young master, where are you? Something major has happened here. What should we do?" Yiliang's deep voice contained a hint of urgency. "He'll be there in 2 minutes. What's the situation on your end? I found the basement, but that Xiaocheng is using Miss TaoTao to threaten me. I can't take action. Damn that wretched woman." Yiliang cursed. "I suspect that woman has gone insane. You must stabilize her emotions. I will arrive immediately." At that moment, the sounds of TaoTao struggling and the creaking of the wooden bed echoed from the basement. The man in the suit was momentarily stunned. "What is that sound on your end?" "This?" The man in the suit turned to look at the wooden door, momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't help but recall the scene he had just witnessed. Just moments ago, it was merely a kiss. Now the bed was creaking. He couldn't even dare to imagine what was happening inside. Both of them were girls. How could they be playing so wildly? He looked at the still-connected phone, lost in thought. Yiliang urged, "Speak up. What's happening over there?" The man in the suit took a deep breath. "Young master, what I am about to say is terrifying. Please don't get angry. Stop wasting words. Just tell me, what's going on over there?" The man in the suit said, "Young master, I suspect you may have been cuckolded." Yiliang responded, "Who is so bold?" Xiaocheng. After a full 3 minutes, Yiliang finally arrived. With his side-swept bangs and black jacket standing at 6 feet tall, he exuded an imposing presence. He arrived at the basement door with several bodyguards. Seeing the man in the suit looking timid at the door, he couldn't help but scold harshly, "Useless." Then with a kick he opened the door. "Xiaocheng, I warn you." Before he could finish, where was Xiaocheng's figure in the room? TaoTao was still bound to the bed, her mouth slightly agape and her eyes vacant. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, her complexion pale. On one side of the basement, a secret door was half open. Yiliang quickly snapped back to attention and rushed to TaoTao's side. "TaoTao, are you okay?" Upon hearing the tense male voice, TaoTao paused for a moment and gradually regained her senses. Her smile was like a withered rose. "Yiliang, you came." Upon hearing this hoarse voice, Yiliang's heart ached even more. Clenching his fists, he declared, "Xiaocheng, I will make her pay the price." Hearing that name, TaoTao's heart tightened again. The sickly soft voice seemed to still linger in her ears. That voice kept telling her, "I like you." She bit her lip, glancing at Yiliang. "Let's not worry about Xiaocheng for now." Yiliang remained furious. "TaoTao, you are too kind. You've been tortured by her to this extent, and I want care about Xiaocheng." The man in the suit timidly raised his hand. "Young master, why don't we first remove the shackles from Miss TaoTao?" Yiliang's face immediately turned awkward. "Sorry, I was too agitated and forgot. TaoTao'll help you get free right away." After searching, he quickly found the key that Xiaocheng had deliberately left on the table. "TaoTao, Xiaocheng didn't do anything to you, did she?" Upon hearing this, TaoTao instinctively placed her fingertips on her lips. It was gone. She even extended her tongue. She exchanged a glance with the man in the suit, and both of them fell silent. Yiliang noticed that TaoTao's expression was off. His heart tightened. He turned to the man in the suit and demanded, "What just happened? Speak up." The man in the suit shrank his neck and glanced at TaoTao, who was silent with pursed lips. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Young master, when I entered just now, I saw Miss TaoTao tied to the bed, and then..." His voice trailed off, becoming weaker. Then Xiaocheng was on top of Miss Su Tao and they were kissing. Kissing? Yi Liang's eyes widened in shock. The other bodyguards were also taken aback. Who didn't know of their young master's deep feelings for Miss Su Tao? What kind of divisive words could be spoken? Su Tao, is this true? Su Tao glanced to the side and gently shook her head. No, she just tied me to the bed and left me there, warning me not to get close to you again. Phew, that's good to hear. Yi Liang turned to the man in the suit again. You dare tarnish Su Tao's reputation, and yet you're still here staring. Hurry and follow the secret door to chase after Xiaocheng. Upon hearing this, Su Tao reached out, wanting to stop the man in the suit. But the words were on the tip of her tongue, and she didn't know how to express it. Even she didn't understand why she wanted to defend Xiaocheng. What she did was clearly excessive. Su Tao was always thinking about restoring their friendship. But now could they truly still be friends? Memories of their past interactions surged into her mind, and in the next second, she saw Xiaocheng suddenly transform into a sickly girl. After so many years, why hadn't I noticed that Xiaocheng liked me? I only regarded her as a sister. She steadied her thoughts and said to Yi Liang, Yi Liang, how about we just leave Xiaocheng alone? You're still speaking up for her. She didn't really do anything to me, she just. Su Tao stumbled over her words, unsure how to explain what had just happened. Yi Liang snorted. I know she just likes me. She should take a look at herself. She's short and unattractive with makeup thicker than the dirt on my shoe. Simply ungrateful. If I could ever like her, it would have to be the sky falling. His words dripped with disdain. Yi Liang was proud and confident. Su Tao opened her mouth but ultimately did not defend Xiaocheng. She merely weakly stated, Xiaocheng actually realizes her mistake. She just told me she won't cling to you anymore, so let's give her another chance, okay? Yi Liang looked at the tearful girl he liked and his heart softened. All right, I will grant your wish. His tone was gentle as he reached out to pull Su Tao into his embrace. But to his surprise, Su Tao quickly stepped back half a step. She evaded his embrace. He looked a bit astonished. Seeing the complex expression on Su Tao's face, he understood. After all, Su Tao hadn't agreed to his pursuit. She must want some quiet time, right? Or perhaps she was embarrassed because I saved her in the nick of time. Yes, it must be that. Yi Liang brushed back his messy hair and said to Su Tao, let's go out first. To my private hospital, I'll have the doctor check on you. Su Tao nodded blankly, always keeping a step away from Yi Liang. He was increasingly convinced that Su Tao was just shy. Little did he know Su Tao's tongue was pressed against the area in her mouth that had been bitten, her mind filled with that small figure. She felt both confused and relieved. Meanwhile, Xiaocheng, having escaped through the secret door from the basement, quickly ran home, relying on her memory to find the way. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, her hands stuffed in her pockets, and her head hung low to avoid drawing attention from passersby. Yet her small face was filled with anxiety. Damn it, I overestimated this body. Just running for a bit makes me feel dizzy. More importantly, that man in the suit was still closely pursuing her. Host, hang in there, you're almost home. Shut up, you useless system, or at least give me some useful help. 20 points of emotional value consumed, temporarily enhancing host's physique duration. 3 minutes, a warm current surged from her abdomen to her limbs. Xiaocheng nearly collapsed but managed to steady herself. Even so, she still felt exhausted and weak. She glanced back at the man in the suit, who was now less than 20 meters behind her. No, this won't do. I will be caught. I need to think of a way. Xiaocheng looked around and suddenly had a bright idea. A tall, sturdy boy was walking towards her, his eyes revealing the foolishness typical of a university student. Xiaocheng quickened her pace and immediately turned on the acting skills. She stumbled and fell in front of the boy. Xuanhuan reacted quickly, rushing to support Xiaocheng. For the first time in his 23 years of single life, he was this close to a girl and felt a bit flustered. His gaze instinctively looked elsewhere. Are you all right? Xiaocheng whimpered, squeezing out tears, and panicked. Brother, please help me. There's a man in a suit chasing me. What? Xuanhuan's eyes widened. Fearing the man in the suit wasn't bad enough, Xiaocheng added. He suddenly kidnapped me and tried to abduct me. I barely managed to escape and he's been chasing me. Tears streamed down her face. The new skill given by the system was being used masterfully by Xiaocheng. Xuanhuan could no longer sit still. Anger surged within him. In broad daylight, how could such a thing happen? Xuanhuan hurriedly shielded Xiaocheng behind him and glared at the man in the suit. Is it that guy over there? Yes. Xiaocheng nodded vigorously, then cautiously asked. That big brother, he looks pretty strong. If you don't think you can handle it, maybe we should run. Could a man say he couldn't? Xuanhuan rolled up his sleeves and strode toward him. Seeing this, Xiaocheng couldn't help but smile mischievously. Taking the opportunity, she quickly ran back while shouting, "Help! Kidnapping!" Xuanhuan also called out to the concerned crowd, pointing at the man in the suit. That's him. That guy is the kidnapper. The previously confused crowd upon seeing Xiaocheng fleeing began to suspect something. With this shout, they immediately realized. No wonder this little one was running in such a panic. It turned out she was threatened by a kidnapping. Suddenly many people rushed to help and the man in the suit had no choice but to retreat. When he returned to report to Yiliang, he was met with a barrage of insults. Useless. You're over 1.8 meters tall yet you can't catch someone who's only 1.5 meters. What's the use of keeping you around? TaoTao, who was nearby, sighed in relief upon hearing the man's report. Great. Xiaocheng wasn't caught. If she had been caught by an angry Yiliang, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this moment Yiliang kicked the man in the suit away, glanced at TaoTao beside him, and comforted himself by patting his chest. Forget it, it's great that TaoTao is safe. TaoTao shared the same thought. Though her mind was in turmoil, it was truly great that Xiaocheng was unharmed. Upon returning to her apartment, Xiaocheng stumbled heavily onto the carpet at the entrance. A wave of dizziness washed over her mind and her breath quickened. This body was far too weak. Already a malnourished and sickly lowly, she had just endured a chase. As the adrenaline faded, Xiaocheng finally felt the suffocating discomfort. Her head spun, and she clung to a thread of rationality to keep herself upright. System, how many emotional points do I have now? Xiaocheng struggled to get up, leaning against the shoe cabinet. Her small body splayed awkwardly, the movement causing her skirt to lift. Even though her posture was ungraceful, Xiaocheng couldn't care less. The system in her mind responded, host 68 points. That's surprisingly a lot. She thought she had used up all her emotional points by purchasing a beginner's gift package. Yiliang also reacted emotionally to TaoTao's words regarding the host. Looking at the records, Xiaocheng realized that Yiliang had only given her 30 emotional points. If someone wanted to kill another person, they wouldn't provide just that little. It seems TaoTao had persuaded him. Truly, she was a lifesaver for Xiaocheng. A happy smile appeared on her face, though it was somewhat alluring with her slightly chapped lips. System, help me filter products. I need medicines that can immediately treat my body, given that I can purchase them. Recommended purchase system, brand vitamin C, effective with 1 pill. Buy. 50 emotional points consumed. A flash of white light and a pill appeared in Xiaocheng's hand, while the system thoughtfully provided her with a glass of water in the other hand. She swallowed it immediately. Soon after, a wave of comfortable warmth spread through her body. Her lower abdomen felt warm. The tinnitus she experienced began to fade, and she regained some strength. After more than 10 minutes, Xiaocheng gradually stood up. It works fast, but it's too expensive. 50 emotional points. She had traded her life for this. Now that she had escaped danger, Xiaocheng finally had the opportunity to review her character's situation. Undoubtedly, she was a cannon fodder antagonist. Moreover, she was a foolish cannon fodder who didn't understand the situation or how to leverage her advantages. The protagonist treated her well, and besides a few male leads, there were also plenty of male supporting characters pursuing her. If she had only utilized the protagonist and the supporting characters a bit more as a White Lotus character, who could stir discord between the protagonist and other male leads, she could have lived well, and with some luck perhaps even reverse her fate with one of the male leads. Yet it seemed as if she had been cursed. She was madly targeting the protagonist, who cherished her, as well as those male leads who had initially had a decent impression of her. 2 years ago, TaoTao's favorability towards Xiaocheng was at 80 points. Now it was probably diminished by more than half. What a waste of this body and the advantages of the relationship. Perhaps this is the fate of cannon fodder. Whether one lives or dies depends entirely on how the author writes it. Changing such a tragic ending is not easy. However, there were still opportunities. As long as the protagonist TaoTao didn't give up on herself, she could rely on the protagonist's halo to temporarily preserve her life. Shaking her head, Xiaocheng temporarily pushed those thoughts away. Having stayed in the basement for so long and had close interactions with TaoTao followed by a relentless pursuit, she felt dirty all over. She eagerly wanted to take a shower. Before she could undress, she stood in front of the wash basin outside the bathroom and was startled by her reflection. What is this? In the mirror, her slightly round face was covered in terrible foundation with sweat causing much of the makeup to run. Her eyeliner was poorly applied and her blush was haphazardly smeared. It was obvious she used extremely low-quality cosmetics. Even the prettiest girl would lose points for her looks with such a mess. It was only then that Xiaocheng remembered that the original owner, influenced by her so-called friends, believed that university students should wear beautiful makeup regardless of how it looked as long as it exuded confidence. Every time she drew such grotesque designs, those so-called friends would praise her, saying, "Sister looks beautiful and confident." And when posting pictures on social media, they would uniformly comment, "Sister looks very pretty," and "Sister has a great base." And the original owner, being rather simple-minded, truly believed their words. Every day she wore a ghastly face. No wonder the male lead's favorability is so low. This is a society that values looks. Xiaocheng was incredibly grateful that the passerby who helped her, the brother who cooks grapefruit, didn't look at her face when she asked for justice. Otherwise the outcome would not have been as it is now. It's so dirty that I can't even stand to look at myself. She wiped her face with water, then remembered something. This should be removed with makeup remover. Let's see where it is. In her past life she barely touched cosmetics, but now, well, she had perfectly stepped into the identity of the delicate girl that the original owner was. After some effort, the cheap makeup was finally wiped away. Her natural face, glistening with droplets of water, appeared in the mirror. With a delicate nose and exquisite features, although her appearance looked somewhat haggard, the sickly expression only added to her pitiable charm. Her long chestnut-colored hair flowed down, and as Xiaocheng touched it, her big eyes sparkled. Her hair looked healthy, showing no signs of malnutrition. Moreover, the key was that this bare face was too cute. With a slight baby fat, when she pouted, her adorable charm was enough to deliver a critical hit to any lowly enthusiast. Her skin was as fair as sheep fat jade. What was the original owner thinking? With this bare face, she could outshine many girls her age. That grotesque makeup really lowered her beauty by several levels. At the very least, she could wear black-rimmed glasses and a thick, ugly coat to appear less prominent. Just this cherubic little face is enough to cosplay Shin Yuchu. Xiaocheng opened her mouth to take another look. Her tongue was pink, her small teeth neat and white, and a slightly protruding little shark tooth didn't affect the overall view. For certain audiences, it was still a point of cuteness. With this cuteness, if the timeline of her crossing was childhood, there would be no such thing as male leads at all. Xiaocheng could easily win over TaoTao. She stepped into the bathroom to take a shower. Many things didn't need to be concerned about size. If it had form, it was effective. If it was rounded, it would work. Her own conditions were already perfect. Though she was a bit thin at 1.52 meters tall, it wasn't considered undernourished. If it weren't for her current frail body, Xiaocheng truly wanted to experience it. She dried her body. Then she walked into the room and opened the wardrobe. After changing into clothes, she frowned at the room's layout. In stark contrast to her weak and lovely appearance, the room was filled with ominous things. There were several photos of TaoTao and the male leads on the wall, and a notebook on the table was filled with the name TaoTao. Additionally, there were the names of various male leads with a large red line marking them, and even the faces in the photos on the wall had been scratched out. Xiaocheng sighed and began to get busy. She packed all these remnants and threw them away, and only after the room became simple and plain did she wipe away her sweat. She took out her phone. After some thought, she faced her bare face and turned on a cold light to enhance her pale skin, squeezing out 2 drops of tears. Click, the photo was taken. Truly a bare-faced war goddess, no need for beauty filters, so cute. She posted it with a caption on social media. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Visible to everyone. I like you, 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 I like you. Only visible to TaoTao. Div data Fankia type. Image source user Xiaocheng Div. Host, since there is no longer a threat to your life, why do you still maintain the persona of a sickly person? You are not truly sickly. This body is somewhat sickly and delicate, but I am indeed not a sickly person. However, the original owner has provoked most of the male leads, deepening the impression in TaoTao's mind, ensuring that we will not be at a disadvantage as long as the female lead is present. Furthermore, I have already left a strong impression in TaoTao's heart. I need to provide a reasonable explanation for what I have done in the past few months to clear my name. Obsession, collapse, sickly, these are all good reasons. But now that there's nothing happening, can't we just drop out and move to another city or even fly abroad? I used to think you were a fool, but it turns out you are quite clever. However, I'm still not planning to escape. Maybe I actually enjoy pursuing excitement. A hint of seductive smile emerged unnoticed even by herself. In her past life, just before a truck struck him, he had just experienced a crisis. 2 candy smugglers were being chased by plainclothes officers, and in desperation they rushed into the cafe, where he was one wielding a knife, and the other a gun, taking everyone inside hostage. The dark entrance made everyone present tremble. Only Xiaocheng felt a strange thrill. Seizing the opportunity to circle behind the armed robber, when he attempted to harass a little girl, Xiaocheng made her move. She pounced on him, trying to seize the gun for a counterattack. But to her shock, the gun turned out to be a toy. The other robber, seeing this, charged at Xiaocheng. A threat turned into a fight, and as a college student with little experience, she was no match for the two. Before long, she received a cut across her chest. The fiery pain did not intimidate Xiaocheng. Instead, it ignited her bloodlust. At that moment, she realized that she might not yearn for a mundane and boring life. Later, after leaving the hospital, as she walked along the roadside, she felt dazed, as if she saw the truck driver waving at her. After that, everything went black. Do you know how many types of sickly personas there are? Aren't they all the same? Killing, threatening others, just like what you did earlier. Dependency type, possessive type, exclusion type, aggressive type, stalking type, harmless type, worship type, delusional type, isolation-inducing type. In her past life, Xiaocheng was a part-time novelist, and she had considerable knowledge in this area due to her research. What I showed TaoTao earlier was the possessive type of sickly persona, wanting to turn her into something that only belongs to me using various methods of confinement. However, in reality, the dependency type would more easily influence TaoTao. I need to show a side that I rely on her in many aspects. Without her I cannot survive. With the female lead's pure and bright persona, she would never just stand by and let me die. Unconditionally loving her, supporting her, depending on her, protecting her, and loving her. Then I will use those supporting characters to stage a few acts, portraying the various injuries I suffer to protect her. It would be best if I could take a few hits for her and end up in the hospital for a few months emerging with serious injuries. Do you know how TaoTao would feel about that? What would she think? Guilt? Xiaocheng covered half her face with an expectant gaze. I get hurt countless times for her. It is all because I love her. The reason I love her is that she gave me hope that I should not have had. In other words, I would not have become who I am today without her. As long as she becomes increasingly aware of this, she will fall into an infinite guilt when I am injured, and once it begins she will sink deeper and deeper. If one day I die protecting her in front of her, she will cry in agony for 3 days and nights, regretting it for life. Truly a perfect script. Of course, this is merely a theoretical script. She is still a small pawn who can be threatened by various male leads. This is just a strategy born out of necessity. However, the sickly persona is still somewhat difficult to grasp. For now, let's take it step by step. In fact, Xiaocheng wanted to play the isolation-inducing sickly persona more. This type of sickly persona is the most terrifying of all. Such a sickly girl has an extremely strong sense of love and possessiveness. Unlike other types, she doesn't actively express her affection, but instead spreads rumors around the person. She likes secretly sowing discord between her lover and other friends and family. When he believes that everyone in the world is distancing themselves from him, not caring for him, not loving him, and even hating him, the isolation-inducing sickly persona will appear. She presents herself as the perfect, gentle, and harmless figure, like a bright moonlight. She is the only one who supports him, loves him, and embraces him, creating a sense of reliance in his heart for her, and over time, he will completely depend on her and deeply fall in love with her. This type of sickly persona is very good at hiding itself. By the time it is discovered, one often finds themselves ensnared in the other's embrace, unable to break free. However, the current situation does not allow Xiaocheng to play such a role. If only she had crossed over a few years earlier, she would have been able to isolate TaoTao into a girl hated by the world with only herself as a friend. As Xiaocheng continued to daydream, her phone suddenly chimed. Someone had replied to her recently posted moments. Div data Fankia type, image source user, TaoTao AI Div. Although the original owner was jealous, her jealousy was directed solely at TaoTao. Among the new students in her freshman year, she actually had a decent reputation within her class. Basically, as long as someone casually praised the original owner, it was only natural for them to become friends. She had fewer female friends, but many male admirers. A weary Namacup photo was posted accompanied by a long string of apologies, which made it evident that she must have gone through some painful experiences. A few messages of concern and confusion appeared under the post. Yugu, is Xiaocheng okay? Is she sick? Why does she keep saying sorry? Who upset her? Hua Junzi, who is the person in Xiaocheng's photo. She looks so cute. Xiaocheng's dog. This must be Xiaocheng's Namacup selfie. Her complexion might be poor, but she still looks stunning. Why does she need to wear makeup? Makeup makes her look worse. Xiaohua replied to Xiaocheng's dog, what do you mean makeup makes her look worse? You disgusting man, do you even understand the beauty of a girl wearing makeup? If you don't get it, just stay out of her friend circle, okay? And what's with that username? So disgusting. Xiaohua Chi Xiaocheng, don't listen to them. A beautiful makeup look is the source of a girl's confidence. You look so much worse like this than when you wear makeup. Did something happen? You can tell me. Yang haha, this is Chi Xiaocheng. I eat 3 pounds of SHT with a 10-level filter and beauty enhancement. Upon seeing this doubt, Chi Xiaocheng wasn't angry. Influenced by her friends, the original owner always went out with makeup, whether posting on social media or attending public events. Her Namacup look was like a different person, so being questioned was only natural. However, the person with the ID Xiaohua, Chi Xiaocheng's expression gradually turned icy. This person is one of the original owner's trio of close friends who had known her since high school. After both were accepted into Juzhou University, they ended up in the same dorm. On ordinary days, she continually praised the original owner, seemingly caring but actually creating various anxieties for her. The original owner's animosity towards TaoTao was undoubtedly fueled by this friend. The key was that the original owner genuinely believed these friends' words. Having just transmigrated, she had to settle the scores one by one. After resting, Chi Xiaocheng took a piece of paper and started planning her next steps. First, she needed to establish a rapport with TaoTao before the main male leads approached her. If trouble arose, she could rely on TaoTao to help resolve it. Thinking from another angle, if she were TaoTao after 2 years of childhood friends turning into someone who seemed to hate her, it would be a twist to discover that the feelings were actually love. But love can turn to hate. What would happen if someone who had always been important to her became a yandere because of her? Ask those around me. Chi Xiaocheng began to write. She immersed herself in TaoTao's perspective, and adopting her character traits realized that in a moment of confusion, she would definitely seek a point of support for help. Moreover, she wouldn't seek out those male leads because this matter concerns me. Those male leads already disliked her, and asking such questions would only make things worse. Due to her own actions, TaoTao did not, as in the original text, develop despair over the character Xiaocheng, nor did she feel sympathy, but instead allowed the male leads to kick her out of the competition. Instead, she was filled with confusion and misunderstanding. Then, according to the original text setting, besides me, who else are TaoTao's good friends? Xiaocheng furrowed her brows, feeling a bit of a headache. In her past life, she had never actually read this book. She only knew about it because it was so popular. From time to time, she would come across some AI novel videos and heard about it along the way. She only understood part of the development and was unaware of the detailed settings. System, give me some help, don't be so useless. Resigned, she could only place her hopes on this sarcastic cheat. The system responded very professionally. It is recommended that the host use emotional points to purchase the novel Cannon Fodder female supporting role. All charges male gods all fall into my arms. Each chapter can be purchased for 5 emotional points to understand the story's development. Xiaocheng slowly raised a question mark. You want me to ask for help, and you come up with something so hardcore? And 5 emotional points only by 1 chapter. Why not just rob it? She only had a little over 10 points left, and perhaps due to her social media interactions, she had gained a few more points during this hour of rest. Can I see the table of contents for this novel first? Yes. Xiaocheng quickly flipped to around chapter 100 of the novel through the system panel. Sure enough, she saw the chapter title, The Death of Xiaocheng, at chapter 150. Survival is my top priority, and I need to insert myself into the later plot so that the other characters in the book develop feelings for me. I will try to buy as many subsequent chapters as possible. However, where to find someone to provide emotional points in the current status? Xiaocheng thought of the various characters in the novel, her gaze gradually settling on the ID Yang, who had just replied to her social media post. One of the many male leads, Dongfang Yang. In the original owner's memories, he was one of the male leads with the least involvement with her so far. I eat 3 pounds of SHT just because I'm Namakup. I wonder if he will keep his promise as a young master. Xiaocheng opened WeChat and sent him a message, are you there? Looking at this teaching moment, Yang replied, Xiaocheng, you still dare to come looking for me? Clearly, he already knew about TaoTao being imprisoned by the original owner. At this moment, he was located in a private hospital. Xiaocheng initially wanted to send a voice message to take advantage of her lowly voice, but upon realizing his negative favorability, she knew that no matter how good her voice was, it would only backfire. So she typed him, sorry, I have clearly realized my mistakes. I have spoken to TaoTao and will no longer disturb your life, but I just want to apologize to you one last time. I truly realize my mistakes. In front of these male leads, the yandere persona would not work anymore. Dongfang Yang coldly replied, haha, starting today, you don't like me anymore and won't bother me, right? Although it wasn't many times, the original owner had confessed to Dongfang Yang several times. Without exception, all were rejected. Moreover, due to the original owner's attitude towards TaoTao, Dongfang Yang increasingly despised her. Speaking of Dongfang Yang, he was considered one of the more downtrodden male leads among them. At first, he treated the female lead like a younger sister, but gradually influenced by TaoTao's halo, as the White Moonlight's impact was strong, he joined the intense competition among the major male leads. His favorability towards TaoTao had not reached an unwavering level, which was also the reason why Xiaocheng sought him out first. After ending the chat, Xiaocheng's lips curled into a faint smile. Mentioning TaoTao and the basement made the male leads restless. Xiaocheng knew without guessing that Yiliang and Dongfang Yang were in a competitive relationship. He definitely wouldn't tell Dongfang Yang what happened in the basement. TaoTao would also conceal the truth of what happened in the basement from both male leads. To learn what transpired, one could either go through Yi Liang's bodyguard or directly ask Xiaocheng, the person involved. In any case, Dongfang Yang was still unaware of the situation. Whatever happened in the basement, couldn't it just be fabricated? As long as she could lure this male lead out, there would be a chance to gain emotional points. With emotional points, she could understand the plot ahead, and after purchasing skills, change her identity as a cannon fodder. Once her identity as cannon fodder changed, she could pursue the female lead. Perfect plan. However, before going out, she naturally needed to dress up. Xiaocheng approached the wardrobe, finding that there weren't many outfits for going out. There was only one summer dress, one JK uniform, and 2 sets of everyday clothes that could be used both outdoors and at home. Even adding the set she had just changed out of as a girl's wardrobe, it could be considered rather impoverished. After glancing at the JK sailor suit and short skirt, Xiaocheng decisively took down the white dress. I didn't expect that, on the first day of crossing over, I would have to wear such formal women's clothing. With a rustling sound, Xiaocheng took off her clothes and quickly changed. The petite figure paired with the elegantly adorned white dress, which had a hint of Gothic style, complemented her delicate features, making her look as adorable as a doll. The slightly short hem of the dress could only cover down to her snow-white thighs and knees. Her slender and elegant legs were exposed to the air. Facing the mirror, Xiaocheng activated the intermediate acting skill, given by the system, and a touch of delicate vulnerability suddenly appeared on her face. Her naturally beautiful face and sickly image could easily win the favor of others. People rely on their attire just as horses rely on their saddles. Clearly just wearing a decent outfit could give her the charm of a national goddess. The original host was truly foolish listening to those sisters and hiding all her charm. Xiaocheng then braided her soft chestnut-colored hair into 2 ponytails, found a pair of non-prescription black-framed glasses, and put them on. This delicate little girl added a touch of scholarly aura and a naturally naive temperament. After wrapping a piece of white cloth around the wound on her palm, she stepped out. The late autumn in November felt somewhat desolate with a chilly breeze, causing Xiaocheng's thin frame to shiver. The white stockings on her legs provided some warmth. It seemed a bit hasty to go out in just the dress. She should have added a base layer. The school gate on Sunday was somewhat sparse in personnel, yet many gazes were still fixed on Xiaocheng. Curiosity surprised longing admiration. In this public space, Xiaocheng had already begun to unfold her domain. Her acting skills were in full bloom. Like a lost little white rabbit, she clutched her small handbag, tilting her head slightly, so that her bare face was not completely hidden. She then walked straight toward the bamboo cafe. It wasn't far, just a left turn at the school gate, right next to a cluster of various shops within the campus. Who is that girl? So cute. Is there such a cute girl in our school? I've never seen her before. Could she be from another school? She looks so lost. She seems to be a freshman. The murmurs from those passing by gradually lifted the corners of Xiaocheng's mouth, changing others' impressions, influencing TaoTao through various channels of information. Even noticing some people secretly taking pictures of her profile, she didn't mind at all. With those photos, she could better convey information. Before long, she arrived outside the bamboo cafe. Relying on her memory, she spotted Dongfang Yang, who was impatiently seated inside. Seeing him glance her way, Xiaocheng quickly lowered her head. She didn't walk inside. Instead, she hesitated outside, seemingly oblivious to Dongfang Yang pacing back and forth with her short legs. Her adorably conflicted appearance made the barista at the cafe rest her chin on one hand, watching her with a smile in her eyes. Dongfang Yang's previously impatient expression finally showed a hint of curiosity. He then scoffed, saying, "You're hesitating just to enter a cafe. I wonder which country bumpkin you came from." He inexplicably disliked such brown hair. At the same time, he didn't recognize Xiaocheng. Without makeup, changed attire, and the pure look of the original host with her ponytails was something he had never considered. Plus the pair of black-framed glasses. Unless it was someone very familiar with her from a distance, it was hard to tell it was her. Soon Dongfang Yang saw this 1.5-meter-tall silly girl, as if she had made up her mind. She lifted her delicate face, her gaze resolutely fixed on the door of the cafe. She stepped forward decisively, but stumbled, nearly falling flat on the ground. Flustered, she hurried into the cafe, glancing left and right as she walked toward him. Dongfang Yang raised an eyebrow, his gaze pausing for a moment on her white stockings under the hem of the dress before moving to her face, asking in confusion, "Who are you?" He didn't remember ever meeting this adorably dazed girl. Xiaocheng slowly took off her black-framed glasses and brushed aside the fringes partially covering her eyes, and her sealed beauty instantly blossomed. She weakly said, I am Xiaocheng. Xiaocheng? Dongfang Yang suddenly stood up, his face filled with shock. The male lead, Dongfang Yang, was greatly shocked by the changes in the host. Emotional value 13. Emotional value 16. Emotional value 22. When the system's prompt sounded, Xiaocheng knew she had come to the right place. She nodded gently again, lowering her small head. "It's me." Dongfang Yang was dumbfounded, unable to believe that this person was actually Xiaocheng. In his memory, Xiaocheng was hunchbacked, her eyes dull, heavily made up, and one wouldn't recognize her from just her face without considering her hair. She always spoke with a hint of hostility. Now, he slowly examined Xiaocheng and hesitantly uttered a puzzled question. "Did you get plastic surgery?" Xiaocheng raised her face, gazing into Dongfang Yang's eyes, pouting her small lips, and said plaintively, I know I'm ugly, but you shouldn't say that I just took off my makeup." After saying this, she turned her head, tucked the chestnut strands of hair that had fallen at her temples behind her ears, revealing her fair and delicate profile. Her small cute ears flushed a shade of pink, her long eyelashes fluttering, and her pitiful eyes seemed ready to well up with tears. Ugly? Just removing her makeup? Was this really the same person as the previous Xiaocheng? In that moment, Dongfang Yang was utterly confused. Sitting back in his chair, Dongfang Yang gazed forward, his index finger tapping rhythmically on the table in sync with his shaking leg. In front of him, the petite girl with twin tails lowered her gaze, nervously clutching the edge of her skirt with both hands. Rationality told him that Xiaocheng was acting. Moreover, she was acting quite well. Yet his perception reminded him that it wasn't so convincing. Such a stark contrast was something he had only witnessed in veteran actors in the entertainment industry. Furthermore, that slightly haggard yet adorable little face made it hard for him to think ill of her. Could it be that she truly transformed into a different person without makeup? How had he never noticed that this girl could actually be quite pleasant when she behaved? Even he himself had not realized that his original dislike for Xiaocheng had diminished significantly at that moment. He pointed to the seat across from him and said in a deep voice, "Sit down." Xiaocheng nodded timidly, smoothing her skirt before moving to take her seat. Today her character was that of a shy and timid cutie. Makeup was merely her protective color. The emotional value in her mind had been steadily increasing, albeit not as much as before, yet Xiaocheng was aware of it. Dongfang Yang was being influenced by her. She acted like a flustered little rabbit, unable to sit still. After a while, she decided to take the initiative to speak, lowering her head and saying, "Young Master Dongfang, please scold me." Dongfang Yang was amused and propped his chin, looking at Xiaocheng. "Why should I scold you?" Because I kept bothering you before, causing you trouble. I'm here to apologize, so you can scold me however you want." Dongfang Yang raised an eyebrow. "Really, however I want? Could you go easy on me?" Xiaocheng raised one eye with concern. What an interesting woman. To be honest, Dongfang Yang couldn't tell that Xiaocheng was acting, but in his perception the disparity in her demeanor was too pronounced. "You said TaoTao enlightened you in the basement, so you're genuinely remorseful. I even feel like you've become a different person. Tell me, how did TaoTao persuade you?" Xiaocheng nodded timidly. "Actually, I kidnapped TaoTao. Well, I guess you could call it kidnapping. I locked her in the basement mainly to warn her not to get too close to you. Young Master Dongfang, you understand that TaoTao is very reasonable and gentle. Even when I threatened her, she didn't get angry. Instead, she told me I was just being influenced by Xuanhuan and the others." "Xuanhuan?" Dongfang Yang interjected curiously. Xiaocheng quickly threw out the prepared blame. "She's a friend of mine. The makeup and targeting TaoTao were all taught to me by her. She said that whether it was you, Young Master Dongfang, or Young Master Yiliang, you both initially liked me, but TaoTao stole you away." So. Xiaocheng didn't continue, feeling ashamed as she lowered her head. Dongfang Yang seized the suspense she left and responded, "So you truly believe that?" "Yes." Xiaocheng quickly explained, "But while I was in the basement, TaoTao gradually clarified everything to me. She was like moonlight within reach, shining on me and dispelling the darkness. I never imagined I had done such outrageous things to her. I truly am not human." Xiaocheng looked as if she wanted to slap herself. Then she rambled on, praising all of TaoTao's virtues. Dongfang Yang listened with enjoyment. He also found TaoTao to be perfect, and what Xiaocheng said struck a chord with him. After a sense of resonance emerged, he unconsciously began to believe a fraction of what this little girl was saying. However, he still spoke dismissively. "You really are foolish." I'm sorry. Lift your head." Hearing that commanding tone, Xiaocheng raised her small head high, but her anxious gaze swept around. Her delicate little face was fully exposed to Dongfang Yang. Although this young master had seen countless beauties, he still found the bare-faced Xiaocheng quite appealing. However, she still couldn't compare to TaoTao. He added silently in his heart and said to Xiaocheng, "I'll take your word for it, but if I find out you're lying to me, you're dead." "No, I want..." Xiaocheng appeared quite flustered. "I know I don't deserve Young Master Dongfang, and I won't bother you anymore." Dongfang Yang nodded deeply and inquired about the specific events that had transpired in the basement before preparing to send Xiaocheng away. Yet he noticed this little girl seemed hesitant, as if she had something to say. He asked, "Do you have anything else?" Xiaocheng gently nodded, taking out her phone and opening her social media. It was a post where she had shared a bare-faced photo. With a serious little face, she said to Dongfang Yang, "This photo is without makeup." Dongfang Yang's mouth twitched. Over an hour ago he had replied saying if the photo wasn't edited he would flaunt 3 pounds of excrement. Was she looking for trouble? Just as he was about to scold her, Dongfang Yang noticed that his reply to that post had disappeared. Did she delete it first? That was rather thoughtful of her. He rubbed his nose and didn't say anything further. Meanwhile, Xiaocheng, after successfully harvesting the last wave of emotional value, hurriedly left the cafe. Throughout the encounter she maintained a cute persona. Only after her petite figure vanished at the end of the road did Dongfang Yang hum softly, "Such a pretender." Returning to his senses, he snapped his fingers. A man in black at another table who had been drinking coffee stood up respectfully and asked, "Young master, is there anything you wish to command?" "Investigate the relationship between Xiaocheng and that Xuanhuan. You heard what she said just now, find out how many lies she told." "Understood, young master." Meanwhile, after Xiaocheng left, she was happily walking out of the school gate asking system, "How much emotional value did I gain this time?" During this time, Dongfang Yang provided 214 emotional points to the host, the female lead. TaoTao provided 32 emotional points to the host. The host now has a total of 271 emotional points. Very good purchase. The content from chapters 140 to 160 of the novel. These chapters are precisely where this cannon fodder female character meets her demise, but according to the normal storyline of the novel, when a villain exits, another villain must come forth to set the stage. Conflicts and contradictions are the key points that evoke the greatest emotions in a novel. Only with these can the protagonist engage in events actively or passively. Xiaocheng needed a way to secretly approach TaoTao to execute her plan. As the content of the novel seeped into her mind, Xiaocheng stood at the school gate, her eyes gradually filled with joy. In these 20 chapters, the first 10 chapters described how the original Xiaocheng had scratched TaoTao's face and was killed by Liang after piercing her chest. And the last 10 chapters. After the villain Xiaocheng exits in the last 10 chapters, a new antagonist naturally must emerge to stir the reader's animosity. This new villain appears in the latter chapters. Xiaocheng is one of TaoTao's close friends, whom she met in college, presenting herself as a flawless green tea. Behind TaoTao, however, lurks a jealous demon. She and Liang attended the same high school before moving to university. Despite her average background, Xiaocheng has long harbored thoughts of winning over Liang, seeing him as her boyfriend. Yet, just 2 months into university, Liang is completely captivated by TaoTao. Xiaocheng is filled with hatred, questioning why a country bumpkin orphan like TaoTao deserves Liang's exclusive affection. In the original story, a basketball game is scheduled in 2 days. Dongfang Yang and Liang will face off as rivals. TaoTao, despite having her face marred by Xiaocheng, still insists on cheering for the two. Xiaocheng believes that with TaoTao's ruined face devoid of her stunning beauty, Liang could never like her. So she devises a plan to humiliate TaoTao during the basketball game, and later pushes her down the stairs, exacerbating the injuries of the already wounded heroine. This friend can be of great use. Xiaocheng clenched her fist, a wicked smile creeping onto her face. In the setup, she is TaoTao's roommate, perfect for a visit to TaoTao's dorm. If the heroine is present, I can apply some pressure and gain more emotional leverage. With that, Xiaocheng turned around, heading towards the girls' dormitory. Building 4 of Tianhe Garden. Her dorm is also in this building, just a bit far from TaoTao's. She's in room 513, while TaoTao is in room 801. Since the school isn't far from home, Xiaocheng applied for a day student status, only occasionally staying in the dorm. Arriving at the door of room 801A, Xiaocheng noticed the door was ajar. She stealthily opened a crack to peek inside, only to witness a shocking scene. A girl was adding some white powder to a cup of water. The cup was adorned with stickers of small peaches, unmistakably TaoTao's cup. The instigator, who else but Xiaocheng? Xiaocheng secretly took out her phone. Click! The sound startled Xiaocheng inside. Who? Seeing the petite girl with twin ponytails, Xiaocheng quickly hid the cup behind her back, scolding. Who are you and why are you taking pictures of me? Xiaocheng pushed the door open, an easygoing smile playing on her lips. I was originally looking for TaoTao, but unexpectedly found a delightful surprise. It's not very nice of you to drug someone's water, is it? Who? Who drugged it? Xiaocheng retorted, secretly stuffing the bag of drug powder into her back pocket, glaring at Xiaocheng, fiercely attempting to intimidate her. Xiaocheng smiled slightly, raising her phone. I have evidence, you know. You? Xiaocheng connected the sound of the camera with her current situation, her face turning pale. After looking at Xiaocheng's face, she suddenly gasped. You're Xiaocheng. Who I am isn't important, Xiaocheng replied casually. What's crucial is, what do you think Liang would think if I sent him this photo? Oh, by the way. Xiaocheng glanced over at TaoTao's bed. With so many male items on it, wouldn't someone want to take pictures and spread them to frame TaoTao as indecent? Heavens, if Liang finds out, he will surely be furious. That person will never have another chance, right? Xiaocheng stared intently at Xiaocheng, her threats flowing like water. Don't think about snatching the phone from me. If I shout for help, all the girls in this building will come running. Do you believe that? Xiaocheng's face darkened. She had no idea how Xiaocheng knew about her feelings for Liang. But everything she said was what Xiaocheng dreaded. With no choice, she had to compromise. What do you want, money? Don't be nervous, we are on the same side. Xiaocheng pulled out a chair and locked the dorm door behind her, addressing Xiaocheng calmly. Like you, I want TaoTao to stay away from Liang. You want to frame her, ruin her reputation, and win Liang's affection, right? So what? I can help you. Xiaocheng revealed her sharp little tiger teeth, the signature smile of a villain gracing her face. You must know my name, so you likely know what I'm capable of. But you like Liang too, don't you? Xiaocheng was very wary. You're my competitor. The current issue is Liang is entirely focused on TaoTao. As for whether I like him or not, you don't need to worry. With that, she clicked her tongue. Forget it, why say so much? You don't think you still have a choice, do you? She shook her phone again. Then she tossed over a bottle of water she had just bought on the way. Drink this. Xiaocheng frowned, picking up the mineral water from the floor. Nongfu Spring. Xiaocheng smiled slightly. You drink first. Although unsure of Xiaocheng's intentions, Xiaocheng had no choice but to follow her instructions. It was only when she took a sip of the mineral water that she suddenly realized something was off, her face turning ashen. Why does this water taste so bitter? Chen Qian widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the packaging. It was indeed Nongfu Spring, and the bottle hadn't been opened yet, or had it expired. What she didn't know was that Xiaocheng had already used her skill to alter the water's taste when she handed it to her. This is a special poison I customized meant for TaoTao, but I'll use it to keep you in check for now. Poison? Yes, Xiaocheng nodded. You need to take an antidote once a week or otherwise the flesh on your face will rot away. Upon hearing this, Chen Qian was so frightened that she immediately threw the mineral water aside. She then covered her mouth, frantically scraping her throat to induce vomiting. Xiaocheng calmly picked up the half-empty bottle of water. I know you want to target TaoTao, but don't rush it. For now, maintain your friendship with her. I have ways to make her leave Yi Liang later. As for the antidote, Xiaocheng tilted her head, beaming her crimson eyes glowing like blooming red light. As long as you obediently follow my orders, I will give it to you. After saying this, she shook her phone again. I need you to stay by TaoTao's side at all times, reporting everything she does to me. I'll add you on WeChat using a secondary account shortly. And don't think about resisting. You wouldn't want your face to rot and have your disgraceful deeds known by the entire school, would you? Chen Qian watched Xiaocheng turn to leave, her fear deepening. This person is simply a devil. In a panic, she hurriedly gathered some of her belongings, suddenly remembering something, and scrambled toward the door. To the hospital, I need to go to the hospital. But as soon as she stepped outside, she froze in place. Xiaocheng was leaning against the corridor, railing the breeze, lifting her hair, her indifferent gaze slanting toward Chen Qian, as if to say that going to the hospital would be futile. Chen Qian felt as if all her strength had drained away, quickly supporting herself against the railing. Following Xiaocheng's line of sight, she looked towards the front of the dormitory building. A beautiful girl with delicate features was slowly walking towards the dorm. Upon returning home, Xiaocheng received a message from Chen Qian. TaoTao has returned to the dormitory looking a bit haggard and distracted. As a mole on the same front, though Chen Qian found Xiaocheng somewhat displeasing with the dirt on her in hand, she was more than willing to betray TaoTao, who appeared to be her girlfriend. Not long after their separation, she sent a message to Xiaocheng to probe and discern her true intentions. Seeing this, Xiaocheng quickly typed a response. I need you to take meticulous care of her. For the next few days, try to find reasons to stay by her side, and let me know about any actions or thoughts she has. Chen Qian replied, Meticulous care? Are you serious? Xiaocheng said, Just follow my instructions. TaoTao was very innocent, and Chen Qian, who hadn't been exposed yet, was definitely considered her friend. Living in the same dormitory, they would chat about many things. After experiencing such ups and downs, TaoTao dared not confide in Yi Liang, and the others thus needing a temporary support. Chen Qian was a great choice. On one hand, she could act as her mole to gather information. On the other hand, she could increase TaoTao's fondness for her. When TaoTao believes Chen Qian to be a true good sister, at a crucial moment, bam, a desperate betrayal would occur. At that time, Xiaocheng could step in and occupy the fragile corner of the heroine's heart. Naturally, all of this was part of her plan. Next, she needed to face the next plot point from the original story, the school basketball competition. Dong Fangyang led the red team. Yi Liang led the blue team. The two engaged in the finals of the school basketball competition. In female-oriented novels, such competitions are merely to showcase how handsome the two male leads are, while also serving as a catalyst for the heroine's relationships, creating the thrill of competition between the two male leads for the heroine's affection. Even though her arrival caused a butterfly effect, TaoTao would still inevitably go to the competition venue to cheer for the two male leads. Xiaocheng contemplated how to interject herself as a third party into the plot of this competition, while also advancing her relationship with TaoTao. At the very least, she couldn't let TaoTao continue to avoid her. Right now, when Xiaocheng sent messages to TaoTao, the heroine didn't reply at all. Just in case, I'll draw another skill. Xiaocheng looked at the system panel, which was another function of the system besides the shop. Lottery. 100 points of emotional value for one draw. 1,000 points of emotional value for 10 consecutive draws with a guaranteed low-level skill from the 10 draws. Skills differ from the strange items in the shop. Xiaocheng had experienced the might of system skills. Acting intermediate, pain reduction intermediate, enhancing liquid beginner. With the 3 skills she currently possessed, the intermediate acting skill alone had provided immense assistance to Xiaocheng. Go for it. Transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Draw a card. Spending another 100 emotional points, the system's lottery panel suddenly burst forth with golden light. Is a skill coming out? Wow! Xiaocheng exclaimed in surprise. It's still an intermediate skill. However, upon seeing the name of the skill, Xiaocheng momentarily froze, her expression turning strange. Is this skill really useful for my current situation? Time quickly passed to November 5th, Tuesday. On the day of the school basketball competition, in order to avoid the other male leads, who might still be angry along with that group of two-faced sisters, Xiaocheng skipped class for the day. But today marked the unfolding of a small climax in the plot. At 5 p.m., the match was set to begin. Qi Xiaochen left early heading to the outdoor basketball court at school. Even arriving half an hour early, the area was still packed with students surrounding the court. This clearly indicated how popular the two male leads were within the school. Feigning confusion as she moved towards Su Tao's direction, shortly after a girl in the front row, who had secured a good spot, shouted out waving high at Qi Xiaochen, "Xiaochen over here." Curious passers-by turned to look their mouths agape in surprise. Today Qi Xiaochen had once again left the house without makeup. Her petite and delicate figure was wrapped in a beige bear hoodie, the soft fabric hugging her graceful curves. The cuffs were slightly rolled up, revealing a small section of her snow-white wrist looking particularly exquisite. She still wore her hair in two pigtails, as she had when meeting Dong Fangyang, with delicate ribbons tying them up and naturally curled ends swaying gently behind her, adding a touch of playfulness and liveliness. Today she resembled a cute little sister from next door. What astonished everyone was naturally Qi Xiaochen's beauty. Such a cute little loli could only be compared to Su Tao, the campus beauty. Perhaps it was the loud shout of that girl that caught the attention of the three key figures in the venue. Yi Liang furrowed his brows heavily, his expression filled with disdain. Dong Fangyang glanced at her with interest. Su Tao's expression was one of surprise mixed with complexity. When Qi Xiaochen smiled at her, Su Tao hurriedly averted her gaze. During the process she noticed that in that moment of avoidance the little lawless expression also carried a hint of disappointment. Qi Xiaochen squeezed to the front row, arriving beside the girl who had just called out to her. One of her friends, Zhang Xiuhua. With a prominent nose and delicate makeup, her facial muscle movements were stiff when she spoke, clearly having undergone cosmetic surgery. "I knew you would come to watch the match, so I saved you a seat." She pulled Qi Xiaochen down to sit beside her, a perfect distance of about 5 meters from Su Tao. First she glanced at Qi Xiaochen's seemingly collagen-filled bare face with jealousy and dissatisfaction deeply hidden in her eyes. She asked with concern, "Xiaochen, why didn't you put on makeup before going out? Girls shouldn't leave the house without makeup. You don't look good at all like this." "I ran out of cosmetics and couldn't afford to buy more. I washed my face carefully with clear water before going out." "It's fine," Qi Xiaochen replied with a forced smile. "That won't do. As a girl you must dress yourself up," Zhang Xiuhua said in an unhappy tone. "Really, if you lacked cosmetics you could have just told me. Wasn't the last set I gave you? I still have a whole set at home. I'll bring it to your dorm later." Looking at her concerned expression, Qi Xiaochen almost vomited her overnight meal. Those cheap cosmetics were just like the 30 yuan face wash. They had many side effects, looked terrible, and harmed the skin. The original owner was also foolish for believing her lies after a few rounds of persuasion. Though she internally scoffed, Qi Xiaochen maintained a forced smile on her face. This made Su Tao, who was secretly watching, feel quite uncomfortable. The shock from Qi Xiaochen's appearance was far less impactful than the words exchanged in the basement a few days ago. Even now she still remembered the events that transpired in the basement, including the words spoken by Qi Xiaochen. That afternoon when Qi Xiaochen bit down the pain on her lip was something Su Tao found hard to forget even now. Why? Because after being bitten by Qi Xiaochen she developed an oral ulcer. Why? Because after being bitten by Qi Xiaochen she developed an oral ulcer. The tip of her tongue often brushed against the wound inside her lips, and every wave of pain reminded Su Tao of the events that transpired in the basement. Her first kiss was lost. She was also forced to lie to Yi Liang. Xiaocheng had become completely unrecognizable, uttering words she had never imagined. In the past 2 days she contemplated many things but had not mentioned this matter to anyone else. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand why Qi Xiaocheng had changed so much. Confused and puzzled, she decided to keep her distance. However, she never expected that Qi Xiaocheng would show up at the school basketball match. Was she here to see me? Or was she here to cheer for Yi Liang and Dong Fangyang? For some reason, a strange thought arose in Su Tao's mind. Didn't Xiaocheng say she didn't like Yi Liang and Dong Fangyang? With this peculiar thought in mind, the match quickly began. Yi Liang and Dong Fangyang, as the male protagonists of the story, were naturally near omnipotent. The two teams engaged in a fierce struggle, with each handsome shot eliciting screams from most of the girls present. Halfway through the game, Qi Xiaocheng stole a glance at Su Tao. Su Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though her feelings were complicated, it was evident that she held quite a bit of affection for the several male leads. Noticing 2 unopened bottles of mineral water beside her, Qi Xiaocheng rolled her eyes. She turned to a boy behind her and sweetly smiled. "Hey, could you do me a favor?" The boy was momentarily stunned by Qi Xiaocheng's sudden approach, his gaze lingering on her exquisite and adorable face for 2 seconds. Qi Xiaocheng didn't mind and playfully winked. The boy quickly snapped back to reality, awkwardly nodding. "No problem. I'm a bit thirsty. Could you bring me 2 bottles of mineral water?" 2 bottles. The boy nodded dumbly, secretly pleased. Just right, he was also thirsty. 1 bottle each was perfect. The game continued and the boy, focused on the beautiful girl, quickly ran back, first handing 1 bottle to Qi Xiaocheng. As he was about to twist the cap off the other bottle, He saw Xiaocheng reaching out again. He was taken aback. What's wrong? It's 2 bottles, Xiaocheng said innocently. The boy looked puzzled at his friend beside him, and then back at Xiaocheng. Are you drinking both bottles yourself? Oh, I'm not drinking them myself. I'm going to give one to Yiliang, and one to Dongfangyang later. The plain and simple words instantly made the boy's heart sink. I bought water for the beautiful girl, but the beautiful girl is using the water I bought to give to other men. What am I then? Dumbfounded, he handed the water over, and then he saw Xiaocheng pull out a small wallet, taking out a 5 yuan note. She placed it in his hand, saying, "Thank you, big brother. 2 bottles of water only cost 4 yuan. She even gave him a yuan as a delivery fee." The boy felt his nose turning red, as if he were wearing an outrageous wig. Love hadn't even begun yet, it was already over. His friend silently patted his shoulder and stood up. Let's go, or Batman will come to catch the Joker soon. Before long, the first half of the match ended. Yiliang's blue team was in the lead. It was time for a break. The boys on both sides were drenched in sweat, with girls continuously bringing them water and towels, except for Yiliang and Dongfangyang. These two were the real heartthrobs of the school, well known and highly regarded, and ordinary people didn't dare to approach them. Moreover, who didn't know they were both pursuing TaoTao? The main characters were still here. TaoTao picked up a bottle of water just as she stood up. Another petite figure was even quicker than her. Xiaocheng picked up a bottle of water and trotted up to Dongfangyang, revealing a silly smile. "Young Master Dongfang, would you like some water?" She held the water with both hands, her face filled with anticipation, as if it were a prized treasure. Dongfangyang chuckled lightly and shook his head. "No need, thank you." Although he had a better impression of Xiaocheng, he certainly wouldn't accept water from her in front of everyone, especially not in front of TaoTao. Seeing this, the disappointment on Xiaocheng's face flashed fleetingly. With her acting skills in full swing, she let Dongfangyang catch the trace before squeezing out a forced smile. "If you want some water, just let me know." She turned around. The system's voice echoed in her mind. Emotion value 4. Emotion value 7. Emotion value 2. Dongfangyang was surprised that she dared to bring him water in front of so many people, especially since TaoTao had just stood up. This was deliberate. Xiaocheng was indeed being deliberate. She just didn't expect to earn some emotion points this way. So she turned around and walked towards Yiliang. Her silly smile suddenly turned a bit fearful as she stood in front of him, offering the bottle of mineral water. Before she could speak, Yiliang slapped the bottle down to the ground. "You dare to show up in front of me and pretend get lost?" His voice carried a hint of anger and out of disgust. He also provided Xiaocheng with 23 points of emotion. The mineral water rolled several times, stopping at the feet of a girl with yellow hair. She stepped on it, looking at Xiaocheng with derision. That small figure stood on a patch of space that had been cleared by others, appearing so wronged and helpless. Dongfangyang frowned at this scene and couldn't help but say to Yiliang, "Isn't this unnecessary? There are so many people here, oh, be mindful of your image." Yiliang snorted coldly. "Oh, Dongfangyang, are you feeling sorry for this girl? I haven't even settled the score with her yet, and she dares to come over. If it weren't for TaoTao's intervention, she would have disappeared from this school yesterday. Just seeing her makes me want to vomit." From start to finish, he never looked at Xiaocheng directly. That pale, plain little face was indeed pitiful, but if he didn't look, how could he be enchanted? Xiaocheng, in a daze, returned to her position, picked up the last bottle of mineral water, and slowly looked at TaoTao. "TaoTao, do you want some water?" Having been rejected twice in a row, she seemed to be searching for some solace. Seeing that Xiaocheng's expression and state were both poor, TaoTao wanted to take the water and comfort her. But Yiliang, walking over from a distance, coldly snorted. TaoTao shrank her neck, glanced at him, and after much hesitation shook her head. "Sorry, Xiaocheng, I'm not thirsty right now, I don't really want water." Thud. The bottle of mineral water she held fell heavily to the ground. The gazes of those who had been watching the scene gradually turned either mocking or sympathetic. "So TaoTao doesn't want to drink water?" Xiaocheng's voice was not loud, but it reached TaoTao's ears just right. She handed a bottle of water to Yiliang, and turned her head only to find Xiaocheng with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, her crimson eyes reflecting her action of handing over the water. Her pupils seemed devoid of brilliance, utterly hollow. That dazed expression seemed to convey a message to TaoTao. Xiaocheng's world had collapsed. It had collapsed. "Host, you could go win an Oscar for your performance. It's simply outstanding. If I were the female lead, your intense gaze would give me goosebumps. It's too creepy. You don't understand, my behavior is a sign of my darkening intentions. Only by making TaoTao anxious and constantly thinking of me can I continuously draw emotional energy from her to execute my next plan. I can hardly wait to see how you handle the female lead. When will you take action? When will you take action? You a mere system, what's your hurry? We're all villains here, a villains must certainly act the part. If I didn't know your situation, I might have thought you were genuinely a yandere." Xiaocheng walked despondently into the crowd, where onlookers instinctively parted to give her a way out. With her head lowered and back hunched, her chestnut hair obscured her eyes, giving her a forlorn appearance. Yet, in her mind, she was engaging in a lively conversation with the system. At the same time, Xiaocheng noticed that the original host's situation at school was somewhat delicate. With her delicate and adorable face, some passers-by and acquaintances had a rather good attitude towards her. However, anyone associated with Yi Liang Dongfangyang and other main characters treated her poorly. There were also those who had conflicts with the original host back in high school. As Xiaocheng pondered while walking towards her dormitory to rest, a voice suddenly came from behind her along a quiet path lined with bushes. "Hey Xiaocheng." Hearing this, Xiaocheng halted and slowly turned around. A girl with short yellow hair dressed in a crop top and a short skirt approached with her hands in her pockets, moving leisurely. Behind her was a gloomy-looking lackey with black-framed glasses, her hair down and head lowered. Xiaocheng frowned upon seeing her. This girl was the same one who had just stepped on the bottle of water that fell from Xiaocheng on the court. She was also a delinquent who bullied the original host in high school. Previously, it was commonplace for her to use her fists against the original host, and even after entering university, she still frequently caused trouble for the original host. Huang Limei casually fiddled with the bushes as she stepped in front of Xiaocheng, looking arrogant. "Oh, isn't this Xiaocheng? Why didn't you put on your beautiful makeup today? Trying to look innocent while delivering water. Who are you trying to entice?" Her hostility was unmasked, and the unique tone of a villain made Xiaocheng reflect. She felt as if she didn't quite fit the role of a villain. Isn't this tone and expression what a true cannon fodder villain would have? Casually glancing at the camera in the corner of the building, Xiaocheng maintained her usual acting skills. Shrinking her neck, she warily replied to Huang Limei, "What do you want? I just don't like you. Is there a problem with that?" She suddenly grabbed Xiaocheng by the collar of her hoodie and effortlessly lifted her off the ground with one hand. With arms adorned with floral tattoos bulging with muscle, she was far from an ordinary girl. This was also a significant weakness for Xiaocheng since she had crossed over. She was too weak. Whenever it came to fighting, she would essentially lose, and even with the system, she couldn't change this in a short time. Huang Limei threatened Xiaocheng, saying viciously, "I warn you, don't get close to Dongfangyang. He's the man I've set my sights on." Pfft. Despite her impeccable acting skills, Xiaocheng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who would have thought it would be because of the male lead? In this novel world, these main characters truly are the root of all evil. Yet in Huang Limei's eyes, Xiaocheng's unrestrained laughter was a mockery. Her gaze darkened, fixating intensely on Xiaocheng's fair, unadorned face. "Is it really that funny?" With that, she raised one hand, her voice turning cold. Xiaocheng noticed this and dropped the pretense, calmly saying, "Are you sure you want to fight? This is university, not our old high school. Even if you're good at academics, the school won't side with you." At the same time, she quickly searched the system for ways to counterattack. Her emotional value was currently at 200 points, and she could either spend 150 points to buy a temporary strength-boosting pill, or a fruit knife for 10 points. Alternatively, she could just endure it. Just then, Huang Limei's gloomy lackey weakly suggested, "There's a camera overhead. Why don't we just let it go?" Huang Limei suddenly looked up, her expression darkening even more. Her raised right hand trembled, caught in a dilemma about whether to strike or not. Xiaocheng secretly sighed in relief. But at that moment, her keen eyes spotted someone approaching rapidly. Provocatively looking at Huang Limei, she taunted, "Are you afraid to hit me? Useless." "Say that again." Huang Limei's raised right hand bulged with veins as she swung it down forcefully towards Xiaocheng's face. Slap! A crisp sound resonated, and Xiaocheng's delicate face quickly turned red. Even with her moderate pain-reducing skill, the slap still made her gasp. However, the objective was achieved. "What are you doing?" The hero arrives. The person approaching was TaoTao. She hurried over only to see Xiaocheng, who had just been slapped, and was now in tears, exclaim, "Xiaocheng!" Huang Limei threw Xiaocheng onto the floor and turned to TaoTao with a cold glare. "What's wrong, TaoTao? Do you still want to protect this wretch like in high school? She's always targeting you." TaoTao's eyes were icy, her pretty face expressionless. "No matter what, Xiaocheng is still my sister." "Pretentious. I've disliked you for a long time." Huang Limei summoned all her strength and swung a heavy punch. However, she did not expect TaoTao to be no pushover. She swiftly sidestepped the punch and grabbed Huang Limei's right hand. In a close embrace, she executed a neat shoulder throw. "Ah!" Before Huang Limei, who was about to hit the ground, could react, TaoTao lifted her again and delivered a heavy knee strike to her abdomen. "System, do you know? Having crossed into this world for more than 2 days, I have seen TaoTao several times. I have always thought that the so-called white moonlight type female protagonist is nothing but the author adding various halos to her, which makes her attractive. I even regard her as a tool for my survival. I disdain that Huang Limei, and I know that the trope of a hero saving a beauty is quite clichéd, but I must admit this female protagonist, she is somewhat appealing. However, I have no feelings of affection. My appreciation is limited to TaoTao's beauty." Occasionally I even look down on her because she is merely a puppet protagonist with imposed halos by some author lacking any distinct characteristics. But that shoulder throw earlier, the knee strike, and that slap indeed left a profound impression on Xiaocheng. That gentle, caring little gaze struck at her heart. Covering her face partially, Xiaocheng sat on the ground with her head down, apologizing to TaoTao, saying, "I'm sorry." TaoTao extended her hand, helping Xiaocheng up, gently brushing her cheek, carefully wiping away the redness from where she had been slapped. "Does it hurt? If it weren't for the lack of skills, she might have already been in tears. But now it feels all right." Yet feeling the soft touch and the warmth of her fingertips against her cheek, Xiaocheng revealed a silly smile, saying, "I'm used to it." Those 3 words made TaoTao's heart tighten. She let out a gentle sigh, saying, "Let's go back to the dormitory first. I'll apply some medicine on you." Xiaocheng, supported by her, dared not look into her eyes, asking, "Does TaoTao dislike me?" In the basement I did something so excessive to you. You haven't been talking to me these past 2 days, you must really dislike me, right?" This? Xiaocheng's words struck at the heart of TaoTao, as the thing she was most unwilling to face at present was Xiaocheng's strange state in the basement. Now she appeared quite normal. Without makeup she looked cute and somewhat delicate, just like the Xiaocheng from her childhood memories. Could it be that last time was an accident? TaoTao glanced at the downcast Xiaocheng, tentatively asking, "So Xiaocheng, do you still like me?" "I do," Xiaocheng answered without hesitation, almost immediately following up after TaoTao finished speaking. But with her head down her expression was hard to discern. TaoTao was momentarily speechless. After trembling her slightly dry lips, she responded, "How could I dislike Xiaocheng? Just now Xiaocheng brought water to Yiliang and Dongfangyang. You must have wanted to give it to them when you saw me standing up, right?" Xiaocheng did not answer. Her silence represented affirmation. TaoTao smiled. "Xiaocheng is always concerned about me, so how could I truly dislike Xiaocheng? If I truly disliked her, I wouldn't have cared about the original owner long ago. After all, we are good sisters." She avoided the topic of affection and shifted to friendship. The two arrived at dormitory 801. TaoTao let Xiaocheng sit down first, and quickly took out a tube of ointment from her drawer. "Close your eyes. I'll be gentle and promise not to hurt Xiaocheng." The fingertip touched her cheek, feeling somewhat cold. Xiaocheng couldn't see TaoTao's expression at that moment, but it was easy to guess that she must be very focused and gentle. Actions convey a person's inner feelings. Accompanied by the faint fragrance unique to girls, Xiaocheng thoroughly enjoyed this moment of medication. It seems that after Xiaocheng's yandere personality was displayed in the basement, TaoTao's self-strategy over the past 2 days had been quite effective. But with her being so gentle now, the next step of the plan would be rather difficult to implement. Amidst her thoughts, TaoTao's relaxed voice came through, "All right, Xiaocheng will be fine after resting a bit. Fortunately, there's no swelling and no abrasions, so your appearance won't be ruined." Thank you, TaoTao." Xiaocheng revealed a happy smile. Remembering something, she took out the bottle of mineral water from her bag that she had brought from the court. Holding it once again, she handed it to TaoTao, saying, "TaoTao, how about you drink some water and take a break?" TaoTao shook her head and packed other medications into a bag, saying, "I won't drink. During the match earlier, Yiliang and Dongfangyang collided and got injured, and I need to bring some medicine to them, so I'll leave first." No wonder she returned before the match was over. It turns out it was because of this. Xiaocheng's lips curled into a dangerous smile, her gaze deep. She had her next plan in mind. Still holding the water bottle, she stood up, trying to persuade TaoTao, "Are you really not going to drink a sip? Or do you not like drinking mineral water?" TaoTao walked to the door, glancing curiously at Xiaocheng. This question seemed quite strange. Looking her up and down, seeing that she still appeared normal, she waved her hand and hurriedly left. Last time must have been an accident. Xiaocheng looked quite normal. Yet she didn't notice that at the moment TaoTao left, Xiaocheng's small hand, holding the mineral water bottle, hung down. Her crimson eyes emitted a red glow, and the smile at her lips gradually became eerie. "Host, what wicked thoughts do you have now? Isn't that natural? After all, she is straight. It's not easy to bend her, and the few male protagonists also have their own halos. But this is ultimately a tragedy. In the conclusion of this book, apart from those few male protagonists, all the female characters that appeared are but clowns. Moreover, they meet unfortunate ends, including TaoTao, the destined female protagonist. This is also why Xiaocheng said that in the early to mid-stage the female protagonist TaoTao would reach the peak of her life, yet she said nothing about the later stages. In her past life, the reason this book became popular, besides being well-written, was also due to the author's later outrageous maneuvers. As the story entered its later stages, a wealthy female boss appeared in the book, tipping the author 1 million RMB, asking to write a side character based on her image. In order to seize this opportunity for immense wealth, the author even sought to ingratiate herself with the rich woman, hence complying with the boss' request to introduce a side character, and the subsequent content was written in accordance with the wealthy woman's wishes. Eventually, the sudden arrival of the female supporting character turned the tables, taking all the male protagonists who originally liked TaoTao into her harem, and the entire book began to pave the way for this female supporting character. Meanwhile, the true female protagonist TaoTao was written as a clown insulted by this female supporting character, severing ties with various male protagonists due to various plot points. She faced hatred, scorn, and assault. The author gave her countless hopes only to drag her into despair again and again. Ultimately suffering from severe depression, she committed suicide in a small rented room. Because of such a drastic turn of events, the entire book was met with scathing criticism from readers. It was as excellent as it was in the early to mid-stages, yet it became equally terrible in the later stages. Ultimately, it gained widespread attention even in the male readership. Xiaocheng sat on TaoTao's bed, hugging her favorite cat plushie, gently fiddling with her ponytail. Even putting aside the original plot of the novel, such moonlight-like gentleness, I still want to possess it all alone. Xiaocheng searched through the system shop and soon found a desired item. Energy pill, price 200 emotional points. Description: a miraculous pill that can replenish energy in the human body. It's a bit expensive and I don't know how effective it is, but this body is too weak. If I want to fulfill this temporarily devised plan, this item is indispensable. Xiaocheng looked at the bottle of mineral water on the table. It's been rejected twice. It seems that TaoTao doesn't like drinking water. Xiaocheng chuckled softly, unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle, and poured all the water into the wash basin. Then she placed the empty bottle prominently on TaoTao's desk before slowly walking out of the dormitory. Her two ponytails swayed gently with her movements. The basketball match soon came to an end with Yi Liang's blue team narrowly defeating Dong Fangyang's red team by 3 points. This match seemed to be a contest for TaoTao, and the defeated Dong Fangyang wore an unhappy expression. As the victor, Yi Liang naturally gleefully flaunted himself in front of TaoTao. And taking the opportunity, he extended an invitation as the winner. TaoTao, thank you for your support. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to win against Dong Fangyang. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? This? TaoTao hesitated, glancing at Dong Fangyang. Logically, the three of them should go together. Before Yi Liang could say anything, Dong Fangyang waved his hand in refusal, saying, I have something to do tonight. You two go ahead. After saying that, he draped his coat over his shoulders and waved goodbye as he walked away. Yi Liang displayed a proud smile and added, TaoTao, you can't refuse me this time. Last time you promised to treat me to a meal to repay me. TaoTao sighed in resignation, saying, all right, but I must clarify first, I don't drink, and also. Before she could finish her sentence, her phone pinged, and she picked it up, puzzled, discovering a message from Xiaocheng. Xiaocheng, TaoTao, I have something to tell you. I'll be waiting for you on the rooftop of the dormitory at 9 p.m. Yi Liang wiped his sweat, not looking at TaoTao, and asked what's wrong. TaoTao came back to her senses, closed the chat window, and put her phone away, saying it's nothing. What should we eat tonight? Yi Liang snapped his fingers, saying the weather forecast says there will be heavy rain tonight, so we won't go shopping. Just the right time to take you to a fun place. It starts at 9, and I guarantee you'll like it. Just then a lightning bolt streaked across the sky, followed by a thunderous roar. The sunset was gradually obscured by dark clouds blooming a bloody crimson. TaoTao, you seem distracted after dinner. Is something bothering you? At 8 p.m., the rain poured down in heavy droplets, washing the city shrouded in dusk with the aroma of damp earth lingering in the air. TaoTao and Yi Liang stood outside a shop, the sky dark and oppressive. Having just finished their meal, they planned to stroll around before the 9 p.m. event began. But the rain came suddenly. Accompanied by the sound of rain, Yi Liang noticed that TaoTao's mood seemed to have dampened. Dressed in a plain white embroidered dress, she lowered her head, the tips of her small shoes lightly tapping the floor, seemingly lost in thought. Yi Liang observed her and nudged her shoulder. What are you thinking about, so lost in thought? Ah, oh sorry. TaoTao smiled. It's nothing, just thinking about Xiaocheng. Hearing that name, Yi Liang frowned slightly. What do you want to think about her for? She and you are not in the same league. TaoTao, you might as well cut ties with her sooner, rather than later, yet you still defend her like this. TaoTao opened her mouth, wanting to express her thoughts, but the image of the basement flashed through her mind and silenced her words. Finally she asked slowly, Yi Liang, what kind of person do you think Xiaocheng is? Very disgusting. Yi Liang replied without hesitation. TaoTao chuckled dryly. Putting aside the stereotypical impressions formed later, what was your impression of me and Xiaocheng when you first met us? Yi Liang looked at TaoTao in confusion, yet his thoughts drifted back to the summer months ago. His first encounter with TaoTao was in a clothing store. To escape another matchmaking woman from his family, he hid in the changing room of the clothing store, and coincidentally TaoTao emerged from inside. She had changed into a plain white long dress she intended to buy. Like a pure white fairy, she inadvertently drew people's attention. After their eyes met, the matchmaking woman approached to confront him. He ordered TaoTao not to reveal his location, promising her 100,000 yuan after it was over. Despite TaoTao's efforts to conceal him, he was still discovered. Faced with questioning, he reluctantly claimed that TaoTao was his girlfriend. As a result, TaoTao not only admitted it, but also boldly retorted at the shameless matchmaking woman. For the first time, the powerful young master of the family hid behind a girl. met with a gentle smile, watched with reassuring eyes, protected. Afterward, because he had delayed, TaoTao Yiliang offered to compensate her with 1 million. An ordinary person would have been so excited by such a large sum that they couldn't speak. Yet TaoTao calmly refused, patiently comforting him that it was just a small favor. Perhaps blessed with a heroine's halo after various rejections, Yiliang found TaoTao intriguing. Naturally, her beauty was also a significant factor. Thus the story of TaoTao and Yiliang unfolded. As for Xiaocheng, Yiliang rested his chin on his hand, recalling seriously, and finally remembered that besides TaoTao there was a little figure so small it could almost be ignored. It seems like her makeup wasn't as outrageous back then, just a bit of light makeup. Yiliang appeared deep in thought. I don't remember much, but overall she was very disgusting. TaoTao looked up at the overcast sky and sighed. Actually, Xiaocheng wasn't like this at first. She got involved with some bad friends and was led astray. As she spoke, TaoTao recalled her early high school days and couldn't help but laugh. Xiaocheng used to be very innocent, and without makeup she was quite cute. Yiliang looked at TaoTao with puzzlement, not understanding why she would talk about that person. With makeup she was so unattractive. He couldn't imagine Xiaocheng without makeup. Thus he firmly told TaoTao, in any case I can agree not to trouble Xiaocheng, but you must also listen to me and not have any further contact with her. TaoTao opened her mouth, lowered her head. She neither nodded nor shook her head. Seeing this, Yiliang's displeasure grew, and he elongated his tone. Hearing his voice, TaoTao shrank her neck and said, I actually still want to give it a try. Xiaocheng was just led astray by others. Her nature is actually kind. If possible, I don't want to give up on her as a friend. She treated you like that, kidnapped you. If I hadn't arrived in time, something terrible could have happened to you. Why do you still have hope for her? Yiliang completely couldn't comprehend TaoTao's way of thinking, but he felt helpless. Because he liked her, he didn't want to get rough with TaoTao or force her to do anything. Seeing that Yiliang seemed to be getting angry, TaoTao weakly explained, I am an orphan. Since I met Xiaocheng in elementary school, we have been together. She accompanied me throughout my childhood like a sensible little sister, making me feel a sense of home for the first time. So I want to give it another try. Yiliang extended his large hand, wanting to say something, but ultimately let it drop, heavily scratching his head in frustration. People can change, he said, not wanting to continue discussing the unpleasant topic. Forget it, let's not talk about that troublesome person. Although the 9 p.m. event hasn't started yet, let's head over now. With that, he directly ordered TaoTao to get in the car, driving towards the beach in Zhuzhou City. As Yiliang drove, he said to TaoTao, this event is hosted by our families on a grand cruise ship. Wearing this set of formal, where you will definitely amaze everyone. And my family will be there too. TaoTao, do you know what this represents? Yiliang spoke confidently, but when he glanced sideways he found TaoTao looking down at her phone. Are you listening to me? Ah. TaoTao immediately snapped to attention and smiled awkwardly. Could you say that again? Yiliang's voice rang in her ears, but her thoughts remained on her phone. There was a message just sent by Xiaocheng. TaoTao, it's almost 9 o'clock. Are you in your dorm? I'll come find you. I have to go accompany Yiliang to the gathering at 9 o'clock. I wonder what Xiaocheng wants to talk to me about. It could be something trivial. We could chat on the phone, right? TaoTao thought for a moment and replied, is there something you need to talk to me about, Xiaocheng? I won't be back by 9. Xiaocheng replied immediately, it has to be said in person. Can you come back, TaoTao? Sorry. TaoTao sent a cute pleading emoji. I'm still out shopping with someone, not back so soon. Boom. A thunderclap sounded at this moment. The rain intensified. As soon as she sent that message, TaoTao regretted it. It looked like it was going to pour, and her excuse was terrible. But she also didn't dare to say she was with Yiliang, fearing it would upset Xiaocheng. Fortunately, Xiaocheng's reply relieved her. Will you still make it to the appointment? Mom, I'll be back as soon as I can. TaoTao put down her phone, her face showing a hint of relief. This was a good sign. As long as Xiaocheng is still willing to communicate with her, there should be a chance to restore their past friendship. Lifting her head, TaoTao fiddled with her hair, only to meet Yiliang's displeased gaze. TaoTao chuckled awkwardly. I won't look at my phone anymore, I'll silence it now. She muted her phone and put it in her bag, but she didn't notice the next message from Xiaocheng. TaoTao, I'll wait for you on the rooftop. When will you be back? 10 minutes later. TaoTao, when will you be back? 15 minutes later. TaoTao, when will you be back? 20 minutes later. TaoTao, when will you be back? The rain fell harder and harder. TaoTao, when will you be back? Amidst the flashes of lightning and rolling thunder, the heavy rain fell relentlessly. Inside the cruise ship, in stark contrast to the inclement weather outside, many handsome men and beautiful women mingled joyfully. As the clock struck 9, all the invited guests had already arrived. Naturally, the grand entrance belonged to TaoTao and Yiliang. As the beloved white moonlight of many male leads, TaoTao effortlessly overshadowed countless antagonists, and the young ladies of various sects in the story. Her beauty was undeniably captivating. She stood there, her delicate and charming face appearing particularly gentle under the lights. The white long dress clung to her slender waist, perfectly outlining her graceful curves. The neckline was slightly open, revealing the elegant arc of her collarbone, her skin smooth as satin emanating a subtle sheen. Her silky black hair cascaded over her shoulders, with a few stray strands brushing against her ear, adding an extra touch of softness. Like a faint beam of moonlight in the night sky, she exuded tranquility, mixed with a hint of mystery reminiscent of a pure white lotus emerging in the early morning untainted by dust. As for Yiliang, he appeared quite the gentleman. It seemed as if he was declaring TaoTao's belonging to him, radiating an aura of an imperious overlord. However, most people's gazes were still fixed on TaoTao. She was the rumored fake girlfriend of young Master Yi, wasn't she? Among the many girls present, who wasn't the pampered daughter of a prominent family? Naturally, they were not lacking in looks or figure, yet compared to TaoTao they seemed slightly inferior. A few jealous girls quickly curled their lips in disdain, whispering, for a couple attending a banquet, there hasn't even been a hand-holding. It's all a facade. Just then Dong Fangyang, who happened to be nearby sipping his drink, scoffed, don't let Yiliang's confident demeanor fool you. He probably hasn't even held TaoTao's hand. The girl looked at Dong Fangyang curiously. How do you know? I'm a competitor, how could I not know? Back then Yiliang and Xichun were all vying for the same girl. None could gain the upper hand. Ultimately, pursuing a girl shouldn't escalate to a clash between the three major families. They agreed that none could force TaoTao. Unless she willingly chose, they couldn't even touch her, not even holding hands. Then they would engage in fair competition. Dong Fangyang was a young master, Yiliang a CEO, and Xichun also held a respectable status. Each had their pride, thinking that pursuing an ordinary girl was not a simple task. As a result, they carried their pride. For 3 months they pursued TaoTao, not to mention caressing her cheek or hugging. They hadn't even tried holding hands once. The jealous girl looked at TaoTao, who was always a foot away from Yiliang, sneering, what, young Master Yi? He's just a lovesick fool. Dong Fangyang. Why did it feel like he was being insulted too? At that moment another girl approached, holding a wine glass, her red gown flowing elegantly. Oh, young Master Dong Fang, why are you drinking alone? Can't find a partner. Seeing someone familiar, Dong Fangyang gently clinked his glass. Chen Qing, aren't you alone as well? I'm not lacking in women, just too lazy to find one. Chen Qing glanced at TaoTao and wore an expression of understanding. I only know about your 3 young masters agreement, but from my perspective it seems too serious. Pursuing a girl doesn't have to be so straightforward. There are plenty of ways to try. Moreover, your family probably doesn't think highly of her, right? To attend a banquet and not find a female companion for her, that's quite beneath your status. After saying that, Chen Qing took a sip of her drink and sat down beside Dong Fangyang, her gaze still fixed on TaoTao, appearing displeased. Yet Dong Fangyang felt slightly moved. He certainly wasn't short of women. A simple word could attract many beautiful young ladies from prominent families wishing to marry him. However, he disliked such women who were merely attracted to his wealth and family power. Even that silly and naive Xiaocheng had more character than those women. Her looks were not bad, just a bit short. Forget it, why am I even thinking about her? Dong Fangyang shook his head, glancing at TaoTao's figure and downing his drink in one gulp. Meanwhile, the female lead, after socializing with numerous suitors, finally found a moment to relax while Yiliang chatted with others. Although it was still just a stage of friendship, and the event hadn't officially begun, Yiliang assured her that they would have a lot of fun afterward. Yet such an occasion still felt unsuitable for her. Everyone wore insincere smiles. Their eyes were filled with schemes. The polite exchanges seemed elegant yet hypocritical. Different people, due to their varying statuses, either felt self-satisfied, flattered, or compromised. She felt like a leaf in a boat drifting along with the current. Picking up her phone to check the time, she realized that it was nearly 9:30 without her noticing. On the main screen, there was a message from Xiaocheng, sent 4 minutes ago. TaoTao, when are you coming back? TaoTao smiled faintly, recalling the time spent with Xiaocheng in elementary and middle school when they were all each other had. Once I return, I must have a good chat with Xiaocheng, clear up the misunderstandings that have arisen during this time, and our relationship will surely return to how it used to be. But if I go back, it'll probably be around 11. She swiped the screen to unlock her phone. Just as she was thinking of replying to Xiaocheng, she noticed the red next to Xiaocheng's WeChat showing dozens of messages. What on earth did Xiaocheng send me? Why so many? She clicked into the chat page and suddenly stood up. In her distraction, she accidentally knocked over a nearby wine glass. With a crisp sound, it attracted the attention of most guests. Yet TaoTao's gaze remained fixed on her phone, completely oblivious to her surroundings. Scrolling through the screen with her fingertips, she saw that starting from around 8 o'clock, every 5 minutes Xiaocheng would send a message. TaoTao, when are you coming back? Like a midnight prank call, the messages sent shivers down TaoTao's spine. The last message had been sent exactly at 9:30. The very next moment, at 9:35, a new message came in again. TaoTao, when are you coming back? For some inexplicable reason, TaoTao recalled Xiaocheng's strange state in the basement. She froze in place, her lips feeling a bit dry. Just then a voice nearby inquired, "Miss, please lift your foot, careful not to get hurt." A waiter had arrived at her feet, cautiously cleaning up the glass shards. TaoTao dazedly moved to the side and quickly looked at her phone. A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps this is an automatic message feature set by Xiaocheng. But does WeChat have such a feature? She couldn't recall, but still tremblingly typed out a line. "Xiaocheng, are you okay?" The next moment Xiaocheng's message came through. "TaoTao, you finally replied to me." "Of course I'm fine." TaoTao sighed in relief. Maybe it was just a network issue. "I've been waiting for you, TaoTao, when are you coming back?" The girl, disregarding the mischievous strands of hair falling to her side, hastily typed, "I won't be back so soon." "Xiaocheng, are you still in my dorm? If not, you should go back first, drink some water and get some sleep. We can talk about anything tomorrow, okay?" In her words, she faintly sensed that Xiaocheng's emotions seemed off. Just as she was pondering how to inquire delicately, she saw Xiaocheng's strange reply. "Drink water? But there's water everywhere here, I can't drink it all. What does this mean?" TaoTao didn't understand, but a loud thunderclap outside made the heavy rain pound against the nearby window. She abruptly thought of a possibility. "Xiaocheng, where are you waiting for me?" "On the rooftop, didn't we agree?" "I'll be on the rooftop waiting for you at 9 o'clock. Another string of messages came through like a death knell. "So TaoTao, when are you coming back?" No. TaoTao's breath quickened as she fixed her gaze on the newly received message on WeChat. "Waiting for me on the rooftop? With such strong wind and rain." She hoped this was just a prank by Xiaocheng. In this weather, considering Xiaocheng's frail body, she couldn't bear to think of the consequences of being drenched for so long. At that moment Yi Liang approached, noticing the strange expression on TaoTao's face, and asked with concern what's wrong. TaoTao glanced at him, her trembling lips finding an excuse. "Xiaocheng is stuck outside in the rain, and wants me to bring her an umbrella. Let her wait until the rain stops. With such heavy wind and rain outside, not to mention a person, even a car, would find it hard to drive. You want to go deliver an umbrella?" He glanced at TaoTao's delicate figure, hidden beneath her skirt. "Not to mention an umbrella, even you would be blown away." He shrugged. "Let that girl fend for herself. The event is about to start, shall we go in?" You wait for me a moment." TaoTao was still worried, taking her phone aside. "I need to make a call." She then directly dialed Xiaocheng's WeChat call. Before she could hear Xiaocheng's voice, all that greeted her was the howling wind and the relentless patter of raindrops. The rumbling thunder made TaoTao realize that Xiaocheng was definitely not indoors. On the rooftop, TaoTao panicked, anxiously calling out, "Xiaocheng. Can you hear me, Xiaocheng?" On the other end, Xiaocheng, sheltered under a rain shield on the rooftop, heard TaoTao's urgent voice and couldn't help but sigh. This is the charming female lead after all. Even though she was a mere supporting character, even after she had done many excessive things to her, she would still embrace her and unhesitatingly offer care and trust. Having been betrayed by girlfriends twice in her past life, Xiaocheng really cherished this kind of concern that poured down like a torrential rain. She maintained her act, her tone flat and devoid of emotion. "I can hear TaoTao's voice. What's wrong?" In the cruise ship's hall, while TaoTao breathed a sigh of relief, she hurriedly said, "Xiaocheng, I can't get back quickly. Can you go down first? It's very dangerous on the rooftop with such strong wind and rain." However, it seemed Xiaocheng only caught the gist of her words. "Go down." "Yes." TaoTao didn't pick up on the underlying meaning in Xiaocheng's words, and realized her tone wasn't right, so she softened her voice a little. "Please go down first, wash up in your dorm, and take a warm shower. We can talk about anything when I get back, okay? I should be back by 11. But we agreed that I would wait for you, didn't we?" She knew Xiaocheng had reverted to that strange state from when she entered the basement, without considering whether this was her true nature or a temporary condition, a sort of illness. TaoTao tried to keep her tone calm, persuading her it's just a chat. "It's the same wherever we are. When I return, I'll listen carefully to anything you want to say. We can have a good talk then." "Then what shall we talk about?" Xiaocheng asked again. TaoTao bit her lip, glancing at Yi Liang not far away, and lowered her voice. "Just talk about how you like me. I have plenty to say to you too, so be good and go back first. I can wait for you here, after all we agreed. But it's raining so heavily. It's not the same." Unable to be soft any longer, TaoTao had to take a firmer stance. Thus she told Xiaocheng, "Be good and go down. If you don't listen, I might not come back and won't chat with you anymore." Just like when she was little, as long as she put on that angry look, no matter how much Xiaocheng fussed, she would obediently listen. Xiaocheng occasionally acted mischievously, but was mostly sensible. This time was no different. Hearing TaoTao's serious tone, she softened her voice just like before, feeling a bit wronged. "All right, I'll listen to you. I promise to be back soon." At this point, TaoTao finally felt a sense of relief. For the past 2 months, she had been in conflict with Xiaocheng, and she had been unable to approach her. She didn't know what had happened. It must have been that group of so-called sisters who led Xiaocheng astray. Once the banquet was over, she could have a good talk with Xiaocheng. Thinking this amidst the sound of rain on the WeChat call, Xiaocheng's voice suddenly came through. If I go down, will TaoTao definitely come back? Be good. Su Tao's tone softened again. I won't lie to Xiaocheng, don't worry. Okay. Xiaocheng sounded a bit more cheerful. The conversation seemed to come to an end, yet the WeChat call was still connected. Su Tao wanted to confirm the sounds, checking if the rain had lessened, and if Xiaocheng had obediently returned to her dorm. However, as she listened, she found that the sound of the rain hadn't lessened at all. It didn't seem like she was returning indoors. A while passed. Finally, the voice on the phone changed, adding Xiaocheng's emotionless soft tone, go down, and TaoTao will come back. The 14th floor is a bit high. Su Tao was taken aback by this. Xiaocheng. She belatedly shouted loudly without regard for her image. Beep, beep, beep. The call had already been disconnected. She hurriedly dialed again but couldn't get through. Su Tao, have you finished your call? The event is about to start. We need to head to the exhibition hall inside the cruise ship. At this moment, Yiliang walked over, seeing Su Tao in a flurry, her face showing intense anxiety. Unable to connect to Xiaocheng's WeChat call, even her mobile number showed a message that it was turned off. She was at a loss. She even imagined Xiaocheng and her phone both falling from the 14th floor. The phone shattered into pieces. The person too. She didn't dare to think further and quickly said to Yiliang, I need to return to school for a bit. I want to attend the banquet. Can you take me back? Yiliang frowned. A hint of displeasure that had been building up from the car ride finally surfaced on his face. What are you talking about, Su Tao? This banquet is crucial for me. I even invited my family for you. The formal event is about to start and you want to go back now. Xiaocheng is in danger. I must go back. Su Tao knew this wasn't the time for grandstanding or explanations. She simply stated her direct intention. It takes half an hour to drive back to school. She needed help, but Yiliang was not pleased. He never liked Xiaocheng anyway. She had annoyed him to no end before. The girl he liked had been kidnapped to the basement, making him lose face at the last banquet, and he almost got Su Tao hurt. Now that things were fine, she popped up again. His fists involuntarily clenched, his proud head held high, his face darkened. Xiaocheng, always Xiaocheng. After she treated you like that, why do you still care about her? With the same harshness, dominance, and refusal to be denied. The aura of a young master from a prominent family burst forth like the raging thunder outside. With such a presence, let alone ordinary girls, even those in high positions would take a step back upon learning of Yiliang's identity. Several times when Yiliang had merely slightly lowered his voice, Su Tao would retreat with a shriveled neck. But this time Yiliang noticed that the stubborn girl's eyes were filled with determination and resolve. With such a presence, let alone ordinary girls, even those in high positions would take a step back upon learning of Yiliang's identity. Several times when Yiliang had merely slightly lowered his voice, Su Tao would retreat with a shriveled neck. But this time Yiliang noticed that the stubborn girl's eyes were filled with determination and resolve. If it were any other time, Su Tao's display of such resolve and her refusal to compromise on unreasonable matters would have pleased Yiliang. But now, it was because of Xiaocheng that she defied him, and Yiliang felt quite displeased. However, because the object of his affection was Su Tao, he held back his anger and said coldly, Su Tao, do you even realize what you are saying? I invited my parents from the capital for this banquet, and countless family businesses are focusing on this event. Do you think I dressed you so formally for no reason? It's because I wanted them to meet you. I wanted to pave the way for you, so that you could step out of the ordinary status of a commoner, and never be looked down upon because of your background. Time, energy, connections, money. Resources are endless. Yet you are telling me now that you want to leave just because of Xiaocheng, right, when the event is about to commence. With each word his tone grew heavier. He wanted to see Su Tao retreat, but the imagined scene did not unfold. Su Tao's gaze remained calm, unfazed by his words. In a serious tone she replied, Yiliang, I truly appreciate what you have done for me, and understand your efforts, but have you ever considered whether I actually like any of this? I told you long ago that I don't care about your money or power. Right now Xiaocheng is in danger and I must go back. Ha! Yiliang covered his forehead with one hand and laughed. You know very well that I can't stand that Xiaocheng, yet you want me to drive you back. Ha! Ha ha ha! Yiliang burst into loud laughter, suddenly leaning closer to Su Tao, his imposing aura overwhelming. Have you forgotten how Xiaocheng has treated you these past few months? He suppressed his voice, but it came out as a shout. In these past few months, have I ever done you wrong? I have given you everything you wanted, devoted wholeheartedly to you. Do you really think I am less important than Xiaocheng in your eyes? Su Tao and Yiliang exchanged glances without a trace of fear. After gently exhaling with her eyes closed, she seemed to have made a decision. She took a small step back. With one hand holding her skirt, and the other covering the neckline of her dress, she bowed to Yiliang, saying, Yiliang, I truly appreciate your contributions to me. I don't know what the future holds, but right now. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with unwavering determination. To me, Xiaocheng is more important than you. I sincerely apologize for making you uncomfortable today. I will apologize and make amends properly later, so you don't need to bother yourself with it for now. With that, Su Tao turned without hesitation, her skirt swirling in the light. As she took out her phone praying that she could still get a ride on such a rainy day, she took a step forward only to suddenly have her right hand grabbed by Yi Liang. She turned her head to see Yi Liang with a dark expression asking why. Why is she more important than me in your eyes? Clearly she was just a despicable woman. She had targeted her, slandered her, made her look foolish in public, and even incited others to hurt her, culminating in something as drastic as a kidnapping. Who could forgive that? Why should it be allowed? If it were Dong Fangyang or Xichun, that would be one thing. Even though they were rivals, Yi Liang would admit they were outstanding opponents. But what made Xiaocheng just a woman worthy of Su Tao's concern? Yi Liang widened his eyes, staring closely into Su Tao's eyes, trying to discern what she truly felt. Underneath the question, Su Tao's eyes reflected a gentle reminiscence. She softly said, "You've been by my side for a few months, for which I am grateful, but Xiaocheng has been with me for over a decade." She still firmly believed that the rebellious nature of Xiaocheng during this time could be corrected. After saying this, she shook off Yi Liang's hand and hurriedly walked towards the hall exit. Dialing Xiaocheng's number again, the message still indicated that the phone was off. At that moment, a whistle sounded from beside her. "You aren't seriously thinking of going back like this, are you?" Turning her head, she saw Dong Fangyang coming over, jingling the keychain in his fingers, shaking the keys as he approached. "Although I don't know what happened, having a car would make things much better, right?" Su Tao bit her lip, her tense face relaxing a bit. "Thank you. It's nothing anyway, this banquet is quite boring. There's an umbrella at the entrance, you should go wait outside the yacht for me, while I get the car from the garage." "All right." Su Tao didn't say much. Receiving Dong Fangyang's help eased her worries. She walked straight out of the hall without a single glance back. She didn't realize that after his anger, Yi Liang stood there as if lost. Soon she got into the car in the pouring rain. The road had some water accumulation, but it didn't hinder driving. Dong Fangyang sat in the driver's seat and asked, "Where to?" "Back to school." The roar of the sports car mixed with the sound of thunder as they sped away. "By the way, what exactly happened? Did something happen to Xiaocheng?" Dong Fangyang shared a similar thought with Yi Liang. Xiaocheng had done so many outrageous things, yet Su Tao still cared about her so much. What could have happened that made her anxious enough to want to fly back? Su Tao sat silently in the passenger seat, unsure whether to tell Dong Fangyang the truth. The idea that Xiaocheng had been waiting on the school rooftop in the rain for an hour, and might even jump off, was truly horrifying. After watching the afternoon match, she seemed so normal. Saying something strange might lead others to misunderstand her as mentally unstable. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "Dong Fangyang, what do you think could cause a person to change so drastically and become extremely unstable?" Dong Fangyang glanced at Su Tao. He wisely refrained from probing further and thought for a moment before answering. "It should be due to encountering something overwhelming, something unbearable. It might also be a latent mental illness or something like a second personality." Su Tao nodded at his words. She fell silent and took out her phone, trying to contact acquaintances to see if anyone at the school could go to the rooftop to help. She scrolled through the school's forum, and so far there had been no news of anyone jumping off, which eased her mind a bit. Amid her inner anxiety, 10 minutes later the car stopped. The sound of honking echoed all around, and the car windows were filled with flashing lights. Dong Fangyang frowned and hit the horn in frustration, saying, "We're stuck in traffic. I don't know what's happening ahead, but with this heavy rain the likelihood of an accident is high." The road was not flooded, yet an accident had still occurred. Su Tao's first reaction was to turn around and take another route, but when she looked in the rearview mirror, she noticed that the blurred mist was filled with car lights behind them as well. They were completely trapped in the middle of the road. Dong Fangyang let out a breath and looked at Su Tao, asking, "Are you very anxious?" Su Tao nodded seriously. "If I return late, I'm afraid Xiaocheng will be in danger." "Perhaps there is already danger. She just doesn't dare to think in that direction." Upon hearing this, Dong Fangyang couldn't help but gasp. He turned to Su Tao and asked, "Can you drive?" Su Tao was taken aback. "I haven't passed my driving test for the third subject." "That's enough as long as you can drive. No one would dare to hit my car and license plate. You stay here, I'll ride my bike back first." In this urgent situation, being unable to contact Xiaocheng was the only solution. Su Tao followed his gaze outside and saw several shared bicycles parked by the roadside. She pursed her lips and opened the passenger door, stepping out into the rain. "I'll ride back." "In such heavy rain, are you crazy to ride back?" Su Tao was certainly not crazy. She understood that if Xiaocheng was still on the rooftop, she would only wish to see her. Dong Fangyang saw he couldn't stop Su Tao and anxiously shouted, "Hey, there are raincoats in the trunk." "No need, wearing a raincoat would waste time." Su Tao brushed her damp hair away from her forehead, her delicate face calm and serious. The wind and rain raged, accompanied by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. This downpour had continued for nearly an hour, showing no signs of abating. On the contrary, its intensity seemed to increase. On the dormitory rooftop, Xiaocheng sat beneath the rain shield breathing weakly, her face a shade pale. The incessant sound of emotional value notifications in her mind was too loud, so she had turned it off, leaving only the sound of thunder and rain in her ears. However, the wind was too strong. Even though she had sheltered under the rain shield, droplets were still blown onto her body. Half of her side was already wet and her thin t-shirt clung tightly to her form, her fair skin faintly visible. System, how long has it been? Having thrown her phone from the 14th floor to make the act more convincing, she was no longer aware of how much time had passed since she hung up the call. Fortunately, there was still the system. It's been about 20 minutes. Calculating the time, TaoTao should have returned to school by now. She shifted her position, exposing herself to the rain, allowing the water to soak her. November had already entered late autumn, and the temperature was not warm. At this moment, the rain was chillingly cold and Xiaocheng trembled uncontrollably. The system seemed to feel a bit heartbroken. Host, why don't we just stop? Or how about we use the emotional value to buy something first? I'm scared for you like this. I haven't even said much. What are you scared of a system? If you die, I'll cease to exist too. And are you really sure you're not a yandere? Your behavior scares me as well. Aren't you a villain, system? You should be applauding if I go kill someone. I haven't done anything and you're already scared. How pathetic. QAQ, Xiaocheng rolled her eyes, confirming that she was completely soaked before once again retreating under the rain shield, curling up to preserve the last bit of warmth. Having completed the second step of her plan, she used her emotional value to buy an energy pill and consumed it. However, the weakness of this body exceeded her expectations and she still felt weak even after taking the medicine. Her head ached heavily, and she felt an overwhelming desire to sleep. But the female lead had not yet arrived. The third step of her plan was crucial. Fearing she might pass out from weakness, she forced herself to converse with the system. In response to your previous question, I've mentioned that this is the persona of a yandere. If I'm going to act, I must do it thoroughly. How else can I entice the female lead? Besides, how could a yandere possess such clarity of consciousness? They wouldn't even realize they are a yandere, would they? Thinking back to Yi Liang's eyes this afternoon, and the emotional value I just received, I feel like he wants to bury me. I must collect more emotional value and keep the female lead in check. Without the protective halo of the female lead, Xiaocheng genuinely feared something would happen to her. From chatting, it turned into self-talk. She didn't know how long had passed when the rooftop door was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. An anxious voice called out, "Xiaocheng!" TaoTao had arrived. She panted heavily, leaning against the wall to prevent herself from collapsing due to weak legs. After pedaling a bicycle in the heavy rain and water for half an hour, and unable to use the elevator due to a power outage, she ran back and climbed up to the 14th floor in one breath, eagerly hoping to see Xiaocheng's figure in the hallway. The iron door was battered by the wind, making a loud clanging sound. Her dress was completely drenched, clinging to her skin with droplets of water, and every step felt exhausting. Yet even so, she stepped outside, shouting against the wind, "Xiaocheng, where are you?" There was no response from the rooftop, and she could not see Xiaocheng. When she reached downstairs, she found no so-called body or ambulance. Xiaocheng must be all right, she firmly believed in her heart. Just as she was about to search the rooftop, TaoTao suddenly heard a weak yet joyful voice. "TaoTao, are you back?" "Xiaocheng." Following the voice, TaoTao was delighted to discover that Xiaocheng was hiding under the rain shield. Her tense body suddenly relaxed and her legs went weak, causing TaoTao to lunge towards Xiaocheng, holding her tightly, tears breaking as she exclaimed, "Xiaocheng, I'm so glad you're okay." Tears mixed with raindrops slid down her cheeks. Leaning against her shoulder, Xiaocheng felt the warmth of that embrace, a gentle smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. This embrace of being loved wholeheartedly is truly warm. Though her heart was filled with emotions, her acting skills did not falter. The emotions of worry and fear surged towards TaoTao along with her weak sobs. I'm sorry, TaoTao, the 14th. The 14th floor is too high. I was scared to jump down. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." Hearing this, TaoTao felt a pang in her heart. She knew that Xiaocheng had misunderstood her words, but she didn't blame her. Instead, she felt more self-reproach, as she hadn't made herself clear, and almost caused Xiaocheng harm. Overwhelmed by guilt, TaoTao took a deep breath, cupped Xiaocheng's face in her hands, gently wiping away her tears with her thumb, saying, "You don't need to apologize, it's my fault for not being clear. The main thing is that you are all right, that's all that matters." Xiaocheng sniffled, still with a soft crying tone. "Will TaoTao not blame me? I've done so many wrong things before, and now I've made TaoTao worry again. Shoo." TaoTao placed her long index finger against Xiaocheng's lips, gently resting her forehead against hers, and softly said, "How could I blame Xiaocheng? Everyone makes mistakes. Xiaocheng is already trying to correct them, right? We promised to talk about this tonight." Xiaocheng broke into a smile, but then she hesitantly reached out to fumble beside her. TaoTao curiously asked, "What are you looking for?" "A gift. A gift." TaoTao was puzzled by Xiaocheng's words, and suddenly remembered something. "Speaking of which, Xiaocheng invited me to the rooftop to tell me something." It's about what happened during the day. Xiaocheng rummaged around and finally found a carefully wrapped bottle with a ribbon, cautiously handing it to TaoTao. During the day TaoTao was with Yiliang and didn't drink my water. TaoTao was momentarily stunned. Then she chuckled helplessly. Is it really because of this, Xiaocheng? You're really too silly. She didn't even realize that something was off with Xiaocheng. She just felt that it was particularly thoughtful of her to give a gift for an apology over what happened earlier in the evening. Why does it feel a bit like jealousy? She accepted the gift. The night was very dark, and she couldn't see Xiaocheng's expression. But TaoTao could vaguely sense the anticipation in her eyes. She gently said, if I accept this gift, Xiaocheng must behave and listen. Let's head downstairs to the dormitory, okay? Okay. Xiaocheng's voice was very obedient, seemingly softer than usual, carrying a hint of childish sweetness and tenderness. This reminded TaoTao of the Xiaocheng from middle school. Now Xiaocheng has become similar to how she used to be. Although it's quite worrisome, it's also somewhat adorable. TaoTao didn't think too much, and just went along with Xiaocheng's wishes, accepting the gift. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a blinding flash of lightning accompanied by thunder arrived. As if illuminating the entire dark world, the flash of lightning dispelled the fog in front of TaoTao, revealing the so-called gift. TaoTao's pupils contracted sharply, and she immediately felt the raindrops hitting her like icy blades against her skin. Div data type, image source user, gift artist Niueu Div. What should have been a beautiful unfolding of resolving misunderstandings, of opening hearts and sharing warmth, was shattered into pieces upon seeing the other person's otherworldly pupils and unsettling smile while holding a gift. In an instant, the scene from the basement flashed through her mind. Restrained and unable to move, she was forced to endure, as she whispered words that contained madness and love into her ear. In a similarly strange manner, with equally inappropriate expressions to Xiaocheng, such a gift represented ordinary love. However, TaoTao did not realize that this was the distorted perception of a deranged affection where love could be manifested in any way. TaoTao hurriedly tossed the gift aside, her eyes filled with sheer terror. Tonight, due to a single sentence from her, she had contemplated jumping from the upper floor. And now what was this about gifting? Amidst the breathlessness caused by shock, TaoTao's mind was in chaos. The chilling raindrops striking her skin stung, preventing her from losing her sanity like before in the basement. A thread of rationality remained in her mind, pondering why Xiaocheng would do this. What could the gift be? Was the exquisite packaging an indicator? What about the motive? Suddenly TaoTao recalled a phrase Xiaocheng had uttered in the basement, "You can only like me, oh TaoTao." Was it because of this? But this was too extreme. Countless questions flashed through her mind, and at that moment she caught a whiff of a scent that was not just mud. Don't you like it? A soft inquiry echoed in her ear. TaoTao stiffly turned her face, wet strands of hair obscuring half of her eyes, hiding the flicker of fear within. A flash of lightning illuminated the dark night once more. In that fleeting moment, TaoTao noticed Xiaocheng's already crimson eyes seemed to glow with a red radiance under the lightning's glow. The soft voice disregarded her terrified feelings, continuing to linger in her ear. TaoTao doesn't like the mineral water from earlier. Does she dislike this one too? Oh, I understand now. Xiaocheng displayed a look of sudden realization, skillfully raising that otherworldly smile, her voice gradually taking on a sickly tone. Does TaoTao prefer the gifts from Yiliang? Yiliang? Why is he being mentioned again? TaoTao's mind didn't even have time to process it before Xiaocheng was already making another move. TaoTao, can you say you like me? A warm breath brushed against her nose, and another flash of lightning illuminated Xiaocheng, who was leaning closely in front of her, her gaze deep. It was as if she was staring at her prey, the crimson pupils flickering with an otherworldly light in the darkness. Was it truly as simple as just saying "I like you"? As she gazed into those smiling eyes, fear gradually crept into TaoTao's expression, erasing the tenderness that had been there moments before. Only now did she truly believe that Xiaocheng's behavior in the basement was not a coincidence. Now it was just like before. This little Qi was making her feel unfamiliar. TaoTao, why are you looking at me like that? Didn't you say you wouldn't hate me? Not hating me, doesn't that mean you like me? The soft voice grew increasingly mournful, causing TaoTao's heart to tighten. She had a vague feeling that if she couldn't calm Xiaocheng down next, her deranged side would truly manifest like it had before. Swallowing hard, she bit down on her tongue. Enduring the discomfort in her throat, she sought to awaken herself through pain. TaoTao forced a strained smile at Xiaocheng. I certainly do not hate you, it's just. Is that so? Xiaocheng withdrew her hand. Slowly raising her head, she fixed her small gaze on TaoTao's eyes in the dark. If you don't like me, does that mean TaoTao likes Yiliang? Upon asking, her hand did not slow down. Gently caressing TaoTao's cheek, her thumb wiped and rubbed her fingertips, scraping against the skin, sending shivers down TaoTao's spine like a needle prick. TaoTao hastily took out her phone and turned on the flashlight. Her pupils suddenly constricted, and her hand trembled, causing the phone to drop to the ground. The The flashlight illuminated Xiaocheng's delicate face from below. She wore a sickly smile, her expression seemingly filled with affection. Little did she know that such affection appeared terrifying to TaoTao. Those beautiful eyes seemed poised to burst with red brilliance. Horrifying, fearful, breathless. TaoTao's mind spiraled into chaos once more. At this moment she caught a glimpse of Xiaocheng's enchanting crimson eyes. She didn't speak, but her hand was raised again, holding a photo of herself with Yiliang. Although raindrops slid down her cheeks to her lips, TaoTao still felt her lips were dry. The photo was shredded to pieces, as if she intended to tear apart the bond between her and Yiliang. TaoTao had no time to think further, knowing that, if she didn't stop, this Xiaocheng's deranged side would likely get even worse. Once more biting her tongue with force, TaoTao quickly restrained Xiaocheng's hand, her voice breaking. "Xiaocheng, please don't do this. I have never hated you, nor have I given you up for Yiliang. Will you believe me?" Xiaocheng seemed to have not heard her words, displaying a silly yet satisfied smile, as she leaned her cheek closer. TaoTao's breathing became more rapid, and this once adorable face now filled her with dread. She lifted her head, meeting Xiaocheng's expectant crimson gaze. It was as if she was urging her to hurry up, urging her to quickly express her feelings for her. With gritted teeth, TaoTao tightly closed her eyes, her trembling body stiffened, yet she mustered the strength. She had to actively express her affection for her, proving that her feelings surpassed those for Yiliang. Accompanied by the rain, she could feel nothing but softness. Yet the thought of Xiaocheng's sickly gaze still filled her with immense fear. Xiaocheng watched this scene with satisfaction, a hint of excitement appearing on her face. After tonight, surely TaoTao would no longer ignore her, right? She would certainly come to understand why she had become this way, and during that time, even in front of those male leads, she would surely defend her. Indeed, that was it. Xiaocheng no longer bore the earlier sorrowful demeanor. Lowering her small head, she leaned her nose closer to TaoTao's damp hair, savoring its faint fragrance. With a look of intoxication and a smile at the corners of her lips, she resembled a hunter watching her prey gradually step into her trap. She finally completed this third step. Both her body and spirit had reached their limits. Just right, she could fade away in her embrace. "TaoTao, this time I have changed because of you." Xiaocheng's heart gradually relaxed and drowsiness washed over her. With a thud, she fell onto TaoTao. Being pinned down by her petite body, TaoTao belatedly raised her head, panicking, as she held onto Xiaocheng's shoulders. "Xiaocheng." Boom! The thunder roared again. Tick-tock. As the rain subsided, Dongfangyang closed his umbrella, shook off the rain from his clothes, and rushed into the girls' dormitory. Fortunately, there was a power outage at that moment, so no one noticed his swift entry. After being stuck in traffic for half an hour, and receiving a call from TaoTao, he finally arrived here. His mood was as gloomy as the dark clouds above. He knew something serious had happened tonight. It was also the first time he had seen TaoTao so anxious. However, the one causing her anxiety was not him. Moreover, he still did not know what had happened, having merely been a tool for the entire night. First he watched Yiliang show off, finally managing to gain some attention, only to be stuck in traffic and unable to help TaoTao. After finally arriving at school, he received a call from TaoTao asking him to assist in the girls' dormitory. And he was helping Xiaocheng. He felt like nothing more than a tool. This inexplicably made Dongfangyang feel jealous, even though the object of his jealousy, Xiaocheng, was a girl. But after tonight, TaoTao will surely have a much better impression of me, right? Dongfangyang thought hopefully as he climbed the stairs. Then he arrived at the rooftop. Without even opening his umbrella, he hurriedly searched for TaoTao's figure. Soon after, his smile froze. Under the rain shield, two beautiful girls were huddled together. TaoTao held the curled-up Xiaocheng in her arms, seemingly afraid she would catch a cold. With all her strength, she enveloped the petite girl, voluntarily exposing half of her body to the rain to shield Xiaocheng from the raindrops blown in by the wind. The two seemed to have fallen asleep due to exhaustion, with raindrops sticking their hair together. Watching the two beautiful girls snuggling, Dongfangyang admitted to himself. He felt sour. Such a merry subplot should be unfolding between the male and female leads. Why was it happening with Xiaocheng? Could it be that I grabbed the wrong script? Despite the turmoil in his heart, Dongfangyang quickly woke TaoTao, saying, "TaoTao, wake up, don't sleep here. You'll catch a cold." After being tapped on the shoulder, TaoTao jolted awake. Instinctively, she shouted, "Xiaocheng." Feeling the warmth of the soft body in her arms, TaoTao felt relieved. She's still here. It's good if nothing is wrong. This scene made Dongfangyang's expression even darker. Jealousy twisted his face. He had pursued TaoTao for 3 months without even holding her hand. Fortunately, the night concealed his expression. Dongfangyang took a deep breath, calming himself, and reassured himself that TaoTao and Xiaocheng were good friends, so it was normal for them to be close. Girls are like that. It's very normal. He reached out and pulled TaoTao up, saying, "Let's go down first." TaoTao leaned against the wall and glanced at Xiaocheng, saying, "My legs feel a bit numb. Could you help me out?" "No problem." Dong Fangyang squatted down and intended to lift Xiaocheng up, but upon seeing a color on the ground that was different from the clear rainwater, his eyes widened. "What is this?" he voiced in confusion, suddenly noticing several marks on Xiaocheng's hands. He had no idea how such marks had come to be. Did she bump into something, or was she harmed by someone? He took a deep breath and looked at TaoTao. "Is this what you meant by life-threatening? Does she want to leave this world forever?" TaoTao paused for a moment before answering. "Let's take Xiaocheng to the hospital first. I'll explain everything to you later." "Okay." He easily lifted Xiaocheng and both rushed downstairs. After they got her in the car, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Dong Fangyang calmly started the engine, saying, "Let's take her to the nearest hospital. My private hospital is too far from here. She has a high fever, and if we delay, it could be serious." TaoTao sat beside Xiaocheng holding her hand. "I hope we don't get stuck in traffic. If we do, I'll just call someone to fly us there," Dong Fangyang said, fiercely turning on the headlights and speeding away from the school. It would take some time to reach the hospital, and he couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror. He saw TaoTao continuously using tissues to dry Xiaocheng, first wiping the water from her hair and neck, then wiping away the cold sweat that had spilled out. Her eyes were filled with concern, and her movements were gentle. Dong Fangyang withdrew his gaze and asked, "How many minutes until we reach the hospital? Can you tell me what's going on now? What happened to Xiaocheng?" TaoTao paused her actions and bit her lip. Xiaocheng was gradually returning to normal, but that scene seemed to be etched into her soul. She slowly said, "My mind is also very muddled. I haven't been in touch with Xiaocheng much these past 2 months, and I don't know what has happened to her. The marks on her hands are all from her own doing." After thinking for a long time, TaoTao still concealed the fact that Xiaocheng had given her a gift. She was aware of Dong Fangyang's feelings for her. Speaking of such a disturbing matter, she feared he would react as excessively as Yiliang did. However, even if she only spoke half of it, it was still shocking. Dong Fangyang had seen many strange things, and even so he appeared somewhat shocked. "Are you saying that Xiaocheng has had tendencies for self-harm all along?" The dissonance on her tender little hands made one's heart ache. Saying this, Dong Fangyang suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "Wait a minute, it might not be voluntary. She could be forced." Forced? TaoTao was taken aback. She knew it should have been Xiaocheng's own choice, and it was for her sake. But why did Dong Fangyang come to such a conclusion? Dong Fangyang explained, "Actually, yesterday, I had someone investigate what happened to Xiaocheng over the past 2 months. Perhaps without your protection, she has been having a hard time these last 2 months. TaoTao furrowed her brows. Dong Fangyang continued, "Let's not discuss her issues regarding you for now, or aside from that, Xiaocheng has been in a long-term state of being bullied. Her home is nearby, right? The high school is not far from here either. Although she's entered university now, her high school relationships have not changed. She's a day student and often gets cornered by some delinquent girls when she goes home. And at school there are a few guys who got in through connections. Being bullied at school and then cornered when going home, a foolish girl like her is likely to develop psychological trauma." Dong Fangyang exhaled. If she was coerced, it wouldn't be surprising for her to harm herself. TaoTao gradually fell silent after hearing this. Undoubtedly, Dong Fangyang had found a good excuse for her. TaoTao was aware that a significant reason for Xiaocheng's situation was still herself. She had previously subconsciously avoided thinking about what had happened in the basement. But just now, holding Xiaocheng as she waited under the rain shield for Dong Fangyang to arrive, feeling the fragile body in her arms gradually warming, TaoTao calmly recalled what she had said in the basement. "TaoTao, I have always liked you. You always told me that I am your most precious friend, your most important person, your favorite person. Since you've said that to me, why betray me?" Leaning against the seat, TaoTao felt a lump in her throat. She looked up at the clouded sky as if the lightning followed her gaze and spoke to her. "You gave her hope, guiding her thoughts. When she was incurably infatuated with you, you brought her despair. If that's the case, why do you still care about her?" The rain pounded against the window as if the heavens were knocking, urging her to open the door and send Xiaocheng away. The howling wind seemed to whisper in TaoTao's ears, "Rather than letting the girl beside you endure this miserable life, it would be better to end it all." "Ah! My head hurts so much, I'm so tired, it feels like my body is falling apart." Pale light poured down from above, illuminating a pristine hospital bed, where Xiaocheng's delicate and petite body lay covered in layers of white sheets. The scent of disinfectant and the weakness emanating from her body gradually brought her back to consciousness. "How long have I been unconscious?" Xiaocheng did not speak aloud, but inquired within her mind, squinting her eyes to adjust to the hospital's lighting. "She may faint, but the system does not. The host has been unconscious for 3 hours. It is now 1 a.m. The host is in the Third People's Hospital of Zhuzhou, brought here by TaoTao and Dong Fangyang. An unexpected visitor in the plan. Dong Fangyang is the type of cheerful big boy who is somewhat clever and caring. It's quite troublesome for him to be around TaoTao at this time. A world for two is the best scenario. The system fell silent upon hearing Xiaocheng's complaint. Host, what are you thinking at a time like this? I told you to replenish your energy, but you didn't listen or you wouldn't be weak enough to faint. Xiaocheng opened her eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. A smile crept onto her lips. If I'm going to pretend, I must do it thoroughly. I showed so many injuries to Tao on purpose. If my body were as strong as an ox, wouldn't that raise suspicions? I can fool Tao, but not the doctors. But you didn't have to be so harsh, did you? Doesn't it hurt? Actually, it hurts quite a bit. Xiaocheng replied. Without the skill to dull pain, I probably wouldn't have been able to endure it. Intermediate acting skills are indeed invincible. Without this acting, the impact of this operation wouldn't have been so great. After all, her performance at that time was indeed somewhat horrifying. She just feared that Tao might not be able to accept it. If Tao could feel like she must lean towards Xiaocheng whenever she saw Yiliang, or else she might run into trouble, that would be splendid. System, how many emotion points do I have now? 2135 points, with Tao providing 1400 points for the host, and the rest coming from Yiliang and Dongfang Yang, with Yiliang contributing nearly 500 points. Yiliang must hate me now, right? Xiaocheng had previously watched this segment of the plot. In the original work, after Tao had her face slashed, she still attended the party on the cruise ship, not only impressing and gaining the approval of Yiliang's parents, but also meeting a miraculous male lead who had trained in the mountains for 20 years. After all, it was a quintessential Mary Sue female-centered story. The more male leads there were, the more love and hate entanglements which readers adored. Undoubtedly, the miraculous male lead would later come to like Tao for some reason and display urban novel-like abilities, akin to the so-called Tai 13 Needles, gradually healing the female lead. Even setting aside future plot developments, this banquet was of utmost importance to Yiliang, concerning his status and reputation in the capital. But now it had all been ruined by himself. Adding to the previous banquet, it seems I'm really going to make an enemy. You were too impulsive, host. The male leads have their halos. We can't confront them heathen. Indeed, I was somewhat impulsive. Xiaocheng nodded in agreement. However, the moment she thought of Tao's desperate pleas on the rooftop, and how she submissively bent down, Xiaocheng couldn't help but feel excited. Although it was impulsive, it was worth it. Moreover, with over 2,000 emotion points, she had enough for 2 10 draws. She had personally experienced the power of the system skills, and for her the more the better. Drawing cards wasn't urgent for now. What currently occupied Xiaocheng's mind was the girl lying beside her bed. Tao sat on a small stool, hands crossed, with half of her delicate face resting on her arm, fast asleep by Xiaocheng's bedside. But that wasn't the main point. The focal point was her overly rosy complexion and the fever-reducing patch on her forehead. She was running a fever. Since you were brought to the hospital, aside from taking a shower and changing clothes, she has been here without leaving your side. Later, when she found out you had a 39-degree fever, she hurriedly took some medicine and continued to sit here, so she must be exhausted. Aren't you the villain, system? Aren't you happy to see her suffering like this? Host, you don't understand. The type of villain plot I desire is not this kind. While bickering with the system, Xiaocheng felt more at ease and warm inside. After bringing herself to the hospital, she could have rested, but it was best to rush over to care for her as soon as she woke up. Before fainting, Xiaocheng thought such care was already quite good. Who would have thought that even with a high fever, Tao would still be by her side? Why else is the female lead referred to as the beloved white moonlight? Xiaocheng struggled to stretch out her hand, gently caressing the side of Tao's face. Her temperature was a bit high, but her skin was incredibly delicate, and the sensations she felt made her reluctant to let go. A few strands of black hair fell down, highlighted by the lighting. Without makeup, she was already stunning. If she dressed up nicely, how many could resist her charm? Xiaocheng was also quite beautiful, but the word cute could summarize her appearance quite well. However, Tao was different. After a glimpse, the more one looked, the more captivating she became. System, do you think one day I might fall for her just like those male leads, spending so much time by her side? Does the host not like the female lead now? Xiaocheng did not answer. She knew in her heart that she did not possess romantic impulses or affections for Tao. If she truly liked her or loved her, she wouldn't have acted in a way that caused her harm just now. After all, she wasn't truly a yandere. Moreover, aside from being influenced by the original owner's memories, she had only known this female lead for 2 or 3 days since her arrival. As thoughts swirled in her mind, Xiaocheng enjoyed the warmth of Tao's side profile. It seemed she had pressed a bit too hard, causing the slumbering Tao to awaken slowly. She reacted quickly, and when she came to her senses, she had already grasped Xiaocheng's little hand. Xiaocheng, are you okay? How do you feel? Xiaocheng revealed a genuinely satisfied smile. I'm fine, thank you, Tao. Tao let out a sigh of relief and got up to adjust the covers for Xiaocheng. Perhaps because she herself felt weak, she stumbled slightly, almost falling. After holding her forehead for a while, Tao helped Xiaocheng fix the disheveled blanket while reaching out to touch her forehead. The fever hasn't subsided. I'm just a bit tired, I'm fine. Xiaocheng gently shook her head, her tea-colored hair swaying with the motion. It's truly wonderful to see TaoTao always by my side. Su Tao upon hearing this momentarily averted her gaze from Xiaocheng. Always. She grasped the key point in Xiaocheng's words. She also detected a slightly profound tone in that statement. Everything that happened on the rooftop was still not entirely sorted out in her mind. After hesitating for a moment, she averted her gaze towards the door. You rest first. I'll go call the doctor over. Xiaocheng gently nodded, producing an adorable nasal sound. The reflection of Su Tao's frail figure leaving was captured in her crimson eyes. Very obedient and very happy. Before long, Su Tao entered with the doctor accompanied by Dong Fangyang. Of course, he wasn't worried about Xiaochen at this late hour, but rather about Su Tao. Now that he saw Xiaochen awake, he could finally persuade Su Tao to take a good rest. The doctor approached, first observing Xiaochen's complexion before checking the various instruments attached to her. Then he asked, "How does your body feel now?" "Not bad," Xiaochen answered honestly. "My head feels a bit dizzy and swollen and I feel weak all over. It's hard to even lift my hand. I'm also a little cold, but my breathing is warm and I don't have a cough or phlegm." "The medication cannot be stopped," the doctor said after a long silence, glancing at Su Tao and Dong Fangyang before hesitantly adding, "Also about the injury on your hand. Such things should not be done again in the future." The doctor looked up at the four connected to Xiaochen and hurriedly left to adjust the medication based on her awakening situation. Once he left, Su Tao gently sat on the small stool beside the bed. Dong Fangyang leaned against the table, an amused expression on his face. "Come on, tell me what exactly is going on with you." Xiaochen glanced at Dong Fangyang, turning her little head to the side. "I don't want to talk." "You," Dong Fangyang smiled, taking a deep breath. "You caused such a commotion tonight and still plan to say nothing. Su Tao has a high fever because of you, and Yi Liang might even have thoughts of killing you." "I'm sorry." Xiaochen lowered her head again, looking at Su Tao, her voice softening. Her pair of crimson eyes lacked their usual enchanting allure, and the misty water in them tugged at the heart. Su Tao gently held Xiaochen's hand and turned to Dong Fangyang, saying, "All right, stop talking for now, let Xiaochen rest." Dong Fangyang helplessly glanced at the two and sighed, "Fine, Su Tao, you should also get some rest. Your health isn't any better than this girl's." I'll stay with Xiaochen for a bit longer. I'll go to sleep once she falls asleep." Her ward was just next door, and she knew that calming Xiaochen's emotions should be her priority. Xiaochen certainly wanted to sleep, feeling both tired and drowsy, but with Su Tao by her side, she wanted to keep watching this girl who was caring for her despite having a high fever. She had some things she wanted to say to Su Tao. However, with Dong Fangyang present, Xiaochen suppressed that thought. After the doctor came to change the four, she ultimately couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep under Su Tao's coaxing. Confirming that Xiaochen was truly asleep, Su Tao finally stood up, gently tucking her small hand into the blanket and softly smoothing the disheveled hair that fell beside her face. Only then did she quietly exit the room with Dong Fangyang. Holding her head, enduring her own weakness and discomfort, she said, "Dong Fangyang, thank you for tonight. I really wouldn't know what to do without you." He had truly helped her a lot along the way. Hearing Su Tao's praise, Dong Fangyang's lips curled upward slightly, and a sweet feeling blossomed in his heart. "Since this is related to you, I can't just stand by. You should rest well. I'll make sure someone looks after you. I'll treat you to a meal another day. All right?" With Su Tao falling ill and Dong Fangyang being so responsible in accompanying and caring for her feelings for him would surely increase. But right now, all her thoughts were focused on Xiaochen. She felt more gratitude towards Dong Fangyang. In matters of love, her mind was too chaotic to think about such things. Supporting herself against the wall as she walked into the ward, she found it hard to fall asleep for a long time. The next morning at 8 a.m. after a night of rest, Xiaochen was woken up by a nurse who helped her wash up, change her dressings, and have breakfast. Everything was ready by 9. After eating, her complexion improved significantly, and her spirit was far better than the previous night. Leaning against the bed, she idly fiddled with her phone, calculating, "At least during my stay in the hospital, I'm safe. Yi Liang won't make things difficult for me, but I also need to prepare for after discharge. And then there's Su Tao. These days are an important opportunity to increase our rapport, so I need to think of a way." At this moment, the system in her mind suddenly spoke up. "Host, I have a plan that can make the situation dark yet bright again. The female lead is completely unable to let go of you now. Based on the host's actions yesterday, you can continue to act sickly for these days to deepen Su Tao's impression of you. You might not even need to increase rapport with the female lead's character, you just need to show an attitude of, if you don't listen, I'll die, and you will surely be able to grasp her tightly. This process should involve plenty of PUA. Listening to the system's words, Xiaochen couldn't help but roll her eyes. "What kind of authority do you have to speak so grandly?" "I have to explain my thoughts. Right now, using sickly actions to bind Su Tao is just a temporary method. As a friend, she will never sit idly by. Instead, she will find ways to understand me and correct me. If I act like I'm dying in front of her every day, what will happen in the long run? So increasing rapport is a necessity. The first step is to make Su Tao care about me, placing me above Dong Fangyang, Yi Liang, and other protagonists. This is something I intentionally created with the death misunderstanding last night. As time passes, she will calm down. What I need to do now is to strike while the iron is hot. I need to make her realize that I'm cute and the only one for her. Only by making her fall in love with me can I truly gain the protection of the female lead's halo. But aren't we the villains? Shouldn't we do something more villainous, vulgar? Xiaocheng snorted lightly. I never said I was a villain. Although my plans are a bit extreme, my intentions are not wrong. Just look at Su Tao's later storyline. She gets killed by a sudden female antagonist, is betrayed by the male lead, and loses friends and family, ultimately ending in self-harm and death. I'm not acting out of selfish desires. I'm doing this to save her, which is why I have to take an extreme route. Xiaocheng spoke with righteous indignation. What sickly evil little girl. Please, my values are perfectly right. Just as she was getting into a heated discussion with the system, her phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Xiaocheng, sent to her alternate account. What did you do to Su Tao? Why did she message me this strange question so early in the morning? Xiaocheng raised an eyebrow, her face lighting up with joy. It hadn't been long since she had subdued Xiaocheng and placed her next to Su Tao, yet the effects were already showing. Just right, her next plan could now unfold. Just right, her next plan could now unfold. Long before capturing Xiaocheng, Xiaocheng had contemplated this. At this moment, Su Tao was undoubtedly confused by her situation. Due to her uniqueness, she wouldn't discuss her condition with Yi Liangdong Fangyang or others, which meant she would have to seek answers from someone else. Now, just 2 months into university, among the supporting characters who were close to Su Tao, Xiaocheng was one of those still lurking. As long as Su Tao inquired about her own situation from Xiaocheng, Xiaocheng's operational space would be significantly broadened. Thinking of this, Xiaocheng messaged Xiaocheng, asking, "What did she tell you?" Xiaocheng replied, "She said some strange things, mentioning that if a person who was once normal suddenly became odd, exhibiting symptoms, and asking what flavor orange is and so on." Xiaocheng continued, "You're playing a big game, and what does she mean by that?" Xiaocheng responded, "Why do you think it's me?" Xiaocheng retorted, "You told me to keep a low profile around her. Isn't that to deceive her? Just tell me how to respond to her." Xiaocheng felt a bit embarrassed. Is it that obvious? She pushed a WeChat account over, saying, "Have Su Tao add this account. It belongs to a professional psychologist." Xiaocheng asked, "A psychologist?" "Just say that it's a reliable acquaintance of yours." Xiaocheng quickly switched to another WeChat identity and logged into her other account. This psychologist was indeed a persona she had crafted with both the content of the moments and the contacts meticulously disguised. As for how she acquired the means, it was thanks to a skill she had drawn from the system, previously Hacker Intermediate. Xiaocheng hadn't thought this skill was particularly useful. The original owner was just an ordinary student. She felt fortunate not to start off in debt and had no money to buy a series of hacking tools. Without a botnet, how could she call herself a hacker? Yet upon reconsideration, even without tools, she had acquired the relevant knowledge, and it was still feasible for her to mask her information at a basic level. For example, she had perfectly crafted this psychologist account. Moreover, she was aware that her changes would be investigated by Dong Fangyang and Yi Liang, so she spread a considerable amount of information to cover up her bizarre transformation. For instance, the victim narrative. The original owner had always been bullied, and Xiaocheng could easily use being bullied to explain her psychological changes. Given Su Tao's character, if she were bullied, she would surely feel guilty for not protecting her right. Although Xiaocheng didn't understand why Xiaocheng wanted to do this, she still recommended the psychologist's WeChat to Su Tao as instructed. Soon after, she found a few more reasons. Before long, Su Tao added Xiaocheng's secondary account. Xiaocheng glanced at the wall to her right and seemed to see Su Tao sitting on a hospital bed with her phone, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips as she sent a message first. "Dr. Cheng, hello." Handshake. "Taozi, hello, doctor. I'm very sorry to disturb you." "No problem. It's normal for a doctor to help patients solve their troubles, especially since you were referred by my distant niece. Please share your concerns." "It's like this. I have a friend who, due to certain circumstances, has someone around her who has become very strange. Let me organize my thoughts and try to keep it brief for you." Upon reading this message, Xiaocheng chuckled out loud. "Classic, you have a friend. TaoTao being this naive makes you very easy to deceive." Xiaocheng decisively exposed Su Tao's disguise, saying, "Miss Taozi, I am a doctor, and we are two strangers. You might think I lack skills and we could just remove each other as contacts. There's no need for pretense. If you don't tell me the truth, how can I analyze it specifically?" A long sentence made Su Tao in the adjacent room blush. She instinctively didn't want to confront Xiaocheng's strange state. Such matters are hard to discuss. Sigh, she even had her distant uncle help me. I can't let her good intentions go to waste. Thus Su Tao calmed her mindset and began to share the events that had occurred during this period with Xiaocheng, the Dr. Cheng. First there was the basement, then the rooftop. She emphasized that Xiaocheng had a significant tendency towards self-harm. Finally she asked, "Doctor, why do you think she has changed like that?" Xiaocheng pretended to contemplate for a while, then typed a drastic change in a person's character must be the result of experiencing certain unacceptable events that lead to gradual changes. Has your friend experienced any disillusionment due to something related to you? TaoTao, upon seeing this message, immediately thought of Xiaocheng's feelings for her. So she replied, yes, we grew up together since childhood. Back then she was bullied and I helped her. At that time she had some psychological issues and felt very insecure. So I often told her things like, you are the most important person to me, I will never leave you, and so on to comfort her. Although I genuinely mean it. For many years there were no issues, but now that we are in university many boys are pursuing me. She has developed misunderstandings because of this, leading her to self-harm, and say she likes me, asking me not to pursue others. Doctor, is it possible that Xiaocheng has developed incorrect feelings for me? Incorrect feelings? Of course not. Deep down Xiaocheng sighed, typing back with a serious expression, it's also possible. Long-term lack of love and insecurity can lead someone to mistake dependence for affection. Indeed, that seems to be the case. After all, we are both girls, and her saying she likes me makes me a bit troubled. Dr. Cheng, but that possibility is quite small. Based on what you said, she is forcing you to say you like her and even wants to jump off a building. I believe she might truly have feelings for you. Taozi, but we are both girls. Dr. Cheng, that's not the point. Taozi, isn't that the point? Dr. Cheng, I've treated countless patients dealing with same-sex relationship issues, which is quite normal in my view. As long as there is love, gender can definitely be transcended. Dr. Cheng, I'm digressing. The focus should be on your Xiaocheng's condition. Dr. Cheng, from my years of experience, she is most likely dependent on you. This is an unhealthy psychological issue, severe enough to be comparable to common depression. In the next room, TaoTao was momentarily stunned. She had been completely guided by Xiaocheng in the conversation, and didn't even notice some loopholes in the chat messages. She anxiously asked, Doctor, please don't keep me in suspense. Dr. Cheng, Miss Taozi, don't rush. I wonder if you've heard of people with sickly obsession. Sickly obsession? TaoTao heard this term for the first time. She had never been exposed to the ACG culture and did not grow up as steadily as an ordinary person. Since childhood, she had been an orphan, often struggling for survival. Before finding Xiaocheng, she lived with an old lady who scavenged for a living. The old lady's son did not care for her, and there were no grandchildren. With limited mobility, they took care of each other. Thanks to the old lady's guidance, TaoTao learned to be sensible at a young age. However, the old lady passed away after helping her through the most difficult period. Soon after, TaoTao encountered the bullied Xiaocheng in elementary school. Xiaocheng's family was also very poor, but they accepted her. After that, aside from working, she focused on her studies. The occasional joy of her childhood came from Xiaocheng. Every time she heard the adorable little one calling her sister, it made everything worthwhile. Even now, her hobbies still include reading and listening to music. She does not binge-watch dramas, read novels, or play games, let alone watch live streams. Her interaction with the internet is mostly limited to reading the news. When Xiaocheng introduced the concept of yandere, she immediately searched for it online. During this time, Xiaocheng was not in a hurry and waited patiently for TaoTao's response. In the adjacent hospital room, TaoTao stared at the information she found in astonishment. Based on Xiaocheng's behavior, could it really be the yandere the doctor mentioned? This is surprisingly considered a cute trait online. TaoTao was dumbfounded. Whether in a basement or on a rooftop, she felt a deep fear of Xiaocheng's strange state. However, from the perspective of netizens, this was surprisingly regarded as an endearing trait in the two-dimensional world. She looked at the notes and read aloud, a pathological distortion of psychology resulting from a twisted love leaning towards possessiveness with extreme thoughts or behaviors leading to actions beyond common understanding. Extreme actions include fervent declarations of love, exclusivity, stalking, destruction, when unable to possess, self-harm, and other extreme behaviors. TaoTao thought carefully and realized that Xiaocheng was indeed like this. Love declarations, exclusivity, self-harm. Everything fit perfectly. How could netizens consider such a twisted mindset adorable? Doesn't everyone deserve love? Subsequently, TaoTao also searched whether yandere can be cured. Very few doctors offer insights in this area because yandere refers to a type of mental illness in reality. The more she searched, the more shocked she became. If taken to extremes, a yandere can turn dark. Many examples shared by netizens involve gruesome acts, such as dismembering someone and hiding them in a refrigerator, which left TaoTao feeling horrified. After a while, TaoTao gathered her hopes and sought out this Dr. Cheng. Doctor, I just looked into what a yandere is and I feel my friend is quite serious. Do you have any solutions? Of course, I have been consulting for 30 years. What have I not seen? Handling yanderes is my specialty. TaoTao replied, that's great. How do you charge for your services? No rush, we are still in the consultation phase. I will provide some preliminary treatment suggestions based on your friend's situation. If you find them useful, we can delve deeper. However, treatment in this area rarely involves medication. For this type of mental patient, it is crucial to treat them mentally with your actions and words. TaoTao felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. Chun Xian truly is a good friend treating her well. The uncle she introduced not only has skills but is also responsible. She had just worried whether the fees would be exorbitant. After all, she really had no money. If the fees were high, she would have to borrow. With a serious expression, TaoTao replied, "Then I will trouble you, Dr. Cheng." Xiaocheng's lips curled into a smile as she snapped her fingers softly. Gotcha. Now she could fully play the role of the doctor and design a better yandere plan, forcing TaoTao to take bolder actions for the sake of treatment. The persona she had previously fabricated for herself was now coming in handy. She typed to TaoTao, "Ms. Tao, yanderes come in many types. In my view, your friend should be dependency-oriented, but she has a history of kidnapping you, indicating some possessive tendencies as well. However, you mentioned she is usually quite normal, suggesting she is primarily dependency-oriented with fewer possessive traits. The former gradually develops a twisted affection for you and becomes dependent. If you leave her or do not place her first in your heart, she may develop various negative emotions, with severe cases leading to suicidal tendencies." TaoTao recalled everything from the rooftop last night and immediately agreed with Dr. Cheng's words. On the other hand, possessive types often exhibit distorted affection and intense possessiveness, wanting their loved ones to become their possessions, often resorting to imprisonment instead of mere words. The good news is that her possessive traits are relatively few and her dependence on you won't cause social harm. As long as you treat her kindly and go along with her thoughts, she won't act too excessively. While speaking, Xiaocheng sent TaoTao annotations on various yandere traits. For instance, exclusion and aggression types where people suddenly resort to murder are truly terrifying. Even so, it still gave TaoTao a headache. After hesitating for a moment, she asked Dr. Cheng the question that had been troubling her. "Doctor, according to your analysis, if Xiaocheng likes me, then for treatment." "Dr. Cheng, do you like her?" TaoTao, well, I mentioned we are both girls." "Dr. Cheng, I also said that's not the point." TaoTao, but that is the point. TaoTao, you might think it's nothing as a doctor, but I am the one involved. 2 girls, is that not right? Xiaocheng looked at TaoTao's flustered words and smiled calmly. "You really don't understand at all. Adorable girls are treasures in this world, and 2 adorable girls is double the happiness." She continued typing, adopting Dr. Cheng's tone. "Actually, you are misunderstanding. You don't necessarily need to genuinely like her, just pretend to care about her feelings." TaoTao's eyes lit up. "Yes, doctor, this is indeed a solution. First soothe her emotions, and then gradually help her overcome her heart's obstacles during treatment. Once she returns to normal, that would be great, right? Dr. Cheng, yes, you 2 grew up together and your relationship is quite good. If you can't accept her, then use this method. Pretend to like her. However, there is one point you need to be careful about. Dr. Cheng, yanderes are often very perceptive. If she discovers that your affection is fake and her mental state collapses, the consequences could be severe." TaoTao, this. "Dr. Cheng, that's why I asked you if you truly like her. This point is very important. If you genuinely have no feelings for her, pretending might be quite difficult." "Do you like it?" TaoTao put down her phone, leaning against the pillow, her flowing hair cascading down to her shoulders, as she gazed forlornly at the ceiling, gradually becoming lost in thought. "I can't bear to see her hurt. She is someone very important to me. I want her by my side." Numerous memories flashed through TaoTao's mind, eventually settling on her elementary school days, the image of that innocent and adorable little girl blinking her red eyes and carefully calling her sister. She took a deep breath and typed, "I don't think there's romantic love between us. I see her more as a younger sister." Xiaocheng looked at this message and thought to herself, just as expected. In terms of romantic feelings, Dong Fangyang might have a higher regard for TaoTao than herself. However, overall they are not as significant as I am. Xiaocheng changed the angle of her question. "Miss Tao, do you think Xiaocheng is beautiful? Would you refuse her as a partner?" Tao replied, "Of course Xiaocheng is very beautiful. It would be better to describe her as cute. In terms of appearance, she is quite good, but about your later question, I really don't know. Without having truly experienced it, how can one directly say whether they can accept the other?" Even when making assumptions, TaoTao felt an immense hesitation. Humans are peculiar creatures. When faced with 2 or more choices, they often fall into hesitation, feeling indecisive. The truth is, when you are hesitating whether to do something, deep down you have already made a choice. You simply lack sufficient reason to convince yourself. For instance, you stay up late every night reading novels or watching videos, occasionally thinking that you can't let yourself fall into such a state, contemplating whether to wake up early and change yourself the next day. Yet often you hesitate about whether to stay up one more night. The very act of hesitating shows that you are already inclined to continue. Hiding under the covers, lying on her side with her head resting on her hand, the light from her phone screen was not very bright, illuminating her silly, smiling face. Seeing TaoTao's hesitation, Xiaocheng understood that the other party was not devoid of feelings. With such signs, it could ignite into a raging fire. The plan is feasible. She typed, "Miss Tao, I roughly understand your situation. Pretending to like her is actually feasible. Based on what you've said, her affection for you is one aspect, while another is her dependence on you, wanting you to see her as the only one. You just need to start from the latter, flatter her more in words and actions. There's no need to truly like her, just make her feel that you care about her a lot." Then when her emotions are stable you can make adjustments. Su Tao replied, okay, thank you, doctor. What about medication? Dr. Cheng said, I am not clear about her physical condition and can't prescribe medication indiscriminately. If necessary, I can provide you with some common medications that have little side effects and can stabilize emotions. It's best to find a psychologist for her. I understand. Dr. Cheng said, if you have any questions you can continue to come to me. It is our responsibility as doctors to do our best to treat every patient. Although I cannot prescribe medication based on her physical condition, I will teach you how to solve some mental issues. Thank you very much. After the conversation ended, Xiaocheng put down her phone. She knew that with Su Tao's personality, as long as she acted as Dr. Cheng and chatted with her a few more times to gain her trust, Su Tao would listen to much of what she said, right? It doesn't matter if she doesn't like me now. There will still be plenty of time in the future. Meanwhile, Su Tao, having sorted out her emotions, also got out of bed to move around a bit. Her physique was already quite good. During the school sports meet, she often placed first in the girls' long-distance races. After resting for a night, her fever had subsided significantly. She stood in front of Xiaocheng's hospital room, hesitating whether to go in. Dr. Cheng's words had a significant impact. Xiaocheng's type of illness was harmless to others, but she would harm herself and she couldn't be left unattended. She also needed to make her believe that she liked her. Sorry, Xiaocheng, I didn't mean to play with your feelings. Su Tao closed her eyes, preparing herself mentally. Slowly, she opened the door. Xiaocheng, good morning. How are you feeling? As soon as she entered, Su Tao started to inquire about Xiaocheng's health, which was genuine. She hoped more than anyone that Xiaocheng could recover to her former self. Xiaocheng sat obediently on the bed. Her small hands folded over her abdomen, the blue and white hospital gown concealing her petite figure. She smiled gently at Su Tao, saying, the fever hasn't completely gone, but my spirits are much better. Have you had breakfast, TaoTao? She reached out her hand to ring the bell for the nurse to bring her breakfast. However, the small scratches on her left hand made Su Tao's heart ache as she raised it. In a rush, Su Tao hurried over to Xiaocheng's side and took her small hand. I've already eaten, the hospital provides breakfast. But if you haven't rested enough, you can sleep a little longer. I can't sleep. Xiaocheng felt the warmth of Su Tao's hand and suddenly said, can we chat? Sure. Su Tao moved a small stool over and sat in front of Xiaocheng. As she looked up at her, she noticed something. She sat down at the head of the bed. What's wrong? Xiaocheng looked back, but was stopped by Su Tao holding her head. She took out a comb, saying, don't move, you didn't even fix your hair after getting up. It's all messy. Saying this, she gently brushed through Xiaocheng's hair. Xiaocheng leaned back, comfortably enjoying the attention, while casually chatting, TaoTao, you smell so good. Ah! Su Tao paused in her actions. Are we chatting about this? She twirled a strand of Xiaocheng's hair, and suddenly didn't know how to continue the conversation. Maybe it's the scent of the hospital's shower gel. No, it's not. Xiaocheng's lips curled up. I don't smell as good as you, TaoTao. No. Xiaocheng, you also. You smell pretty good too. How awkward. Su Tao's toes were fidgeting in her slippers. She had always wanted to have an open and heartfelt conversation with Xiaocheng. Now that she had the opportunity, they were talking about who smelled better. She desperately wanted to change the topic, but didn't know how to start. Fortunately, Xiaocheng didn't delve deeper into the scent comparison, but seemed to think of something, pausing to look at her clothes. By the way, when I woke up last night, I found my hair was dry, my clothes had been changed, and there's a new phone here. Who gave me a bath? Su Tao quickly answered, last night I gave you a bath, but the phone was changed by Dongfang Yang. That's good. I thought someone else helped me take a bath. If it wasn't clean, would you definitely dislike me, TaoTao? Xiaocheng sighed in relief. Luckily, it was you, TaoTao. Su Tao scratched her cheek, feeling that Xiaocheng's words were a bit strange. But thinking back to her conversation with Dr. Cheng, she still responded, Xiaocheng, don't think too much. No matter what, I will never dislike you. These comforting words should help stabilize Xiaocheng, right? But she didn't expect Xiaocheng to follow up with, then do you like me? Su Tao was taken aback, like what? My cuteness? This? Su Tao was momentarily speechless, quickly brainstorming in her mind. If it were an ordinary person, the question might have pertained to how cute her figure was. But the person in question was Xiaocheng, and Su Tao felt she could not answer directly. Because Xiaocheng was a yandere, she had self-harming tendencies and her thoughts were different from others. Recalling her prior understanding of yanderes, Su Tao felt that neither of her options was particularly good. I don't like her. Xiaocheng might mistakenly think I don't like her, which could worsen her condition, potentially leading her into that strange state, or even worse, a dark transformation or perhaps a complete breakdown. I like her. This was indeed a problem-free option, the only issue being that her goal was to help Xiaocheng no longer be a yandere, and pretending to like her would directly stating it deepen the misunderstanding. After some thought, Su Tao realized this was a straightforward question with only one answer. She awkwardly replied, I like you. Xiaocheng blinked again, her tone innocent, then what do you like most? Your hand, I guess. Her eyes were filled with unease, but fortunately, she was positioned behind Xiaocheng arranging her hair, so her nervousness would not be noticed. But with that answer, should she be able to avoid the issue? She thought to herself. Then she heard Xiaocheng softly say, since TaoTao likes it, how about I give you my hand? TaoTao paused. Give. Xiaocheng gently nodded. Yes, TaoTao, do you want the left hand or the right hand? I can cut it off and give it to you. Suddenly Tao's uneasy gaze turned frantic. She hurried to Xiaocheng's front, forcing a smile, and striving to speak gently. You don't need to give me anything, I prefer a healthy and complete Xiaocheng. Oh, I see. Yes, that's exactly it. Alright then, I'll eat more meat to build up my health. The sweet smile blossomed on her cheeks, utterly adorable. Tao was momentarily stunned. Then she felt a surge of joy. It seemed she had found a way to cure Xiaocheng. Because she mentioned liking her hand, Xiaocheng mistakenly thought that if she cut it off for her she would be happy. Now she expressed a desire for her to be healthy. Xiaocheng would genuinely strive to improve her nutrition and recover her health. So this is what being a yandere is like. As long as she kept an eye on her, it seemed there wouldn't be any issues. Watching Xiaocheng squinting her eyes and silly smiling, a tiny sharp tiger tooth, barely visible, Tao also revealed a relaxed smile. Indeed, the normal Xiaocheng was still very cute. She chose to ignore the issue about the hand, and the atmosphere between the two became harmonious, finally starting a normal conversation. After a night of rain yesterday, the morning outside the window gradually brightened, a beam of sunlight spilling in, perfectly landing on Tao. She wore a patient's gown, smiling brightly as she spoke, her slender fingers gently swaying, as if illustrating the scenes she described to Xiaocheng. The sunlight dyed her black hair with a layer of golden sheen, half of her profile appearing tranquil and gentle, causing Xiaocheng's heart to skip a beat. So beautiful. While discussing school topics, Tao was momentarily taken aback by Xiaocheng's words. What? Xiaocheng revealed a shallow dimple, softly saying, I mean, I like you. Tao was stunned, her head instinctively turning to the side. Really saying things like this again? A blush appeared on her delicate face, perfectly concealed by the sunlight, making Xiaocheng feel that she looked even more beautiful. However, this warm and ambiguous atmosphere did not last long. There was a knock at the door and Dong Fangyang entered with a doctor. The doctor glanced at Xiaocheng and said, have the patient's relatives been contacted? A signature is needed here. Tao and Dong Fangyang both looked at Xiaocheng. The signature should have been done yesterday, but due to the urgency of the situation coupled with Dong Fangyang's assurance, it had been delayed until now. Tao said, I initially wanted to contact Brother Qisong, but then I thought it would be better not to let them worry about such matters, so I planned to wait for you to wake up before discussing it. Xiaocheng hesitated for a moment and asked, is it okay if I sign it myself? From her memories, she learned that the original owner came from an ordinary family with parents who had been farmers for generations, living in a not-so-fluent village far from Zhou City, and it was impossible for them to come. As a villainous supporting character, she also had a similarly villainous brother. 3 years ago, her brother learned from her school teacher that Xiaocheng had excellent grades in her freshman year, and after 2 years of hard work, she had the opportunity to attend a prestigious university. However, upon entering college, he chose to drop out and mingle with society. Because he was simple and lacked ability after being deceived, he ended up following a big brother in the underworld. After 2 years without achieving anything, he had been in and out of jail several times, but still managed to send back tuition and living expenses. Until a year ago, he took a knife for his big brother. Although he lost a hand, he became the big brother's trusted aide, and secured an apartment in the inner ring of Zhou City. This was exactly where Xiaocheng lived now. In the original story, after the original owner was killed by Yiliang, her brother emerged as a new villain, frantically seeking revenge on Yiliang with the influence of his big brother, and lasted for about 200 chapters before meeting a tragic end. But Xiaocheng knew that in terms of family, regardless of whether he had turned villainous or not, her brother was very good. Although she had traversed over, she respected this bond, and if it weren't necessary, she didn't want to make the original owner's brother worry. Mainly because she was afraid of conflicts arising between him and the male leads that would be truly difficult to handle. To that end, she looked at the doctor with a pleading gaze, almost as if to say, I have my reasons. The doctor looked expressionlessly at Dong Fangyang. The latter calmly said, anyway, it's not a big deal, just let her sign it herself. It's merely a formality. Alright. The doctor nodded, not saying much more. After handing over the medical advice for Xiaocheng to sign, he left on his own. Xiaocheng weakly glanced at Dong Fangyang, activating her acting skills, instantly appearing a bit naive and fragile. However, with Tao present, she did not go too far. Thank you, young Master Dong, she weakly said, which in Tao's eyes looked somewhat fearful. Tao couldn't help but turn back and defend her, saying, Dong Fangyang, don't scare Xiaocheng. Dong Fangyang pointed at himself. How did I scare her? He had only said one sentence since entering after all. Tao, your gaze scared her. Just act normal like usual. You're not suited to pretend to be aloof. Dong Fangyang. He felt wronged. He had clearly been silent to avoid disturbing the doctor. All right. Tao grasped one of Xiaocheng's small hands and gently squeezed it. It's all right, Xiaocheng. He won't scare you like before. Xiaocheng lightly nodded and looked at Dong Fangyang. Sorry. Dong Fangyang waved his hand generously. It's fine, it's really nothing. No. Xiaocheng quickly shook her head and explained what I meant was, when you just came in I knew you wouldn't do anything to me but I was still a bit scared. For that I must apologize. You've helped me so much yet I still thought like that. She lowered her head, her tea-colored hair illuminated by the sunlight giving it a thin layer of golden mist. Her fragile appearance only served to increase one's fondness for her. Dong Fangyang touched his cheek feeling somewhat bashful. The reason for her apology was actually this. Moreover, did she lower her head because she was blushing? It felt kind of cute. Humans are such strange creatures. Initially Dong Fangyang felt a bit wronged when TaoTao ignored him. However, when Xiaocheng compensated for his emotional needs he felt indifferent. He couldn't help but wonder if this was the true nature of Xiaocheng. Had she previously been acting sweet and confessing only because she was pressured by those who bullied her? He had secretly investigated Xiaocheng. Little did he know, after acquiring hacking skills, she had simply shared her information online and created a few illusions. Unless he conducted an on-site investigation, the threats and bullying she experienced could perfectly cover up the lies she had told during this time. Moreover, she had TaoTao vouching for her. His investigation was inadvertently anticipated by Xiaocheng. It naturally led one to think that his actions were indeed coerced. However, Dong Fangyang would not care for her feelings as TaoTao did. As soon as he sat down, he looked at Xiaocheng's arm and said, "There's nothing serious now. Are you not going to explain your situation? What happened last night was quite severe." Though he did not mention anything about self-harm, his slightly raised eyebrows made Xiaocheng realize that if she did not clarify, she might not get past this hurdle. A single question had involved two people. Xiaocheng lowered her head, unable to see her expression, while TaoTao beside her was panicking. If she were to speak of her being a sickly sweet self-harmer, who knows if anyone would believe her? In the end, Xiaocheng was a dangerous individual. She knew that Dong Fangyang had some feelings for her. If he found out or if it got around to Yiliang and others, the situation could escalate and they might remain unharmed. But what about Xiaocheng? If they did not harm Xiaocheng, would Xiaocheng not harm herself? TaoTao felt anxious, her mind racing to find a solution. In an instant, the conversation from last night with Dong Fangyang resurfaced in her mind. Xiaocheng was coerced. She was bullied and threatened, which led her to take such actions. Indeed, as long as Xiaocheng nodded in agreement with what she said, she could temporarily hide this from Dong Fangyang. TaoTao was invigorated, and just as she thought of a way to speak, Xiaocheng took the initiative, saying, "The injuries on my arm were all caused by myself." Xiaocheng. TaoTao stared at Xiaocheng in a daze, momentarily at a loss. Dong Fangyang frowned, looking at her without speaking. Xiaocheng took a deep breath and said, "I don't want TaoTao to be with Yiliang." She raised her head, her crimson eyes filled with unwavering determination. Dong Fangyang paused for a moment, curiously asking, "Why? Don't you like Yiliang?" "I don't like him at all." Xiaocheng pouted. "He's so fierce and always has a stern face. In the past, I occasionally saw him scolding those who helped him. If you don't do well, you'll get scolded. I don't want TaoTao to be with him." She lowered her head again. Last night's banquet was very important. He wanted to take TaoTao to attend and satisfy his vanity. I know without thinking that he would say something like, "TaoTao is my girlfriend." With so many wealthy people around, once he says it, everyone will know, right? TaoTao is just an ordinary person. Can she resist being talked about by so many people? If Yiliang is unhappy, who knows what might happen? If she really becomes his girlfriend, she will definitely be bullied every day. Indeed, in the original work, TaoTao was so soft that she basically never refuted whatever the male leads did. She passively accepted everything, and being bullied was the norm. The betrayals of the male leads later on leading to TaoTao being forced to commit suicide are needless to say. Xiaocheng's words stirred great waves in the hearts of both Dong Fangyang and TaoTao. TaoTao realized that the main reason Xiaocheng had gone berserk in the basement last time was that Yiliang had already wanted to publicly announce her as his girlfriend. In reality, it was just a ruse merely for appearances. But Xiaocheng did not know it was an act. Had she been docile and compliant all along, because the situation had never crossed her bottom line? It turned out that Xiaocheng's previous targeting of Yiliang, even confessing to him, was all for me. From Xiaocheng's perspective, TaoTao couldn't help but feel a bit moved. However, Dong Fangyang did not think so. He pondered that Xiaocheng's multiple confessions to Yiliang were actually for TaoTao. He genuinely believed that Xiaocheng liked Yiliang, and since TaoTao had crossed paths with him, he thought TaoTao had snatched his man, hence his targeting of her. For the sake of friendship, willing to sacrifice herself. Does such friendship truly exist? Just then Xiaocheng glanced at him again and said slowly, "Actually, I think young Master Dongfang is much better than Yiliang." Dongfang. Could it be that Xiaocheng thinks I am more suitable for TaoTao than Yiliang? Her confession to Yiliang was out of dislike for him and a desire to prevent TaoTao from falling into his hands. But at the same time, she had also confessed to me, the difference being that she did it less often and had hardly targeted me. Does this mean she actually has some feelings for me? She was even willing to ruin the relationship between Yiliang and Su Tao for my sake. Well, Dongfang Yang also felt he was thinking too much. At first glance he found nothing wrong with what Xiaocheng said, but he could still see the contradictions in the logic. However, being led astray by his own thoughts, Dongfang Yang did not ponder in that direction. Regaining his focus, Dongfang Yang decided not to dwell on his thoughts. Then what about the injuries on your arm? Just call Su Tao back from the banquet and concoct a story. Why go to such lengths? Upon hearing this question, Su Tao's heart tightened. Xiaocheng avoided making eye contact with Dongfang Yang, saying, "Anyway, I have no one who wants me. If TaoTao and Yiliang are together, they will definitely not want me anymore. I might as well." She did not finish, but both of them understood what she meant. Dongfang Yang wanted to continue, but was pulled by Su Tao, who shook her head and led him out of the room. "What's wrong?" Dongfang Yang looked at Su Tao in confusion. Su Tao twirled a strand of her hair, anxiously. "Dongfang Yang, can't you see that Xiaocheng obviously has some psychological issues?" Dongfang Yang paused. "I think she seems pretty normal. Besides, her arm injuries and the self-harming incidents need a resolution, right? Aren't you afraid this might happen again?" I will keep an eye on her." Su Tao bit her lip. She was bullied and forced by certain people to do this. When I returned to the dormitory yesterday afternoon, I even saw Xiaocheng being hit. You should know that some people just enjoy playing with others' misery. Dongfang Yang frowned and sighed. Alright, I won't ask anymore. He could tell that Su Tao was hiding something from him, and it was definitely related to Xiaocheng. Perhaps the truth wasn't so simple. But forget it, Su Tao must have her reasons, so he would not delve deeper. Dongfang Yang glanced through the door crack at the dazed Xiaocheng. By the way, the matters with that group of delinquent girls should be put on hold. Su Tao, you might want to think about how to explain this to Yiliang after you're discharged. That guy, I don't think he will let Xiaocheng off easily. Back in the hospital room, the two tacitly avoided mentioning what had just happened. However, there was still one matter that Xiaocheng could not evade. That was the exorbitant medical fees. Xiaocheng looked at the bill in her hand, her head buzzing, and she gazed at Dongfang Yang in confusion. 23,000. Why is it so expensive? Dongfang Yang replied lightly, have you considered what kind of room you are in, and what services you are receiving? The doctors and nurses are on standby for you 24 hours a day, not to mention the numerous instruments used and the top quality medication. 23,000 is actually reasonable. Xiaocheng's hand holding the bill trembled slightly. This time, she was not pretending she was truly about to cry. But that's just too much. And that doesn't even include the cost of your phone. Dongfang Yang pointed at her new phone, casually saying, I had someone buy it for you last night. The rice is 14000 rounded down to 25000, and you can just pay me back that amount. Hearing this, Xiaocheng looked at Su Tao with teary eyes. TaoTao. Her voice was soft and sweet, as she playfully held Su Tao's hand, leaving Dongfang Yang dumbfounded. What man could resist such a delicate and soft, lowly voice? Dongfang Yang, who had always held a poor impression of Xiaocheng, found himself unconsciously overlooking a fact with Su Tao by her side. Xiaocheng was a legitimate lowly, with looks that could rival Su Tao's. Both were beautiful girls. Even among the many noble ladies she knew, they were quite outstanding. Su Tao, standing off to the side, was awkwardly twirling her hair, her charming profile facing Dongfang Yang. In his eyes, having the two girls so close together was simply enjoyable. He felt that even if he could replace either of them, it would not be a loss. Su Tao coughed lightly. I'm sorry, Xiaocheng, but I don't have much money either. I haven't received my part-time salary this month, and I only have 2,000 on me. I'll lend you 1,500. With only 2,000, being able to lend 1,500 made Xiaocheng genuinely happy. However, compared to the 25,000, it was still not enough. She leaned back against the headboard, contemplating how to leverage her advantages as a traveler to earn some quick cash. Right now, she only had 400 yuan. Throwing away her phone was indeed impulsive. In her past life, Xiaocheng had only just graduated from university, having studied new media for a few years. Apart from the tuition provided by her family, her living expenses were all earned from writing novels. However, despite writing for several years, she had always been a failure, barely making 1,000 a month, even with full attendance, just enough to get by. However, after crossing over into this parallel world, Xiaocheng had learned that this place was called the Great Zhou Kingdom. Although the system and core were generally similar to her previous life in Huaxia, this novel was aimed at a female audience, with the world backdrop serving the strong male protagonists. With wealthy families everywhere, powerful clans thriving, and a booming entertainment industry, she had no opportunity to utilize the profitable avenues brought by her status as a traveler, such as writing novels, anime, or films. In such a context, while there weren't any absurd urban supernatural abilities, the setting of the novel did include the existence of ancient martial artists in the Great Zhou Kingdom. The established premise is that in the latter part of the book, there will be no upgrades or cultivation, and the story remains purely romantic. First and foremost, she needed to ensure her own safety and then consider how to repay Dongfang Yang. Since he was so wealthy, perhaps after 10 or 8 years, he might forget about it. Xiaocheng's gaze turned towards him, just as he looked over, their eyes meeting. Dongfang Yang teased with a smile, if you act cute with me like you did with Su Tao just now, I might just let you off the hook for a bit. He wore a look of someone who was firmly in control. In his heart, he thought that if she softly called him brother in that tone, letting her off 2000 was not out of the question. However, to his surprise, as soon as he said it, Xiaocheng's previously expectant gaze turned disdainful. She turned her head to the side, pouting no. Dongfang Yang's mouth twitched. You were just confessing to me, and now you're rejecting me so much. Xiaocheng huffed softly, I only act cute with TaoTao. Seeing Xiaocheng completely refuse him, Su Tao understood that her previous confession to Dongfang Yang might have been just like Yiliang's intention, not wanting to see herself with Dongfang Yang. The affection she spoke of was something she acted upon every moment. Feeling a warmth in her heart, Su Tao turned to Dongfang Yang. How about this? They'll cover part of the debt Xiaocheng owes. Dongfang Yang, you shouldn't be in a hurry for the money, right? We will slowly pay you back within a year. Seeing Su Tao speak up for Xiaocheng, Dongfang Yang truly felt a sense of her being taken away from him. Just a few days ago she had been quite attached to him. Now everything was about Xiaocheng. He scratched his head and sighed, forget it, I invested in a coffee shop outside the school. Xiaocheng, you can manage the shop for me for 3 months, and I'll consider that as clearing your debt. Is that really okay? Xiaocheng's eyes sparkled. It's just a casual task for the family. As long as you don't mess it up, it's fine. Thank you, young master Dongfang. Xiaocheng gave him a happy smile, her small sharp tiger teeth looking incredibly adorable. Dongfang Yang nodded coolly, it's just for Su Tao's sake. Also for these 3 months you can consider me your boss. Don't be timid. If anyone bullies you, stand up for yourself, got it? Dongfang Yang's lips curled up, come on, call me boss, and let me hear it. Dongfang boss. Xiaocheng sweetly called out, her voice, as clear as a lark, captivating all who heard it. This guy is indeed a bit cute. Dongfang Yang found himself glancing at Xiaocheng's charming face for a while, before awkwardly shifting his gaze away. After chatting for a while longer, the doctor came to conduct a second examination of Xiaocheng, and only then did Su Tao leave the room with Dongfang Yang. Thank you, Dongfang Yang. As Su Tao reached the hallway, she glanced back at the room door, her tone sincere. Dongfang Yang nodded lightly, I was just worried about her safety. With my name Yiliang, shouldn't be reckless enough to target her. Su Tao paused, surprised, so you had this plan too? What else? It's just to tease her about repaying the money. 20,000 isn't enough for me to have a decent meal. Just by looking at the cheap cosmetics she used before, I know she doesn't have much money. Su Tao scratched her cheek, I was worried you would dislike her. Dongfang Yang shoved his hands into his pockets and thought of her sweet call to him, as boss, a smile creeping onto his lips. But now I feel like she isn't bad. Although it was unexpected, the outcome was ultimately good. Xiaocheng deep down also understood that after being bullied, Dongfang Yang had the intention to protect her. This young master seems a bit tsundere. Time flew by, and after resting for 3 days, Xiaocheng completed her discharge procedures. During this time, Su Tao had been by her side almost constantly, even feeding her on the first day. Although still a girl, the charm of a wife was already subtly emerging. She enjoyed it and liked it. Nothing unexpected happened during the process, and she behaved exceptionally well. This further convinced Su Tao that the sickly sweet girl could be cured. She enjoyed it and liked it. Nothing unexpected happened during the process, and she behaved exceptionally well. This further convinced Su Tao that the sickly sweet girl could be cured. After leaving the hospital, Xiaocheng moved her body, feeling that although she had been on for 3 days, she still wasn't in as good a condition as before. When she first traveled here, she was already weak and being chased. The night before last, she had also developed a high fever due to her plans. If it weren't for the medicine from the system, Xiaocheng felt that even if she didn't die from a serious illness, she would need to be hospitalized for 3 to 5 months. Being discharged from the hospital in 4 days wouldn't delay her too much, allowing her to keep up with the novel's plot. Upon returning home, Xiaocheng first indulged in a relaxing bath, appreciating the charm of her girl's body, and then changed into a little dress from the cabinet. She slightly lowered the neckline with her thumb and made a peace sign with her index and middle fingers. With a click, she took a selfie, a few drops of water clinging to her skin flowing along her delicate collarbone into a subtly undulating curve with strands of hair sticking to her cute face, displaying a mix of cuteness and a hint of awkwardness. Sending the selfie to Su Tao, Xiaocheng typed, "I'm back home, just took a shower." After that, she changed into a plain outfit and took a rather unremarkable photo. She captioned it for her social media, "Wouldn't I look better without makeup?" Visible to all. The photo had too many shadows, was slightly overexposed, and the angle was mediocre, resembling a novice who couldn't take a proper picture. Although it wasn't impressive, Xiaocheng's beauty was undeniable, and such a casual shot was still astonishing. After finishing this, she returned to her room and sat down, saying, "System, how many emotional points do I have now?" Replying to the host, 2,333. Because not much had happened in the past few days, the emotional points gained were limited, with the bulk coming from that stormy night. I can do 2 10 pulls now. Although I don't know the system's odds, at least 2 skills are guaranteed. While browsing the system shop, Xiaocheng contemplated how to spend this fortune. System, let's do a 10 pull. After days of walking on eggshells, it was time for this useless system to show its worth. 10 cards were spread out in the center of the system panel, one glowing gold, and the other a faint white. Xiaocheng raised an eyebrow. 2 skills. With a wave of her small hand, the contents of the cards were revealed. Acquired delicate soft candy. 1. Consuming it can make the skin more delicate. Acquired sleep chocolate. 3. Consuming it allows for at least 6 hours of deep sleep within 1 minute, significantly recovering from fatigue. Acquired Cinderella's handkerchief. 1. The one who obtains the handkerchief will involuntarily think of the host. Acquired liqueur chocolate. 3. Consuming it quickly induces a tipsy state. Congratulations to the host for acquiring passive skill Cat Eyes Beginner. Cat Eyes Beginner. When the host gazes at someone for a long time and generates strong emotions, the pupils become enchanting and emit a hallucinatory glow, creating a strong deterrent effect. Congratulations to the host for acquiring skill Skin Recovery Intermediate. Skin Recovery Intermediate accelerates the recovery from any skin damage suffered by the host, eliminating scars and restoring to the original state. 8 items, 2 skills. And they all seemed quite practical. Especially that Cinderella's handkerchief, which in Xiaocheng's view was no less useful than the 2 skills. If she gave it to TaoTao, it would deepen the impression she left in her heart. Moreover, Xiaocheng felt that these 2 skills were specifically paired for her by the system. Her eye color was already an unusual crimson. Every time she activated her acting skills, Xiaocheng would try to make her gaze look pathological. Now with this cat eyes skill, she wouldn't have to squint awkwardly. The other skill, Skin Recovery, goes without saying. Recovery skills were like small divine abilities for her current self. And they said the lottery was completely random. I see system, you're also at Sundra, just say you love me directly. With over 1,000 points left, Xiaocheng was tempted to do another 10 pull. But reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. System exchange for Strengthening Potion. Strengthening Potion exchanged successfully for 800 emotional points. A bottle of Crimson Potion appeared in her hand. It would permanently enhance her physical condition. Without hesitation, Xiaocheng drank it down. She felt a warmth flow from her abdomen throughout her body, exhaling a breath of turbid air as she looked at the system panel. Host Xiaocheng, age 18, physical condition weak, and subhealthy, emotional points 533, skills, owned acting intermediate, pain resistance intermediate, hacking intermediate, skin recovery intermediate, additive liquid beginner, cat eyes beginner. With 533 emotional points left, Xiaocheng planned to save up. She had her eye on something good in the system shop. Status glasses, 3,000 emotional points. Wearing these glasses will display others' fondness and attitude towards the host in numerical and textual form. The glasses can be upgraded and modified using emotional points. This is a good item. But it's too expensive. Everything really requires emotional points. Turning off the system panel, Xiaocheng spread her legs and lay down on the bed in a star shape. After lying in the hospital for so long, she found it hard to sleep at home. She took out her phone and glanced at her social media post, which already had a bunch of replies. Xiaohua, why did Xiaocheng post without makeup again? If you don't apply some powder, your face looks a bit zombie white. Didn't my cosmetics reach you? Or come to school tomorrow, I'll do a beautiful makeup for you. Sudashi, Xiaohua, how disgusting. Are you jealous of her bare face? It turns out you were the one who encouraged Xiaocheng to wear that terrible makeup before. Having a friend like you is really a misfortune. Xiaohua, what kind of talk is that? What do you, a filthy man, know about girls? Kuin cute. Yang. Can't even take a decent photo, so dumb. Wanna be Xiaocheng's dog? Yang, the young master of the East, last time you said Xiaocheng looks like a zombie in bare face. When are we having a meal? Yang. Looking at the lively responses, Xiaocheng couldn't help but chuckle. Although she deleted Dongfang Yang's last reply, the boomerang still hit her. Noticing TaoTao hadn't replied, Xiaocheng turned off her phone and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Xiaocheng woke up feeling refreshed. Taking the medicine made a difference. Usually she would feel a sharp pain in her chest upon waking, but it was much better now. Today is Friday. She wouldn't be going to school. First, she'd check out Dongfang Yang's cafe. According to him, she was supposed to start working after being discharged. She brushed her teeth, washed her face, and had some cereal and eggs for breakfast. Xiaocheng added a light blue hoodie and went straight out the door. Phew, it's still a bit cold. I need to save up for a cotton coat. Feeling the outdoor temperature, Xiaocheng rubbed her small hands together, seeing her breath turn into visible white mist. Exiting the community, she greeted Grandpa Zhang at the gate and headed straight for the school entrance. Moonlight Cafe, what a nice name. It's not far from the school on North Street. But I wonder what the situation is like. Huh. Just as she arrived at the school gate, Xiaocheng squinted slightly. Outside a milk tea shop by the gate, TaoTao was chatting with a boy, her toes nervously kicking at the stones, her expression troubled. That person must be Sichan, the other male lead in the novel. Did he find TaoTao, or did TaoTao find him? Standing under the shade of a tree, Xiaocheng rolled her eyes, contemplating whether she should approach and listen to what the two were discussing or interject to enhance her sense of presence. Standing still, the information about the original owner and Sichan flowed through her mind. Xichun wore glasses and was tall, standing at 1.9 meters. Yiliang initially held an ordinary position within his family, but at a young age he utilized family resources to establish his own business empire, thereby solidifying his standing within the family through his influence. Dong Fangyang was the sole heir, showered with affection from all sides, living freely and lavishly, unlike Xichun and Yiliang. He was the second son of the Xi family, and in the plot he was marginalized in the family struggle, eventually falling from the capital to Zhuzhou City. Through his acquaintance with the female lead TaoTao, he gradually grasped resources and aimed to return to the family to assert himself, but at this stage his relationship with TaoTao resembled a pure friendship between opposite genders. However, later on, through interactions with TaoTao, Xichun gradually developed feelings for her, competing with several male leads. The original owner had little interaction with him, having confessed only once. That time it seemed the gloomy Xichun wearing glasses was too intimidating, and after the original owner's confession, he dared not provoke this person again. But the current information is still insufficient. Xiaocheng's eyes flickered as she said, "System, spend 200 emotional points to purchase the content from chapters 160 to 200 of the original novel." She remembered that the original owner died at the end of chapter 160, and the new female antagonist Chen Qian made her entrance. Now, due to her presence, the butterfly effect had already taken place, and the subsequent plot could only serve as a reference. Memories surged into her mind, and Xiaocheng frowned. Indeed, as she had guessed, the subsequent plot development had completely deviated from the original trajectory. In the last 40 chapters, half were about TaoTao struggling with matters concerning Xiaocheng, and with the help of several male leads, she overcame her inner turmoil. The remaining chapters featured a new male lead who was a divine doctor. The main storyline focused on healing injuries. Yiliang was fine, having the highest affection for TaoTao, often competing with this divine doctor. Even a small character like Dong Fangyang was just a background presence in the original text during this time. Xichun was still on his way, riding towards them. Although the subsequent plot has not mentioned it yet, this person's relationship with TaoTao has not warmed up. Perhaps I can use this to my advantage. Xiaocheng narrowed her eyes, observing the two chatting, hesitating whether to step forward and assert her presence. Suddenly Xichun, who had been chatting with TaoTao, turned his head sharply. His deep eyes, akin to a cobra's, exuded a fierce aggression, locking onto Xiaocheng, causing her to tremble involuntarily. She hurriedly looked down and dove into the crowd, completely extinguishing her previous thoughts. Her sixth sense warned her that this person was very dangerous. After she hastily left, TaoTao noticed something unusual about Xichun and turned to ask what's wrong. Xichun extended his long middle finger to adjust his glasses, a glint of sharp light flashing in his deep eyes. As he smiled faintly, "It's nothing, what were we just talking about?" TaoTao replied, "I was just asking if a yandere existed in reality, how should we treat them?" Running away from the school gate, Xiaocheng kept murmuring, recalling that chilling gaze. What on earth was that guy's situation? It was the first time I felt such overwhelming pressure, as if he wanted to tear me apart. She secretly warned herself not to provoke Xichun until she could ensure her own safety. Soon she arrived outside the Moonlight Cafe. Since she had mentioned to Dong Fangyang before leaving, the young master was now standing at the entrance board fiddling with his phone. She took out her phone to check her outfit. The cute bear hoodie concealed her petite frame, while her tea-colored hair cascaded down, held back by two small white lotus flower hairpins. Unlike traditional twin tails, the two strands swayed with her movements, exuding a purity reminiscent of a neighborly little sister. She walked over, deliberately staying out of Dong Fangyang's line of sight. Then she jumped out. "Boss, were you waiting for me? Your little cutie has suddenly appeared." Dong Fangyang was startled, and these words immediately flashed through his mind. He clenched his fist to his lips and coughed lightly. It was a bit hot in the cafe since they just turned on the air conditioning. "I'm just outside enjoying the cool breeze." "Oh, I see." Xiaocheng sighed, staring at him intently. "If the boss said he was waiting for me, I would be very happy." Their eyes met, and Dong Fangyang felt an inexplicable panic in his heart. He quickly scoffed and mocked, "Don't get carried away, you fool. It's just a coincidence that I ran into you." After saying that, he entered the cafe first. Xiaocheng followed behind him, a playful smile spreading across her face. "This little tsundere, can't you handle such straightforwardness?" Upon arriving at the cafe, Dong Fangyang began to explain, "Xiaocheng's work, your task is simply to sit here when there's nothing to do, whether it's collecting money or chatting with customers. If you don't know how to make coffee, just let Chusen help you." The honest man waiting at the bar smiled slightly at Xiaocheng. "Hello, miss. My name is Chu-san." Dong Fangyang waved his hand. "No need to be so polite. She's just a little worker." Then he looked at Xiaocheng again. "Currently the cafe only has the two of you. If you don't understand anything, just ask Chu-san. I won't interfere with what you do, but don't let my cafe go out of business, understood?" Xiaocheng weakly nodded. "Boss, can I play on my phone while working?" Dong Fangyang's mouth twitched. "No, you can't let work be delayed." Okay, that means she could play. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed he was just finding an excuse to have her repay her debts. He probably never expected her to run this cafe. Finding an excuse to repay her debts and protect herself was the main goal. even if the starting point was because of the female lead Su Tao Dongfangyang's impression of her had evidently changed. With a sigh in her heart, Xiaocheng bowed again, earnestly saying, "Thank you, young Master Dong, I will work hard." This thank you was heartfelt. This person wasn't bad. They just held different positions. "Don't worry, Dongfangyang, I will take good care of TaoTao. In the future, whether kissing or in bed, I will silently recite your name in my heart, and thank you for your efforts, giving you a sense of involvement." Dongfangyang came to the cafe primarily to let Xiaocheng understand the situation here. Now that the introduction was complete, he planned to leave. However, before leaving, he reminded Xiaocheng about the hospitalization. "Although I don't know what you and Su Tao are hiding from me, I hope you remain rational in everything you do, and don't hurt Su Tao's feelings, especially regarding the last incident. Don't be willful again." Xiaocheng was startled upon hearing this, nodding vigorously like a little chick pecking at grains. The last incident referred to the basement. She was still being suspected. Although his impression of her had improved significantly, his doubts had evidently not decreased. "I need to validate the reason that I was bullied and broke down emotionally, leading to psychological issues. I require a level of despair and oppression to serve as the source of my yandere tendencies." In an instant, thoughts of Dongfangyang's recent suspicion and Xichen's cobra-like gaze flashed through her mind. Xiaocheng began to recall the people who had bullied the original owner. She took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to someone saved under the ID Lu Guijia. "Lu Guijia, when will you pay me back? Now I am just a weak and easily bullied little loli." Xiaocheng slowly raised her head, her rational eyes revealing a hint of ruthlessness. Lu Guijia, like Huang Limei, was one of the 3 bullies during the original owner's high school years. Although she has only attended a vocational college now, she has caused trouble for the original owner several times over the past 2 months in Jiuzhou City. Each time it was verbal humiliation. If the original owner dared to resist, she would be beaten and forced to hand over her money. This could already be classified as a crime, yet the original owner dared not report it to the police or resist, as her oppressive environment had twisted her, and coincidentally the incident involving Su Tao had coincided with this. Despite this, Su Tao continued to treat the original owner with kindness, hoping to influence her, showcasing the charm of her persona as the moonlight. How could one be bullied when they were already in conflict with themselves? Xiaocheng looked at the message she had sent and smiled playfully. Sure enough, Lu Guijia sent a message back. "Sure, I'll wait for you at your home." Okay. Previously she had been bullied on her way home, but now they dared to come directly to her house. Xiaocheng knew without guessing that the other party must have been infuriated. For someone who had been bullied for a long time to suddenly demand repayment, the natural first reaction was to find it ridiculous. What lowly trash dared to resist? It seemed they hadn't learned their lesson yet. If Xiaocheng were to empathize, she would likely think the same, but it didn't matter this time. She was headed home to be bullied. However, if no one knew she was being bullied, then the effectiveness of her plan would diminish. Xiaocheng thought for a moment and glanced at the burly man at the bar. She slowly said, "Then I'll go back to prepare today and I'll officially start tomorrow." Chu-san nodded. "All right. I'll go back and study some relevant knowledge. Let's add each other on WeChat. You can contact me if anything comes up." Xiaocheng took the initiative to add Chu-san on WeChat, and then returned to her seat to pack her things, cheerfully waving "Ill trouble Uncle Chu to watch the store alone today. Bye." With a wave, Xiaocheng stepped out of the store with light footsteps. The uncle looked at her with a gentle smile. "If only I had such a lovely daughter." Unfortunately, he was already 35 and didn't even have a wife. After clicking to accept the friend request, Chu-san continued waiting at the bar. His sharp eyes suddenly spotted a handkerchief on the table where Xiaocheng had just been. It was in shades of pink and orange, printed with cartoon little oranges, leaving behind a faint fragrance that seemed uniquely feminine. He walked over in confusion and blinked. "Did that lady leave this? Looks like she forgot to take it. She'll be coming back tomorrow, so let's just leave it here for now." Reaching out to pick up the handkerchief, Chu-san suddenly frowned. "But what if this is something important? Should I let her know?" Changing his mind, Chu-san sent a message to Xiaocheng. After a delay of several minutes, just as Xiaocheng was about to arrive home, he finally received her reply. She sent a voice message with a tone of urgency. "Woo-woo, I thought this handkerchief was lost. Turns out it was left at the cafe. That's great, really great." She patted her small chest, looking relieved. Chu-san, holding the handkerchief, sensed something unusual and nervously asked, "Is this item very important to you?" This is a gift I plan to give to someone else. But now, I'm too busy. Uncle Chu, could you please help me deliver it?" As soon as I sent that voice message, Xiaocheng added, "That won't do. It would be too much trouble for you. I'll send you the address. Please help me order a courier. I'll cover the cost. Thank you, Uncle Chu." After that, she sent a location along with the floor and room number. Listening to these words, Chu-san felt a warmth in his heart. What a thoughtful little girl, considering it would be a hassle for him to deliver it and still offering to pay for a courier. Why does the young master always call her a little fool when she is clearly so adorable? Chu-san didn't understand, but looking at the empty cafe, he replied, "It's fine, I'll take it to you. No need to call a courier, or just wait for me for a bit." "Alright, thank you." As his words ended, Chu San was about to close the door when he saw Su Tao walking over from outside. Uncle Chu, are you going out? Chu San made a greeting gesture, one that only a noble lady would make, and respectfully said, Miss Chi Xiaocheng left a handkerchief with me, and I was just about to return it to her. Isn't Xiaocheng here? Su Tao thought Chi Xiaocheng was around and wanted to see her work environment. Chu San patiently replied, she just came here with the young master to check things out and left less than half an hour ago. I see. I'm just going to find Xiaocheng. They'll help you deliver it. Well? Chu San hesitated for a moment. Su Tao smiled and said, Uncle, don't worry. Xiaocheng and I have made amends. Otherwise, she wouldn't be with Dongfang Yang, right? She often confided in Dongfang Yang about Chi Xiaocheng's matters at the cafe, and over time Chu San had gotten the gist of it. Hearing Su Tao say that, he felt reassured. Then, thank you, Miss Su. Taking the handkerchief, Su Tao felt something subtle in her heart. The soft fabric seemed to evoke the sensation of stroking Chi Xiaocheng's delicate little hands. It was her first time feeling something so wonderful. Unbeknownst to her, this was all due to the handkerchief's Cinderella effect, causing anyone who held it to involuntarily associate it with Chi Xiaocheng herself. Meanwhile, Chi Xiaocheng had arrived at her residential complex, securely placing her phone away. The audience was already prepared. She patted her cheeks and walked into the elevator. Removing the hairpin that held her light ponytail, she vigorously scratched her hair a few times. She clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction, pouting, sometimes having hair too soft and beautiful is not good, it makes it hard to maintain a certain aura. Before going out, I tidied up to leave a good impression on Dongfang Yang, but now facing those who bullied the original owner, I must display weakness to allow them to take advantage. There was no choice. Chi Xiaocheng pulled the hood of her sweatshirt over her head and rubbed it vigorously to create static. In no time, her hair was a mess. Yet even so, it couldn't conceal her inherent cuteness. But that was enough. The elevator doors opened and Chi Xiaocheng, with her hood on, slightly hunched her body. Acting unfold, she appeared completely as a timid, fragile, harmless girl. Stepping out of the elevator, she immediately saw two girls waiting in the corridor. They wore revealing outfits that exposed their stomachs and thighs, had dyed blonde hair, smoked sported lip piercings, and heavy eye makeup along with various chains typical of delinquent girls. This was the classic impression of a villain. Looking at herself, also a villain, she felt completely devoid of any menace. As she walked into the corridor, her canvas shoes made a crisp tap-tap sound. The leader Lu Guijia looked at Chi Xiaocheng, raising her head high and wearing a mocking smile. Oh, our lovely Xiaocheng has returned. Lu Guijia leaned against the wall, her gaze playfully fixed on Chi Xiaocheng, as she fiddled with her phone, simultaneously kicking her companion crouched on the ground beside her. The henchman, wearing black-framed glasses with his hair down and head lowered, froze for a moment before quickly putting away his phone. He stood up, head bowed, staring vacantly at Chi Xiaocheng. The sinister gaze made one even more fearful of Lu Guijia, the authoritarian figure. Chi Xiaocheng steadied her nerves, reaching up to wipe the brim of her hat, pulling the hoodie down to cover half her face, with her crimson eyes glimmering faintly in the shadow of the hood. The more one faced such a bully, the more they would take advantage of weakness. Chi Xiaocheng was well aware of this, timidly approaching Lu Guijia. With her head down, allowing a lock of hair to escape from the hood, she extended her small hand and nervously said, money. Just give me back my money. Lu Guijia chuckled, ready to hurl ridicule, but was quickly restrained by her henchman. Lu Guijia turned her head in annoyance. What is it? The henchman, maintaining his composure, pointed to a corner of the hallway that was glowing red. Lu Guijia's pupils constricted slightly, her tense shoulders relaxing as she pointed at the door. Since we're here, aren't you going to invite us in? It's freezing out here. The snow has been delayed this year. It will fall in a few days. Isn't it too cold? As she spoke, both she and the henchman stepped aside from the doorway. Chi Xiaocheng glanced at a surveillance camera in the hallway, installed by the property management with several on each floor to prevent accidents. It would be perfect if they acted violently right here. However, it didn't matter. After all, Chu San would come looking for her because of the handkerchief. Chi Xiaocheng opened the door and walked in, closing it slightly after Lu Guijia and her henchman entered. Once inside, Lu Guijia boldly opened the refrigerator, pulled out a bottle of cola, and plopped down onto the sofa as if she were at home. Kicking her legs up, she sighed to herself, it's truly incredible. Why is it that someone from the same humble beginnings as me can afford such a nice place in such a great location? Chi Xiaocheng remained silent, simply watching her open the cola and take a sip. Then she slowly approached Lu Guijia, lifting her small head. Can we talk about the money now? Heh. Lu Guijia turned around, looking down at Chi Xiaocheng with an air of superiority. Sure. How much do you want me to return? Chi Xiaocheng bit her lip, her small expression reflected in Lu Guijia's eyes. 3 years, not counting those from middle school. You just give me back 7,000 yuan. Lu Guijia sighed. 7,000, huh? I didn't realize I had borrowed that much from you. Even she found it hard to believe. After all, Chi Xiaocheng was just as poor as she was, with her family unable to pay her tuition, relying solely on her brother, who was out in society making a living. She looked at Chi Xiaocheng, a hint of mockery in her gaze. Repay you? Chi Xiaocheng stepped back in shock, fear evident on her face. You? What do you mean? You don't intend to repay me, do you? You promised you would. Eh. Lu Guijia spread her thumb and forefinger covering her mouth as if trying to stifle a laugh. She then placed her hand on her forehead, pushing her bangs up, and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you actually said you want your money back? Ha 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 ha, are you trying to kill me with laughter? She raised her head, lifting her fist high as if asking, when did you gain the courage to defy me? Who gave you the guts? Is it Liang Jingru? A sharp scream rang out. Bang! A heavy punch landed on Qi Xiaocheng's face. The forceful blow created a gust of wind, knocking Qi Xiaocheng's hood off, sending her crashing to the ground, rolling twice before hitting a chair. The impact was severe, her face hurt. Even with the pain slightly dulled, Qi Xiaocheng still felt a fiery sting on her face, the pain almost comparable to her self-harm during her planning. But it was bearable. She didn't allow anger to cloud her judgment. The pain made her even more rational. As long as she waited for Chu San to bring the handkerchief, the more severe her actions, the better her justification for being bullied and self-harming to become a sickly girl would hold. This punch was also part of her plan. There was no need to get angry. Qi Xiaocheng was very clear. As she lifted her head, her calm eyes transformed into a mix of tension, fear, and fragility, her lips trembling uncontrollably. You. How could you do this? She covered her cheek, feeling a salty taste in her mouth. This punch had caused her mouth to bleed a little. Such a taste was truly unpleasant. An eerie flash crossed her eyes as she saw Lu Guijia stand up, causing Qi Xiaocheng to tremble slightly. It was as if the fear of the past surged back. The girl shook her yellow hair and stepped toward Qi Xiaocheng. Honestly, I didn't expect you to have the guts to ask me for money back. This is perfect timing. She squatted down in front of Qi Xiaocheng, grabbing her brown hair and lifting her head. You've been avoiding me for half a month. It's time you remembered who the master is. Slap. Another slap landed on Qi Xiaocheng's face. The softness of the palm and the crisp sound made Lu Guijia frown. At this moment, Qi Xiaocheng should be kneeling with tears and snot, begging her to stop hitting. What did such a calm reaction mean? Did she look down on me? And this face? TSK. Another slap flew toward her. Always this face, always this face. How dare you be so good-looking with such a delicate appearance that makes people like you? Why? Zhang. She pulled out a small knife from her waist, pressing it against Qi Xiaocheng's face, grinning. Qi Xiaocheng, what do you think will happen if I scratch your face? Qi Xiaocheng's pupils constricted, fear evident on her face, as she shook her head, trying to struggle. Seeing the satisfaction finally appeared on Lu Guijia's face as she told her henchman, you go check if the window is closed tightly. It would be bad if she screams. The henchman squatted on the ground, leaning against the sofa, knees, curled up, arms wrapped around himself, trembling, as if experiencing the same abuse as Qi Xiaocheng. Noticing the silence behind her, Lu Guijia frowned in dissatisfaction and snapped, what? Didn't you hear what I said? Guys? The henchman nodded and hurriedly ran toward the large window on the balcony. Lu Guijia, satisfied with the scene, turned back to Qi Xiaocheng. Did you see? You should also become like her rather than still daring to glare at me now. She didn't notice the calmness hidden in Qi Xiaocheng's gaze, the cold blade of the knife gliding across her cheek, as Lu Guijia declared triumphantly, I'm also curious, after training you for 3 years, why haven't you turned into a dog? Who gave you hope? Her eyes shifted deep in thought. Ultimately, they landed on a photo of 2 people under the television. She sneered, is it that bitch Su Tao? Bang! A small hand tightly grasped Lu Guijia's wrist, and a pair of crimson pupils contracted, resembling a cat protecting its food. Try saying that again. Qi Xiaocheng's strength was not great, yet she gripped Lu Guijia's wrist tightly, causing her pain. Those crimson eyes resembled the vertical pupils of a mad cat, instilling fear. Lu Guijia was also frightened. Her hand that was pulling Qi Xiaocheng's hair suddenly exerted force, as she angrily gritted her teeth and shouted, what did you say? How dare you contradict me? Don't you know who the real master here is? If you say one more word, do you believe I will scar your face? Smack! Another heavy slap struck Qi Xiaocheng's face. Her face turned red with strands of crimson spilling from the corner of her mouth, her cascading hair covering half of her eye, obscuring her expression. With that slap, Lu Guijia gradually lost the anger induced by the fearsome gaze. She let out a cold laugh. No matter how you glare, you are still that trash. I suppose the one giving you courage is Su Tao, right? She snickered, her tone resentful. She is just like you, worthless, pretending to be pure, while exuding that unbearable stench of a foxhum. If it weren't for the fact that I can't defeat her, she would have long become a dog like you and that fellow behind me. She spat onto the floor, unaware that Qi Xiaocheng's expression was growing increasingly grim. Continuing, she said, relying on her good looks to seduce others everywhere, it's utterly disgusting, but it seems she cares a lot about you. Tell me, if I were to use you to threaten Su Tao, how would she react? Would she care about you? Qi Xiaocheng opened her eyes slightly, her cat-like vertical pupils glowing red in the dim room, her voice hoarse. I too wish to know the answer to your question. What did you say? Lu Guijia frowned. Qi Xiaocheng laughed, red liquid spilling from her lips and flowing down her chin, no longer maintaining the weak facade of being bullied. It was as if she had forgotten her plan. Aren't you the one who wanted to scar my face? Why not just do it? Xiaocheng leaned in closer, reaching out to grip Lu Gijia's hand. Once more an unknown strength surging forth. She forcefully pried Lu Gijia's hand away from her hair. Moving even closer, their noses were just a hair's breadth apart. What? What are you doing? Lu Guijia was frightened by her gaze, instinctively stepping back. What kind of eyes were those? Not like human pupils, they were somewhat eerie and vertical, radiating a blood-like crimson light that induced fear just from making eye contact. Like a vicious wolf protecting its young. No, that's not right. More like a small milk wolf fiercely guarding its wounded mother. Instinctively driven by biology. Yet Xiaocheng took another step closer, the knife held by Lu Guijia pressing against her face. It pierced a tiny wound. Blood appeared. Unlike the vibrant flow from being beaten, this was a result of Xiaocheng's own advance, amplified by her eerie red eyes, creating an unnerving sight. Xiaocheng exhaled warm breath, her hand gently stroking the knife, as if caressing a lover. What, are you afraid? Or are you just bluffing? You? Don't come closer. Lu Guijia suddenly sat on the ground, holding the knife out in front of her. This was a defensive posture. She was scared. She even felt that if she really pushed the knife forward, Xiaocheng would actively meet it. This girl showed no trace of fear in her eyes. How could someone who had been bullied for 3 years appear so different? The aura was a mysterious force, especially when faced with the unknown, causing the mind to momentarily enter a state of self-protection. Commonly known as a crash. Just like when faced with death, everyone knows to run, but fear engulfs the body, rendering one immobile. Lu Guijia felt just that at this moment. Xiaocheng's gaze seemed to want to eat people. The dynamics of offense and defense had shifted. Xiaocheng grinned savagely. Lu Guijia, you are also a bully who fears the strong, huh? I called you here today to let you bully me, and I was quite satisfied with those slaps and punches you gave. But, Xiaocheng stepped forward. You said TaoTao made me very unhappy. While I'm not a yandere and I don't particularly like her, she is currently my only support for survival. How significant is it to conquer the female lead? Xiaocheng muttered to herself, her expression gradually becoming excited. For minor characters like us, cannon fodder, we are merely paving the way for the protagonists. But do you know, despite this, TaoTao still shines light upon us side characters. Knowing that the original owner did such outrageous things, Tao still forgave me and treated me kindly. What a wonderful girl she is. Unlike the one I once loved, who after I gave everything still betrayed me. You don't know the feeling of having your heart pierced and then being blocked by someone, do you? Bully the good. Xiaocheng stood up, abruptly seizing Lu Guijia's small knife. Lu Guijia panicked and tried to pull the knife back. Let go. The small knife remained immovable, the blade tip gripped tightly by Xiaocheng. Warm liquid surged from her palm to her wrist, and Lu Guijia was shocked to discover she could not pull the knife back. Was she not in pain? With a sudden motion, the knife slipped from her grasp. The small knife was turned against her, with drops of red falling from the tip, the air thick with a pungent smell. You don't even dare to take action. Xiaocheng sneered, brushing her hair aside, the knife tip resting above her brow. Zing! A vivid blood-red line was drawn from above her left brow to the right. The liquid gushed forth like raindrops on glass, trickling down her vision, cascading onto her cheek. At this moment, Xiaocheng's face was radiant, strikingly eerie. Her peculiar vertical pupils reflected a scarlet hue, and a strange smile crept upon her lips. If you don't act when others arrive, how will they know I am the one being bullied? But you... Xiaocheng stepped forward, straddling Lu Guijia's legs, looking down upon her. Isn't it enough to hit me? Why say so much? Is it to vent your emotions as the victor? Playing with the small knife in her hand, crimson droplets fell onto Lu Guijia's skin, scalding hot. Xiaocheng said leisurely, actually, there's something you said that I find quite accurate. I too would love to see how Tao would react if I threatened her with my life. But there's one thing I believe is incorrect. Her gaze suddenly became sharp. You said you would train Tao to be a dog. Don't you know? She is mine. Even if she becomes a dog, she remains mine. In this world, only the female lead could protect her from the targeting of other male leads, allowing her to survive. This must change the fate of being a villainous cannon fodder. Hey, close the window, I'm afraid she might scream too loudly later. Xiaocheng coldly glanced at the girl with disheveled hair and a gloomy expression. Then she stuck out her tongue, licking the blade of the knife. How about you try experiencing what it feels like to hit me? Fear and trembling enveloped her as she realized her back was drenched in cold sweat. Lu Guijia could actually sense that Xiaocheng before her showed no signs of physical change. With just a little effort, she could subdue this frail being. Yet her body was beyond her control, completely immobile. The eerie crimson vertical pupils glimmered, and her face was drenched in red like a trickling stream. The tongue flicked across the blade that radiated a cold gleam as if savoring its own flavor. I'm going to die. Lu Guijia trembled, unable to muster a shred of strength. Her gaze quivered as she searched around, casting a pleading look toward her disheveled companion, who was huddled on the floor. However, the sight before her made her pupils constrict once more. The companion squatted on the ground, staring intently at her. Lu Guijia noticed that her previously sullen expression had vanished. Instead it revealed a certain obsessive smile, her eyes emitting a light Lu Guijia had never seen before. She wouldn't come to help me. Despair washed over Lu Guijia. After all, she was just like Xiaocheng. Why would she help me at this moment? We are both the same, both just dogs. Perhaps the anger surged in her mind, allowing Lu Guijia to regain a bit of strength. Gritting her teeth and glaring at Xiaocheng, she attempted to intimidate her. If you have the capability, kill me right now, or otherwise you are doomed, not just you but also TaoTao, that bitch. Ah! Before she could finish, a sharp pain shot through her thigh. The intimidation had turned into rage. Xiaocheng half-squatted, half-kneeled before her, a faint smile lingering at the corner of her mouth. I didn't hear what you said. Could you speak a bit louder? The window is all closed, you know. At this moment the system couldn't help but intervene. If something goes wrong, we as the villains will have no chance of turning the tables, and even the female protagonist's halo won't be able to save us. Don't worry, my dear system. Xiaocheng's calm voice echoed in her mind. Upon hearing this, the system finally relaxed. As long as you are still rational, I was scared to death thinking you had lost your sanity because of the female protagonist TaoTao. Xiaocheng smiled and replied in her mind, why would I lose my sanity? You are the one being ridiculous. Actually, I understand personally that although I have transmigrated here and bound to you, to be honest, from the memories I've gathered, the original host is actually not dead. I have merely taken her place. Occasionally when I display abnormal behavior, I believe it is influenced by the remnants of the original host's thoughts. Her analysis was as rational as she had stated. Just like now you think I am acting impulsively because of what she said about TaoTao, but I know that is not the case. The remnants of the original host's thoughts have influenced me. She was bullied for 3 years and harbors immense hatred for Lu Guijia. Even when bullied, she did not dare to resist. She lacked the courage. But I am different. Xiaocheng's gaze was intense. I am not afraid of her. So the remnants of the original host's thoughts compel me to seek revenge. This is the main reason for my current state, or in reality, I am still completely rational and have not been influenced by TaoTao at all. While chatting with the system in my heart, I couldn't help but say, after all I've mentioned before, that I am not truly a yandere. But host, you really don't seem to be acting. How did I not detect the original host's thoughts and soul as the system? I'm so scared, QAQ. If you could detect subconscious things, then you wouldn't be so useless. Xiaocheng replied to the system, but to Lu Guijia it seemed as if she was talking to herself. The accumulated fear completely overflowed. Her eyes widened in horror as she pointed a trembling finger at Xiaocheng, seemingly ignoring the pain in her leg, whispering, crazy. Crazy? What nonsensical words was she uttering? So she was already crazy, no wonder. No wonder. Ha 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 ha. Tears streamed down Lu Guijia's face as she burst into laughter. So it turns out she was already crazy. No wonder it was like this, no wonder. Ha 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 ha. But in reality, who was the one truly insane? Perhaps this wild laughter reached outside as hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Her little ears perked up. A strange smile crept across her lips. She pulled out the knife embedded in her leg. The red-stained hand gently patted Lu Guijia's cheek. The sticky sensation abruptly silenced her laughter. Xiaocheng grinned, don't be like that. You are the bully after all. The knife was shoved into her hand. Xiaocheng suddenly lurched to the side. Bang! Her chestnut hair cascaded as she fell into the warm crimson. Meanwhile, Lu Guijia knelt before her hands, rigidly gripping the small knife. Her face was filled with shock. Even the squatting companion in the back looked utterly confused, puzzled over Xiaocheng's actions. Why would she do this? The next moment her confusion was answered. The door, which had been ajar, was suddenly flung open. Xiaocheng. What happened? TaoTao panted slightly. Upon exiting the elevator, she had heard inexplicable laughter. Initially thinking someone was going crazy, she soon discovered it was emanating from Xiaocheng's suite. Moreover, that voice sounded oddly familiar. Rushing over the scene that greeted her made her pupils constrict. She saw Xiaocheng with her back turned, lying in a pool of crimson, and directly opposite her Lu Guijia was gripping the small knife, her gaze hollow as she looked over. In the distance, there was a girl whose hair almost obscured her face, her eyes seemingly radiating admiration. Anyone who did not understand the situation would misinterpret this scene. TaoTao was no exception. She clenched her fists and stepped forward. Lu Guijia, what have you done to Xiaocheng? Lu Guijia's eyes widened suddenly, and with a clang she threw the knife away, retreating in fear. I did nothing. It was all Xiaocheng's doing, she did it all. Do you think I would believe you? What can I do if you don't believe me? Lu Guijia shouted loudly, it's clearly her doing. She orchestrated everything. She's the one who has gone crazy. What does it have to do with me? TaoTao rushed forward in a few strides. Bang! A punch sent Lu Guijia sprawling. Aga! TaoTao ignored Lu Guijia's screams. She squatted down in distress, disregarding the mess, trying to lift Xiaocheng. But upon seeing her cheek, her pupils constricted once more. TaoTao's voice trembled with suppressed anger. Lu Guijia, if anything happens to Xiaocheng, you have all gone crazy, completely insane. Before she could finish, Lu Guijia clasped her head and dashed to the door. His Su Tao instinctively tried to stop her, but rationality forced her to remain calm. A voice floated beside her. Should we call an ambulance first? It was the girl with a gloomy expression. After saying this, she quickly followed Lu Guijia out of the room. Su Tao fell silent as she hurriedly took out her phone. Hello, is this Dongfang Yang? Can you send your doctor over? The address is it you, TaoTao? As soon as Su Tao hung up the phone, Xiaocheng slowly awakened from her unconsciousness. Her voice was hoarse, tinged with a sob. Su Tao's expression softened as she asked with concern, Xiaocheng, don't talk for now. You are still injured. The doctor from Dongfang Yang will be here soon. Xiaocheng forced a smile. It's nothing, TaoTao. Just a little pain in my forehead and a bit on my face, but other than that I'm okay. It was only then that Su Tao noticed gently wiping away the moisture on Xiaocheng's face, revealing a distinct bruise. Gently brushing aside Xiaocheng's hair, Su Tao saw a broad yet shallow gash on her forehead, which still oozed a bit of red. Su Tao inhaled sharply, forcing herself to calm down. Xiaocheng had been observing Su Tao's subtle expressions. How could she not guess what was on her mind? In a tone filled with nervous relief, she asked TaoTao, my face, it should be okay, right? If it becomes ugly, you won't want me anymore, will you? Her lips trembled as if she might cry. She just said she wanted to ruin my face. If I hadn't dodged that knife, I would have really been disfigured. Woo. TaoTao, please don't abandon me. Panic and confusion filled her expression as tears streamed down her face. Su Tao, who had been rational until this point, felt a surge of anger at those words. She reached for an apple nearby, her arm tightening as if to vent her emotions. Bang! The apple was crushed. Xiaocheng, who had been pretending to cry, was momentarily stunned. She knew Su Tao had some strength, but wasn't this a bit excessive? How had the original owner knocked Su Tao out and locked her in a small dark room? Shocked as she was, the show must go on. Crying still had to continue. Only when Su Tao gently wiped away the tears did Xiaocheng slowly begin to sob. TaoTao. Su Tao revealed a reassuring smile. Don't worry. When have I ever said I would abandon Xiaocheng? These thoughts should never cross your mind again. After a gentle admonition, Su Tao checked her over again, confirming that Xiaocheng only had a forehead injury and a few lingering marks on her face. Everything else seemed fine. Helping Xiaocheng onto a chair, Su Tao spoke softly, Xiaocheng, please wait a moment. They'll help you with some basic treatment. As she said this, she walked towards the cabinet under the television, skillfully opening it to retrieve the emergency medical kit inside. However, as she was selecting the medication, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This scene felt as if it had happened many times before. Since Xiaocheng had entered her senior year and started living here, there had been a period where they cohabited and Xiaocheng would occasionally come back injured. She only said she had fallen. Could it be? Su Tao's heart sank for a moment as she approached Xiaocheng with disinfectant and cotton swabs. The disinfection process may sting a little, so bear with it, okay? It's fine, I'm used to it. Xiaocheng obediently closed her eyes and slightly lifted her head. The system's fragmented voice echoed in her mind. Emotional value 3. Emotional value 5. Emotional value 10. She was aware that Su Tao had experienced considerable emotional fluctuations due to her words, which the system had captured. Unfortunately, emotional values would gradually decrease as the protagonists adapted. Xiaocheng couldn't repeatedly exploit the same situation to farm emotional values. For example, her sob story would initially boost Su Tao's emotional value significantly. However, after that, even if it was the same sob story, the added emotional value would be much weaker. Calculating it all, every point was crucial. Staunching the bleeding, applying medicine, and temporarily wrapping the forehead with gauze. Su Tao wasn't a professional doctor, just someone who had learned some basic emergency methods. To understand the specific situation, a real doctor was needed. Just as she thought of this, the door that had been closed swung open and Dongfang Yang rushed in with 2 doctors. Their first reaction was to see a pool of crimson on the floor, and their pupils contracted. Hey, what's going on here? Su Tao stood up to explain. Some troublemakers from Xiaocheng's high school found her. By the time I arrived, she was already injured. Taking care of Xiaocheng was my priority, so I didn't chase after them. Dongfang Yang signaled to the 2 doctors. They nodded in understanding. The female doctor handed the medical kit to the male doctor, who began examining Xiaocheng. There's some minor bleeding and facial injuries, but fortunately there's no issue inside her mouth. However, to prevent swelling and pain on her face, an external application is necessary. She should stick to light meals for now and she'll be fine with some rest. The female doctor's words relieved everyone present. Immediately after, Su Tao arranged Xiaocheng take a rest and then go take a shower. At that moment, Xiaocheng looked at Su Tao with anticipation. TaoTao, can you help me wash up? Dongfang Yang raised an eyebrow at this. Xiaocheng glanced at Su Tao's clothes, which were dirty from helping her with the emergency treatment, and said directly, why don't we wash together? I got your clothes dirty too. Dongfang Yang's mouth twitched. His gaze flickered between Xiaocheng and Su Tao. If it were before, Su Tao would have agreed without hesitation. However, knowing Xiaocheng's strange feelings for her, and her yandere tendencies, Su Tao's rationality told her she couldn't agree to this request. She smiled slightly and said, why not let the female doctor help? As a doctor, she surely knows where shouldn't get wet. Seeing this, Dong Fangyang interjected, if she can manage her recovery, she can wash herself. Isn't this small space a bit cramped for 2 people? Okay. Alright, Xiaocheng said somewhat dejectedly but did not contradict. Noticing this, Su Tao rubbed her temples in frustration. It wasn't just this incident with the troublemakers. Xiaocheng's yandere tendencies were also a significant issue. If Dong Fangyang weren't here, would she have insisted on washing together with her? With an apologetic expression, she said to Dong Fangyang, I'm sorry for the trouble. Why don't you sit down for a moment? I'll clean up the floor. Like a diligent wife, she put on an apron and began to handle the household chores. As Dong Fangyang stepped out, he looked up at the corridor's camera and said to the bodyguard in the hallway, let's check the surveillance footage. Arriving at the property management office, his status as the young master meant the security would not stop him. Shortly after, he saw the scene on the surveillance where Xiaocheng encountered Lu Guijia. Faced with such troublemakers, the footage showed Xiaocheng cowering, not daring to look at the other party. Indeed, it's foolish. Dong Fangyang nodded, not noticing anything unusual about Xiaocheng. However, there was one thing he didn't understand. Turning to the bodyguard behind him, he asked, what did you see from Xiaocheng? The bodyguard hesitated. She seems used to being bullied. This doesn't look like someone demanding repayment. Yes, her personality is very timid. Dong Fangyang stroked his chin, but what puzzles me is, if she is so timid, why did she dare to commit such a heinous act of kidnapping Su Tao back then? Yiliang is surely more terrifying than this group of troublemakers. However, it is also possible that my understanding is not comprehensive enough. After all, Dong Fangyang has indeed changed his perception of Xiaocheng, and he does not believe that this foolish, clumsy, and timid fellow is merely pretending. He pays attention to details. Coincidentally, some details are inexplicable. At this moment, the door of the monitoring room was knocked twice. Dong Fangyang turned around and saw Su Tao entering dressed in an apron that concealed the bright red stains. What's the situation? Dong Fangyang stepped aside to make room, pointing at the monitor. The incident started when Xiaocheng asked that blonde guy for money. The hostility in the blonde guy's eyes was quite obvious, but Xiaocheng was too timid and still let him into her home. What happened next is unnecessary to elaborate. The monitoring could not capture the sounds after they entered the house. Only an occasional laugh could be heard. Su Tao, what do you think? Dong Fangyang pulled out a chair and sat down, contemplating. Su Tao's eyes suppressed a hint of anger. After exhaling deeply, she said, Xiaocheng probably wanted to pay you back, so she looked for Lu Guijia to borrow money. But I'm also unclear how Xiaocheng borrowed so much from her. That's 7,000. Over 3 years, it may not seem like much, but Xiaocheng's family is already financially strained, and she is so frail due to early malnutrition. But who would have thought that what Dong Fangyang cared about was not this? What I mean is, what do you think of Xiaocheng's contrast? Su Tao was taken aback. What do you mean? I won't beat around the bush anymore. Dong Fangyang manipulated the monitor and paused at the scene where Xiaocheng was fearfully shrinking her neck, entering the door with Lu Guijia and her lackey. From our previous understanding, Xiaocheng was willing to risk her life for you, even harboring animosity towards Yiliang for a while, and she was even hostile towards me. But after our interactions, we both know she is so weak. So where did her courage to confront Yiliang come from? Who gave it to her? You should know that if you hadn't stopped Yiliang last time in the basement, Xiaocheng would probably have been in trouble by now. Su Tao lowered her head, seemingly deep in thought, and nodded gently. She has different information from Dong Fangyang. She is very clear. Xiaocheng's courage comes from her. Xiaocheng is a sickly girl. When it comes to her own matters, she becomes impulsive and lacks rationality. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that she dared to confront Yiliang, even disregarding her own identity. But with Lu Guijia, Dong Fangyang continued, there is another important question. Although I have always cared for your feelings and didn't ask, I just can't understand how Xiaocheng managed to kidnap you. You could easily subdue her with one hand, right? Su Tao lowered her head, falling into silence. If we're talking about the kidnapping, it was my fault. Su Tao sighed and explained the situation at that time. I owed Yiliang a favor because of the last incident, and he insisted that I attend a banquet with him. I thought it was just a matter of showing up to eat, so I agreed. After that, Xiaocheng found me, saying she knew she had made a mistake before and wanted to reconcile with me. Dong Fangyang nodded. And then? Then she said she bought me coffee as an apology. Su Tao sighed. At that time, I didn't think much of it and just listened to her. After drinking it, I don't know what happened next. When I woke up, I was already locked in the basement. A few strands of hair fell from her temples, sliding down her cheeks. As she bowed her head, a bit of her bangs obscured her eyes, making it difficult to see her expression. The sunlight outside shining on her gradually faded. Su Tao continued, as for the courage to confront Yiliang that you mentioned, it should come from me. You. Dong Fangyang was somewhat astonished. This was something he had never considered. Yes. Su Tao clasped her hands behind her back, raised her head, and smiled with a mix of helplessness and fondness. She has done a lot over the past 2 months, but I have never blamed her whether it's you or Yi Liang. I have been advising her, haven't I? Dong Fangyang was taken aback as if recalling something. When he previously disliked Xiaocheng, Su Tao indeed would mediate. So that's how it is. He murmured, the doubts in his heart gradually resolving. It was her tolerance that gave Xiaocheng the courage. Dong Fangyang turned to Su Tao again. Then regarding her being bullied. At this point Su Tao suddenly clenched her fists. Anger flickered in her eyes as she stared intently at Lu Guijia in the monitor. I know that blonde guy. She was a delinquent girl in high school with abysmal grades who bullied the weak to feel a sense of existence. In the past she also bullied Xiaocheng, but after I gave her a couple of beatings she became afraid. After that she never appeared before me again. I originally thought she had chosen to let things go, but now it seems she has been secretly retaliating against Xiaocheng for a long time. And all of this I was completely unaware of. Su Tao's tone gradually filled with guilt. In the past when Xiaocheng came home, she would occasionally have bruises. She always acted so foolishly and said she fell, so I didn't think much of it. She would foolishly smile and tell me not to worry. At that time I thought she was very sensible and truly wonderful. Now it seems those injuries were from being bullied. Dong Fangyang took a gentle breath. Then why has she never told you about that blonde guy claiming it was 7,000 for 3 years? She was bullied for 3 years. Maybe she didn't want to involve me. She was afraid of getting hurt, afraid of being bullied like her. So she concealed any harm she suffered and returned home smiling foolishly and saying she was fine and not to worry. Upon careful reflection, all she displayed before me was her smile. Su Tao glanced at Dong Fangyang, who was in shock and hesitated before saying softly. Also perhaps because of these things I didn't know Xiaocheng developed some psychological issues, and after being led astray the events of these past 2 months occurred. As soon as she said this, Dong Fangyang suddenly understood. Everything made sense now. No wonder he felt that the drastic change in Xiaocheng's personality was so significant. It turned out, there were many hidden truths he was unaware of. He also recalled the large pool of bright red he had seen when he entered the room and sighed inwardly. It seems he had misunderstood Xiaocheng. The lingering doubts that had existed were suddenly unraveled. Perhaps he should go and talk to Yi Liang. Xiaocheng was also a pitiful girl. Seeing Su Tao's mood a bit low, Dong Fangyang comforted her. Although the process was a bit convoluted, the outcome is good, right? Xiaocheng is not the same as she was 2 months ago. She has become normal, hasn't she? Reconciled with Su Tao. Reconciled with himself. The remaining issue is with Yi Liang, right? But this statement made Su Tao feel a bit distressed. Yes, she has become normal. Her smile was somewhat forced and her eyes revealed a hint of unease. Let's not mention this anymore. Dong Fangyang said. Regarding those who bullied Xiaocheng, how do you want to deal with them? How about I take care of it? I'll investigate them thoroughly and make them disappear. The ruthless methods of a large family. Sending a few people to Siberia to grow potatoes is indeed too simple. However, Su Tao shook her head. The anger in her eyes could no longer be contained. Dong Fangyang, you have already helped me a lot, so I won't trouble you further. They dared to treat Xiaocheng this way. I want to teach them a lesson myself. Thinking of how Xiaocheng had just cried out in fear of losing her, Su Tao unconsciously clenched her fists. No one can bully my Xiaocheng. Su Tao's drive for action is strong. Whenever she has an idea, as long as there are no other important matters hindering her, she will take action on her thoughts. Just like now. After settling Xiaocheng, she hurriedly took the bus. The destination was her former high school. To be precise, it was a family in a chaotic alley near the school. In the evening, Lu Guijia was sitting in a dilapidated small house with a limp, typing something on her phone, her expression extremely cold. Xiaocheng, Su Tao. I will make you regret it sooner or later. She gritted her teeth in resentment and then looked at her sullen lackey kneeling beside her. Grabbing her hair, she scolded. You worthless maid, why didn't you help me just now in the room? The girl was forced to look up, scars crisscrossing her face. She bit her lip, trembling and unable to speak. Seeing this, Lu Guijia, in a fit of rage, slapped her hard and shouted, useless. You're going to Cho Li's place later, right? Remember to tell that girl to gather everyone. Ill. No, I need to go and take down those 2 bitches tomorrow. Her fist clenched, the knuckles cracking loudly. She had at least a dozen unruly subordinates plus 2 sisters, bringing the total to 40 or 50 people. How could Su Tao possibly defeat so many on her own, no matter how powerful she was? After receiving a slap, the lackey seemed used to it and was not angry. Instead, she weakly said, We can't beat Su Tao. Are you trying to raise other spirits while extinguishing your own? Lu Guijia's face contorted with rage. She kicked the lackey aside and stood up angrily. If it weren't for Xiaocheng going crazy just now and startling me, I would have at least wanted to spar with her. At that moment, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the door. A girl in tattered leather clothing burst in. No. It's bad, the boss. Su Tao is coming. What? Lu Guijia jumped up abruptly but winced in pain from her twisted leg. She hurriedly asked the lackey, how could Su Tao come here? We're at least an hour's drive from Zhezhou University, right? I don't know, boss. The lackey cried. She seems to be here for revenge. Everyone is an adult in college. What is she playing at? Lu Guijia swallowed hard. Revenge. She was here to get back at Xiaocheng. Run. This was her home, her base. If she ran now, what would her other two sisters think? Lu Guijia took a deep breath, her eyes growing fierce. You go gather the sisters. Su Tao is alone. Can she really take on over 10 of us? Today I must wrestle with her. Just as she finished speaking, the door was gently pushed open, and a cold voice slowly sounded, Oh, is that so? Su Tao. The lackey exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening, as she realized Su Tao was unscathed, and she fainted immediately. Su Tao glanced at the fainted lackey and said indifferently, Get out, I am only here to find Lu Guijia today. The already unconscious lackey widened her eyes, gave a sheepish smile to Su Tao, and scurried out of the door. Only Lu Guijia and her lackey remained in the room. The latter shrank into the corner, her bangs covering her eyes, curiously watching Su Tao. Lu Guijia gritted her teeth and questioned Su Tao. What do you mean? What? Just now you hit Xiaocheng, and now you want to play innocent? Su Tao's face was cold. Her purpose for coming here was simple. It was to seek justice for Xiaocheng, or to put it more bluntly, revenge. If it weren't for today's incident, she wouldn't even have known that Xiaocheng had been bullied by this person for 3 years. It seems you haven't learned your lesson from high school, have you? Lu Guijia gritted her teeth, her tone filled with resentment. I just said I didn't do anything to Xiaocheng. At most, I just hit her once and I didn't do anything else. Even this, I got hurt because of Xiaocheng. She pointed at her bandaged leg. Su Tao looked at her as if she were a fool. Do you think I would believe you? I can tell at a glance that this injury was an accident when Xiaocheng resisted. Do you take me for a fool? Lu Guijia's eyes widened. At that time, she was clearly the victim. Lu Guijia realized that Su Tao didn't care about the so-called truth. She was here solely for revenge. Is there any chance of escape? There was simply no opportunity. Lu Guijia took a deep breath, no longer afraid, and stood directly in front of Su Tao, saying in a deep voice, Since that's the case, let's see who truly has the skills. Don't think I'm actually afraid of you. After Lu Guijia finished speaking, she suddenly crouched down. Don't think that I'm still that clueless little delinquent from high school. I have learned a few moves from my brother in the underworld. Su Tao, you will die. She immediately performed a set of military boxing right there. It was fierce and powerful. Su Tao, die for me. With one step forward. Bang! Then she was knocked down by a punch from Su Tao. Lu Guijia crouched on the ground, covering her face, her head buzzing. Is that all? Su Tao grabbed her sleeve and lifted her up. After mixing in high school for 3 years, you're still in this old broken place in college. If it weren't for today's incident, I wouldn't have known you bullied Xiaocheng for so long. Lu Guijia, feeling wronged, said, Forget about before today, she was clearly bullying me. Still trying to be tough. Su Tao was not polite and immediately unleashed a series of combination punches. She thoroughly beat Lu Guijia until she was in tears. The latter, with her yellow hair already dirty, cried loudly. I told you wouldn't believe me, and if I don't say anything you think I'm stubborn. What can I do? At first she wanted me to pay her back, and when I didn't want to I hit her. Once who knew, she suddenly went crazy. Lu Guijia was also frightened by the beating, saying whatever came to her mind, her voice choking and pitiful. While saying she was the victim, she kept talking about being a yandere. I felt like she was going to kill me. Why don't you believe me? At this moment she was nowhere near her previous spirited self. But Su Tao, however, stopped her hands because of these words. Frowning deeply, her expression puzzled. You just said Xiaocheng mentioned something about being a yandere. Lu Guijia wiped her tears and nodded. At the time she was on top of me fiddling with that knife, talking to herself, saying you wouldn't believe her, and kept hitting me to make me tell the truth. Are you even human? Su Tao scratched her cheek, a hint of guilt instinctively flashing through her mind. But thinking again, this person was utterly malicious. She didn't need to feel guilty at all. At present there were more important matters. So she grabbed Lu Guijia by the collar and fiercely said, Tell me everything that happened in this room. Xiaocheng is a yandere, that much she knew. But what puzzled her was why Xiaocheng would actively mention the term yandere. Since she herself had realized what a yandere was, could she still be one? She vaguely felt that the events happening to Xiaocheng were far from as simple as she imagined. After being severely beaten, Lu Guijia no longer stubbornly resisted. She sat down on a chair, wiped her face with a tissue, and reluctantly recounted what had happened in Xiaocheng's room. She evaded the main point, glossing over the part where she bullied Xiaocheng. Instead she directly addressed the key issue. I never intended to harm her, only to frighten her a bit. Then I said that neither Xiaocheng nor you were good people. After that Xiaocheng seemed to go mad. She said it was fine to insult her, but not you, and even provoked me. I said sooner or later. Sooner or later I'd beat you into a dog. Then Xiaocheng said that even if you were a dog you'd only be her dog and have nothing to do with me. Then she snatched my knife. After stabbing my thigh, she cut her own forehead and said I should hurry up and act because she was the victim. Finally she muttered to herself that she was not a yandere. Just thinking about it made Lu Guijia feel chills of fear. She shrank her neck again. Later, when you came into the house and beat me without a word, it was then that I became the victim, all right? Su Tao frowned. You're not lying to me. Hearing this, Lu Guijia's blood pressure rose, and ignoring the flush on her face, she stood up and angrily cursed. If you think I'm stubborn and don't believe me when I speak, then if I'm lying, may my entire family perish. Su Tao stroked her chin and asked again. What was Xiaocheng's state like at that time? Her expression and so forth. Lu Guijia calmly recalled. She seemed like a different person with a crazed tone, flushed face and eyes somewhat cat-like. In short, very terrifying. This much she did not lie about. Su Tao recalled that whether in the basement or on the rooftop, Xiaocheng had exhibited the same state. She tentatively termed it the yandere state, usually normal, but once her bottom line was crossed, she became morbidly deranged. But here lies the problem. She had intensively studied knowledge about yandere behavior. Without a doubt, the state Xiaocheng previously displayed was that kind of pathology involving self-harm and a death wish. However, another major trait of a yandere is their skill at disguise. Moreover, the doctor said that usually yanderes are unaware of their own condition. Xiaocheng knew she was a yandere. She even claimed she was not one. Yet she displayed various pathological behaviors. So the question arises, is she truly a yandere? Su Tao had never known that Xiaocheng possessed such acting skills. Troublesome. Su Tao rubbed her brow, realizing she could not come to a conclusion alone. Seeing that dusk was falling outside, she took out her phone and looked at Lu Guijia. Transfer the 7,000 owed to Xiaocheng. Lu Guijia's face stiffened. I have no money, only 300 yuan on me. Su Tao cracked her knuckles, producing a crisp sound, and slowly asked, if you have no money, how do you intend to settle this? Lu Guijia panicked, fearing Su Tao would strike her again. Her thoughts barely kept up as she blurted, can I pay with my body? She shrank her neck. Your relationship with Xiaocheng must be unusual, since you managed to train her into that mess. If you don't mind, Stop. Su Tao shuddered with disgust, standing up and stepping back. Look at yourself. Don't disgust me. Both girls being female, the contrast was stark. Lu Guijia was like a toad, while Xiaocheng was undeniably cute. The image of Xiaocheng's adorable face and sweet obedient smile eased Su Tao's heart considerably. She exhaled. 1 month. If you can't repay the money by then, I will come back. If I find out you continue to bully the weak, prepare to spend your life behind bars. Having spoken, Su Tao intended to leave. Yet sharply she noticed a small figure crouching in the corner, as petite as Xiaocheng. Clad in tattered clothes with dirted hair and exposed skin. She glared fiercely at Lu Guijia, then approached the small follower and extended her hand. Her smile was like moonlight spilling softly. Don't worry, she won't dare bully you anymore. Su Tao, what's your name? Unexpectedly, the girl shrank back again. She quickly shook her head, refusing to touch the outstretched hand. Su Tao thought she was frightened, but then heard the girl's weak voice say, thank you. Then she shook her head again. This time a clear rejection. She was likely another victim of bullying, yet she refused Su Tao's help in this manner. It was somewhat strange. However, Su Tao did not interfere further, respecting each person's choice. Before leaving, a thought occurred to her. She glanced back at Lu Guijia. By the way, why do you think Xiaocheng changed like that? Like you said, as if she went mad. Ha! Lu Guijia covered her face and looked at Su Tao as if she were a fool. Wasn't it because of you? The dog you raised? No, you don't know why the person you brought changed like this. With that answer, Su Tao sighed and stepped outside. The sunset had already faded, the moon danced among the stars through the clouds. Winter was approaching, the nights growing darker and colder. Su Tao exhaled a warm breath and slowly entered the narrow alley. The next morning, after a night's rest, Xiaocheng woke up holding her head. System, what is my current emotion value? This was something she checked every morning. Through the emotional values provided by the main characters at various times and amounts, she estimated whether something significant had occurred. Response to host: 754 points. Yesterday evening, the female lead Su Tao and male lead Yiliang each contributed some emotional value. Without actively stirring trouble, gaining emotional value quickly was not easy. Usually it was only 3 to 5 points. Now it had suddenly increased by several hundred points. What happened yesterday evening? Su Tao cared mostly about herself, hence the emotional value. As for Yiliang, who had been hospitalized for several days and stayed home without going out, hiding like this was not a solution. Ding dong, her phone rang. Xiaocheng picked up her phone and saw a message from Chen via WeChat. Xiaocheng, today is already the 7th day. Where is the promised antidote? I'm getting prickly heat on my face. Hurry up and give me the antidote. Only then did Xiaocheng recall the agreement to give Chen Qian the so-called antidote once a week. But in reality the mineral water with additives was just mineral water. Prickly heat. Hormonal imbalance or allergy? Xiaocheng typed back, "Don't worry. During this time I had you check on TaoTao. How is she now?" Chen Qian replied, "That girl is foolish believing whatever is said. Plus the last time you said you pushed her to a psychologist, now she trusts me immensely." Xiaocheng, good. Keep developing the friendship until you become her confidant. Also she returned to the dorm last night, right? Do you know what she did in the evening? Chen Qian, not sure. She seemed pretty tired when she came back, but before sleeping she talked on the phone with Si Chun for 10 minutes. I don't know what they discussed. Si Chun. Xiaocheng raised an eyebrow, conjuring an image of a sly man with glasses. He was also one of the important male leads in the novel whose character type happened to be very difficult for Xiaocheng to handle. Xiaocheng messaged Chen Qian, "Wait for me at the Moonlight Cafe. I'm bringing the antidote." Casually purchasing a bottle of mineral water by the roadside, Xiaocheng soon arrived at the Moonlight Cafe. At this moment her head was still wrapped in a circle of gauze to conceal her appearance. Covered by her chestnut-colored hair, it resembled a headscarf, adding a vibrant energy to her sweet and lovely demeanor. Having washed the blood-stained hoodie from yesterday, Xiaocheng had no autumn clothes to wear, and reluctantly put on a sailor uniform, layering a t-shirt underneath for warmth. She was already adorable, and the sailor uniform seemed to drape her in a layer of stars, making it impossible for anyone to look away. Truly, it was a case of being cute over being warm. Upon entering the cafe, she noticed Chen Qian anxiously waiting there. Glancing over, she greeted Uncle Zhu-san at the bar, saying, "Good morning, Uncle Zhu-san, I'm here for work." Zhu-san chuckled, "Our cafe's prices are quite high. Although it's located next to the school, we hardly get any customers in a day. Miss Chi, feel free to find a place to rest. You'll keep an eye on things here." Indeed, Dongfang Yang sent her here just to pass the time. In her 2 visits to the cafe, she hadn't seen a single customer. Xiaocheng cast a glance at the price list. Goodness, the cheapest cup of coffee was over 100 yuan. She barely had 300 yuan to her name. If she bought winter clothes, she wouldn't even have money for food. Sighing inwardly, Xiaocheng walked over to Chen Qian. Sitting in front of her, she handed over the bottle of mineral water, saying, "Drink this." Chen Qian looked at the bottle of Nongfu Spring, and instinctively shuddered. "Is this the antidote?" Xiaocheng replied calmly, "It's best to keep your voice down. I checked, and there are no cameras here, but being too loud isn't good." Zhu-san is indeed someone from Dongfang Yang's side. If it weren't for the elegant background music, they would probably still hear each other even if they spoke softly. Chen Qian swallowed hard and carefully examined the bottle of mineral water. The bottle was unopened and the label hadn't been tampered with. Even the production date was clear. It looked just like mineral water purchased from a convenience store. "Is this really the antidote?" Xiaocheng said, "It's temporary enough for 2 weeks. You just need to drink half a bottle at a time, just like last time it's disguised. If you don't believe me, try the taste." Chen Qian was skeptical but opened the cap and sniffed. There was no particular smell. She took a sip. "It's a bit sweet." The taste was reminiscent of grape juice. The poison she had drunk last time was bitter. Tasting the different flavor, Chen Qian no longer doubted it and gulped down half the bottle. After finishing, she sighed in relief. Unsure if it was a psychological effect, she indeed felt a bit better and less tired. Seeing her finish the drink, Xiaocheng asked, "Tell me about TaoTao and Sichun." Chen Qian nodded, having become accustomed to being the mole for a week. "Last night they only talked for 10 minutes on the phone about something I don't know, but I saw TaoTao leave early this morning, probably to find Sichun." Hearing the words left, Xiaocheng raised an eyebrow. Did she dress up carefully? Chen Qian didn't understand why Xiaocheng asked that, but still answered honestly, "Not really. She just wore a down jacket out." "Then it seems she's not going on a date." Xiaocheng murmured, genuinely worried that TaoTao might go out with some male lead. In her eyes, TaoTao already belonged to her. She absolutely would not allow those male leads to get involved. Yet her unconscious murmur made Chen Qian's gaze turn strange. However, she didn't think too much about it, and continued, "Besides last night, TaoTao also had lunch with Sichun the day before. When she returned to the dorm, I subtly asked her about it, and she said Sichun had studied psychology and just asked him a few questions." Upon hearing this, Xiaocheng's sense of crisis immediately heightened. At this critical juncture, Sichun had a psychological buff. She must have asked questions related to her yandere tendencies, hastily inquiring, and then I don't know. Chen Qian pouted, "Although I try to stay close to her, as you said, when she interacts with those rich young masters, I can't follow her. We're not in the same circle." This was indeed a problem. Chen Qian couldn't enter the upper circles. If it weren't for her connection to TaoTao, Dongfang Yang probably wouldn't even glance in her direction. As a spy, she had some use, but not much. "Has anything else happened this week?" Chen Qian frowned in thought and suddenly recalled something. "I almost forgot. There's one thing related to you." "What?" "It was discovered while you were hospitalized. I originally wanted to wait until you were discharged to tell you, but I nearly forgot." Chun Qian said slowly, I heard that you offended Yi Liang and disrupted her banquet. To apologize, Su Tao agreed to be Yi Liang's maid for 3 days starting on the 15th, Wednesday. Xiaocheng, her originally crimson eyes, suddenly became deep and terrifying. TaoTao is going to be Yi Liang's maid. Why would she do that? For some reason Chen Qian felt that Xiaocheng was particularly frightening at this moment. After swallowing hard, she nodded. According to Su Tao, it seems she embarrassed Yi Liang at that banquet, and Yi Liang forcefully demanded that she be his maid for 3 days. Also, it seems that this would calm Yi Liang down and prevent him from targeting you or something. Hee hee. Xiaocheng coldly laughed. No wonder Yi Liang hasn't sought me out these days. It turns out there was this matter. In the original story, the subsequent plot didn't involve this. The flapping of her butterfly wings was getting faster and faster. Considering her condition, Su Tao certainly wouldn't tell her about this matter, and even other informed individuals would be warned by Su Tao not to mention it to her. If it weren't for Chun Qian, Su Tao would have been completely taken advantage of by Yi Liang without her knowing. Xiaocheng pondered and reached into her pocket. Then she took out a small pill and tossed it to Chun Qian, saying, You did well. This is your reward. What is this? Chun Qian picked up the small pill. Xiaocheng's expression was flat. A black technology that helps remove blackheads from your nose. It works in half a day. Really? Chun Qian's skin wasn't great. She had to layer thick foundation whenever she went out. She had experienced Xiaocheng's prowess, and if this thing was real. She was elated and not afraid that Xiaocheng was deceiving her, immediately swallowing it down. Detected that supporting character Chun Qian has developed gratitude towards the host. Emotion value 7. This was an unexpected delight. This pill itself was worth 30 emotion points in the system, and Xiaocheng used it to win people's hearts. She had forgotten that according to the system settings, as long as it was a named character in the original work, whether protagonist or supporting character, it could generate emotion points. And Chun Qian happened to be a relatively important cannon fodder villain. She was worried about not having a trump card against Yi Liang. If that's the case, Xiaocheng took out her phone, looking at the list of contacts. She then slowly clicked on the ID, marked Unrivaled Brother. Just wait, TaoTao, I will definitely rescue you from Yi Liang. You are mine. You can only like me. Boss, we've taken over the place. In an underground bar in Lizzie City, a burly thug adorned with a gold chain and dressed in black dragged a suited man to the side of a one-armed, scar-faced man. The thug spat on the floor and threw the suited man in front of him, saying, This guy is pretty arrogant, claiming to be from the Yi family, saying, He can toss us around with just a wave of his hand. It's downright laughable. The fallen suited man was a manager of the bar, his face swollen on one side, and as he spoke one could see a missing front tooth. Let me go. I'm from Yi Liang's family. You bunch of thugs really don't know the heights of heaven or depths of the earth. How dare you provoke the eldest son of the Yi family? If you don't let me go, you'll face dire consequences tomorrow. The thug laughed loudly, pointing at the manager. What the hell, the great Yi family's eldest son? What are you pretending for? Are you writing a novel here? He then intended to kick the man again. Alright, let's not make it too hard on him. Qisong lit a cigarette, shaking his remaining shoulder, and looked at the manager. I know Yi Liang, he's still in the same school as my little sister, but his roots are in Jojo City. This Lizzie City is as chaotic as Gotham. What? The famous Yi family's eldest son wants to get involved in the gray industry. He exhaled a smoke ring, the scar on his left cheek shifting with the muscles of his face, making Qisong look menacing. Yet beneath that fierce appearance lay a sigh of helplessness. He knew that his little sister liked Yi Liang, which troubled him greatly. He wasn't educated but understood that their social classes were worlds apart. Even if Yi Liang liked his sister, the people behind him would likely not agree. Not to mention, from his sister's perspective, their family background was a complete mess. Her brother was an uneducated thug, and their parents had worked the fields for decades without any education. Sigh. At this moment the big man let out a deep sigh. The thug, seeing this, thought Qisong was displeased with the manager and lifted him up. Boss, should we take this guy out? Hearing this, the manager's pupils constricted. His body trembled involuntarily. Qisong waved his hand. Didn't you hear what Longo said? Just teach him a lesson, don't cause any fatalities. Also, before he could say more, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. The thug frowned in dissatisfaction. Which bold person dares to call you at this time, boss? Qisong took out his phone to check. It was a WeChat call with the caller saved as little sister. He nearly dropped his phone in shock. Boss, who is it? The thug leaned over, but Qisong kicked him away. Get lost. You're the one with the guts to say that. After saying that, he wiped his clothes with the phone in hand, about to click to answer. He hurriedly glanced down. At that moment he was wearing just a tank top, his bulging muscles complemented by tattoos making him look quite intimidating. You lend me your shirt. He pointed at the white shirt of a thug nearby. He placed the phone aside, praying that the caller wouldn't hang up so quickly, and hurriedly changed clothes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaocheng, who was waiting in a cafe, was stunned. The system's notification sound echoed continuously in her mind. Supporting character Qisong is experiencing tension, excitement, and worry due to the host's emotions. Emotion value 16. Emotion value 22. Emotion value 29. She couldn't help but glance at the WeChat contact again. Her invincible brother. She hadn't believed it at first. Now, I declare my brother is truly invincible. This was just a phone call, and he hadn't even answered yet, but the emotion value he provided was no less than that of several protagonists. After waiting for a while, and after providing nearly 200 emotion points, Chisong finally answered the call. He was dressed in a white shirt leaning against a wall plastered with posters of beautiful women glancing sideways at Xiaocheng, seemingly trying to hide his empty arm. A simple smile adorned his face, completely differing from his earlier tough guy demeanor. Little sister, have you had breakfast? What made you think of calling me? Having gained a batch of emotion points, Xiaocheng was in a good mood, her smile naturally gracing her lips. Because I miss you, brother. The impact of a girl's smile is immensely powerful. Chisong was momentarily taken aback, then moved to the point of almost shedding tears. Working tirelessly outside wasn't it all for his sister? Having entered university, she really had become much more sensible. Chisong wiped his eyes, revealing a warm smile. As long as my little sister misses me, she can call me any time. As he spoke, he noticed the bandage wrapped around Xiaocheng's forehead. Little sister, what happened to your forehead? Did someone bully you? Xiaocheng quickly shook her head. It's nothing, I just fell and scraped a bit. That's good. Chisong let out a sigh of relief and asked with concern, what about your living expenses? Is it still enough? I still have some money here, I'll transfer 2,000 to you later. Xiaocheng initially wanted to refuse, but realizing she couldn't even afford winter clothes, she nodded, thank you, brother. Then she added, brother, give me an address. I'll buy you a couple of clothes. Sure. Chisong felt touched again, providing another wave of emotion points. Back and forth the two chatted for more than 10 minutes, and Xiaocheng had already gained nearly 500 emotion points. Unable to exploit the system bug, Chisong's emotions of joy and gratitude gradually reached their limit. By the way, little sister, how are things with Yi Liang? Xiaocheng hadn't expected him to ask this question, so she cautiously replied, I don't have much to do with Yi Liang anymore. Due to certain matters, things have become quite unpleasant. Chisong's eyes lit up upon hearing this. You don't like Yi Liang anymore? Do you hope I'll be with Yi Liang, brother? No, of course not. Chisong sighed, actually I've told you before, we're not on the same path as those young masters. As your brother, I have a bit of selfishness. You're my only little sister. Don't even mention dating. I'd have a hard time letting you get married in the future. I think TaoTao is pretty good. Xiaocheng was stunned, providing a significant amount of emotion points for her brother. Chisong cleared his throat, I won't interfere, you can date freely. However, I've watched you grow up all this time. Although I haven't gotten a wife myself, I can see that TaoTao has a bit of possessiveness towards you. You're so lovely. If you put in some effort, perhaps you can. Of course, I advocate for free love. Whoever you like, I support. By the way, I still have to go collect vegetables, so I won't chat with you anymore. Doo-doo. After hanging up, Xiaocheng still felt a bit dazed. She could understand that her brother was a bit obsessed with her. After all, she was so cute. The original owner wasn't liked by many, only a few male leads cared for her. Before entering university, the original owner had been very well behaved and adorable. But she hadn't expected that her brother was actually a Yuri enthusiast. If I remember correctly, he seems to have a good relationship with TaoTao. For a long time during childhood, TaoTao lived at the original owner's house, sharing a room and bed, so Chisong was also somewhat of a half-brother to TaoTao. She thought for a moment and decided to put some pressure on TaoTao. So she messaged her brother, I have no objections to sister TaoTao. If you think it's okay, I wouldn't mind trying, but I don't know if sister TaoTao likes me. Brother, could you check her feelings? Sure thing. Remember to be discreet. Don't worry, my big brother praises me for being thorough. Chisong confidently replied. Meanwhile, TaoTao, who was out for a walk with Si-chun, received such a message. Xiaotao, do you like my sister? At Linghu Park, TaoTao was originally taking steps, but she suddenly froze in place the moment she took out her phone. Beside her, the bespectacled Si-chun, with his hands in his pockets, looked at her with a hint of curiosity, asking, why did you stop? My brother sent me a message and it left me feeling a bit at a loss. TaoTao held up her phone and handed it to Si-chun to take a look. Si-chun adjusted his glasses and replied, aren't you an orphan? How do you have a brother? And what does he mean by this? TaoTao lowered her phone and looked up at the sky. He is Xiaocheng's brother. I lived at Xiaocheng's house for a while when I was young, and brother Chisong took good care of me. Although our relationship was formed because of Xiaocheng, he has watched me grow up, so he can be considered half a brother to me. But I don't understand why brother Chisong would ask such a question. She ran her fingers through her hair, feeling overwhelmed by everything happening recently. Si-chun said, this must be related to Xiaocheng asking you if you like his sister. Wait a minute. Si-chun realized the blind spot and looked at TaoTao in shock. Earlier you told me that Xiaocheng is a yandere, and that she has done those outrageous things to you. I have not been able to figure out what her motivation is. And you also refuse to tell me, always appearing reluctant to speak about it. Now I think I understand. Xiaocheng, suddenly enlightened. Xiaocheng's yandere behavior is because she likes you? TaoTao scratched her cheek, turning her face away shyly. Soon she turned back, spreading her hands as if seeking resonance. You also find it strange, right? I'm a girl too, why would she like me? Xiaocheng twitched the corner of his mouth. The possibility that she likes you isn't small, right? TaoTao replied, but we're just friends, why are you defending Xiaocheng? Xiaocheng helplessly walked toward the pavilion saying, a well-known psychology professor from Cornell University once conducted a large-scale survey on sexual orientation. The male ratio is higher than females among absolute heterosexuals, but among bisexuals the female ratio is higher than males. Women are naturally attracted to strength. This is why many early relationships in middle and high school involve girls getting involved with delinquents, as they are still immature and do not consider career or future prospects. Those who can fight and appear more mature than their peers are often seen as outstanding in the eyes of some people. We cannot view children with an adult's mindset. Family background, social environment, and the breadth of one's exposure all influence thinking. You once told me that you saved Xiaocheng after she was bullied. At that time she had no friends and even the teachers did not favor her. Your appearance became her only support. Xiaocheng raised one finger and then extended a second. Secondly, as companions who grew up together, you are the strong guiding force. Children's admiration, longing, and dependence can easily lead to negative changes due to learning incorrect knowledge. For instance, watching a melodramatic romance drama. What the TV says about being together forever and the beautiful confessions between the male and female leads. After watching the drama, if you try to say a few lines from the show, you would definitely be misunderstood in reality. And there's another very important point. Xiaocheng looked TaoTao up and down and said helplessly, you are just too beautiful. TaoTao paused. Is that even a factor? Even though you seem soft-hearted and indecisive, your actions are bold, and being attractive, isn't it normal to appeal to both genders? TaoTao was momentarily speechless. This. Xiaocheng pointed out again. Look, you have become Xiaocheng's object of dependence, giving her a sense of security, and you often say things that can be misunderstood as romantic, growing up hand in hand, making promises of eternal friendship. Don't say that Xiaocheng is a girl. Even if she were an alien, she would develop other thoughts. Xiaocheng sighed. Miss TaoTao, we live in a society of free love. What if one day Xiaocheng scrolls through Douyin and encounters a ton of yuri content? At an age where she is just beginning to understand love, who could resist that? The more TaoTao listened to Xiaocheng's analysis, the more she broke out in a cold sweat. You. Please stop talking. You're putting so much pressure on me. Xiaocheng glanced at her calmly. You see, you're avoiding it again. TaoTao replied, I. TaoTao pouted her lips in grievance. I came to find you to analyze whether Xiaocheng is really a yandere or not, so stop changing the topic. Oh, right. Xiaocheng shrugged, choosing to comply. Leaning on one hand, he sat down in a chair. So why do you think she is not a yandere anymore? TaoTao sat across from him and straightened her expression, summarizing and reiterating what Lu Guijia had said earlier. She added her own analysis. Generally speaking, yanderes don't even realize they are yanderes, but Xiaocheng has said such things, which creates a paradox. Xiaocheng rested his chin on one hand, speechless. The fact that you can ask such a question means you want me to confirm that she is not actually a yandere, right? I didn't. TaoTao began, but he interrupted her. Xiaocheng raised his hand to cut her off. I have studied psychology. Although I only scratched the surface, I can see that you are just unwilling to believe that Xiaocheng is a yandere, which is why you're stubbornly trying to verify it. TaoTao became anxious. But it really is a paradox. Xiaocheng replied. Should I say it like this? Xiaocheng kidnapped you, confessed to you, madly self-harmed, threatened to jump off a building, and everything was just a show to toy with you. Ever since that time when Xiaocheng confessed to me out of jealousy over you, I felt that she is quite twisted. He and TaoTao were just ordinary friends of the opposite sex, and even now it remained so. He still did not understand why Xiaocheng was jealous back then. Xiaocheng still remembers that at the beginning of the school year, he coincidentally ran into TaoTao and helped her carry some luggage, which led to Xiaocheng developing animosity toward him. It's fine to hold a grudge, but it was rather baffling for her to come over and confess, even though it only happened once. But since she harbored animosity toward me, why choose confession as a form of revenge? With that appearance, Xiaocheng didn't like her at all. Just a glance was enough to scare him away. By this point, under Xiaocheng's relentless peeling back of layers, TaoTao finally hung her head like a defeated dog, saying, Alright, I still find it hard to believe that Xiaocheng is a yandere and that she likes me. Xiaocheng looked at TaoTao's dejected expression and couldn't help but sigh. If you really want to confirm, there are currently 2 methods you can try. What methods? TaoTao's eyes brightened. Deep down, she still held a tiny hope that Xiaocheng was not a yandere, hoping that it was all just an act. Xiaocheng said calmly, The first method, in a couple of days, aren't you going to be a maid for Yiliang? Just tell Xiaocheng that you want to part ways and see how she reacts. Are you willing to give it a try? Dare you? TaoTao sat dazed on the stone, bench one hand resting on the stone, table her fingertips feeling a chill. Clearly the sun was warm and the sky was cloudless. Yet she felt as if she were falling into an ice cave. Give it a try. Just those 2 words made TaoTao imagine several scenarios of Xiaocheng's obsession. Worriedly she said to Xichun, last time because Yiliang took me to a cruise dinner, I had to pretend to be his girlfriend to support him at the dinner, and this matter was learned by Xiaocheng. She vaguely developed a tendency for self-termination. TaoTao recalled the scene on the rooftop. Xiaocheng hugged her, tears mixed with rainwater falling on her formal dress. She cried while guilt-ridden and fearfully said, "The 14th floor is too high, I can't do it." The person was fine, but the phone had already fallen downstairs and shattered. TaoTao even imagined Xiaocheng standing at the edge of the rooftop. Trembling, she urged herself to jump down as the instinct for survival struggled within her. What happened during that process and what kind of psychological struggle Xiaocheng went through TaoTao did not know. But the phone that was smashed to pieces seemed to display the outcome of Xiaocheng in another timeline. Both relieved and fearful. This was TaoTao's feeling at that time. Even now, recalling those scenes, she sometimes trembles uncontrollably. Xichun sighed beside her. So is it fear? TaoTao bit her lip and nodded. I'm afraid she will become extreme again. That's why I said you're avoiding it, you're scared. Xichun took off his glasses and gently wiped the lenses with a cloth. According to your idea, if Xiaocheng is not an obsession, then, even if she becomes extreme, it won't threaten her own life. If she really died, I wouldn't see you again. As for self-harm, I can't say for sure. Saying this, he snapped his fingers. Then let's use the second method. It'll help you test her. TaoTao looked up. Test. Xichun nodded. I will pretend to be your rival in front of Xiaocheng, and openly say that I want to take you back to the capital. After all, you always say she's obsessed. I've heard it but never seen it. If I observe her expressions and actions up close, I should be able to draw a conclusion. No matter how good the acting is, it can't fake the micro-expressions, right? TaoTao bit her lip, hesitant. Will it be dangerous? She's a 1.5-meter girl. Do you think she can pose any danger to me? Xichun was 1.9 meters tall. With a height difference of 40 centimeters, how could he lose? TaoTao had no other options. Her mind was in chaos, and ultimately she could only agree to Xichen's proposal. She took out her phone again, lost in thought. Should I ask Dr. Cheng again? Clicking into the chat page with Qisong, that question was still lingering there, waiting for her response. Xiaotao, do you like my sister? Countless emotions surged within her, but there was simply no feeling of liking. TaoTao exhaled, intending to answer truthfully. At that moment, Xichun suddenly spoke up. It's snowing. TaoTao looked up in surprise, realizing that the sun had been obscured by dark clouds with fine silver flakes drifting down from the sky. The first snow in Zhou City is a bit late. TaoTao exhaled. A puff of warm mist lowered her head and sent a few words in the chat box. Sorry Qisong, I've always treated Xiaocheng like a sister. A gust of wind blew, carrying snowflakes onto TaoTao. She shivered, her hair swaying. So cold. In the cafe, Xiaocheng received a transfer from her brother. 2,145 soft sister coins, along with the notification from the system at that moment. Supporting character Qisong experienced happiness due to the host's actions. Emotion value 12. The precise non-integer change, feeling happiness from his sister's smile. Xiaocheng could be sure that this over 2,000 yuan might be all that her brother had. How nice! Xiaocheng sighed, feeling that the money in her hand was somewhat hot. The original owner was no longer there, and her feelings for this brother were minimal. Such selfless care she, an orphan in her past life, had never experienced. Xiaocheng was not heartless. Only by changing her own tragic fate could she save herself, save TaoTao, and achieve Qisong and her family. System, how much is the emotion value now? Xiaocheng's gaze became determined. Returning to the host, 1236 points. Let's do 10 consecutive draws. I'm still too weak now. Most of the time I'm very passive. A weak and pitiful persona is only useful to a certain group of people. When faced with an accident, she will still be in great danger. Xiaocheng eagerly wanted to improve herself. With a flick of her little hand, she revealed all 10 cards. This time, to her ecstatic surprise, one of the cards emitted an orange-red glow. This is a high-level skill. Host is drawing cards. Obtained hacker tool set 1, common hacking and protection tools for hackers. Obtained nutritional sauerkraut beef noodles 3, total 3 boxes, each box containing 10 packs with trace nutrition, no side effects. On the body note, the sauerkraut is stepped on by a white-haired beautiful girl. Soft bone powder 4, consuming it can make bones soft and the whole body weak and unable to resist, lasting half an hour. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the active skill Pseudo Voice Beginner. Pseudo Voice Beginner, the host can actively learn and transform into the voice of others, regardless of gender. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive skill Blackening Advanced. Blackening Advanced, so-called whitewashing, weakens 3 points, while blackening strengthens 10 times. When the host is in an angry state, she will blacken, and depending on the degree of the host's anger, combat power will increase by 310 times. The more angry she is, the higher the increase in combat power. Xiaocheng's gaze became strange. After drawing cards several times, she understood that the items given by the system were merely embellishments. The real key was still the skills. Not to mention the pseudo-voice, which for her current self had little use. The advanced skill of blackening could enhance her combat power, which was quite good, but why was it a passive skill? Do I have to be extremely angry in order to become powerful? Not necessarily. Host. The system provided an explanation. If you genuinely dislike someone, or if you are smiling on the surface but suppressing anger inside, you are also in an angry state with a minimum increase of 3 times. If you are overwhelmed by anger, it will reach 10 times the combat power. Now Xiaocheng understood that her Boda's basic abilities were of utmost importance. The stronger she was, the stronger she would become after the increase. I feel like it's still not very useful. Xiaocheng sighed internally. She thought she was quite rational, and it was difficult for her to be overwhelmed by anger. Still, I should think about how to make money. Just then a ding-dong sound echoed as her phone suddenly rang. It was from her little account as Dr. Cheng. Xiaocheng's eyes flickered as she stared in surprise at the message sent by TaoTao. Dr. Cheng, do you think a yandere knows she's a yandere? Meanwhile, another message arrived in quick succession. Chen Qian. Xiaocheng, what does TaoTao mean by asking this? Did you pretend to be a yandere to teach her? The screenshot sent by Chen Qian was startlingly similar to the questions on her doctor account. Would a yandere know that they are a yandere? That's not right. Xiaocheng lightly tapped the table with her fingers. How could TaoTao actually doubt whether I really am a yandere? That's not correct, is it? With the basement and rooftop antics along with what happened with Lu Guijia, she had thrown a complete set of moves, leaving TaoTao completely disoriented. Otherwise, she wouldn't be blindly seeking her out as a doctor. But why is she still doubting me now? Instead of immediately replying to TaoTao with her alternate account, she first responded to Chen Qian. Can you find out what the situation is? A few minutes later, Chen Qian directly sent over several screenshots. Because of their good relationship, TaoTao had shared a lot of things with Chen Qian, including what Lu Guijia had said. Chen Qian, how should I reply to her? Xiaocheng. Just say you don't understand and let her ask her uncle the psychologist. After sending the message, Xiaocheng's expression changed oddly. Tongzi, did I ever say anything like that when I was being bullied by Lu Guijia? Host, to correct you, it was you who bullied Lu Guijia. Don't change the subject. I was clearly the victim. Xiaocheng had no recollection of such events. She considered herself a rational type of personality, and now that she had crossed over into a minor character, she was even more cautious. There was no way her pretense of being a yandere could be exposed, let alone coming from her own mouth. Host, you indeed said those words at that time. I thought you were purposely saying them to her for some ulterior motive. Did I really say that? Indeed, not only did you deny being a yandere, but you also mentioned something about the main characters. Hiss. Xiaocheng gasped. I have absolutely no memory of that. Perhaps you entered a yandere state, and your anger clouded your judgment. Nonsense, I'm not a yandere. I was communicating with you at the time. That's impossible. Xiaocheng pondered. I suspect that it's the remnants of the original host's thoughts affecting me. Although it's quite cute, it seems that crossing over really does have an impact. The system fell silent, and after Xiaocheng sorted through the threads of thought, she roughly guessed TaoTao's intentions. She had asked Xichen, then Chen Qian, and now she was asking the doctor. She doesn't want to believe I am a yandere. She's avoiding it, she's afraid. When she is gentle in front of me, I thought she was gradually focusing her thoughts on me. Xiaocheng's eyes flashed with a hint of red as she replied with her alternate account. Why are you asking this? What happened? TaoTao, it's like this. TaoTao meticulously recounted Lu Guijia's words to the doctor, while also mentioning a method suggested by Xichen. To pretend to part ways with Xiaocheng for 3 days while serving as a maid for Yiliang, to see what kind of reaction she would produce, thus determining whether she was truly a yandere. Xiaocheng narrowed her eyes. If it weren't for the Dr. alias, she would never have known that TaoTao actually had such a plan. But evidently she was still hesitating. In that case, let's give her a little push. Doctor, generally speaking, yanderes do not know that they are yanderes, but there are a few rational micro-yanders who vaguely feel that something is wrong with them to the point of disgust with themselves. If you're not at ease, you can also test her with this method. TaoTao, but I'm afraid of problems. Doctor, as long as you stay by that friend's side to soothe her emotions, it will be fine. Doctor, but there are 2 points to pay attention to. You say it. Doctor, your little orange seems to be a light yandere. First, you need to pay attention to her reactions due to your pretense. Perhaps she won't harm you, but she will definitely harm herself, so you must do your best to soothe her emotions and temporarily go along with her thoughts. Secondly, regarding Yiliang, it's possible that you might need to soothe Xiaocheng's emotions for a few days. During this time, it's best not to let your such friend come into contact with Xiaocheng to avoid her worsening. You need to handle the aftermath in advance. Then you can test her. After sending the message, Xiaocheng waited a long time without receiving a reply from TaoTao. It seemed like TaoTao struggled for several minutes before finally replying with a single word. Doctor, is this really okay? She needed the courage to act. Xiaocheng's lips curled upwards as she immediately typed, "Don't worry, I understand Yandere's the best." Just right, Xiaocheng did not want Su Tao to become Yiliang's maid. Oh no, she absolutely must not become Yiliang's maid. TaoTao, for the next few days just stay with me. Next, Xiaocheng began to plan for her own scheme. The 2,000 yuan her brother sent was just enough after buying 2 outfits. In the blink of an eye 2 days passed. Under the report of Chen Qian, the traitor Xiaocheng learned that Su Tao would be going to Yiliang's house tomorrow night. And she had used doctor's account to extract that Su Tao would ditch Yiliang and choose to take this opportunity to test whether she was truly a yandere. Since it's a test, then let it be a thorough one. As evening approached, the sunset was blood-red. Xiaocheng left the school and walked down the small road towards home. Suddenly a tall figure blocked her way. Standing upright with a robust frame, even in late autumn, he wore a stylish white shirt. On that composed face, his glasses glinted with the dazzling rays of the setting sun. Xiaocheng, can we talk? The visitor was Xichen. Xiaocheng's alarm bells went off in her heart, and she instinctively took a step back. Is there something? At that moment she slightly raised her head to meet Xichen's sharp gaze beneath his glasses. Like a venomous snake looking down on its prey, Xiaocheng quickly lowered her head. Her bangs covered her delicate brows, and her mind raced to consider Xichen's intentions. Xichen, Su Tao test yandere? Oh no, this person's background is in psychology and the chance of my intermediate acting skills being exposed is very high. Xiaocheng planned to evade, pulling the hood of her sweatshirt over her head, and slowly said, "Sorry, young Master Xichen, I have something else to do, so I must be leaving." "Don't be in such a hurry." Xichen chuckled and said, "It's about Su Tao. Since you like her, don't you want to talk with me?" Xiaocheng, Su Tao actually said that I like her, or did this person figure it out? There's nothing to be surprised about. I was just testing you and I didn't expect you to actually like Su Tao. In Xichen's glasses this small figure was reflected. You subconsciously covered your head with the hood indicating that you're afraid of me. Your body trembled slightly in shock, which proves I was right. There are many people here, how about we go to a small alley to talk? Xichen inserted his hands into his pockets and turned around directly. Xiaocheng looked at his huge back and clenched her hands slightly. Then she tucked her hands into her pockets and not long after exchanged for a fruit knife from the system store. Holding the knife in her hand, she felt much more at ease. Xiaocheng lowered her eyes and slowly followed him. The setting sun cast long shadows of Xichen. The petite girl gradually drew closer, hiding in the shadows. Daily updates are stable, please send some small gifts. The two walked slowly into the depths of the alley, one in front and the other behind. The place was a chaotic mess, emitting a musty odor, and apart from the occasional sound of a cat meowing, only the wind could be heard in the dim shadows. Xichen stopped in his tracks and turned around, habitually gazing ahead, his sight then shifted downward. Seeing Xiaocheng still wearing her hood and cautiously hunching her shoulders, he said calmly, "Don't worry, as a descendant of the Xi family, I won't bring you to such a place to make a move. I just want to discuss something with you." Xiaocheng remained alert, taking a step back. Her body pressed against the wall, her right hand remained in her hoodie pocket, not withdrawing it. Xichen shrugged helplessly. "Really, you even confessed to me that you liked me before. Why are you so afraid of me?" He brought Xiaocheng here not to tease her, but to verify that matter. He straightforwardly stated, "You like Su Tao, am I wrong?" Xiaocheng frowned but still nodded. "So what?" In front of this person, the delicate facade she displayed in front of Dongfang Yang was of no use. A slight expression, a single movement could be seen through by him. Xiaocheng could only face those snake-like eyes with her true nature. Xichen spread his hands and chuckled lightly. "It's nothing, I just want to tell you one thing." Xiaocheng raised an eyebrow. Her pupils suddenly narrowed. She saw Xichen, who had been smiling gently, suddenly bend closer to her, his lips pursed, his gaze piercing like a knife at Xiaocheng. The setting sun turned its back on Xichen. At that moment his shadow completely enveloped Xiaocheng, forcing her into darkness. Finally the male lead emitted a deep threatening voice. "Xiaocheng, I warn you, Su Tao is my woman." "What did you say?" Xiaocheng's eyes suddenly underwent a bizarre transformation, her slit pupils, resembling those of a feral cat, glaring fiercely at Xichen. Even though she was shrouded in darkness, those slit pupils seemed to emit a glow of defiance. One hand had already tightly clenched the small knife hidden in her pocket. She kept tightening her grip. A strange feeling arose in Xichen's heart, and he suddenly felt a surge of fear. The kind of fear one feels when a ferocious tiger is staring them down. Then Xichen thought to himself, standing at 1.9 meters tall, how could he be startled by a 1.5 meter tall little girl? The shame and anger in his heart overshadowed the fear, and he straightened up, saying indifferently, "I said Su Tao is my woman." While speaking he kept an eye on Xiaocheng's condition. He found that this petite girl was merely bowing her head with no further movement. He scoffed inwardly. If she were truly a yandere, she would have made a move on him by now. Was his identity acting as a shield? It seemed Su Tao's concerns were not unwarranted. Xichun decided to stoke the fire a bit more with Xiaocheng to observe her reaction. He took a step back, extending one hand starting from his pinky, tightening each finger into a fist. As if the world was in his grasp. At that moment snowflakes fell from the sky, seemingly coordinating with his actions. Xichun spoke slowly and mockingly, "What is there anything surprising about this? TaoTao is such a perfect woman, anyone would like her, right? You can't possibly think that TaoTao would like you. Don't be ridiculous, what advantages does a girl like you have to attract TaoTao? TaoTao has long been my woman." His tone gradually deepened, creating pressure. "Not long ago when you were recuperating in the hospital, TaoTao came to talk to me. After you were bullied, TaoTao came to me to express her troubles. Do you remember the last time at the school gate? You should have seen me, right? At that time. We were on a date." His tone turned malicious as he slowly spat out the last few words, curiously waiting for Xiaocheng's reaction. Yet he found that this petite girl still had her head down, one hand in her pocket. Her body trembled slightly, but she made no further actions. Xichun raised an eyebrow, surprised. Such restraint, it seemed she wasn't a yandere after all. Finally, after a long wait, the motionless Xiaocheng finally spoke. "You're lying to me." Her voice was a bit hoarse, as if suppressing something. Snowflakes landed on Xiaocheng only to quickly dissolve. A cloud covered half of the sunlight that fell on her, casting her petite shadow long against the wall. Xichun laughed, making a conclusion. Xiaocheng stopped pretending. "You're lying to me." However, Xiaocheng did not respond, her voice becoming heavier. Xichun scoffed, "So what if I am lying to you? But I heard that TaoTao is going to be Yiliang's maid. The girl you like might be taken by someone else. If you aren't angry about this, then this yandere is really fake." Xichun revealed a confident expression. However, in the next second, his expression turned to one of shock. Xichun felt a sharp pain in his calf, and his whole body was pushed forcefully against the wall. Shortly after, his legs ached again, unable to stand, and he collapsed directly onto the floor. At 9 meters tall, he could only look up at Xiaocheng. "You?" Before he could finish his sentence, a small knife, propelled by the force of the wind, came at him. Xichun almost instinctively turned his head. Thud! The wall splattered with dust, and the knife embedded itself 3 inches deep. Xiaocheng braced herself against the wall, tightly gripping the knife stuck in it, leaning in close to Xichen, her crimson-slit pupils resembling a cat. Strange and terrifying. A line of blood slowly cut open Xichen's left cheek. Bright red like paint on the wall, it overflowed and trickled down. "You are lying to me." A breath of warm air hit Xichen's face, and the person in front of him was no longer that delicate little girl. She resembled a wild beast. The grin revealed not fangs but tusks. Gulp! Xichen's throat tightened, his eyes wide with horror. Sweat mixed with warm red liquid dripped to the ground, melting the snow beneath his feet. The self-proclaimed rational and calm him could not help but have his heart race at this moment. He turned his gaze, glancing at the small hand Xiaocheng had propped against the wall. As his shoulder moved, he instinctively tried to resist and stop Xiaocheng. But what he didn't expect was that Xiaocheng was faster. She reached out and forcefully pressed his shoulder. A loud snap echoed. His shoulder slammed heavily against the wall, a piercing pain shot through him, and his entire right arm felt as if it had lost control. His shoulder was dislocated. Why was Xiaocheng so strong? The hand that pressed down on his shoulder felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. "TaoTao is mine." Xiaocheng's faint voice sounded. Clang! The knife was pulled from the wall and thrust fiercely, embedding itself just 2 inches away from Xichen's skin. From the corner of his eye, he could even feel the cold gleam radiating from the blade. "TaoTao is mine." This time Xiaocheng's voice sounded suppressed yet frenzied. Xichun felt his breath quicken, his lips dry. A voice of regret echoed in his heart. "So, this is a yandere? It's over, it's over, it's over." Xiaocheng seemed to have lost her sanity. "She wouldn't really want to kill me, would she?" Xichun felt the small knife almost touching his face. Although fresh red blood had already dripped from his chin, he felt no pain at all. Only a chilling cold pierced through him. Xichun turned his gaze towards Xiaocheng's face. Her fair and slightly flushed, adorable face was fixated on him with a pair of peculiar vertical pupils, and her strands of tea-colored hair hung down to her cheeks, resembling sharp, thin steel wires. He felt an immense tension. Xichen's mind worked rapidly, realizing that he could not remain in a stalemate, or otherwise the situation would turn dire if Xiaocheng suddenly moved the knife. Trying to relax his body and suppress any potential aggression, Xichun forced a smile and said, "Well, Xiaocheng, I was just kidding you. Actually, I..." Hiss, as he spoke, he gasped, the knife's tip almost gliding upward along his line of sight, neatly cutting off his hair and stopping right at his ear. Frightened, Xichun hurriedly said, "Actually, I don't like TaoTao at all. I support you and TaoTao being together. I've long disliked that brat Yiliang. TaoTao being his maid was forced upon her. I can help you resolve this." He finished the string of words in almost 3 seconds. Xichun didn't dare to breathe heavily, feeling the hairs on his body stand up, goosebumps covering him. Finally, he saw the red glint in Xiaocheng's eyes fade somewhat. Are you lying to me? This time I'm not lying to you. Xichen directly betrayed TaoTao. This time I was just testing if you really like her. That's why I said that TaoTao is afraid that your love for her is not genuine. She is mine. I like her more than anyone else. The dagger was drawn out and stabbed into the wall again. Xichen nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, I wasn't clear before, but now I can feel it. TaoTao and I are just ordinary friends. I like petite and cute girls. I really don't like her. Xiaocheng frowned again. So you mean you think TaoTao isn't pretty not cute? Of course not. Xichen sincerely said. Both TaoTao and you are the most beautiful in the world. You two are a perfect match. What is that little brat Yiliang doing daring to compete with you for TaoTao? Xiaocheng, I swear to heaven I am standing by you and TaoTao. After such heartfelt words, Xiaocheng gradually calmed down. She withdrew the knife. The hand that pressed on his shoulder also retreated, no longer as harmless as before. Only the piercing red light in her eyes faded away. The peculiar vertical pupils also gradually dissipated. Without Xiaocheng's coercion, Xichen was too weak to support himself with his hands on the ground and almost fell directly. At the same time, he felt an immense relief. Thankfully, she was not an incurable heavy yandere. She still retained some rationality. Xiaocheng stood quietly watching Xichen, looking somewhat obedient. Do you have a way to stop TaoTao from being Yiliang's maid? Xichen swallowed again. Yiliang's request for TaoTao to be his maid is only because he was stood up at the last yacht party. I can use my family to create some trouble for him, making him too busy to bother with TaoTao. Good. Xiaocheng replied, not caring about Xichen's thoughts, just taking it as him deciding to help her. Then she glanced at his face, stained with fresh red. She took out a pack of tissues from her bag. Walking 2 steps to his side, she said, Here you go. And she acted pretending to be awkward as she turned her head to the side, creating a contrast of her returning to normal, while her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. I'm sorry. After saying this, she threw the tissue on the ground. Xiaocheng covered her face with the hood again, and walked out of the alley in small steps, leaving Xichen sitting on the ground staring blankly at her staggering figure as she left. Then he picked up the tissue, and for some reason the image of her awkwardly turning her head and apologizing with her fair side profile floated in his mind. This girl seems pretty nice when she's normal. Hiss. It hurts so much. She looks so fragile, yet where does she get all that strength? Xichen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain that came late while wiping his cheek and glasses with the tissue. Just as he took out his phone to call for a bodyguard, he suddenly froze in place. His mind was filled with Xiaocheng's changes during her sickly state. Suddenly Xichen's eyes showed a hint of disbelief. Could it be? Her approach to TaoTao, wanting to keep TaoTao in her grasp, is also for that purpose. If that's the case. Xichen took a deep breath, feeling as if he was choosing between Xiaocheng and TaoTao in his heart. Soon, taking advantage of the night that had not yet fallen, Xiaocheng quickly returned home. Immediately, like Xichen, her legs went weak, and she sat directly on the cold floor, exhaling deeply. Finally, I managed to get through it. Host, were you acting just now? Of course, Xiaocheng retorted. Why does this system always doubt me? What else could I be but acting? But I felt like you were going to kill him just now. If he hadn't turned his head, you would have stabbed him in the face, right? I calculated the timing perfectly. Xichen's identity is so sensitive, and with the male protagonist's halo, how could something go wrong? If I couldn't make him lose his rationality first, he would definitely see through my act. This was unavoidable. Saying this, Xiaocheng got up and walked towards her room with a calm expression. The system fell silent, only to reflect secretly. Can a person's acting really convey anger so well? Just now, the multiplier for her darkening skill was 7 times. However, the host indeed looked normal. She could still converse with Xichen just now. Perhaps this system was overthinking. Resting, taking a shower, and ordering takeout, Xiaocheng gradually relieved her fatigue. Simultaneously counting the time after waiting for a long time without seeing Chan Qian's message, she knew that TaoTao would not come to confront her tonight. Tomorrow evening would be her time to go to Yiliang. Perhaps she would have to wait until tomorrow. Xiaocheng thought to herself, getting into bed early, and after eating a sleep chocolate one from the last lottery, she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, with the alarm ringing, TaoTao got up early. Her hair spilled down her eyes, still drowsy. She let out a long yawn and noticed that someone in the dormitory was up even earlier than her. Qian, good morning. Chun Qian sat on the bed playing with her phone, greeting TaoTao. Good morning, TaoTao. Up so early? Are you going to young master Yes place? TaoTao smiled and shook her head. Today is more important. I don't plan to go to Yiliang's place. Chun Qian's eyes flickered. Is it about Xiaocheng? Yes, TaoTao nodded and brushed her hair. I don't know why, but I always feel a bit uneasy. Do you think if I say that to Xiaocheng, she will react too strongly? Don't worry. She wouldn't imprison you, would she? Chun Qian's smile flashed with danger. If anything happens, you can call me anytime. I will help you. Thank you, Qian. Su Tao patted her cheek, revealing a spirited smile. Xiaocheng said, "You're welcome. We are best friends after all." Getting out of bed and washing up. After quickly tidying herself up, Su Tao walked into the dorm hallway. Looking up at the sky, she couldn't help but feel her unease growing. Today the sky was overcast, likely to rain heavily. The cold wind silently weaved through the winter campus, the dry branches swaying in the breeze making a faint rustling sound. Once outside the dormitory, Su Tao clearly felt that the sky was even gloomier than she had imagined. Underneath the thick gray tights, her short boots crunched on the snow as Su Tao glanced over the passing pedestrians, occasionally meeting the admiring gazes of some girls. Regardless of gender, Su Tao couldn't help but think of the words Xiaocheng had said to her. In the past, she would have never misinterpreted those gazes. But now she could not ignore them. One of the many girls was Xiaocheng. Was she playing the role of a lovesick girl? Or was it truly, as Xiaocheng suggested, a misunderstanding between her and Xiaocheng that had turned her into a genuine lovesick girl? She couldn't figure it out, but the answer should be revealed today. First she approached her advisor to request a 3-day leave, then went to find Yiliang. After taking a taxi, she arrived at the building of the company. "Miss Su." The security guard recognized Su Tao and slightly bowed. "Are you here to see the young master? Is Yi Liang available now?" "I'm sorry, Miss Su," the guard replied. "Due to some unforeseen circumstances, the young master flew to Lizzie City last night and won't be back until at least tomorrow. The young master asked me to inform you that the scheduled matter is temporarily postponed until he is free to discuss it." Su Tao frowned slightly, pressing for more details. "What happened?" The guard shook his head. "The young master didn't tell me, just asked you to wait." "That guy." Su Tao kicked the snow underfoot in dissatisfaction, pouted, and swallowed her displeasure. She said to the security guard, "Then I won't disturb you. If Yi Liang comes back, have him call me." "Okay, Miss Su." After bidding farewell to the guard, Su Tao felt aggrieved and bent down to pick up a snowball. It seemed she treated the snowball as Yi Liang and threw it heavily against the wall. One after another they act as they wish without any understanding of empathy. Last time at the cruise banquet, she was the one who broke her promise, causing Yi Liang to waste a lot of money and connections. As a result, she reluctantly agreed to be his maid for 3 days at his insistence. For these 3 days, she had to humbly negotiate with her colleagues to swap shifts and work overtime. She spun a whole lot of excuses to her advisor and signed a guarantee letter just to get the leave. She also had to deal with the occasional gossip that arose. She even had to keep it from Xiaocheng, asking everyone she knew to refrain from revealing this matter. On top of the mental stress from this lovesick girl, Su Tao hadn't slept well for several nights. She originally planned to use this opportunity to test Xiaocheng. If she truly was a lovesick girl, she would heed the doctor's advice and make an effort to comfort her. If she wasn't a lovesick girl and was just pretending, they would clarify things, and then she would become Yi Liang's maid. But now she had run off just like that. Su Tao put her phone in her pocket and sighed deeply. "Forget it, it's better this way. Focus on Xiaocheng. If she really is a lovesick girl and reacts to what I say." Su Tao recalled the scene from when she comforted Xiaocheng in the hospital. She whispered, "If I hug her and say some kind words, once I express my hopes, she will follow my thoughts, right? Because she likes me, she will listen to me." From what I've read online, that seems to be the case. But since the doctor said it was worth a try, it should be fine. Su Tao suppressed her unease. Seeing the sky darken and rain approach, she hurriedly walked toward Xiaocheng's neighborhood. Boom! The muffled sound of thunder rumbled. Approaching the neighborhood, Su Tao looked up at the sky, covered her head, and began to run. "Hey, can the rain slow down a bit?" She hurriedly dashed into the building where Xiaocheng lived just before the torrential rain began to fall. Almost as soon as Su Tao stepped into the building, the downpour followed. The fierce wind seemed intent on pulling her out of the building, blowing the rain frantically into the doorway. Seeing this, Su Tao quickly stepped back a few paces inside. With lingering fears, she thought the rain came suddenly and heavily. Even with an umbrella, she would probably be drenched on one side. Right, I should inform Xiaocheng. Su Tao turned around and walked toward the elevator while sending a message to Xiaocheng. "Xiaocheng, I'm going to try out that idea we discussed regarding Xiaocheng." "Don't go." Xiaocheng replied instantly. The 3 exclamation marks revealed his panic. Su Tao blinked in confusion. "Why not? Have you already tested it, Xiaocheng?" Last time Xiaocheng mentioned 2 methods. She hadn't agreed to the first method, which was why he went to test it alone for her. Having received no news, Su Tao thought Xiaocheng hadn't acted yet. By the time he replied, Su Tao had already stepped into the elevator. "Xiaocheng, I actually tested it already. How should I put it? Xiaocheng does indeed have some lovesick tendencies. Xiaocheng, so you don't need to go, that might provoke her and it could be dangerous." "Su Tao, really? I have a feeling you're hiding something from me." As the elevator doors opened, Su Tao slowly walked up to Xiaocheng's door and glanced at the tightly shut window on the other side. The howling wind and rain seemed like a large hand anxiously knocking on the window, as if urging her not to enter. "Xiaocheng, I'm just worried about you." Su Tao lowered her head and typed back, It's okay, I've come this far. If anything happens, just call me. After sending the last message to Xiaocheng, TaoTao no longer looked at her phone, putting it back in her pocket. She extended her index finger to tidy her bangs and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. The door opened and a playful tuft of tea-colored hair peeked out, followed by an adorably cute face. It seemed she was confirming whether the person outside was a bad guy, as her little head poked out just a bit. Upon seeing TaoTao, her expression brightened. TaoTao, come in quickly. It's cold outside. The cheerful and soft voice warmed TaoTao's heart. Thinking of those young masters who had a good relationship with her, caring merely meant asking, "Are you okay?" Compared to them, Xiaocheng was simply an angel. This looked quite normal. Oh, how could she be a lovesick girl? TaoTao weighed her boots and walked inside. Xiaocheng, you have the air conditioning on. It's really warm. Because I knew you were coming today. Xiaocheng smiled inwardly without answering, instead pulling out a pair of slippers. Change your shoes first, then I'll pour you a cup of hot tea. It's windy and rainy outside, you must be freezing. Without waiting for a response, she took TaoTao's hand and brought it to her mouth. She gently breathed out a puff of warm air. Her cute face looked up again with a silly yet satisfied smile. Isn't it warm? Seeing Xiaocheng like this, TaoTao felt a sudden pang in her heart. She was so kind to me. If I tell her about Yiliang and being a maid, she would surely be very sad. A bit reluctant. But no one knew whether this adorable face was genuine or a facade. Is cuteness her true nature? Or is the lovesick persona her true self? Sorry, Xiaocheng. TaoTao resolved within herself, stepping into the room in her slippers. Unbeknownst to her, Xiaocheng stood by the door, a faint smile on her lips, as she pressed a certain button on the electronic lock. The sound of the mechanism turning was heard. The door was locked. Having completed all of this, Xiaocheng happily approached TaoTao and asked, "TaoTao, would you like something to drink? How about black tea?" Returning to this familiar house, TaoTao felt relaxed, whether it was due to the air conditioning or the many memories associated with this place. She watched as Xiaocheng squatted by the television cabinet, her little bottom sticking up as she searched for the black tea that had gone missing, and couldn't help but chuckle. It's strange, I thought the black tea was kept here. Xiaocheng scratched her head and made a silly sound. TaoTao couldn't help but remind her. It's in that cabinet on the right, remember we put it there together. How could you forget? Is it? Xiaocheng didn't look back and turned to rummage through another cabinet. TaoTao leaned against the sofa, watching her tenderly. Suddenly her gaze was drawn to a small item. Oh, this thing is still here. She reached out her hand. Next to the drawer holding the remote control hung a small necklace, the top adorned with a delicately crafted peach. This was something they had been tricked into buying by a shady uncle when they visited the park during their summer break in senior year. It cost 30 yuan, when it could have easily been bought for 5 yuan at a toy store. Without turning her head, Xiaocheng seemed to know what TaoTao was talking about. Because I like everything about TaoTao. This little thing is our memory, of course I wouldn't throw it away. Such embarrassing words flowed from her lips as if they were commonplace. Yet those casual words were not merely playful banter. They carried the same weight as solemn confessions filled with deep affection. TaoTao felt a slight discomfort in her heart, quickly changing the topic. Did you find the black tea? I found it. Xiaocheng exclaimed, holding a small jar. It was hidden so well. Wait a moment, I'll go boil some water. She fumbled around like a clumsy person who didn't understand household chores, and after a flurry of activity, finally poured water into a cup. However, as she picked up the cup, her hand shook. Scalding hot water splashed onto her arm. Ah! In the kitchen, Xiaocheng screamed, drawing TaoTao's attention. The girl hurriedly ran over from the sofa. What met her eyes was a red patch on Xiaocheng's arm and steam rising from the water on the floor. She immediately took out a handkerchief and rinsed it with cold water, reproaching her as she tended to the burn. Really, you got burned again? How can you be so careless? I'm sorry. Xiaocheng bit her lip and tears the size of beans seemed ready to spill from her eyes. Seeing this, TaoTao's heart softened and her reproachful tone eased. She took Xiaocheng's hand, saying, "Let's go outside first. I'll help you take care of it." She had Xiaocheng sit on the sofa, while she crouched down in front, gently wiping her small arm with a towel. Does it hurt? TaoTao asked softly. Xiaocheng shook her head. It doesn't hurt. While speaking, she stared intently at TaoTao's delicate and fair face, her gaze shifting to the focused movements, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Host, did you intentionally burn yourself? The system inquired in her mind. Xiaocheng merely smiled and did not respond. Who knows if it was intentional? Like the original owner, I'm just a clumsy little one. Isn't it normal to get hurt? Only in this way would TaoTao care about me and feel sorry for me. Unknowingly, Xiaocheng's lips curled into a strange smile, as if observing her prey, fixating on TaoTao, who was treating her injury. When TaoTao's gaze turned towards her, Xiaocheng quickly transformed into a pitiful little thing, asking with a sob, TaoTao, am I very clumsy? TaoTao applied a bandage to Xiaocheng and stood up, gently patting her head with a smile. Yes, you're always very clumsy. Hot water has become your lifelong enemy. You've been burned a few times before, right? You just don't learn your lesson. I'm sorry. Just be careful next time, okay? TaoTao said with concern as she put away the first aid kit and went to clean the kitchen. Then she skillfully brewed tea. What would you like to drink, Xiaocheng? I'll leave it up to you. Xiaocheng's answer made TaoTao's hand tremble slightly as she held the cup. Then she heard Xiaocheng say, I can drink anything. As long as you like it, TaoTao, it's fine. TaoTao's lips curled into a smile. She's always been like this. So adorably sweet. Yet this cuteness has a morbid side that is truly puzzling. She brought out a cup of coconut juice and a cup of hot black tea. Xiaocheng sat obediently on the sofa, her slender little legs dangling, her small feet in white socks swaying back and forth, looking very cute. This scene couldn't help but remind TaoTao of the time before they graduated from senior year. At that time Chisonga had just acquired this house, and they were both surprised and curious. Every weekend they would cohabitate here for 2 days. Back then Xiaocheng was just like this. She would cook in the kitchen while Xiaocheng would sit here watching TV. As if she were always keeping an eye on her. Whenever TaoTao glanced over, this adorable little one would greet her with a warm and healing smile. Is this little Xiaocheng really a yandere? Relaxed by the brief warmth, TaoTao once again recalled her purpose for being here. Testing. She needs to confirm whether this warmth is a fleeting illusion or a permanent reality. Boom! The thunder outside interrupted TaoTao's thoughts. As she turned towards Xiaocheng, her smile gradually stiffened. Don't hesitate, TaoTao. This is all for Xiaocheng's sake. If she is a yandere, she must be cured, otherwise something will happen sooner or later. She approached Xiaocheng, placing the juice and black tea on the table. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Xiaocheng pull out a packet of powder from her pocket. TaoTao, do you want to add some of this? TaoTao curiously looked at the gray-white powder. What is this? Xiaocheng poured a cup of boiling water, then added a little of the powder, saying lightly, this was prescribed at the hospital. The doctor said it's a benign medicine that can help regulate the body and dispel fatigue. You can drink it as a beverage, just add a little when drinking water. Looking at TaoTao's slightly haggard face, she asked, TaoTao, you look a bit unwell. Have you been tired these past few days? Maybe you should add a bit too. Seeing that Xiaocheng had prepared some for herself, TaoTao didn't think too much and replied, thank you, Xiaocheng. You need to rest well. The powder was slowly poured into the black tea. Then Xiaocheng picked up the cup of coconut juice and took a gentle sip. The sound of rain outside pounded against the window, and Xiaocheng squinted her eyes in enjoyment. TaoTao held the black tea in her hands, seemingly hesitating about something. For a moment both of them fell silent. The fierce wind battered against the window, and the eerie howling sound that seeped through the cracks sent chills down their spines. For some reason the lights seemed to dim slightly. TaoTao held the black tea, turned her head, and seriously looked at the girl with tea-colored long hair beside her. Xiaocheng, I have something to tell you. Do not hesitate. Do not feel pity. TaoTao tightly grasped the teacup, feeling her heartbeat accelerate. In the reflection of her pupil's chi, Xiaocheng tilted her head and smiled sweetly. TaoTao, what's wrong? Her silky hair cascaded down from her ears, swaying in the air. Her smile was both adorable and blissful. But who knows whether this side of her is just a facade? Since I have made the decision, then I shall do it. TaoTao suddenly gulped down the red tea. A warm current surged within her body, and she used it to muster her courage. Her gaze abruptly firmed up. She said earnestly to Xiaocheng, tonight I am going to be a maid for Yiliang. Xiaocheng slightly opened her mouth, still holding the coconut juice in her hand. This wasn't the first time she had heard this news, but when it came from TaoTao's lips, it seemed to carry a different flavor. Her pink lips began to dry and stiffen, and the sparkle in her eyes seemed to be gradually fading. Why? A detached voice revealed no emotion. Because the last banquet caused him a lot of trouble, and being an ordinary person with no money or connections, she could only compensate in the way he expected. This was the root reason, but TaoTao knew she couldn't say it like that. Saying so would sound like an explanation, and under her constant questioning she would have to keep explaining. It must be a decisive answer. TaoTao took a deep breath. Because I also have feelings for Yiliang. I don't dislike this matter, so I agreed. However, the word like ultimately did not come out. Whether it was a deception or true feelings, she couldn't honestly say that she liked Yiliang. It was as if the words she spoke contained a hint of affection and longing for the opposite sex. So Xiaocheng, I'm sorry, I can't accompany you for the next few days. After finishing her sentence, it felt as if a heavy stone had fallen from her heart, and she felt much lighter. She shouldn't stimulate her too much, according to what the doctor said. It should be fine like this, right? Just after she finished speaking, her hand was suddenly grabbed by Xiaocheng. A slight pain surged through her, making TaoTao secretly alarmed. When did Xiaocheng's strength become so great? Looking up, she noticed that Xiaocheng was in a very strange state. Breathing rapidly, her shoulders trembled like a person who fell into water, grasping at the last straw. But didn't we agree to be together forever? Why do you still want to find Yiliang? I'm sorry, Xiaocheng. Su Tao forcefully shook off Qi Xiaocheng's arm. Then she stood up wanting to further observe Qi Xiaocheng's reaction. This reaction was still within her expectations. No, it's not allowed. The low voice of Qi Xiaocheng like a mosquito caught Su Tao's attention. She had thought Qi Xiaocheng would rise to stop her, but unexpectedly Qi Xiaocheng just sat on the sofa still holding the cup of coconut juice. The smile on her face was incredibly complex. TaoTao, you can't go to Yiliang. He will hurt you, abandon you, and play with your feelings. In this world, only I truly like you wholeheartedly. So, you cannot go. After saying that, she flashed Su Tao a sweet smile. But this sweetness seemed mixed with poison. Su Tao frowned and stepped to leave, but just as she extended one foot, a sudden wave of weakness swept over her body. She quickly covered her head, supporting herself against the sofa's armrest. What's happening? This is drowsy red tea. Qi Xiaocheng set down the orange juice in her hand, happily spreading her arms welcoming someone. Her head began to feel dizzy, her limbs gradually became weak, and a heavy drowsiness made Su Tao unable to hold on any longer. Out of the corner of her eye she saw the cup of plain water that Qi Xiaocheng hadn't touched at all. Xiao. The word Cheng was left unspoken as she leaned towards Qi Xiaocheng. Accompanied by a faint fragrance, the girl fell into her embrace. Qi Xiaocheng buried her nose in Su Tao's silky hair, gently inhaling. Bringing her lips close to Su Tao's earlobe, she slowly said in the last remnants of Su Tao's consciousness, "TaoTao, you cannot leave me, okay? You are too tired. Just 6 hours of deep sleep, so rest well." Qi Xiaocheng gently placed Su Tao on the sofa, her gaze soft and sinister, as she hummed, "TaoTao, since you already know I'm a yandere, why do you still want to test me? Don't you know that a yandere cannot be tested? Testing could lead to death, is that a joke to you?" She stood up and stretched lazily. "I'm just a fake yandere. If I were a true yandere, TaoTao, you would have been in trouble long ago. And as for Yiliang, although he's a young master, a true yandere would want to perish together with him. So what should we do, host? Keep her under house arrest? Of course I won't do such a thing. Right now I just think TaoTao is too tired and I just want her to sleep well. We don't do anything illegal. We have removed the barriers between sisters, repaired our relationship. Su Tao is taking a leave to stay at my house for 3 days to take care of my illness. Isn't this part of daily life? Don't make it sound so harsh, system. I'm doing this for TaoTao's sake." Qi Xiaocheng said, her gaze gradually turning cold. She cannot go to Yiliang. Even if the original story doesn't have this plot, I know what will happen next. 3 days as a close mate staying at his house with a little unexpected twist at night could spark something. Thinking in the ridiculous way of a female-oriented novel, these might still be the lighter scenarios. No one can touch my Su Tao. Everything is to prevent her from experiencing the same tragedy as the original plot. Qi Xiaocheng sighed, and with great effort lifted Su Tao, slowly turning towards her own room. After placing her on the bed and covering her with a blanket, the action was incredibly gentle. At least 6 hours, so just rest well. At this moment, the system in her mind spoke. "Host, don't you think this is a good opportunity?" "What good opportunity? We are the villains. Now the heroine Su Tao is utterly defenseless, oh, you understand. So now you remember you are a villain, system." Qi Xiaocheng rolled her eyes. During these days of interaction, because of Su Tao's beauty and the character of a white moonlight coupled with the few days of delicate care in the hospital, she indeed had some affection for this novel's heroine. But she despised doing such things. It would be a defilement of Su Tao, playing the role of a yandere, not a madwoman. Qi Xiaocheng sat at the edge of the bed, reaching out to tidy Su Tao's messy hair, and said to the system, "Su Tao has a mental illness. She is evading and fearing the fact that I am a yandere. Right now she can't face me at all, so how can she talk about liking me? The reason I have a significant weight in her heart is that the original host had a very good relationship with her. Growing up together made her reluctant to abandon the original host so easily, and it is this feeling that binds her. In terms of romantic interest, Yiliang and Dongfangyang are probably both higher in her heart than I am." Qi Xiaocheng clearly understood in her heart that if Su Tao did not correct her attitude towards her, then no matter how sick she became, she would not come to like her. She would only keep seeking treatment methods, echoing herself while reminiscing about the beautiful memories of the past, thinking of returning to that intimate sister relationship from childhood. "This cannot be allowed. You must wholeheartedly fall in love with me. No, it is not just a should, it is a must." Su Tao needed to rest for 3 days, and naturally she couldn't let the outside world notice anything amiss. The 6 hours she had preemptively set aside were for Qi Xiaocheng's preparations. Only after everything was prepared could she spend quality time with her TaoTao without any interruptions. Otherwise, if discovered, her fate would be dire. Take 1 step, observe 3. Qi Xiaocheng's style has always been to avoid battles she isn't confident about. Though playing the role of a sickly sweet character ending up feigning death in front of Su Tao wouldn't be so bad, but given the current level of affection, even if she were to die, Su Tao wouldn't feel heartbroken. This death could not become an everlasting pain in her heart. With this thought, Qi Xiaocheng picked up Su Tao's phone. Looking at the phone, she found that many people had sent her messages. As for the phone password, Xiaocheng glanced at Su Tao's fingers, guessing and entering 6 digits. 031225. The phone screen paused for a moment. Unlock successful. The moment she entered the correct password, the longing in Xiaocheng's gaze towards Su Tao intensified. The password is actually my birthday. TaoTao, how can you make me disregard you like this? With the phone unlocked, Xiaocheng looked at the WeChat messages. There were 3 people pinned to the top. The first Xiaocheng, the second Dr. Cheng, the third Yi Liang. Xiaocheng stared intently at the name of the third person, her gaze growing colder. Then she turned her head to look at Su Tao, her eyes filled with resentment. None of the pinned contacts were herself. It seemed TaoTao still needed some guidance. She looked at the phone again and found that many messages were trivial chats and several familiar names were likely other friends. Xiaocheng quietly memorized these names, then noticed some important information. First, Si Chun had sent 7 or 8 messages to Su Tao, all urging her not to look for him to test if she was really sickly sweet. It seemed Si Chun was frightened by her firmly believing that she was sickly sweet. However, these messages annoyed her. Since he's on my side, why hasn't he persuaded Su Tao? Everything he said last time was just empty talk. Xiaocheng replied using Su Tao's phone. I'm fine, don't worry. Okay, done. Without waiting for Si Chen's reply, Xiaocheng replicated the process, replying to each person who had sent greetings. She tried to mimic Su Tao's tone, slowly eliminating any threats that could affect the next 3 days. After finishing, she used her own phone to message Chen Qian. Keep an eye on things these days. If anyone looks for Su Tao or if she has unfinished business, please help me handle it. What do you mean? I'm already acting as your pawn, and now you want me to help Su Tao? Xiaocheng replied. Did the blackhead pills I gave you last time work? Do you still have those? Chen Qian inquired. Xiaocheng replied. This time it's for skincare. If it works well, I'll give you some along with the medicine next time. You know me. I've always been a good sister to Su Tao. Helping her with her affairs is my duty. After handling everything, Xiaocheng began to tidy up her own room. She took out the automatic adhesive stickers she had purchased with emotional value from the system, and after pulling the curtains, sealed the windows completely except for a few breathing holes. Visibility to the outside 0. Next, she removed the wall clock and the small desk alarm clock along with Su Tao's wristwatch. Host, what are you doing? Of course, I'm preparing for TaoTao to rest well. With the window open and the outside so bright, how can she sleep? Having too many clocks will only make her look at the time more often. The more she looks, the more pressure she'll feel. That's not good either. Although she only had 3 days. Xiaocheng's tasks were quite a lot. Her only aim was to change Su Tao's perception of her in these 3 days. It wasn't about correcting this sickly sweet character. Instead, she wanted Su Tao to realize that her sickly sweetness could no longer be corrected. If it couldn't be corrected, then it must be accepted, embraced, and loved. To love, eliminate her sense of time, remove all entertainment content from the room, and fill the entire space with memories of the original owner and Su Tao. Add many sickly, sweet Yuri literature books. Even meals would have to be fed to her. Just thinking about it excited Xiaocheng. To have the female lead in her control, then let her fall hopelessly in love with her. It might not be achievable in a short time, but as long as she moved towards this goal, Xiaocheng felt invigorated. TaoTao, we have a long time together. The sound of rain outside grew louder, yet the room remained eerily quiet. The space which Xiaocheng had spent considerable time organizing now contained little beyond the necessary furniture. On the table lay several books carefully selected by Xiaocheng. All the content related to sickly sweet characters. One thing to note was that although the protagonists in the books behaved very sickly sweet, the term sickly sweet was never mentioned. Confinement, oppression, loneliness, panic. Countless emotions could only be alleviated through her beloved Xiaocheng. Time passed and gradually Su Tao awakened. At this moment it was evening, but Xiaocheng had experienced that the system's medicine was very effective. After taking it, she had slept for 6 hours. Upon waking, she felt as if she had slept for a month, her body aching all over. Her energy was 100-fold, but she had to wait for the aftereffects to pass. Currently, Su Tao was in that aftereffect phase. Her head felt heavy and her body weak. She tried to lift her hand to cover her head, but found that for some reason she couldn't muster any strength. What time is it now? What did Xiaocheng do to me? What happened after that cup of red tea? Su Tao blinked hard and her vision slowly began to clear. What she saw was Xiaocheng, who was sitting on a chair, her hands resting on the armrest, chin on her arms, looking at her with a smile. Did you sleep well? The inquiry from Xiaocheng made Su Tao quickly recall the scene from earlier. She wanted to move but still couldn't muster any strength. All she could do was lie there, turning her head to look at Xiaocheng. Her throat was parched as if it were on fire. Su Tao coughed dryly, licked her dry lips, and looked at Xiaocheng, asking, Xiaocheng, you. What did you do to me? I didn't do anything. Xiaocheng tilted her head adorably. I just thought you were too tired, so I wanted you to have a good rest. Rest? Here. Su Tao glanced around. The room was tidy and simple with the windows sealed by an unknown black cloth. Remembering her knowledge of sickly sweet characters, her heart sank. However, even so, she didn't lose her rationality. After all, Xiaocheng was quite weak. Once she regained her strength, she could subdue her and have a proper conversation. Right? Don't provoke her and don't mention anything that just happened. She should slowly steer the conversation away from the topic. With this thought, Su Tao forced a smile. Xiaocheng, I'm a bit thirsty. Can I have some water? The important thing was to regain her strength. Xiaocheng smiled. Of course you can. Having experienced the feeling of waking up with a dry throat, she had prepared a cup of warm water in advance. She walked to Su Tao's bedside. But you can't get up right now. How will you drink it? Let me take my time. It should be fine, right? Su Tao opened her mouth. However, she saw Xiaocheng raise her little head with a strange smile. Not quite. TaoTao is sick and needs someone to take care of her. You should say, Xiaocheng, feed me some water. Su Tao blinked and chuckled awkwardly. Then Xiaocheng, can you feed me some water? Of course. Xiaocheng tilted her head back and poured half a cup of water into her own mouth. Then she sat back down beside Su Tao's bed. Xiaocheng. Su Tao's pupils constricted, as if she guessed what Xiaocheng intended to do, and her breathing became erratic. Xiaocheng smiled faintly. Her dry throat was soothed as a warm current seemed to flow through her entire body. The water was gradually finished. Yet breathing became increasingly difficult. No, this won't do. She could hardly breathe now. Ha! Just as she was nearing her limit, Su Tao's vision cleared once more. She gasped for air and her eyes seemed to glisten with tears as she struggled to look at Xiaocheng. The petite loli blinked, seemingly understanding Su Tao's meaning. She smiled softly and said, Do you want to know why? Because I like you. There's still half a cup of water left. Su Tao's heart raced as she shook her head, saying, No, I don't need it anymore. No, I don't need it. No way. Completely drained of energy, she could not refuse Xiaocheng's offering, and soon breathing became difficult once more. Time felt both very short and very long. By the time Su Tao regained her senses, Xiaocheng had already placed a small incense burner on the table. TaoTao, you are sick. You cannot leave until you recover. This little thing, I have tried it, can help you relax your body. Now just rest easy, she said, and like tidying up the room, she picked up a stack of books and walked towards the door. The stack of books was heavy and Xiaocheng stumbled as she walked. One of the books suddenly fell from her arms, but she seemed not to notice. She continued to walk forward until she left the room. It was at this moment that Su Tao gradually regained a bit of strength. But it was only a little. She felt that she could barely lift a pot of water now. Leaning against the headboard, Su Tao held her head in pain, frowning as she muttered to herself, What on earth is going on? Am I now restricted by Xiaocheng? Her fingers unconsciously brushed over her lips as she forced herself to think rationally. After a while, once she could get out of bed, she began to observe the room. From the layout, there is no doubt this is Xiaocheng's room. The window is sealed with only a breathing hole left. There's no way to see outside through the hole, and from the sounds, the rain has lessened now. How long have I been asleep? Is this the same rain that hasn't stopped, or has it been a long second rain? After checking, Su Tao despondently sat back on the bed, her gaze fixed on the only exit, the door. But would Xiaocheng let her go? Why was she doing this? After thinking it over, Su Tao could only reveal a regretful, bitter smile. Because of the test. In such a situation, whether or not she played the role of a sickly girl, she could easily conceal it, right? Su Tao got up and picked up the book that Xiaocheng had dropped on the floor. What a careless person, full of flaws. She looked at the title of the book. Give her everything if you love her. The cover depicted two girls embracing, surrounded by blooming crimson roses. Does Xiaocheng usually enjoy reading such romantic light novels? With nothing else to do, she might as well learn about Xiaocheng's preferences. Although she was restricted, Su Tao remained relatively calm. She knew that Xiaocheng would not harm her, and once she recovered, she could easily subdue her. Just a little more wait. Flipping through the table of contents, the content inside shocked Su Tao. The end. What? What is this? Su Tao trembled, unable to even hold the book. Undoubtedly, the content described in this book is about a yandere. At this moment, Su Tao couldn't help but recall what Xichun had said. A person's character can change due to social environmental factors, and when exposed to them for a long time at an age of innocence where right and wrong are indistinguishable, one unconsciously leans toward that side. Even yearning for it. Su Tao swallowed hard. Has Xiaocheng been reading this kind of book for a long time? No, perhaps the table of contents is just a gimmick. Su Tao picked up the novel and casually flipped to a page. The content was the female protagonist asked the second female lead what she liked about her, and the second female lead replied that she liked her soft little hands. The next day, the female protagonist cut off her own hand, wrapped it in diamonds and crystals, and made it into a specimen to give to the second female lead. Chilling. Su Tao felt cold sweat break out on her back. The scene seemed eerily familiar. Creak. The door opened. Su Tao immediately hid the book behind her gaze toward Xiaocheng now laced with fear. Xiaocheng looked at Su Tao tilting her head in confusion. TaoTao, why are you looking at me like that? You're sick and I'm taking care of you. As she spoke, she walked in holding a bowl of soup. Time to eat. Her demeanor was incredibly normal, as if she was genuinely caring for a patient. Su Tao's smile stiffened as she fixed her gaze on the bowl of soup in front of her hand, holding the book trembling slightly. Xiaocheng. Actually, I'm not very hungry yet. How about we chat for a bit? Not hungry. Xiaocheng's gaze flickered with meaning before she broke into a simple smile. TaoTao has slept for so long, you must be hungry. Alright, let's eat first. The takeout should be delicious. Upon hearing this, Su Tao let out a long sigh. She was so tense that she had forgotten that the Xiaocheng she knew couldn't cook. Well, it is a novel after all. After wiping her cold sweat, secretly Su Tao heard Xiaocheng ask, TaoTao, your strength should have recovered a bit, right? Can you eat by yourself, or do you still need me to feed you? No, it's not necessary. Su Tao thought of the earlier moment when she was fed water and quickly waved her hand. I can eat by myself. However, what puzzled her was that it seemed a long time had passed, yet why hadn't her strength recovered? She could only manage to move a little. Without time to think further, Xiaocheng had already brought a chair and sat down opposite her hands neatly resting on her thighs, her crimson eyes looking at her expectantly. It seemed she wanted to see her drink the soup first then eat. After such a long time, Su Tao indeed felt hungry. One must eat well to regain strength. Scooping up the chicken soup garnished with green onions, Su Tao cautiously sniffed it. There were no strange smells. It was indeed the same as what the store offered, with plenty of MSG smelling rich. She blew on it a few times to cool it down before bringing it to her lips. Just as it was about to enter her mouth, Su Tao's hands suddenly shook violently. The spoon fell to the floor with a clink. In terror, she looked at Xiaocheng, who had leaned forward slightly without her noticing. Her knees pressed against her thighs, and her hands propping up her cheeks, she smiled brightly at her. Why aren't you eating TaoTao? Is it not good? Perhaps her taste buds were malfunctioning. Or maybe the overwhelming pressure rendered the flavor dreadful. Though it was merely a bowl of old hen soup, Su Tao found it difficult to swallow. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy. All seemed to merge into a cacophony of flavors, compounded by Xiaocheng's eerie, mischievous smile. Scenes flickered rapidly through her mind. In the basement, Xiaocheng whispered fiercely into her ear, forbidding her from liking Yiliang and questioning why she would abandon her. On the rooftop, she forced herself to say she liked her amid thunderous rain. That obsessed face repeatedly murmured, "We will be together forever." Like a malfunctioning black and white television, the scenes in her mind played with hoarse, grating sounds accelerating relentlessly. Her heartbeat quickened until only the roaring echo after the sonic boom lingered in her ears. Everything that transpired felt like a fleeting hallucination. Until Xiaocheng's voice broke through. "What's wrong, TaoTao?" Su Tao suddenly looked up, lips trembling, yet could not describe how the chicken soup tasted, as if it had been seasoned with chili, bitter melon, and vinegar. What kind of establishment was this? The food was nothing short of a dark culinary experiment. Xiaocheng tilted her head in confusion, picking up a piece of chicken with chopsticks. "It tastes fine to me, perfectly normal. No, could it really be that my taste buds are faulty?" Before she could fully react, that doll-like adorable face with crimson vertical pupils, utterly alien to humans, gazed at her stupidly, the smile as sinister as ever. A thunderclap rumbled outside the sealed window, reminiscent of that night on the rooftop. The crimson rain either dispelled the darkness or deepened its gloom. Xiaocheng was truly a yandere. Perhaps even she herself was unaware of her contradictions, maybe harboring two distinct personalities, yet there was no doubt. From this moment on, Su Tao was certain that Xiaocheng was indeed a yandere. Fear and dread spread from her spine throughout her body, making each breath laborious. It wasn't her taste buds that were failing. It was Xiaocheng who had become afflicted, already transformed into a yandere. Once again, Xiaocheng's disappointed voice whispered, "TaoTao, so you don't like the takeaway I ordered? Does that mean you don't like me?" Turning away like a puppet, she rose to her feet. Su Tao recalled a similar scene from the novel she had read earlier. She hastily shouted, "No, of course I don't dislike Xiaocheng. Actually, haha, it's just that the takeaway was so delicious that I momentarily felt fond of it." Su Tao's smile was stiff and bitter as she quickly picked up her bowl, eating while praising Xiaocheng. She had no choice but to express liking her. This was the pressure Xiaocheng exerted. If Su Tao did not say she liked her, she would become a yandere. It was an inexplicable sensation, as if someone was slowly strangling her, making it hard to breathe. "I am only pretending to like Xiaocheng, merely feigning affection to appease her. There's no other way." Su Tao comforted herself, silently stifling her fear and struggling to finish the meal. She forced out a smile, "Thank you, Xiaocheng." Yet that smile was painfully forced. Not truly a smile, but Su Tao's strained attempt to manipulate her facial muscles to soothe the seemingly deranged little one before her. At Su Tao's words, Xiaocheng naturally returned from that strange state. Her eyes brimmed with joy, adorably radiant. I'm glad TaoTao likes it. The eerie vertical pupils reverted to normal, the scarlet in her eyes gradually fading. Throughout the entire meal, Tao felt deeply uncomfortable, as if she was not consuming food meant for normal people. There was not a single genuine flavor. Halfway through, she found it hard to swallow and hastily pushed the remainder away. Actually, I'm not very hungry. This is enough. By the way, how long have I been asleep? She quickly changed the subject, feeling her taste buds protest. Xiaocheng merely lifted the bowl and shook her head lightly. I don't know how long has passed. Since TaoTao is full, I'll come back in an hour. Without allowing further questions, she cheerfully walked toward the door. Only as the door closed did Tao suddenly grasp the corner of the nearby table, bending over and lowering her head to the floor. Clutching her chest tightly, she gasped for breath. The pressure Xiaocheng imposed was overwhelming. Even the takeaway was a dark culinary experiment. Not even in her lonely childhood scavenging for scraps did she suffer such discomfort from a meal. Tao's head ached. What troubled her more was the purpose behind Xiaocheng placing her in this room. She was uncertain and dared not glance at the novel. After hiding it beneath her pillow, she lay exhausted on the bed, eyes vacant. The 6 hours of rest had eased her body well. Yet now the spiritual shock far exceeded the physical strain. 1 hour. Tao murmured. If Xiaocheng's emotions stabilize later, I'll ask again. Silently counting time, she felt about 15 minutes pass when the door opened. Xiaocheng entered unsteadily, carrying a bucket of water. TaoTao, it's time to shower. Towels, shampoo, body wash, a change of clothes. Everything was prepared. Xiaocheng placed the items on the floor and smiled gently at Tao. Sorry, the bathroom is broken, so you'll have to handle it here in the room. Don't worry about the wet floor. I'll clean it up later. Tao's smile stiffened once more. She was now certain that Xiaocheng intended to keep her confined here indefinitely. Her strength still eluded her. Had an hour truly passed so swiftly? Why had she not regained any energy despite the time elapsed? Seeing Tao remain motionless, Xiaocheng tilted her head blankly before suddenly recalling something, her face flushing crimson. Glancing aside shyly, she stammered, "Could it be? TaoTao wants me to help you bathe. Isn't that too soon? How embarrassing." No need, I can manage myself." The thought of someone else bathing her, especially in such a sparse open room, overwhelmed Tao with intense shame surpassing even her unease. Xiaocheng placed a finger against her lips, smiling mysteriously. "Then I'll come back later in half an hour." "Wait, Xiaocheng." Tao called after her. "After your shower can we talk properly?" "Sure." Xiaocheng replied cheerfully, then slowly stepped outside. Gazing at the drizzling sky, Tao stepped towards the sofa with a lifted spirit. "Host, such a good opportunity and you're willing to give up? Not very villainous of you. Tongzi, you don't understand. Tao is in that phase where since we're both girls it's no big deal. Even if I help her bathe, she'll just fantasize about yandere things related to me. Physical contact like that requires her to be curious about me first. When she wonders why is Xiaocheng so special even though we're both girls, and blushes, that's your real opportunity. Such things must not be rushed. After all, I want her to realize that as a girl I am unique. After today's glass of water, she must have sensed my softness." Xiaocheng retrieved an item 1 from the system lottery. Delicate soft candy, consuming it refines the skin's texture. Now how about something deeper next? Since she drew this gummy that could make her skin more refined, Xiaocheng had not eaten it. She wanted to save it for Tao to make her even more perfect at some point. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Xiaocheng threw the candy into her mouth and picked up a mirror from the counter. The change was instantaneous. Under the warm light, her skin seemed to glow. She reached out to touch her arm. Silky, tender, fair, and delicate. Even a casual photo might lead others to think she had used beauty filters. Xiaocheng then pointed to her own lips, feeling that there seemed to be no change from her fingertips. But all of this should be for TaoTao to experience. For you to like me more, I am willing to become more perfect. Xiaocheng's pupils flashed with an eerie glimmer as she glanced at the time. Only 5 minutes had passed. "Host, isn't there a room next door with a private bathroom? Wouldn't that room be better? At this rate, it's troublesome for the female lead Tao to take a shower, and it's also troublesome for you. Isn't this a reversal of priorities? A private bathroom won't do." Since she was doing this, Xiaocheng already had her own plans. So she patiently explained to the system, "In my plan, I can't let TaoTao come into contact with water I haven't touched before. Although my room has been cleaned, the layout hasn't changed, which can evoke her beautiful memories from the past. The process of learning is the growth of knowledge. I went from being the dummy who scored 0 to becoming someone who scores 60. Only when she realizes I can no longer be that dummy will she accept my current growth. When she willingly teaches me to study, the plan will be half successful. Otherwise." Xiaocheng's gaze was deep, her tone excited. "I love her wholeheartedly, So she should love me wholeheartedly too. After saying this, Xiaocheng looked at the time again. 15 minutes had passed. The time allotted for the shower was half an hour. She got up, walked over, and knocked on the door. TaoTao, half an hour is up. I'm coming in. Wait a moment. Through the crack of the door, she could hear the sound of hurried dressing. After a while, a conflicted voice came from inside. It's fine now. Xiaocheng smiled as she opened the door. Seeing TaoTao wearing a bare t-shirt, she couldn't help but show a blissful, silly smile. Wearing the same thing together is like we're in couple outfits. TaoTao's smile gradually faded at her words. This was an outfit she found in the closet. They had lived together for a while, so she had left 3 sets of clothes here. They had bought them together at the beginning. The same style, the same color, bought as a pair. Originally it was proof of their good relationship, but at this moment it was misunderstood as couple outfits. Was this the boomerang of the past hitting back at her? While lost in thought, Xiaocheng had already finished mopping the floor and returned to sit in front of TaoTao, smiling cheerfully at her. So, TaoTao, what do you want to talk about? TaoTao suppressed her thoughts and sat up straight, looking at her. Xiaocheng, why are you doing this? Xiaocheng tilted her head in confusion. Why am I like this? Because TaoTao is sick and I'm taking care of her. I'm not sick. TaoTao emphasized the words. You're the one who is sick, Xiaocheng. Besides, you put me here to take care of me, but there will be people looking for me outside. This is very dangerous. You should let me go. It's okay. Xiaocheng shook her head indifferently. As long as I can be with you, TaoTao, it doesn't matter what happens, even if Yiliang comes looking for me. In an instant, Xiaocheng's eyes glowed with a red light. At worst, I can perish with him. After saying this, she gazed adoringly at TaoTao. TaoTao, rest assured, I will never let him hurt you. The one who would be hurt is you. TaoTao felt anxious but also understood that even if Xiaocheng could communicate, it was limited to ordinary topics. Once it involved herself or Yiliang, she would become obsessive, nothing would work. TaoTao was somewhat anxious. If I'm sick and you're taking care of me, how can I get better and leave the hospital? TaoTao has a heart ailment. It needs to be treated. Xiaocheng smiled without losing her cheerfulness. Naturally, when TaoTao falls in love with me, she can leave the hospital. Currently, TaoTao has feelings for Yiliang, right? No way. Right now, TaoTao doesn't like me at all, does she? There's no helping it. TaoTao used to like me so much, but now she says she has feelings for Yiliang. That's a serious illness. TaoTao. Xiaocheng's tone gradually became sickly, revealing her adorably aggressive little tiger teeth. You can only like me. It seems like I'm getting excited again. Xiaocheng seemed to realize something and returned to normal, her little tiger teeth changing from aggressive to subtly cute. TaoTao watched all of this, feeling a mix of emotions. She truly was a yandere. Communication was completely ineffective. A feeling of helplessness surged in TaoTao's heart. She raised her head, but the corner of her eye caught a glimpse of Xiaocheng's cute little face. How long had she been placed here? How long had she slept? Considering the fatigue when she got up, it should have been 2 days, right? What was happening outside? Were the 3 people who knew the situation, Cheng, Dr. Chen Qian, and Si Chun, already looking for her through their own channels? There was only one way to go. TaoTao clenched her fists. She still hadn't recovered much strength, but she should have a chance to subdue the delicate little Cheng. TaoTao secretly assessed the seemingly harmless Xiaocheng. Her arms were delicate and fair. She looked like she had no strength. It was worth a try, but if I fail, it will definitely stimulate Xiaocheng further. TaoTao's eyes gradually grew determined. Can I win? In the blink of an eye, TaoTao suddenly made her move her palm, lunging for Xiaocheng's shoulder. However, Xiaocheng merely tilted her head, easily capturing TaoTao's hand. With a push, she effortlessly pressed TaoTao down onto the bed. A guaranteed loss. Her disheveled hair fell around her and TaoTao's eyes were filled with astonishment. Xiaocheng's smile seemed to indicate she had everything under control. TaoTao, you're really being naughty. Didn't I say before? I've tried this little thing. It can help you regulate your body very well. How can you still think of getting rough while being sick? Her expression gradually stiffened. Her head tilted rigidly to one side, her gaze filled with terror as she looked at the table. TaoTao, that incense burner. Xiaocheng smiled knowingly. How will a doctor treat a disobedient patient? A stream of clear tears slowly flowed from the corners of TaoTao's eyes. Even though she resisted in her heart, she didn't even notice that the human body is miraculous precisely because it cannot be fully controlled. Her breathing and heartbeat gradually quickened. Xiaocheng said, TaoTao, it's time for dinner. You are currently unwell, how about some soup? Are you thirsty? Do you want water? Do you need me to feed you? Or do you want something else to drink? Perhaps her sense of taste had malfunctioned, as all the food seemed to have an odd flavor. TaoTao's gaze was somewhat vacant, unaware of how much time had passed. Sometimes it felt like time flew by quickly, while at other times it was unbearably slow. Every time she faced Xiaocheng's sickly and bizarre demeanor. It reminded her of the scene in the basement, and on the rooftop, leaving her feeling lost and helpless. She found it increasingly difficult to think about how to cure Xiaocheng's twisted affection. The mental fatigue was ultimately heavier than any physical burden. Xiaocheng opened the door and walked in. TaoTao did not know how long it had been, and asked Xiaocheng, "What time is it now?" Xiaocheng blinked. "I'm not sure, but TaoTao, your complexion is very poor. Have you been getting enough rest?" The question was evaded. Indeed, it was just like that. TaoTao laughed self-deprecatingly, as if giving up the fight, resignedly lying back on the bed. "How much longer is this going to last, Xiaocheng? Until you fall in love with me?" Such an answer, such a dialogue, how many times had it been repeated? Saying this, she climbed onto the bed. TaoTao looked at Xiaocheng in confusion. "What are you going to do this time?" Every time Xiaocheng came in, she had some purpose, but this time she came in empty-handed, doing nothing. Xiaocheng glanced at TaoTao's fatigued and lifeless eyes, eagerly saying, "This time, it's also to treat you, TaoTao. Once you accept me and like me, the treatment will stop." As she spoke, she took out a sleep mask from her pocket, then pulled out a pair of earplugs that would shield one from external disturbances, also for resting. The world suddenly quieted down. When the bright light was turned off, the piercing shadows that existed in the darkness disappeared without a trace. Only a faint silhouette could be seen. Vision was impaired and hearing was dulled. TaoTao could even hear her own heartbeat. The oppressive heavy breathing felt more pronounced than ever. TaoTao lay on the sickbed, weak and unable to do anything. Time trickled by and her heartbeat quickened, her mind tense. A signal from Xiaocheng came through. It was hard to adapt and she did not want to endure it. Once. Again. As a patient, she was being cared for. She hated it, 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 hated it. Why was this happening? 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 Xiaocheng, what exactly are we? 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 Friends, sisters, confidants, friends, sisters, confidants, friends, sisters, confidants, friends, sisters, confidants. I like you. Suddenly the earplugs were taken off and a confession filled with deep affection reached her ears. TaoTao, I like you. Here it comes again, just like before. TaoTao's face became even more haggard, her complexion worse. The light turned on. Xiaocheng stood to the side, her smile unwavering. Indeed, it was still somewhat lacking. A day had already passed and she had used her skills to change the flavors of all the food that TaoTao could access, resulting in the current situation. The continuous high pressure and psychological effects finally caused her to react greatly. Concerned words came from Xiaocheng's mouth as she gently patted TaoTao's back, proactively grabbing a broom and mop to clean. Like a gentle little wife taking care of the family, TaoTao took in this scene with a complex expression. Once finished, Xiaocheng thoughtfully brought over toiletries. Once everything was done, she said nothing and simply exited the room, placing her back in that room alone. After leaving, Xiaocheng stretched lazily. The sky outside was exceedingly dark, and the rain that had lasted for a day and night finally stopped. Excluding that first night, this was the first night of TaoTao's 3-day leave. From her perspective, at least 2 or 3 days had passed right. However, the plan was going relatively smoothly and there were no interfering people. In her interpersonal relationship management, by the end of the day, aside from Xichun asking a few more questions, everyone else was peaceful. Chen Xian was the perfect double agent, blocking a large number of classmates and friends coming to find TaoTao. However, because of this, Xiaocheng had also not slept for almost a day and a night. She finally confirmed TaoTao's condition, ate the last piece of sleep chocolate, and fell into a deep sleep. 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye for her. But for TaoTao, each day felt like a year. She realized that Xiaocheng had not come for so long, which might mean it was night, yet she could not fall asleep no matter what. Her body was exhausted and her spirit was fatigued. Xiaocheng had left her a piece of bread, but when she bit into it, TaoTao still found it extremely dry and hard to swallow. Why was it like this? No matter what she tried, everything tasted like a mix of countless flavors, as if it were the most inedible thing in the world. Had her sense of taste gone wrong? Fatigue welled up in her heart, and she ultimately could not hold on any longer, falling into a drowsy sleep with the light on. But she felt that she had barely slept when the door opened again. TaoTao, it's time to get up. Outside, the time was 2 in the morning. Xiaocheng entered the room with toiletries and a bucket of bath water. After waking TaoTao, she went back out. The pressure from the environment was already substantial, and no extra words were needed. TaoTao would ponder on her own. As for TaoTao, seeing that bucket of bath water felt like seeing a lifeline. Her quiet, exhausted eyes lit up. Despite the strange and hard-to-swallow taste of all food, this bath water was not food. She hurriedly crawled out of bed, kneeling in front of the bucket, scooping up a handful of water. Gulp! Water dripped from her cheeks to her chin, gradually flowing down to her neck. Silence, despair. The bath water was the same. Time continued to pass. It was another new cycle. Eating, drinking, eating fruit, and having little cream cakes. Everything in the world was incredibly unpalatable. Why did such food have to simultaneously possess a mix of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty flavors? The pressure exploded. TaoTao did not explode with virtue. She just felt like she was going crazy. Eating and vomiting, vomiting and eating. The twisting pain of an empty stomach was unbearable. This is the twisted affection. Finally, she could not hold back anymore. When Xiaocheng brought food again, she grabbed her sleeve and almost pleaded, Xiaocheng, is there anything with a different flavor? Please. I'm begging you. Yes. Xiaocheng looked at TaoTao with a smile, her slender finger resting on her pink lips, softly asking, did TaoTao not notice? This is of a different flavor. Humans have limits. The more suppressed they are, the harder it becomes to think. Just like a drowning person, once they grasp that straw, they will cling to it desperately. Even if they cannot surface, they will hold onto the last hope of pulling that straw into the water. After spending nearly 2 days creating such an environment, the straw left by Xiaocheng is naturally something that can make TaoTao completely change her perception and become infatuated. Girls are such creatures. Delicate, pink, soft, sweet, like the most beautiful creation in the world, incredibly alluring. Previously, Xiaocheng's punishments were not few, but TaoTao was entirely resistant, her thoughts completely not on this aspect. Confusion and disgust. Even though the touch was pleasant, TaoTao's subconscious would block that feeling, as if there was an iron door in her heart completely sealed off. In such an environment, how could she feel Xiaocheng's wonders? But now the door to her heart was opened by her own volition. Unable to bear the loneliness of being alone. Unable to endure the daily cycle. When she realized that no matter how the food tasted, it was bad, even worse than excrement, she would react that way. As long as there is hope, one will not collapse. Moreover, that is the female lead. The white moonlight radiating an aura. If it were so easy to collapse, how could she become the only perfect existence in the novel? Xiaocheng's finger continued to tap on her lips, and as she waited for TaoTao to act, her smile gradually grew more expectant. Even she herself did not realize that her originally calm scarlet eyes had unknowingly become enchanting. Her face bore a hint of unnatural blush, as if entranced. This change was extremely obvious in TaoTao's eyes. Usually she would be afraid, frightened, thinking of how to soothe Xiaocheng's emotions and bring her from a yandere state back to the normal cute Xiaocheng. But now in her eyes there was only that thin cherry blossom hue at her fingertips. It was the only sweetness that differed from food. Taking a step forward, TaoTao reached out and tugged at Xiaocheng. Her eyes closed. The actions were greedy yet unskilled. It was unknown how long had passed, but when reason surged to the forefront, she met Xiaocheng's satisfied smile. Her gaze was infatuated. Do you like it? TaoTao's throat was choked, unable to speak. Her eyes appeared somewhat dazed, as if astonished by what she had done. Xiaocheng was not in a hurry, leisurely retreating to the door and bringing a bowl of rice. Leaning close to TaoTao's ear, she lightly licked the earlobe. I really like it, TaoTao, this is a reward. The touch from her earlobe felt electrifying, causing TaoTao to snap back to reality. Looking up again, she found that Xiaocheng had already left. This was deliberately given to her as thinking time. TaoTao swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling her stomach growl with hunger after replenishing her moisture. This rice, she feared, would taste just as bad, a hybrid blend of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, still a dark culinary disaster. Well, it didn't matter. Would not eating really starve her to death? TaoTao smiled faintly, scooped up a spoonful, and took a gentle bite. The normal rich fragrance spread from her tongue, and a stream of hot tears flowed down. The taste is normal. She wolfed it down without caring for her image. Only at the end did her gaze gradually regain clarity. Hey, a reward. She couldn't help but recall the 2 answers Dr. Cheng had given her. It was also a question she had asked when she first met Dr. Cheng. If it was confirmed that Xiaocheng really was a yandere and could not be resolved, what would be the solution? This was how Dr. Cheng responded. If you don't want to change cities but want to get rid of her completely, it would be best to send her to a mental hospital for strict supervision, just like a school for internet addiction treats its students using extreme methods to handle an extreme person. Since resistance is futile, then try to enjoy it, the love of a yandere unique. TaoTao's expression became complex. She did not like it, but it didn't seem so detestable. And all her emotional changes were captured by a hidden camera in the room and transmitted to Xiaocheng's phone. Seeing her expression restore somewhat, sitting there with her knees hugged in thought, Xiaocheng knew her plan had succeeded. The first step was successful. Awesome. Xiaocheng licked her lips, excitedly dancing about. Usually at this time the system should have made a sarcastic remark, but now hearing no voice made Xiaocheng feel unaccustomed. System, how much emotional value is there in total? In just 2 short days, TaoTao alone provided so much emotional energy. It was truly a win-win situation. You're usually quite talkative, so why are you silent now? Shouldn't you express some opinion about TaoTao? I'm afraid if I say something wrong, you'll cut me down. You are my only golden finger, my greatest support. Why would you have such a thought? Xiaocheng said. But your acting skill is truly useful. Even at intermediate level it's so powerful. When I perform I feel completely in control. Last time Xichen didn't notice anything wrong, and this time Tao was completely deceived by me. Thank you for the compliment. Afterwards Xiaocheng fully immersed herself in studying with Tao. The usual food was still hard to swallow, and only when Tao actively requested did Xiaocheng grant rewards. Moreover, Xiaocheng refrained from interfering with Tao's sleep one night, allowing her a full 8 hours of rest. This nearly broken female lead regained much of her former composure and rationality. It was as if she had completely adapted to the life of a patient. Tao remained that radiant figure, treating her with gentle kindness like a white moonlight. Thus 2 days passed. Only 1 day remained from Xiaocheng's originally planned 3 days. Having almost vanished from society for 2 days, even if Xiaocheng wished to conceal it, it was inevitable that someone would notice something was amiss. The astute and sensible Xichen was one of them. After several message exchanges at dawn on the 3rd day, he decisively called Tao. The familiar ringtone sounded outside the door, causing Xiaocheng, who was chatting with Tao, to pause briefly. With a startled look she slowly walked out. TaoTao, wait a moment. I'll go answer the phone for you. Only then did Tao belatedly realize something. How many days had passed since the beginning? For the first time she truly felt the terrifying adaptability of humans. Meanwhile Xiaocheng closed the door and picked up the phone, her expression remaining calm. Ahem. She cleared her throat, twice pinching her voice. The skill of voice distortion activated. Hello. Is this Xichen? Xiaocheng imitated Tao's tone, perfectly producing an identical voice. The last time Yiliang called Xiaocheng used this exact voice to dismiss him. Facing Xichen, she remained even calmer. Xichen seemed relieved upon hearing the voice and asked, Tao, where are you now? Xiaocheng replied coolly, I'm at Xiaocheng's house. She's ill and I'm taking care of her. Xichen asked, really? Xiaocheng responded, why do you ask that? Everything was reasonable. Even the counter-question was carefully considered by Xiaocheng. However, Xichen fell silent for a long moment after hearing the counter-question. After more than 10 seconds, he awkwardly said, Tao, I like you. Be my girlfriend. Then Xiaocheng's mask shattered. Her disguise was instantly torn apart as her crimson eyes flashed with a cold glint. Almost uncontrollably, she rasped in her original voice, try saying that again. Then Xiaocheng's mask shattered. Her disguise was instantly torn apart as her crimson eyes flashed with a cold glint. Almost uncontrollably, she rasped in her original voice, try saying that again. The childish voice was particularly piercing, resembling a small beast cornered and desperately showcasing its aggressiveness. However, Xichen was already mentally prepared and still got startled by the sound. On the phone he chuckled awkwardly, his tone guilty. Well, it was just a joke. I guessed it was you, Xiaochen. I'm not here to find Tao. I'm specifically here to find you. Xichen seemed to know how to respond, seizing the moment before Xiaochen could explode again. He quickly said, you like Tao, right? I have a good relationship with Tao. I can act as your insider to help you win her over. What do you think? Xiaochen's hoarse tone did not weaken. You have a good relationship with her. A cough, I mean as ordinary friends. I swear I have never liked Tao. But you just said you wanted Tao to be your girlfriend. Oh, that was my second personality acting up. I just can't control my mouth. As the voice came through, there were also 2 crisp slaps. Regarding Tao, let's have a serious and rational discussion. How about it? Xiaochen, not being a yandere, had excellent control over her emotions. With reason dominating her mind, she sat down on the sofa and simply asked, what do you mean by teaming up? Xichen said, actually you know Tao's true identity, right? Xiaochen paused for a moment and instinctively asked back, true identity? You don't know? Xichen's tone revealed evident astonishment. He had risked abandoning Tao to choose Xiaochen, a decision he had contemplated for a long time. Why did this decision now sound a bit dubious? Xiaochen realized something and hurriedly said to Xichen, wait a moment. After saying that, she quickly opened the system page. I want to see the directory of the original novel. To be honest, Tao had the tragic background of a classic tomato orphan from an orphanage, and Xiaochen found nothing useful from the original owner's memories. She truly had no idea what hidden identity Tao possessed. After searching through the directory, she finally discerned some clues between chapters 650 and 700. 50 chapters would cost a total of 250 emotional points. If she could gain Xichen's support from this, it would be a small price for her. Xiaochen decisively made the purchase, and the content of the original novel surged into her mind like a memory. She suddenly had an epiphany. This segment was also a very cliché plot from a female-centric narrative. Tao had angered the male lead, a divine doctor, leading to Yiliang, who was portrayed as a top-tier jealous character in the book, punishing Tao by making her live in his dog's kennel and bullying her in various ways. After all, the domineering CEO trope was popular among female readers, who enjoyed the narrative of a pampered little wife being showered with affection. However, writers know that conflict must be ignited to create intrigue. Sweetness is merely a condiment. Coincidentally, at that moment, the mystery of Su Tao's background was unraveled. She was not an orphan, but actually had a war godfather abroad. When her war godfather returned and learned that his daughter was living in a dog kennel, he was enraged and unleashed 100,000 mercenaries. The father was opposed to the male lead Yi Liang, resulting in a chaotic mix of love and hatred. Although Xiaocheng's appearances in the narrative were few, Xiaocheng could deduce his intentions based on the cause and effect. He wanted to leverage Su Tao's father's power to help him reclaim his position as the heir of the Xi family. Indeed, in the eyes of such people, so-called friends were merely a matter of mutual benefit. However, in that case, TaoTao is mine. Her father would also stand on her side when it came to doting on his daughter. With a system at her disposal and the ability to read the original novel, helping Xiaocheng would not be a problem. Adhering to the principle of drawing a big pie first, Xiaocheng picked up her phone and said to Xiaocheng, "You're talking about Su Tao's father, right?" "I know. You really know." Xiaocheng sighed in relief. "Xiaocheng, you acted so strangely that I guessed you must want Su Tao to fall hopelessly in love with you. I can help you with that. You can stay close to Su Tao and guide her, helping you win her over, while after you succeed you can use her father's influence to help me return to the Xi family. How does that sound? This collaboration sounds good, right? Her father won't return for a while, and before that I'll help you with everything. If you think there's a problem with me, you can choose not to help me later, and you won't lose anything. Moreover, facing Yi Liang alone is difficult for you. Although my influence isn't great, I can distract him a bit." It must be said that Xiaocheng's proposal was hard to refuse. As a rational character with a background in psychology, he had a firm grasp of Xiaocheng's current situation. After saying all this, Xiaocheng began to plot in his heart. Although Xiaocheng was an uncontrollable yandere after 2 encounters, he gradually found a way to handle her. That was Su Tao. As long as he continuously used Su Tao as an excuse, he could tug at her rationality and guide her actions. Once he probed her bottom line. Such an irritable lunatic was much easier to control than the rational Su Tao. However, just as this thought appeared, he heard Xiaocheng's doubtful voice on the phone. "Do you really listen to everything I say?" Xiaocheng adjusted his glasses, a glint of light flashing past. "I, Xiaocheng, have always kept my word." "Then, what's the price?" With Xiaocheng's ethereal voice, Xiaocheng paused. "What price? This kind of deal is not equivalent." Xiaocheng's voice seemed to lose the normalcy it had at the beginning. "Without you, I can still win over TaoTao. I like her and she will only like me." Xiaocheng hurriedly said, "I can also help you deal with Yi Liang, and besides there's that guy Dongfang Yang. With me around, I can better help you sort out the relationships and situations around Su Tao. That's already a swap. But I don't like the fact that you said you want Su Tao to be your girlfriend. In the alley and the phone just now, you don't think I've forgotten, do you? She is mine. She is mine. She is mine." Saying that, "How can you make me believe you?" The tone grew increasingly cold, and one could even hear a hoarse growl akin to that of a small beast. Xiaocheng reached up to touch his cheek where a scar had been left from an incident in the alley which had yet to fade. He initially thought the matter would be brushed aside. Unexpectedly, Xiaocheng still remembered. Xiaocheng closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, letting out a long sigh as he asked, "Then what do you want me to do? I swear I don't like Su Tao." Saying those things was to test you on behalf of Su Tao. All of this was instigated by Su Tao. I won't allow you to say such things about TaoTao. She would never do something like that. Xiaocheng's tone was cold and firm. It must have been you who induced her. With that, Xiaocheng was so furious that he nearly smashed his phone. Yandere, this damn girl was simply impossible to communicate with. Suddenly Xiaocheng said coldly, one finger. Xiaocheng was taken aback, not hearing clearly. "What did you say?" Xiaocheng hoarsely replied. "I want one of your fingers as a gift to apologize to TaoTao." A finger? Hearing this, not to mention Xiaocheng, even the system felt it was a bit too much. It couldn't help but ask with concern. Host Xiaocheng is still a young master, and despite his current plight, his influence is not insignificant. If he chooses to stand with Yi Liang, could it backfire? "You are being a bit too impulsive." "No, I am quite rational," Xiaocheng replied, her pupils still glowing a captivating red. "Xiaocheng is too dangerous. I am testing whether he is worthy of trust. If he hastily cuts off his own finger, it indicates that he would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, even if it harms himself. Such a person would certainly betray me for his own interests. Xiaocheng must not be kept. If he gives up, it shows that Xiaocheng is weak and incapable, unable to withstand the test. If subjected to a little punishment, he would betray me. Xiaocheng must not be kept. If he uses someone else's hand instead of his own, it indicates that he is cold and merciless, devoid of humanity. Xiaocheng must not be kept. What role will such a person play besides Su Tao? Will he be an insider for himself, or will he become someone else's insider in the future? The male protagonist in a feminicentric novel is certainly not a simple character. If Xichun discovers that he is not a yandere, will he still choose to align with her instead of TaoTao? Pressure must be applied. Xichun also felt the pressure from Xiaocheng. Holding his phone, he felt a chill running through him, his scalp tingling. He had seen the ruthlessness of a yandere before. He repeatedly reminded himself to find the right balance when interacting with her. But he never expected that Xiaocheng could hold such a grudge. A finger. He felt frightened himself. Yet Su Tao's mysterious father was the only support he could find over the years. Xichun glanced at the fruit knife on the table and took a deep breath. Xiaocheng, can I apologize in a different way? The scar on my face already affects me enough. I can't accept losing another finger. So he said to Xiaocheng, I can carve words on my back with a knife and will definitely keep my distance from Su Tao. This time it truly is the last time. It seems that, without shedding a little blood, he won't be able to pacify this yandere. The initial plan of having Su Tao control Xiaocheng also faded away. One unexpected move could lead to total failure. The unpredictability of a yandere is too daunting. Xichun's proposal caught Xiaocheng off guard, but she still agreed, knowing that her own forces were limited, and this male protagonist support was indeed indispensable. After hanging up, Xichun sat in his chair and sighed deeply. He knocked on the table and a bodyguard entered. Young master, what are your orders? Help me write a few words on my back. The bodyguard paused for a moment and turned to leave. All right, young master, I'll go get a pen. No need. Xichun pointed to the small knife on the table. Just use the knife, or you can apply some force. I can endure it. The bodyguard's face twitched as he tentatively picked up the knife. He wouldn't end up carving words and then sinking into the river, would he? After hesitating, the bodyguard asked, Young master, do you really want to carve? It will hurt a lot. Xichun replied while unbuttoning his shirt. Don't worry, I won't blame you. The bodyguard asked, Then, to serve the country faithfully, Xichun said. He glanced thoughtfully at the bodyguard and after a long silence said resolutely, Never love Tao, just those 4 words. Having interacted with Su Tao for nearly 3 months, he actually had some feelings for the cheerful and beautiful girl deep down. But for the sake of that position, he could only personally erase that feeling. Determined, Xichun grasped the edge of the table and shouted for courage. Come. Soon the office was filled with sounds akin to a pig being slaughtered. Later a rumor, the origin of which was unknown, spread that young Master Xichun was gay, having an office romance with a group of suited bodyguards. Naturally, that was all a matter for later. After sending Xichun off, Xiaocheng turned back to her room. Today was the last day. Tomorrow Su Tao's leave would be over. Having disappeared for 3 days, no matter what, Xiaocheng could not allow her to continue living in her house. In the evening, this beautiful time had to come to an end. I feel inexplicably reluctant. Xiaocheng walked towards her room feeling emotional. She thought how wonderful it would be if this could last forever, being locked in a small room with Su Tao cuddling for a lifetime. Host, the objective has not been achieved yet, has it? Half a day is enough. Just barely. In Xiaocheng's plan, the first step was to change Su Tao's mindset. There can be no thought of treating the yandere and turning her back into the good sister she was when she was younger. If such thoughts persist, those feelings will never transform into love. As of now, this step has progressed quite well. Once I use my identity as a doctor to guide her, treating the yandere will turn into enjoying her presence. The second step, of course, is to ensure that Su Tao does not resist me. Starting with changes in her taste in food, leading to the realization that I am the only one. With the blurred perception of time, the oppressive space, and the extreme distortion in feeding her, the 2 days outside may have felt to Su Tao like nearly a week. Everything she encounters is intentionally guided by Xiaocheng. The food looks fresh but is actually rotten, compounded by the oppression brought on by her becoming a yandere. Nothing around her is normal. In such a state, Su Tao becomes tense and finds it difficult to think, subconsciously clutching onto Xiaocheng as her last straw. Over the past 3 days, along with Xiaocheng's proactive and forceful treatment, there have been numerous sessions of varying lengths. Once Su Tao no longer resists me, the final step of the plan can commence. This step is to make her develop feelings for me in a romantic direction. Spending 3 days forcing oneself to like someone is truly fanciful, so Xiaocheng set the goal very low. As long as Su Tao feels conflicted and has some affection for me, that will be enough. Now I must focus on executing this step in the final half day. Then I will smoothly release her. With this in mind, Xiaocheng opened the door and saw Su Tao standing by the door looking startled and guilty. She was eavesdropping. Unfortunately, the room had excellent sound insulation. Xiaocheng smiled gently. What is TaoTao doing? Su Tao quickly took a step back, nervously averting her gaze. Nothing. Just thinking about when you would come back, Xiaocheng. Xiaocheng did not expose her lie but happily took her hand. Does TaoTao like me that much? You clearly looked at me with such fearful eyes before. Su Tao was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. Even now she still felt a bit of fear towards Xiaocheng. But aside from fear, there was more complexity with various emotions intertwined. Is there still a possibility for me to go out, or will I be stuck here for a lifetime? Wait an opportunity to go out. Su-Tao suddenly thought that she was not completely without a chance to escape. The continuous high pressure and the inability to regain her strength made Su-Tao almost forget something that Xiaocheng had mentioned before. If she could like her, then she could get out. Although the sickly Xiaocheng was somewhat frightening, that was only at the beginning. During the subsequent days, Su-Tao had no choice but to accept the situation and began to comply with Xiaocheng. She occasionally discovered that Xiaocheng could also act normally. So could she pretend to like her as per her previous thoughts? As for what would happen after going out, she would think about that later. Thinking of this, Su-Tao felt enlightened. Seeing Xiaocheng in a perfectly normal state at that moment, she felt a sense of relief. Yes, as long as she didn't provoke her, it would be fine. Su-Tao extended a hand and cautiously asked Xiaocheng, "Can I touch your head?" "Do you want to touch my head?" Xiaocheng exclaimed in surprise, grabbing Su-Tao's hand and leading her to the edge of the bed. "Come here, TaoTao." "Yes, you sit at the edge of the bed." Xiaocheng directed Su-Tao. "Then TaoTao, spread your hands." "Like this?" Su-Tao hurriedly spread her hands facing Xiaocheng. "Then, I'm coming now." Xiaocheng took a step back and leaped into her open arms. Soft and warm, being collided with like this was not painful at all. Instead, Su-Tao found it quite comforting. However, thinking of Xiaocheng's sickly state, a hint of fear still surfaced in her heart. But it was quickly dispelled by Xiaocheng. "Alright, TaoTao, you can touch my head for as long as you want." Su-Tao also came to her senses and reached out to stroke her silky hair. The tea-colored hair fell to her waist, cascading down thick and incredibly smooth, feeling like silk beneath Su-Tao's fingers, making her unable to resist. Feeling the warmth and softness in her arms, Su-Tao couldn't help but reminisce. It seemed that since the summer after graduating from high school, when they had a falling out, it had been 4 months since she had held Xiaocheng properly. This feeling was as comfortable and reassuring as ever. Xiaocheng buried in her embrace, her voice full of affection said, "TaoTao's embrace is so comfortable, so warm, I really like it." After being locked in the room for so many days, Su-Tao finally revealed a natural smile. "You used to say this all the time too. But there are differences from before, right?" Xiaocheng chuckled. "It has become softer and more comfortable." A small movement made Su-Tao's face blush slightly. "Alright, that's just an illusion, Xiaocheng, don't tease me." "Are you shy?" "What's there to be shy about? We're both girls." Su-Tao rubbed her small head vigorously but soon stopped again. Her body remained motionless. Indeed, they were both girls. Why should she be shy? Clearly it used to be like this. Xiaocheng's long-standing confession of love ultimately made her feel something different from ordinary friendship. Once such feelings burst forth, they would be impossible to stop. Speaking of which, Xiaocheng's hair was even better than before. It smelled wonderful. She felt soft all over. The touch was akin to a child who had not been exposed to wind and rain. Her embrace, her smile could heal the heart. Just as Su-Tao was savoring this, Xiaocheng moved her head, emerging from her embrace. With her eyes gently closed, she slightly lifted her head and said, "TaoTao, give me a kiss." Although she had tried various things over the past few days, this close distance and direct sensation was still a first. This actually shouldn't be right. A voice in Su-Tao's heart told her that Xiaocheng was her only companion, someone she had grown up with. This feeling was twisted and pathological. She shouldn't do this. Don't do this. But if she didn't do this, if she didn't comply with her, she wouldn't be able to get out, right? If she couldn't even dare to do this, how could she pretend to like her? Yes, I am only pretending to like her. After all, I have gradually gotten used to it. Not knowing if it was active or evasive, without the pressure of Xiaocheng's sickly behavior this time, Su-Tao still chose to comply. The struggle in her heart gradually increased. Yet it quickly turned into enjoyment. This was the only affection she had experienced these days. "TaoTao, can I touch your head?" After both had finished enjoying, Xiaocheng stood on the bed looking at Su-Tao with great enthusiasm. At that moment, Su-Tao was certain that the Xiaocheng now was the normal and lovely Xiaocheng. Thus she relaxed and smiled, nodding, "My hair might not be as good as yours. Who said that? I like everything about you, TaoTao." Xiaocheng extended her small hand and placed it on Su-Tao's head, showing a satisfied expression. "Speaking of which, I have never stroked TaoTao like this before. It feels like treating a little pet, which is comforting." As she spoke, Xiaocheng seemed to realize she had misspoken and immediately blushed, explaining, "I didn't mean to treat TaoTao like a pet, it's just that. How should I put it? Because I like you, I want to try all positions and identities with you during our limited life. Of course, this includes the identities of master and pet." Xiaocheng leaned her little face towards Su-Tao, curiously asking, "What kind of pet do you like, TaoTao? Cats? Dogs? Or?" She pointed her little finger at her cheek with an expectant expression. "Do you like me?" Her cuteness was right in front of her. At the same time, these words came from the heart. The current Xiaocheng was undoubtedly in a normal state, but her sickly nature seemed to be seamlessly integrated into the norm. Her alluring voice was like a little succubus. Just nodding in agreement would grant one a cute little pet. Su-Tao bit her lip and slowly asked, "If I said I liked Xiaocheng, would Xiaocheng really listen to me?" "Of course." Xiaocheng nodded foolishly. "As a pet, I will definitely listen to TaoTao's words, master." Her enticing lowly voice was sweet with her last syllable drawn out. For anyone else, they might have already fallen at this moment. TaoTao swallowed hard, averting her gaze. I still prefer cats. Is that so? Xiaocheng tilted her head and leaned closer to her, her two little hands mimicking cat paws. Meow meow. So cute. Xiaocheng is inherently adorable. However, apart from passersby, those who look at her seem to wear a filter. Just like TaoTao, who has grown up with her and certainly knows Xiaocheng's beauty. She has simply gotten used to always looking at things from her sister's perspective, taking her cuteness in terms of looks for granted while viewing her charming actions as clumsy. Yet, under the subtle influence of Xiaocheng over time, the cuteness she now perceives belongs exclusively to girls detached from the perspective of her identity as sister. In this moment, even TaoTao herself did not notice how her heart was being stirred. Shifting her gaze, TaoTao gently pushed Xiaocheng away from her embrace, flustered, as she sought an escape point. Next time, Xiaocheng, please don't say that. How could I ever bear to treat you like a pet? You will always be my dear sister. Xiaocheng blinked, her finger resting on her lips, as she cheerfully asked, really just a dear sister? Or perhaps with things being as they are, could she still be considered a dear sister? As for me, I am quite greedy. Xiaocheng moved in front of TaoTao, burrowing into her embrace. Just as TaoTao opened her mouth to say something, Xiaocheng placed her finger on her lips. TaoTao, don't speak. Let me sleep in your arms, okay? Xiaocheng, I can feel it. Xiaocheng held TaoTao tightly, her voice gentle. TaoTao must already have a bit of affection for me, right? Your gaze towards me is different now. Once I wake up, you can be discharged from the hospital. TaoTao murmured these words, discharged. Does that mean she can leave here? She no longer remembers how long it has been, but it should be about a week. In just a week's time, have I come to like Xiaocheng? TaoTao felt the warmth in her arms, her expression complex. No, perhaps it has been more than a week. Moreover, I do not actually like Xiaocheng. I am merely pretending to like her. She has been deceived by me, which is why she would say such things. Let's take a nap. Once I wake up, everything will return to normal. TaoTao held this petite figure lying down on the bed, closing her eyes to sleep, yet she could not manage to fall asleep. The phrase Xiaocheng had said lingered in her mind. You have already started to like me, even if it's just a little bit. When one becomes aware of something that distinctly separates from their own inner feelings, they will constantly think about it and justify themselves. This is all a form of subconscious protection. In reality, Xiaocheng understands better than TaoTao herself. There isn't much affection, at most a slight fondness. The stark contrast between her previous illness and her sudden cuteness now strongly impacted TaoTao's heart, misleading her feelings. At this point, Xiaocheng only needs to subtly guide TaoTao to further misunderstand herself. She will continuously think about this matter, constantly denying it in her heart. Over time, the image of Xiaocheng will become impossible to fade from her mind. There's no need for Cinderella's handkerchief. It has achieved this effect. The incense burner with the soft bone powder is still at work, yet the door to the room remains open. TaoTao yearns immensely to get out of here. She wants to grab her phone and see what has happened outside over the past week. Why has no one come to find her? It's one thing for the doctor not to know her actual situation. What about Zichun? What about Chunqian? After Yi Liang returns, shouldn't he come to find her as well? Why has there been no sign of anyone for so many days? However, noticing that Xiaocheng in her arms seems to have already fallen asleep, her restless heart gradually calmed down. These past few days Xiaocheng must be tired as well. The voice she just spoke with lacks the usual vigor. And the food. TaoTao suppressed her discomfort and gradually analyzed it. For example, when drinking water, anything fed through Xiaocheng's little mouth not only retained its flavor, but also had a sort of enticing sweetness. This proves that her taste buds have not gone bad. Those strange things that tasted as if they were rotting may just be the dark cuisine specially prepared by the shop outside. But why is it that Xiaocheng is hinting that she is actually the best one? Seeing Xiaocheng asleep, TaoTao couldn't help but stroke her head. Yet after reaching out, she felt a bit scared. A love that borders on obsession is too heavy and extreme. But can this be blamed on Xiaocheng? TaoTao smiled bitterly. If she hadn't tested her, this wouldn't have happened, right? Knowing she is obsessive, she still dared not believe and even used Yi Liang to provoke her. Now that such things have happened, it is all her own fault. She has even caused Xiaocheng to enter a state of obsession, harming her already frail body. With guilt, TaoTao held Xiaocheng more gently. If Xiaocheng knew that TaoTao attributed all the responsibility to herself, she would surely sigh once more. This is what a white moonlight protagonist is. Just being by her side makes one unknowingly fall in love. Thus, to prevent her from being tempted by others, she must be firmly locked by my side. Outside, the sunlight pours down, yet it cannot penetrate through the cracks of the window. The room remains dark even after the lights are turned off. TaoTao slept and woke and slept. Yet she realized that it was still not the next day. Her mind was hazy and even more fatigued. Every minute and every second felt excruciating. The only comfort was the soft warmth in her arms, and the light snores coming from Xiaocheng occasionally dispelled her oppression. Xiaocheng silently conveyed to her, no matter, when I will always be by your side. The darkness no longer seemed so frightening. After what felt like an eternity, Xiaocheng, who was nestled in Su Tao's embrace, finally stirred awake. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, "What time is it? TaoTao, why didn't you wake me up?" In her high school days, when she overslept and almost missed school, she would say the same. Every action, every plain word seemed to evoke memories within. Su Tao turned on the light beside her. "I don't know what time it is, but it should be morning by now." "All right." Xiaocheng responded, taking Su Tao's hand and walking towards the door. "Since TaoTao has recovered, we can be discharged now." Like a bird finally seeing the dawn of freedom after being trapped, Su Tao's steps were heavy yet filled with anticipation. The moment she stepped out of the room, a blinding ray of sunlight nearly made her unable to open her eyes. The afterglow reflected from the window gradually faded. Su Tao squinted her eyes and approached the window. The rosy glow spread like flames, dyeing the clouds red. Is that the sunrise? Or the sunset? The afterglow spilled onto her face, intertwining warm light with dark memories. Su Tao, in a daze, reached for the phone that Xiaocheng had already placed on the desk. Time has barely passed 3 days. Has it really been less than 3 days? Su Tao even thought a week had already passed. Her hand holding the phone trembled incessantly, as if her strength had not yet returned. Her slender fingers incredulously pressed against her lips. 3 days, which meant that the first day when she almost gave up could be excluded. Only 2 days had passed, yet she believed it had already been a week. Whenever Xiaocheng said certain times had arrived, she always felt that time was passing too quickly. It was particularly clear while taking a shower. When she said half an hour, she felt that it had only been 10 minutes before Xiaocheng had already come in. The oppressive environment filled her with terror, and the confusion about the outside world made her uneasy, compounded by that dark cuisine. Yet the only comfort lay within Xiaocheng herself. She exhibited both a sickly, terrifying side. Turning around, she became so adorable. This made Su Tao feel that it was not just the sickly side of Xiaocheng that was wonderful. But can such a sickly person truly be healed? Su Tao mechanically turned to look at Xiaocheng, whose petite figure was fiddling with something by the sofa. Only by liking her could one come out of the room. Indeed, without reaching that extent, how could one pretend to like her? This was all forced. Su Tao steadied her mind and clicked into WeChat, discovering many messages that had been replied to one by one, with all sorts of bizarre reasons. But before she left, she had taken her leave, and no one doubted her disappearance over the past 3 days. Xiaocheng handled everything with great care. Apart from restricting her, there was no impact on her daily life. Everything happened, yet it was as if nothing had happened. Secrets are secrets because they are hidden in the depths of the heart, unseen by anyone, yet constantly pressing upon the soul. Once revealed, they burst forth like a flood. TaoTao. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, Xiaocheng's voice rang out. Su Tao turned her gaze. The petite girl had already turned around, holding a sachet embroidered with an orange pattern. "This is for you." Su Tao took the sachet and found it to possess a pleasant and familiar scent. Xiaocheng explained, "This sachet helps to soothe the spirit, reduce fatigue, and also aids sleep." The moment she saw the sachet, Su Tao couldn't help but think of that incense burner, causing her hand holding the sachet to tremble slightly. Xiaocheng understood Su Tao's thoughts and smiled lightly. "Don't worry, I didn't tamper with this. You've been so tired these 3 days, haven't had much good sleep, right?" "I'm sorry." Xiaocheng lowered her head, looking obedient like a child who had done something wrong. Holding the sachet, Su Tao couldn't tell if it was psychological, but she indeed felt some relief from her fatigue. Moreover, she really liked the scent emanating from the sachet. It brought her peace. "I believe you." Su Tao held the sachet and reached out to pat Xiaocheng's head. "I also made mistakes regarding this matter. I'm sorry, Xiaocheng." Xiaocheng lowered her head, seemingly too comfortable from the head pat, trembling slightly. Su Tao struggled for a long time but still spoke seriously to Xiaocheng. "So about what happened these past few days, let's just pretend it never happened, okay?" A soft agreement arose and Su Tao revealed a relaxed smile. "Then Xiaocheng, I'll head back now. Remember to keep the sachet on you." "Okay." The complicated emotions stirred within her, causing Su Tao to quicken her pace towards the door. Even crouching at the entrance to put on her shoes, she felt too guilty to look back at Xiaocheng, fearing that if she looked back even once she would be caught back in this little black room. Because she didn't look back, she missed seeing Xiaocheng's flushed, excited face, and those eyes filled with possessiveness. "Master, it was I who placed her in my home, did such excessive things to her, yet she still willingly took all the responsibility, treating me so gently. This is indeed the white moonlight. Truly delightful." Watching Su Tao put on her shoes, a sense of reluctance appeared in Xiaocheng's eyes. An inexplicable impulse arose within her heart, to just place Su Tao in her home and let it be forever. After putting on her shoes and draping on her clothes, Su Tao opened the door, and was met with a coldness that contrasted sharply with the warmth inside. Accompanied by the fresh air, this coldness felt invigorating. Finally able to leave. At this moment would Xiaocheng feel reluctant. A surge of emotion rose within Su Tao's heart, and as she turned to close the door she instinctively glanced at Xiaocheng. What kind of gaze was that? In the crimson depths reluctance, affection, longing, and disappointment intertwined. Su Tao strangely felt the emotions emanating from Xiaocheng. Her affection for her was not mere pretense. Click! The door closed. The charming figure vanished at the end of the entrance, and Xiaocheng let out a long breath sitting down on the sofa. It's a pity 3 days are just too short. It would be so nice to have a week. Host, you have collected a total of 2,185 emotional points from the female lead, Su Tao, over these 3 days. After deducting the 1,000 emotional points needed for the spiritual sachet, you now have 15 points left after adding in the previous remaining points. Would you like to draw a card? I'll hold off on drawing for now, keep it as reserve. 1,200 points looks like a lot, but it could be used up in no time. Just from shopping in the mall several hundred points had been spent. The incense burner that left Su Tao feeling weak, the light novel about sickly love that she had secretly taken, and all the items used to decorate the room were purchased within the system. However, host, this sachet seems unnecessary, it's so expensive. Of course it's necessary. Every time I see Su Tao she has some fatigue on her face, she has to study, work, and deal with those male leads pestering her with various matters. It's probably a norm for her to not sleep well. After these 3 days her complexion has worsened quite a bit. Even so she still forces herself to chat with me, maintaining her body and smile. It pains my heart. If this continues, even if I do nothing to her, she will eventually collapse. Moreover, due to my alteration of the plot, it seems she hasn't met that divine doctor male-led yet. No one is there to help her regulate her body. How long can she endure? Giving gifts is just a side matter, a caring is what truly matters. Moreover, this can better establish my sickly character. Xiaocheng walked towards the balcony from the high building. She could see Su Tao heading towards the community entrance. It seemed she was speaking to the system or perhaps just talking to herself. Sickly, if there's only sickness without the charm it cannot attract people. Killing people, stabbing people, locking them in a little black room, even eating them, using love and affection as an excuse to vent dark psychology, this is not sickly but madness. The formula for sickly is not about killing and eating. Sickness is what entangles people, charm is what attracts people. Only with both sickness and charm can one be truly sickly. If I only give Su Tao pressure and showcase the terrifying side, even if I can utilize her feelings for the original character to keep her, what will the final outcome be? She will collapse, she won't be able to bear it. Shall think I'm a lunatic, ultimately going mad or being ruined by me with countless side paths. But the one I desire, the one of affection, will forever be unreachable. This is not what I want. Xiaocheng's gaze turned cold as she looked at Su Tao's back. Thus, to make her like me, the next step is to eliminate all the obstacles around her one by one. In the distance, a man was chatting with Su Tao at the community security booth. Yiliang. This guy actually came directly to the community where I live. At the entrance of the residential complex, even Su Tao did not expect to run into Yi Liang here. He was clad in a suit, clearly just off work. Upon seeing Su Tao, dissatisfaction was plainly etched across Yi Liang's face. Why didn't you listen to me? Su Tao shrank her neck and hurriedly checked the chat history between her and Yi Liang on her phone. It turned out that over the past 3 days Yi Liang had sent messages intermittently, many of which Xiaocheng had perfunctorily brushed off. Questions asked repeatedly were all evaded by Xiaocheng under the pretext of being sick and needing care. This morning Yi Liang sent her a commanding message demanding she come to his company to meet him. At that time Su Tao was still in her room, and as usual Xiaocheng refused. The consequence seemed to have angered this gentleman. Yi Liang strode forward, his voice heavy like distant thunder. Why are you looking at your phone? Why didn't you listen to me? Su Tao pursed her lips and looked up to meet Yi Liang's gaze. She followed the lie woven by Xiaocheng. Didn't I say that Xiaocheng is sick and I am taking care of her? Just because of that you refuse to come to my company. Yi Liang reached out to grab Su Tao's shoulder, but unexpectedly, Su Tao took a step back to avoid him. The domineering Yi Liang lifted his chin, growing even more displeased. His hand came down heavily again. Slap! This time Su Tao decisively slapped it away without hesitation. Yi Liang's voice was steady yet sharp. What do you mean? What do you mean? Su Tao retorted loudly, not lowering her head in front of Yi Liang's tall and strong figure. Yi Liang took a step forward. Say that again. Say what? Tears welled up in Su Tao's eyes, as if releasing the pressure she had endured over these days. She shouted straight. What do you mean just because of this? Xiaocheng is sick and I'm taking care of her. Is that a problem? She has hands and feet. Does she need your care? You have hands and feet too, so why do you want me to come to your company and serve as your maid? Su Tao stubbornly raised her head. Yes, you think Xiaocheng is an obstacle to you, and she left a bad impression on you. You dislike her, but could you not judge my feelings for her from your own perspective? When you need me, you summon me at will. When you don't, you discard me. You asked me to compensate you by being your maid for 3 days and I agreed. I took the time to learn how to be a maid, prepared the necessary things, took leave, and humbly negotiated shifts with my working colleagues and boss. Oh, you happened to be free for those 3 days, so you told me to go and I went. But when I came to your company to find you, you left just one person saying you had something to do, making me wait again. You didn't even send me a single message on WeChat to explain in advance. Holding her phone, TaoTao wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. With you like this, what right do you have to criticize Xiaocheng? I'm not your subordinate, don't command me like one of your servants. The more TaoTao thought about it, the angrier she became, venting her past grievances with Yiliang. Yiliang frowned deeply, his hand clenched tightly. He knew that everything TaoTao said was actually justified. Yet his pride and years of accustomed dominance as a superior prevented him from tolerating such defiance. With a composed voice he retorted, "How many times have I told you I have plenty of money? Even at school the principal wouldn't dare to touch you at my word. I can give you both time and money. Then why do you still work so hard? Why do you struggle with part-time jobs, strive to study, and hang around those aimless, so-called friends? Isn't your hard work all for a better future? Everything you want I can provide. As long as you are my girlfriend, what is there you cannot have?" Yiliang choked on the last words, unable to utter them, because he noticed TaoTao looking at him with tears and disappointment. "You keep saying you love me, yet you don't even know what I truly want." Yiliang was struck as if by lightning, standing there dazed, reaching out his hand. Slap! "You're far inferior to Xiaocheng." TaoTao slapped his hand away and left the complex without looking back. In her mind, Xiaocheng's obedient smile appeared. 3 days' time. In the past 2 days, she had experienced confusion, repression, fear, and even Xiaocheng's various compulsions. Yet at the last moment today, she felt happiness, warmth, and peace. Head pats, embraces, and conversations. The brief tenderness felt like returning to the childhood days when they depended on each other. Simple and endearing. This was exactly what she had always yearned for. Both professing love compared to Xiaocheng, Yiliang was far inferior. Without comparison, there is no hurt. This applied to TaoTao as well as Yiliang. He stood there blankly, his mind filled with TaoTao's parting words. "You're far inferior to Xiaocheng." He recalled the quarrel during that rain-soaked dinner party. "To me, Xiaocheng is more important than you." Xiaocheng. Xiaocheng. It was Xiaocheng again. Sensing someone's gaze, Yiliang suddenly looked up towards the 5th floor directly ahead. On the balcony, Xiaocheng's small figure stood, their hands clasped behind her back, a smirk on her lips as if mocking his downfall. "That guy." Yiliang's eyes darkened as he strode straight toward Xiaocheng's direction. Old Zhang, the security guard, munching on sunflower seeds, sighed in admiration. "Youth is truly wonderful." Unlike the old man's leisure, seeing Yiliang approaching, Xiaocheng remained calm while the system panicked. "Host, what do we do? Yiliang is coming directly over. He is currently the greatest threat to our protagonist. Should we lock the door and keep him outside?" Xiaocheng placed the knife back into the system space, her gaze serene. "Eventually I have to face Yiliang. I cannot avoid it. Then let's quickly spend the emotion points. Draw a skill to protect yourself first. Don't rush." Xiaocheng pondered, asking, "Tongzi, what do you think would happen if I stabbed Yiliang?" "Impossible. This is the male lead. The world's will would definitely intervene. Besides, he's walking straight toward you. If something happens, our antagonist cannon fodder is done for. Self-preservation, avoid provoking him is best." "True. Stabbing him is too far-fetched. So host, how about drawing a lottery? What's there to fear?" Xiaocheng was not flustered at all. "If Yiliang gets violent, just say something to enrage me, so I can blacken my heart, and my combat power will increase tenfold to beat him down." "Host, if I anger you and you blacken your heart, are you sure I won't be the first to get stabbed?" "All right, Tongzi, rest assured, I probably have a plan in my heart." Xiaocheng turned calmly and looked toward the door. At that moment, the door suddenly crashed open. Yiliang had arrived. Xiaocheng walked over leisurely, and the moment she opened the door, she saw Yiliang standing straight in front of her, his imposing presence like a suppressed thunder, incredibly oppressive. At 1.66 meters, TaoTao was no match for Yiliang's height of 1.86 meters. Xiaocheng had to look up to see Yiliang's expression. Xiaocheng. Yiliang looked down at the cute face without any makeup, and the words he had intended to say in anger were now tinged with surprise. Although Xiaocheng had brought water during the last basketball game, Yiliang had never looked at her properly. In this society that values appearance, her face, enhanced by delicate soft candy, had a glimmering sheen, making Yiliang uncertain if this was the same person he knew. Xiaocheng showed no signs of concealment, and instead raised a cheerful smile at Yiliang, saying, "I just saw you upstairs, come in." The intermediate acting skill had quietly activated. Yiliang frowned and stepped in without even changing his shoes, staring intently at Xiaocheng. "Are you Xiaocheng?" "Yes, that's me." Xiaocheng nodded with a smile. If this smile were directed at Dong Fengyang, that cynical, proud young master would probably have been easily swayed. But in Yiliang's eyes it felt like mockery. In an instant his anger surged. He stepped forward, leaned down, and glared angrily. What kind of drug did you use to charm Su Tao? However, Xiaocheng's smile did not wane, and she even maintained direct eye contact without flinching. What do you mean by that, Yi Liang? Ha! Yi Liang sneered. After targeting Su Tao for months, and constantly disrupting our relationship, you suddenly claim to have repented. Only that fool would believe you because of a nostalgia filter. Do you think you can deceive me? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to act against you just because Su Tao is speaking up for you? Yi Liang extended a hand, forming a fist starting from his pinky, staring at Xiaocheng's crimson eyes. He warned word by word. This is my final warning to you. If you dare to appear in front of Su Tao and me again, I have plenty of ways to make you disappear. As the young master and CEO of a prominent family, causing an accident to Xiaocheng would be incredibly easy. He had refrained from doing anything to her solely because of Su Tao's protection. But Xiaocheng's audacity had already crossed his bottom line. The overwhelming aura of an authority figure poured out without reservation as he sought to see the same fear and terror on Xiaocheng's face as before to shatter her facade. Yet, after finishing his words, Xiaocheng didn't even blink. Her gaze gradually turned cold, and the normalcy displayed by her intermediate acting skills began to retract. No. What did you say? Xiaocheng narrowed her eyes. I said I refuse. In an instant, Yi Liang's hand shot forward towards Xiaocheng. In a split second, he grasped her neck, effortlessly lifting her off the ground. Unable to stand, Xiaocheng's breathing became difficult and her face turned slightly red. But there was still no fear or terror on her face. Instead, her smile grew increasingly sinister. Yi Liang, if you have the guts, just kill me right here. Yi Liang tightened his grip, slightly, his expression changing rapidly, and finally threw Xiaocheng to the ground. My relationship with Su Tao is not something you can interfere with. I see you are. Before he could finish, Xiaocheng interrupted him. Why can't I interfere? Xiaocheng coughed lightly a couple of times, covering her neck as she got up from the ground, her crimson eyes fixed intensely on Yi Liang. She resembled a cornered beast gasping for breath, and the terrifying smile on her cute face felt so out of place. She now looked like a yandere. The crimson eyes that should have radiated bright light instead appeared dull, lacking the charm, possessing only the aura without the spirit. Yet Yi Liang was still taken aback by Xiaocheng's shout, his brows furrowing. I already said I could never like someone like you. Your interference with Su Tao will only make me hate you more. His tone was no longer as aggressive as before. Anyone could sense something was off with Xiaocheng. Did this person really like me to this extent? However, Xiaocheng burst into laughter, her voice gradually becoming deranged. Yes, it doesn't matter whether you like me or not. I never expected you to like me, but Su Tao is different. Only you are not allowed. Xiaocheng shouted, as if suddenly realizing something. She paused for a moment. Right now is the perfect opportunity. Evidently, her madness startled Yi Liang. This young master, who had seen plenty of things, felt an ominous sense creeping in, and his scalp tingled. Subconsciously, he took a step back. What are you talking about? Xiaocheng tilted her head and smiled. Her hand, which had been behind her back, gradually stretched out. In her hand was a delicate fruit knife. Yi Liang. Xiaocheng's voice held a hint of forced hatred. Why don't you stay here forever? That way you will never be able to get close to TaoTao again. She stood in place, slightly bending her waist, looking ready to charge forward. Yi Liang reacted quickly and immediately assumed a defensive posture. But Xiaocheng did not rush forward at that moment. In her heart, she anxiously shouted at the system. System, my performance should be very angry now. Where's the darkening skill? I should be portraying darkening now. Can you activate the skill for me? Otherwise, I can't defeat Yi Liang. To her surprise, the system did not respond to Xiaocheng. For a moment, she was filled with momentum, but neither advancing nor retreating. Ultimately, Xiaocheng gritted her teeth and continued to tap into the remnants of her acting skills. Yi Liang, just stay here. Xiaocheng exaggeratedly charged forward, but as she got close to Yi Liang before she could stab down with the knife, he easily blocked her attack, continuously cursing, Xiaocheng, are you crazy? Yes, I'm crazy. I'll chop off your hands and feet, so you can't step out of this house, and then you won't be able to get close to Su Tao. Xiaocheng trembled, attempting to use her strength. She wanted to feign anger and darken, but found that the system's skill had not successfully activated. With a gentle push, she was sent stumbling back several steps. Xiaocheng was unclear about what was happening. She could trigger the darkening skill in front of Xichun, but she failed against the even less likable Yi Liang. She wanted to try again, but just as she took a step, her left foot tripped over her right. She fell flat on the ground and the small knife slipped from her hand. By coincidence, no matter how Xiaocheng swung the knife, she couldn't reach Yi Liang. Now the small knife flew out and accidentally stabbed into Yi Liang's thigh. The gloomy young master instantly showed a twisted expression of pain on his face. With the plan going awry, Xiaocheng's expression inevitably stiffened. The system was unreliable at this time. She truly felt powerless. She intended to play the role of a yandere and then darken. Even if she couldn't keep Yi Liang forever, she wanted him to fear her. But where was that acting skill that could fool Xichun? Where was my darkening that had 10 times the combat power? System, come out and help. Your skill isn't working. In the original script of Xiaocheng, she pretended to play the role of a yandere exhibiting anger and engaging in a fierce back and forth with Yiliang. Or perhaps she could darken her character a bit more, making him feel a flutter of fear towards her, thereby temporarily disregarding her relationship with TaoTao while harvesting a wave of emotional value. In this way, Yiliang's attention would shift from TaoTao to herself, and it would be best if she could create the impression that she was someone not to be trifled with, causing even him, the son of destiny, to retreat. What Xiaocheng wanted was to change Yiliang's perception of her. He had always despised her and constantly targeted her. If he became afraid, she could then deliberately act distant from TaoTao. Perhaps he would overlook her. As long as he did not interfere too much with her role as TaoTao's ordinary female friend, Xiaocheng would have ample opportunity to win over her dear TaoTao. But Xiaocheng never imagined that the intermediate acting skills she was displaying were becoming increasingly difficult to maintain, as if Yiliang's protagonist aura was too overpowering, severely diminishing her ability. Clearly her performance in front of TaoTao and Xichen had no issues. She had played a yandere before, so why was she now full of flaws? Plans often fail to keep up with changes, and she never expected that the system would malfunction at this moment. Now the knife had slipped from her hand and ended up stabbing his thigh. Forget it, just continue to feign unconsciousness. Xiaocheng peacefully closed her eyes, one hand hidden beneath her abdomen, ready to buy another small knife from the system shop in case of an emergency. Sigh, the system has deceived me. Host, the acting skill has actually been in use all along, never stopping. Oh, you can't blame me for that. Then why wasn't I darkened when I was so angry? Mother hen. Moreover, can the anger I portrayed even be considered anger? The system expressed that it did not want to take the blame. At this point, Xiaocheng's fainting after falling was now a fact. After a bout of pain, Yiliang gritted his teeth and looked at Xiaocheng with fear in his eyes. This guy is actually a yandere. Yiliang understood a bit about the two-dimensional world, but not much. He had never thought of harming Xiaocheng. At most it was intimidation and control, yet he never expected this person to actually want to kill him. Does she want to keep me here forever? Hiss. The anger in Yiliang's eyes gradually faded, the pain restoring his rationality as he focused on healing. After calling a private doctor to come over, he briefly treated the injury before turning to look at Xiaocheng, who was being supported by the doctor and was fast asleep on the sofa. Yiliang tapped his index finger on the table, his eyes fixed on Xiaocheng's cute little face. Not like her. Completely different. She was simply worlds apart from the Xiaocheng he remembered, who was short and clumsy with makeup thicker than the dirt on the soles of his shoes. If he didn't think it was too bizarre, facing the fact that Xiaocheng was a yandere beautiful girl made Yiliang feel as if this person had completely transformed inside and out. Humans are visual creatures. When beauty surpasses a certain threshold, being short becomes petite and being clumsy turns into endearing awkwardness. Time and again she obstructed her development, with TaoTao transforming into a love that was pathologically extreme. Because she liked me, did she target TaoTao in the past and even sever their sisterly bond? And now what was her purpose in approaching TaoTao again? Yiliang pondered continuously, his expression still dark. One of the main reasons he liked TaoTao was that she possessed a quality unlike any ordinary girl. Gentle, attentive, strong, not bowing to money or power, as sacred as the moonlight, making one hesitate to harbor a single thought of desecration. Yiliang believed that such a girl was unique in the world. Yet now the one lying on the sofa in front of him was someone he considered to be important to the girl he believed was one of a kind. Looking at Xiaocheng, Yiliang's expression grew increasingly grim. He sat in the living room until night fell. No one knew what he was thinking, but the pressure on Xiaocheng was immense. She had been waiting for Yiliang to leave, so she could wake up and feign innocence. But this guy was just waiting for her to wake up. Xiaocheng held on for another half an hour, and with no other option she could only wake up. As she sat up, she met his deep gaze, feeling a bit guilty. Yiliang raised an eyebrow. From your expression, it seems like you've returned to normal. What's wrong? Do you not want to keep me here? Xiaocheng lowered her head, not daring to respond. Yiliang gave a cold snort. Speak, since you dislike TaoTao so much, what is your purpose in approaching her? Purpose? Xiaocheng's half-covered eye was obscured by bangs as she feigned a fierce gaze at Yiliang. Of course it's to snatch her away from you. Snatch? Snatch her away? Yiliang was taken aback for a moment, as if he did not understand the meaning of Xiaocheng's words. Xiaocheng chuckled. Yes, you care about TaoTao, and I will take her away from you, turning her into my possession. Yiliang's expression changed as he stood up abruptly. Take her away? You? A girl? So what? No matter what, you cannot be with her. Ha 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 ha. Yiliang covered his face with laughter, looking at Xiaocheng with mockery. I can't believe you came up with such a method. TaoTao is not that kind of girl. She will only like me and will definitely marry me in the future. You? Xiaocheng's red eyes suddenly deepened, a hint of madness spreading. What did you say? Her entire demeanor shifted dramatically, as if Yiliang said one more word Xiaocheng would charge at him and fight again. Yi Liang himself did not expect Xiaocheng to have such a strong reaction upon mentioning Su Tao. I merely mentioned her and you look like you're about to darken. Could it be that she likes me that much? Yi Liang's gaze grew more complex, and he found it hard to determine how to handle Xiaocheng. Should he warn her? It seemed like that wouldn't work. Should he be harsh on her? If Su Tao found out about it, the already strained relationship would likely be completely severed. At that time, if Dong Fangyang or Sichun took advantage of the situation, Yi Liang would have no chance left. Hiss. Or should I just ignore her? No, that won't do. It's uncertain what actions she might take against Su Tao. Even if she likes me, she must be eliminated. The danger of a yandere is too great. Yi Liang's gaze turned sharp as he got up to confront Xiaocheng, responding to her earlier words. I said, you filthy woman, stop thinking about Su Tao. She belongs to me. His possessiveness over Su Tao was not any less than Xiaocheng's. However, that one sentence felt like a knife piercing through the thin layer of acting that Xiaocheng had maintained. The emotions that had been hidden surged forth, suddenly her crimson eyes gradually transforming into strange and aggressive vertical pupils. Yi Liang. With a swift motion, Xiaocheng stepped forward, aiming directly at Yi Liang's waist. It was only at this moment that Yi Liang slowly reacted. This person was just acting. Her yandere target was Su Tao. In a moment of shock, the small knife that was aimed at his waist had already attacked, moving so swiftly that Yi Liang had no time to react. Barely managing to evade, he twisted his waist, but his suit was still slashed open, a thread of bright red oozing from the knife's tip. Yi Liang turned sideways and lowered his head slightly, only to meet Xiaocheng's vertically slit pupils glimmering with a hint of crimson. She resembled a feral, enraged cat. In a fleeting moment, Xiaocheng tossed the knife into the air, and as she shifted her body, her other hand skillfully caught the knife again, thrusting it directly toward Yi Liang. Her petite form moved with agility. However, Yi Liang, as the male lead, was no soft target. Startled, he quickly reacted and pushed Xiaocheng's knife-wielding hand away with a powerful slap. He swiftly retreated 2 steps, adjusting his stance. Like an enraged lion, he declared, I initially didn't want to hurt you out of respect for Su Tao's earnest pleas, yet you dared to compete with me for her. This is your own doing. How much threat could a 1.5-meter-tall little girl pose? With such soft and feeble attacks, Yi Liang had already managed to restrain her once, so it would be just as easy the second time. Taking a large step forward, Yi Liang reached out high above, intending to grasp Xiaocheng's neck like capturing a dragon, but his expression changed dramatically when he met her deceptively delicate hand. Her small hand easily grasped Yi Liang's wrist, rendering him unable to advance even an inch no matter how hard he tried. How could her strength be so great? It was clearly not like this moments ago. In shock, a sound of crack echoed, followed by a hoarse scream. Her entire arm was twisted out of its socket by Xiaocheng. No. Yi Liang retreated in terror, cold sweat streaming down his face, his breath ragged. This girl was so tiny, how could she possess such immense strength? Moreover, Yi Liang glanced at Xiaocheng, who was slowly approaching, and couldn't help but swallow hard. At this moment, her brown hair was disheveled, partially obscuring her face, leaving only one eye visible beneath her tousled bangs, its pupil vertically elongated, radiating a faint red glow. The hand holding the knife hung limply, droplets of bright red liquid flowing down the blade. Drip drop. The liquid fell, dyeing the floor with a vivid red rose. Then a massive shadow enveloped her, and her small feet stepped on the blooming red roses, moving toward him step by step, darkening eightfold. TaoTao, she is mine. Xiaocheng murmured softly, then suddenly lunged forward. Damn it! Yi Liang nearly rolled and crawled toward the door, shouting loudly, what are you still doing outside? Hurry in and help. The door outside had remained open as the bodyguards dutifully stood guard. Upon hearing Yi Liang's voice, the suited man outside suddenly rushed in. It was the suited man who had chased after Xiaocheng in the basement earlier. He glanced at the darkened Xiaocheng, then saw his young master hastily escaping, clutching his arm with a long bloodied cut at his waist. Yi Liang glared at the suited man. What are you looking at? Go take that girl down. Me. The suited man, meeting Xiaocheng's strange vertical pupils, instantly felt a surge of fear. One effect of her cat-like pupils was to instill fear in those who made eye contact. This girl was clearly not right. The suited man felt a chill run down his spine. Without saying a word, he picked up Yi Liang and ran. Young master, we should go to the hospital first. I have been in this line of work for many years and have no interest in hitting women. Until they left, Xiaocheng did not chase after them, merely recovering with a delayed reaction before collapsing exhausted at the entrance. Her eyes gradually regained their clarity, and Xiaocheng sighed that was impulsive. Host, have you recovered? I was fine to begin with. Xiaocheng peeked her head out, glancing at the corridor's camera. Fortunately, the darkening skill activated at a critical moment. It's so inconsistent, really bothersome. System, could it be because Yi Liang mentioned Su Tao and her male lead aura was diluted by the female lead aura that I was able to activate the darkening skill at a critical moment? Host, is there a possibility that you haven't even realized that you are slightly just a little bit yandere, which triggered the darkening skill? Xiaocheng chuckled. How could I not know if I'm yandere? Whether it's my expressions of dependency, possessiveness, or exclusion, I've consciously acted them out, okay? Of course I'm not yandere. Xiaocheng waved her hand, appearing perfectly normal. Alright, let's not mention this. I know my own situation. Rather, whether it was last time or this time after the darkening skill activates, I always end up feeling very weak. What's going on? Though darkening can exponentially enhance the host's combat power, it essentially compresses the bonus potential. After the darkening state dissipates, the body experiences negative feedback in the form of weakness based on the multiplier. I see. Xiaocheng exhaled again, her expression becoming complex. Moreover, the real trouble is yet to come. This darkening skill not only makes me weak afterward, but also affects my rationality. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so impulsive earlier. Now I might not even be able to keep TaoTao safe. Given the circumstances earlier, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she had become enemies with Yi Liang. A mere cannon fodder facing one of the male leads. This is truly a tough challenge. Host, it's better to act quickly. Yi Liang's character will absolutely seek revenge. Should we let the female lead Tao help out a bit? Impossible. Xiaocheng's voice was resolute. Last time that guy was already overstepping, wanting Tao to be her maid, and now, having torn the facade, he will definitely restrict Tao. However, this is also an opportunity. Xiaocheng took out her phone, murmuring as she glanced at Tao's WeChat avatar. With her falling out with Yi Liang, the conflict had escalated. As the one being fought over, Tao, despite her intentions to keep her out of it, would ultimately have to face a choice. Would she choose herself, or would she choose the still somewhat likable Yi Liang? TaoTao, you cannot choose Yi Liang. A flash of red glimmered in Xiaocheng's eyes as she flipped through Dr. Cheng's alternate account. She formulated a new plan, one to turn Tao against Yi Liang. But before that, I need a bodyguard. A bodyguard? The system expressed confusion. Host, while you still have 1635 emotional points after adding the hundreds, Yi Liang, just provided you can't buy a person in the shop. Should we look for another male lead, Xichun? I don't trust Xichun for now. Xiaocheng shook her head and clicked on a person's WeChat. She typed and sent a message, brother, I've been bullied. Can you bring someone back to help me? Upon receiving the message, the reply came almost instantly. The invincible brother, okay, I'll be home by midnight. Looking at the brief reply, Xiaocheng felt warm inside. To be honest, she didn't want to involve her brother. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Xiaocheng scrolled back to Dr. Cheng's alternate account and slowly edited a message to Tao. So now between me and Yi Liang, TaoTao, will you choose me? Will you or will you? It seemed like a meeting of minds. Xiaocheng had just sent a message of concern to Tao using her doctor account. At the same time, Tao replied with worry, Dr. Cheng, I confirmed that Xiaocheng is indeed a yandere. She has locked me in the house these days. What should I do? She is probably still in a state of confusion. Xiaocheng set aside the matter of Yi Liang, recalling Tao's sweet, delicate lips, unable to suppress a smile. Such a thing happening, even the closest person, TaoTao, would probably hesitate to speak of it. Chun Qian, who used to have a decent relationship with her, and Xichun, who considers himself a friend, or anyone else unknown to her. Anyone in the real world, she probably wouldn't dare to speak of this matter, as I would face strange looks if it got out, and worse, I might even be taken away. Even when faced with such a situation, she is willing to keep secrets from me. Xiaocheng felt her heart racing, gazing longingly at the WeChat ID named Peach, as if seeing Tao tangled and confused on the other side of the phone. The people around her dare not confide in her, only bottling it up inside. The few internet users she could rely on, the only one she could trust is Dr. Cheng. This is simply wonderful. As Dr. Cheng, of course, I must treat the ailing TaoTao well. Xiaocheng naturally would not discuss her flaws, feigning ignorance. Miss Peach, how did she lock you up? Haven't you been chatting with me these days? Did she take your phone? Yes, that's right. Tao in her dormitory wore an expression of relief and excitement. Dr. Cheng truly is an expert in understanding yanderes, easily deducing her situation. Continuing to type 3 days ago, I tried to see if she was really a yandere and ended up getting knocked out by her. I couldn't access any outside information until now when I was finally released. Peach, doctor, what should I do? Is there still hope for Xiaocheng? Even now, she still hadn't given up on the possibility of treatment. What if, right? Dr. Cheng, I'm not certain about that. Theoretically, there is still a chance for treatment, but I'm unclear about the specific situation of your friend Xiaocheng, so I can't draw a conclusion. Dr. Cheng, she can still let you out of the little black room. From your description, it doesn't seem that serious. Peach, Dr. Cheng, I'm in Zhuzhou City. How about you come over to observe Xiaocheng sometime? They'll cover any expenses needed on the way. Dr. Cheng, I'm sorry, but I have a very serious patient on my hands as well, and I can't spare the time right now. Peach, is she also a yandere? Dr. Cheng, yes, the person she likes couldn't handle her yandere tendencies and abandoned her. Yesterday she threatened to jump off a building, and we just managed to save her. Peach, that's so serious, did she really jump? Dr. Cheng, yes, from the 12th floor. Although we caught her, she still broke a leg. Taking on this patient is quite a headache for me. Peach, this. Dr. Cheng's words reminded Tao of that moment on the rooftop. If something had gone wrong back then, and she had not taken the matter seriously, that person who got into trouble would have been Xiaocheng. Peach, what should I do now? Dr. Cheng, I suggest you don't let her face any stimuli. Yanderes usually don't realize they are yanderes. Their descent into darkness is gradual, starting off mild, but becoming more severe as they go deeper. Dr. Cheng, similarly, the common treatment method is to stay by her side, watch her, and be mindful of your behavior. No matter what happens, be there for her and avoid provoking her. Dr. Cheng, after her emotions stabilize for a while, she will take that as normal. At that point, you can try to gradually introduce her to people outside her comfort zone, starting small and deepening her limits with the assistance of medication until she returns to normal. Peach, is it really only this way? Peach, Dr. Cheng, when will you have time? Dr. Cheng, I should be free in about 3 months. 3 months? That's too long. TaoTao sighed, considering Xiaocheng's current state. There was a good chance she would have another conflict with Yiliang. Thinking of Yiliang, TaoTao's brows furrowed slightly. If they meet, Xiaocheng will definitely fall into yandere mode. This must not happen. TaoTao, Dr. Cheng, do you know any other doctors in this field? I want to find someone to help Xiaocheng. Dr. Cheng, unless it's a psychologist who specializes in this rare type of yandere, I wouldn't recommend it. If your friend is classified as having a normal psychological disorder and treated as such, it would truly be hopeless. Sitting at home, Xiaocheng felt a bit of a headache. As Dr. Cheng, she could only exist online. It's reasonable for TaoTao to think of finding a doctor to help. But she is not a yandere. She can't really let a doctor examine her. Peach, thank you, doctor. I understand now. I have a relatively wealthy friend with a broad network. I'll ask him if he can find a suitable doctor. Oh no, could it be that I will really be exposed for not being a yandere? A wealthy friend. Let's rule out that little brat Yiliang. Is it Dongfang Yang or Xichan? Xiaocheng had no time to think further when she received another message from TaoTao. By the way, Dr. Cheng, is there any special medicine that can make food look unchanged on the outside, but taste as if it were rotten? Dr. Cheng, I'm a psychologist and I really haven't looked into that. Peach, okay. Dr. Cheng, but if you confirm that it's not your taste buds acting up, it may not necessarily be medicine. It could also be related to the quality of the ingredients. You might want to ask some chef friends. TaoTao sighed. She herself didn't have many friends. It seems that thinking of such things is too troublesome. Anyway, the matter has passed in the little black room. Apart from those bad memories, there were indeed other feelings. TaoTao ran her fingertips over her lips, as if recalling the softness of Xiaocheng. Peach, doctor, I apologize for the trouble during this time. A 200 yuan red envelope was sent. Peach, I'm sorry, I don't have much money at the moment. Once my part-time job payment comes in at the end of the month, I'll reimburse you. Xiaocheng naturally accepted the 200 yuan. Haven't I said that? No need for this until we see results. This 200 is enough for a month's consultation. I'm taking it, so you can feel more at ease. You can still come to me with any issues afterwards. Peach, thank you, doctor. I'll ask my friends if there are any doctors in this field first. As she finished speaking, Xiaocheng took a sharp breath. The night was as dark as ink. While Xiaocheng was worried about the matter with the psychologist on the other side of Lizzie City, Qisong had already bought a high-speed train ticket back to Zhezhou City. Brother Long, I'm here to say goodbye. Qisong walked into the hall wearing a jacket, shaking off the snowflakes from his head, his scarred face somewhat unsettling. Brother Long had only one ear, and like Qisong, his face was also marred with scars. After glancing at Qisong, he handed over a cigarette. Are you really going back? To be honest, after this job I planned to promote you to the 4th hall. If you leave like this, you might face criticism from others. Qisong took the cigarette, reaching for his lighter, but saw Brother Long offering him a flame. He exhaled a puff of smoke. Brother Long, to be honest, I don't care about that position. You know, I've been working hard here for my little sister. She never tells me when she encounters trouble. This is the first time she asked for my help. As her brother, I have to go back. A fierce smile broke out on his rugged face. Years ago, I let my parents down. I severed ties with them and ran away to mix with the society. This is my only sister. That's true, Brother Long nodded, shaking the cigarette. How long will you be gone? I'm not sure, but I should be back within half a month. Qisong smiled. Just let Xiaoxi take my place. He's clever, but there's one thing, Brother Long, you need to pay attention to. Qisong's expression turned serious. Last time we took down a batch of underground enterprises under the surname Yi. Their hands are still reaching out. Recently someone with the surname Si contacted me, providing a lot of information about the Yi family. Brother Long raised an eyebrow. Do they want to use us as a gun? Qisong nodded. That's likely. This batch under the surname Yi consists of people sent by Yi Liang. Should we take serious action? Brother Long, you need to consider this. Brother Long chuckled coldly. In Lizzie City, even if they are tigers, they have to lie low. Even if we agree, other gangs won't let their cake be taken away. Just go back, don't worry about these things. All right then, Qisong nodded. I'll take 10 people back. If anything comes up, I'll contact you, Brother Long. You're leaving so late just like this? Yes, I bought a high-speed train ticket. Brother Long looked at Qisong in surprise. Songzi, I haven't treated you badly these past 2 years, have I? A few million should be enough for you to buy a car. Chi Song scratched his head awkwardly. My little sister has always been weak. A few years ago she suffered some mental trauma. Didn't I meet a skilled doctor in my hometown? He said treatment would cost a lot of money. I've spent all my earnings in the past 2 years helping to treat my little sister. Brother Long frowned. What kind of injury needs a few million? You weren't scammed, were you? I don't think so. He often updates me about my sister's condition and there are various photos. Last time I video called my sister, she seemed to be in good spirits. Besides, money is meant to be spent. If my sister looks good, it proves the money was well spent. It's not a problem. All right then. Brother Long saw the situation and didn't say much more. Instead, he picked up a key from the table and tossed it over. Also, you are the boss now, and you have many younger brothers under you. How does it look to go back home with your younger brothers sitting on the high-speed train? Drive my car back. Let your younger brothers pick up 2 more cars. No need to rush back, spend more time with your sister. Okay, thank you, Brother Long. What are you thanking me for? If it weren't for you taking a knife for me back then, I wouldn't have lost just 1 ear. It would have been much worse. Hurry up and leave if you're anxious to get back. Stop trying to get sentimental with me here. After sending Chi Song off, Brother Long lit another cigarette and knocked on the table. Not long after, another younger brother walked in. Brother Long, what orders do you have? Send someone to check on the doctor Chi Song contacted and see what the situation is. Also, aren't there a few disabled guys in the gang who have been saying they want to find some work? Yes, the younger brother nodded. They were sent by you to check the warehouse, but they said it was too boring. They want to continue mixing around like Deputy Hall Master Chi, and being disabled doesn't matter. A bunch of stubborn mules. Brother Long shook off the ash from his cigarette. Send them to Chi Song's hometown and let them find a piece of land to farm and retire. Just tell them the task is to protect Chi Song's parents. You can go now. After saying this, Brother Long took a puff of his cigarette and looked out the window, his expression heavy. Jojo City is the Yi family's base. This won't be easy. As time passed, after a 7-hour journey, Chi Song and his 10 younger brothers drove into Jojo City. It was already 3 a.m. The 3 younger brothers in the car with Chi Song were tired, but there was still a hint of excitement on their faces. Song-gu will reach your home in half an hour. What's your sister's name? Is it Chengzi? Will I be able to be called brother by her then? The driver was dark-skinned and seemed to be in a good mood. Chi Song jokingly replied, Old hey, if you dare to have ideas about my little sister, watch me break your legs. Hey, that's quite a statement. Liang He shrugged. We are brothers, so your sister is naturally my sister. I'm getting older and I don't have any family. It's likely I won't find a wife, so can't I at least fulfill this small wish of hearing your sister call me brother? Get lost at your age, you might as well be an uncle. I'm only 28, what uncle? I'm still young. Chi Song said seriously. Just to be clear, if you really meet her, don't mention anything about the gang, got it? The brothers all met while working. By the way, I haven't seen my sister for almost 3 years. I wonder how she is doing now. I hope she doesn't mind having a disabled brother. As they chatted, they quickly returned to the entrance of the community. Since Brother Long gifted him this set of houses, Chi Song hadn't stayed there even once. He only left a room for Chi Xiaocheng, filling it with a few living necessities for when he returned. But now he hadn't returned even once. Song-gu, the brothers are heading to the hotel first. Wait! Chi Song squinted his eyes in the car, stopping Liang He, who was about to get out. Noticing Chi Song's serious expression, Liang He honked the car lights twice, and the doors of the other 2 cars that had just opened shut again. This place is being watched. Chi Song turned his head and looked at 2 strong men eating late-night snacks at a roadside stall not far away. Across the street, there was someone wrapped in a cotton coat, sleeping on a bench. At a glance, it was clear they were outsiders, their eyes and heads occasionally tilting in this direction. Liang He's voice turned grave. We can only see 3 people in plain sight. They've been watching us since we just arrived. We just got to Jojo City and we're already being targeted. How is this possible? The one being targeted is my little sister. Chi Song's expression darkened. He initially thought the trouble Chi Xiaocheng mentioned was just some societal thugs bothering her. He didn't expect the situation to be much more serious than he imagined. Song-gu, what should we do? Chi Song sat in the passenger seat, lost in thought. He was uncertain about why these people were targeting his little sister, and to what extent the bullying mentioned in the WeChat message had occurred. As he pondered this, he raised his head, his gaze suddenly turning cold. Regardless of the circumstances, this group must have ill intentions toward his sister, and they could not be left unharmed. I'll get out for a moment. You all move the car and see if there are any hidden watchers. If not, take down these 3. Liang He nodded and the group quickly began to act. Chi Song stood at the entrance of the community, lit a cigarette and started checking his phone. He thought about calling Chi Xiaocheng to ask, but then reconsidered, fearing it might disturb her sleep. So he just stood there braving the cold wind. Fortunately, it wasn't snowing at that moment. His jacket was just about enough to withstand the chill. After standing for nearly half an hour, Liang He sent a message, Song Go, no hidden watchers found. Chi Song's expression darkened. Then we take them all down and interrogate who sent them. Liang He replied, what if we alert the enemy? They've already got people watching, so the situation can't get any better. It's better to eliminate them than give them a chance to report back. What if it's a misunderstanding? What if they're not targeting Chang? Liang He questioned. Chi Song chuckled. Isn't that even better? I'm not here to find my sister. I just happened to pass by. Just be mindful of the roadside cameras. Understood, Song Go. No matter the risks, they would just go for it. Chi Song glanced at the few burly men and walked into the community. He trusted his subordinates to handle the task. If those people were indeed sent to watch his sister, the situation had escalated to a dangerous level. It would be safer for him to take her to Lychee City, where at least it was his territory. Not waking the dozing security guard, Chi Song slipped through the door and soon found himself at the entrance of his home. He entered the electronic password to unlock the door. Chi Song didn't turn on the lights, sneaking in like a thief. When he turned on his flashlight, he found a thermos on the table with a note pressed underneath it. The handwriting was elegant. Brother, there is hot water in the thermos and rice is kept warm in the rice cooker. The living room was empty, but the air conditioning was on, indicating that Xiaocheng had already gone to bed. Chi Song moved to the kitchen and lifted the lid of the rice cooker, discovering not only rice, but also some sausages and vegetables warming on a plate above it. After returning home late at night and sitting in the car for several hours, how could he not be hungry? Holding the thermos, he felt his eyes turn red. Having never cried even after being stabbed, he felt a lump in his throat at that moment. He directly picked up the rice cooker and headed for the door. He sought out his group of subordinates. They found a restaurant to eat together. Proudly he boasted, how did you know my sister left food for me? Meanwhile, Xiaocheng was enjoying the air conditioning, sleeping soundly until dawn. After sending a message to Si Chun the previous night, she woke up to find a reply from him. Xiaocheng, what have you done to TaoTao these past 3 days? I feel like she's been in poor spirits and said she wants to find a psychologist for you. What's going on? Xiaocheng curled up in her blanket, hugging a large panda pillow. Have you replied to her? Si Chun asked. Not yet, I just saw the message after getting up. I feel like there's something wrong on your end, so I wanted to check with you first. Seeing the message, Xiaocheng sighed with relief. Great. It seems TaoTao is asking Si Chun for help. If that's the case, it's fine, just hire a psychologist based on her suggestion. But during the examination, your doctor needs to cooperate with me and create a fake case file for her. Si Chun replied, are you sure? TaoTao asked me about the requirements for finding a doctor specifically about you. Some mental issues. Xiaocheng replied, I know, she just wants to hire a psychologist to see if my yandere tendencies can be cured. Si Chun was also somewhat of an ally, as he had come to test her last time. Xiaocheng was clear in her mind and decided to be forthright. But Si Chun was no longer calm. Wait a minute, do you know you're a yandere? Isn't it said that yanderes don't realize they are yanderes? Xiaocheng replied, of course I'm not a yandere. Si Chun exclaimed, huh. Xiaocheng said, now that we are on the same side, since you need my help, I won't hide it from you. I was just acting when I was with you last time. Si Chun exclaimed, huh? Xiaocheng added, if I were really a yandere last time, wouldn't have been as simple as just scratching your face. Si Chun stammered, wait a minute, if it weren't for you dodging, my face would have been slashed. And how could you say you're not a yandere when you acted like you were crazy? Si Chun fell silent for a moment. He wanted to call Xiaocheng to confess his feelings for TaoTao and see her reaction. But feeling the lingering pain in his back, he extinguished that thought. Yanderes don't know they are yanderes. It seems that saying was not wrong. This girl is indeed a yandere, yet she thinks she is just acting. Sitting in front of his computer at home, Si Chen's expression changed rapidly. Finally, he sent a message. So your idea is that I find a psychologist for you, and then in front of TaoTao I say you are actually a yandere who is seriously ill. Xiaocheng replied, yes, it would be best if you could create some psychological trauma case for me, giving TaoTao the feeling that if she leaves me, I would die in front of her just like a yandere. You understand, right? Si Chun sighed. I really can't tell the difference. I truly can't. He sighed. I roughly understand your plan now. Is there anything else besides TaoTao? Xiaocheng replied, oh, there is. Si Chun responded, go ahead. Xiaocheng said, I fell out with Yi Liang. You go take care of him. Si Chun exclaimed, huh? I haven't seen you for just a few days. How did such a big incident happen? Looking at the chat history, Si Chun couldn't help but doubt his life choices. Was choosing Xiaocheng really the right decision? He felt like he had boarded a pirate ship. Helplessly he replied, I'm about to be kicked out of the family. Even with some power and connections, it's just a little. How can I compete with Yi Liang? Xiaocheng suggested, then you can guide TaoTao to belittle Yi Liang and elevate me. Si Chun replied, okay, I know how to handle it now. Humph, even the psychologist is on my side. How are you going to escape from my grasp, TaoTao? I'll start with something intense. Xiaocheng immediately opened her WeChat and contacted Su Tao. TaoTao, good morning. I'm not used to waking up without you by my side. On the day you left, Yiliang also found me and we had a little tiff. So, I have a question for you. If Yiliang and I fell into the water at the same time, who would you save? Xianhuan. In the dormitory, Su Tao jumped out of bed early in the morning and hurried to Xianhuan's side, handing over the content from her phone. Why do you think Xiaocheng would ask me such a question? If you and Yiliang fell into the water, who would you save? This is just the classic question of whether to save your mother or your girlfriend. Compared to Su Tao's panic and confusion, Xianhuan merely glanced over indifferently and continued applying her face mask. In a calm tone, she replied, what other reason could there be? Xiaocheng is having an episode. This? Su Tao's tone was conflicted. For her, it was truly one wave not yet settled before another rose. Just yesterday, she had come out of the small dark room. Today, Xiaocheng had come up with new problems again. A wave of pressure followed by another wave made her feel as if she were being suffocated by a constrictor snake. She was indecisive. Then Xianhuan, what do you think I should say? Do you like Yiliang? Xianhuan glanced at Su Tao. Su Tao bit her lip, first shaking her head, but then pausing halfway through. She had some fondness, but it couldn't be called liking. Xianhuan internally clicked her tongue in displeasure, though she did not show it on the surface. Following Xiaocheng's previous instructions, she said, as usual, you're being silly. Why care so much about Yiliang? Su Tao looked at her in confusion. Xianhuan turned around, gently peeling off her face mask, and sincerely said, logically, I shouldn't interfere with your choices, but as your best friend, I can't bear to see you like this. I just don't understand what's so good about Yiliang. Xianhuan counted on her fingers. Look, he barks orders at you. He's never given you a good expression. Every time I hear you say Yiliang is looking for you, so you take your phone and hail a cab to find him. Why doesn't he come to you personally? Dongfang Yang comes to find you and drives his sports car to the dormitory. What about his attitude? He doesn't even reimburse you for the taxi fare. Oh, he says he likes you, and that he'll give you anything you want, but what about his actions? What nonsense about being a cool and aloof CEO. Besides being handsome, what else is there? I really don't understand what you like about Yiliang. At this point, a roommate who was still asleep stretched out her hand and chimed in, Taozi, Yiliang really isn't worth your attention. You're so perfect, you can choose from any wealthy family, can't you? Xianhuan shot a glance at that roommate, feeling that she herself was becoming odd. She couldn't help but fall into thought. Speaking of which, why did she once like Yiliang so much, even to the point of opposing Su Tao? After experiencing the power of the little blackhead removal pill from Xiaocheng last time, Xianhuan had completely sided with Xiaocheng and become part of the orange faction. Letting go of her entanglement with Yiliang, she slowly began to feel something was off. In high school, she had always been the one enthusiastically pursuing Yiliang, yet there was no earth-shattering encounter. How could she have suddenly developed such a crazy infatuation with him? Every time she saw Su Tao, it felt like she wanted to confront her. Something felt amiss. However, after thinking it over, she decided not to dwell on it too much. Now, watching Su Tao struggle with Xiaocheng, she felt a sense of joy. Patting her best friend's shoulder, Xianhuan earnestly said, Sister, face reality. You say Xiaocheng is a yandere? At least she really loves you, doesn't she? She's so cute and can attract anyone. I can't even imagine how delightful it would be to cuddle with her while sleeping. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Tao looked at Xianhuan with an expression of disbelief. Are you serious? Xianhuan smiled. I'm just making a joke from your perspective. Su Tao felt a bit uncomfortable deep down. Xiaocheng treated her like that. She should have distanced herself from her. But hearing Xianhuan say she wanted to cuddle her while sleeping made her feel inexplicably annoyed. It felt like someone was trying to take away what was hers. Su Tao didn't want to delve deeper into this topic and shifted the focus back to her phone. So how should I reply to Xiaocheng? Isn't this a life and death question? Yet it seemed like it was Yiliang's life on the line. Xianhuan said, Xiaocheng is a yandere. If you want to consider her feelings, you have no choice but to say you'll save her, but you can choose the extent to which you mean it. What do you mean? Xianhuan explained, the standard answer is to save her and not save Yiliang, but you can also reply that you choose to save Yiliang. That way the love river will have only the two of you. As she snapped her fingers, Xianhuan said, that way Xiaocheng will like you even more. Su Tao listened in shock. Xianhuan, how do you know so much without ever having dated anyone? Thanks, I've been hit by a car. Xianhuan chuckled. I read a lot of novels. The answers are all from the comments section. Su Tao hesitated this. She was indecisive. Xianhuan reminded her. The key point is the previous sentence, Xiaocheng and Yiliang have had a falling out. If both of them like you and you have to pick a winner, this question is making you choose. Su Tao swallowed hard. But she just said it's a little falling out, right? In front of a yandere, even the smallest falling out will be magnified. Chan Qian sighed. Do you remember what my uncle said to you last time? To become a doctor. That's right. Chan Qian nodded. Either send Xiaocheng to a mental hospital for treatment or try to accept and soothe her. The sleeping roommate poked her head out again. Mental hospitals aren't good. Didn't the news say that a child was sent to a school to quit internet addiction and ended up being beaten to death? The parents cried and received one. For million yuan, isn't a mental hospital a similar situation? It seemed to present two options. In reality, there was no choice at all. Seeing Su Tao bow her head in pain and conflict, Chan Qian gave a thumbs up to that roommate. The roommate smirked and everything was left unsaid. Just then Su Tao's phone vibrated again. Chan Qian took a look and clicked her tongue. Look, Taozi, Yiliang is looking for you. It was a message from Yiliang. Su Tao, what happened last time was my fault. I have something to discuss with you. I'm at the company. Please come here for a moment. Chan Qian shrugged and sighed. Again asking you to go to him. Just one sentence of apology, it was my fault. Ah, truly, he lives up to his reputation as a CEO. Su Tao bit her lower lip, seemingly gripping her phone a bit harder. Chan Qian added fuel to the fire. Stop hesitating, Liang is a young master surrounded by beautiful women. Maybe he's just playing with you and doesn't really care about you. For any girl, the phrase, he doesn't care about you, is extremely damaging. The long-term verbal inducement, the pressure from the external environment and the common topics from those around her, each point stimulated Su Tao's nerves. When all the explosive emotions converged and erupted, memories swept up like the wind. The beautiful ones were subconsciously blocked. The surrounding topics gradually surfaced. Indeed, perhaps Yiliang really didn't care about her at all. He barked orders at her without a hint of concern. She had been locked in a small dark room by Xiaocheng for 3 days, and he took no action, only to scold her upon meeting. If he cared about me, why didn't he come to find me then? Not to mention now just a light apology, and he expects me to go to his company like a servant. How did Xiaocheng apologize for her wrongdoings? With tearful eyes, she tugged at her sleeves, eternally feeling guilty and humbly pleading not to abandon her. The tall shadow that vaguely occupied a corner of her heart was completely severed. Su Tao heavily typed 2 words in reply to Yiliang. Not going. Chan Qian and that roommate quietly watched her, each corner of their lips curling into a cold smile. Behind them, it seemed there was a small figure with chestnut hair, like a shadowy ghost lingering beside her. Not going. The 2 words starkly appeared on Yiliang's phone, as if Su Tao herself had stood before him and slapped him. His face felt hot. Xiaocheng. It must be her. Yiliang's expression turned serious as he instinctively covered his waist, realizing how close he had come to losing it. Though he had escaped by luck, he could not fathom how Xiaocheng possessed such immense strength. If it weren't for her, Su Tao would not have ended up like this. Yandere. At that moment he had thought Xiaocheng was acting yandere because she liked him, but he never expected that as a girl she had actually always liked Su Tao. Reflecting on it, the actions she had taken in the past 2 months suddenly made sense. This girl was simply insane. A bodyguard entered from outside the door, bowing his head to report. Something has happened. The 3 lookouts we sent to monitor Xiaocheng's neighborhood have all been taken out. Taken out? Yiliang frowned. Does this mean Xiaocheng has not left her home since I left? Yes, young master. The bodyguard replied. As you know, if she were to go out and be kidnapped it would be fine, but if she forcibly breaks into the neighborhood it could escalate the situation. Who dealt with those 3 scouts? We are still investigating. The roadside surveillance was also taken out in anticipation of us wanting to kidnap Xiaocheng. So we have not yet obtained specific information, but their license plates are from Lizzie City. Lizzie City. Upon hearing those words, Yiliang frowned again. Is the expansion of our business there not going smoothly? Yes, the local gangs are very resistant and money alone won't resolve it. If we want to infiltrate, we will need to employ some extraordinary measures. Then how many people can we spare now? The bodyguard hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, to be honest, we cannot spare anyone. The main family in the capital is watching us, and there are also unidentified forces obstructing us in Lizzie City. We need to send more talented personnel. We can only hire some outsiders to try. What a bunch of useless fools. Yiliang said furiously. You can't even handle a university student. A university student should not pose a threat, logically speaking. But every time he felt the injuries on his body, Yiliang could not help but feel anger. Xiaocheng, it was better for that girl to just disappear. Yiliang picked up his phone and dialed a number. A rare guest, what brings you to call? On the other end of the line, Xiaochen's voice came through. Being one of the 3 young masters of Zhou province, Yiliang had connections with Xichun and Dongfangyang. Yiliang did not beat around the bush and stated directly. Su Tao has contacted you a few times. You know about Xiaocheng, right? Xichun replied. I know, what about it? Yiliang said seriously. Xiaocheng is a yandere. She is very dangerous. Allowing her to be around will hurt Su Tao. Xichun at home listened to Yiliang's words, and his expression grew strange. It was true that Xiaocheng was a yandere. Would she hurt Su Tao? Xichun touched the scar on his face and assessed the weight of the words, "Never love Tao," on his back, feeling melancholic as he lit a cigarette. "So what do you want from me?" Yi Liang said in a deep voice, "Don't you need money and connections to help you reclaim the position of the Xi family's heir? I can help you." Xichun raised an eyebrow. "What are the conditions?" Yi Liang replied, "The condition is that you take care of Qi Xiaocheng." "Ha!" Xichen's mouth twitched repeatedly. This phrase felt oddly familiar. He couldn't help but retort, "You Yi Liang rule over Zhou province yet can't handle a university student. Are you really asking me?" Yi Liang chuckled. "I am helping you. Besides me, no one can help you reclaim the position of the Xi family heir. Just as you said, Qi Xiaocheng is just a university student. You can easily take care of her." He was confident that Xichun would agree. He knew this bespectacled, reserved man too well. He was very rational, prioritizing profit and goals above all. As long as the benefits were sufficient, he would even betray friends and family. "Once I sort out the issues in Lizzie City and free up some time, I will help you reclaim the position of the Xi family heir. Solving Qi Xiaocheng's issue should ensure that Su Tao returns to my side, right? At that time, I would control Xichun, marry Su Tao, and return to the pinnacle of the Yi family in the capital, moving from one peak of life to another." However, just as he began to fantasize, he heard Xichun mockingly say, as if talking to a fool, "Come on, if I get rid of Qi Xiaocheng, I would completely sever ties with Su Tao. What if you stab me in the back? Don't treat me like a fool." "Pa!" Beep, beep, beep. Yi Liang's smile froze. He never expected that Xichun would reject him. What an ungrateful guy. Yi Liang took a deep breath and called another number. "Hello, Dong Fangyang. Qi Xiaocheng is a yandere, she likes Su Tao, and Su Tao is in danger. You." Dong Fangyang replied, "Haha, Yi Liang, have you been hit by a donkey? Qi Xiaocheng clearly likes me. I'm out of here." Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected again. Yi Liang stood there in a daze, feeling his nose turning red. Meanwhile, bursts of impotent fury erupted from the office. At the same time, Su Tao, who had been continuously pu'd by Chen Qian, and her roommates replied to Qi Xiaocheng's message. Instead of the cheesy lines prepared by Chen Qian, she naturally responded, "Of course I will save you, Xiaocheng." After all, it was an easy question. A bit of mental pressure was enough. Qi Xiaocheng remained curled up in her blanket, her warm fingers tapping out cold words. "Is it because I'm more important than Yi Liang that you are saving me? Taozi, Xiaocheng, why are you still saying such things? You are of course the most important to me. Orange. I knew Taozi liked me the most. I also like Taozi the most." A proclamation of love as always. Even though she had said it many times before, Qi Xiaocheng remained tireless. However, after sending this message, Su Tao did not reply immediately. She still chose to avoid. But it was okay. Qi Xiaocheng knew Su Tao's heart must be in turmoil. Otherwise, at this time, she should have replied with some insignificant words. 3 days in the little black room had yielded good results. "Orange, Taozi, I miss you. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Are you free today?" "Taozi, it hasn't been long. We just saw each other yesterday, okay?" Not only did they meet, but they even hugged and slept together. "Orange, for me, every moment without Taozi by my side can be described as a year of suffering. Orange, how about we go out soon?" "Taozi, what are we going out for?" Qi Xiaocheng looked at the message but did not reply directly. Instead, she brought her lips close to the phone's microphone and clicked on the voice message. "Of course. It's for a date." A warm breath escaped her voice, soft and sweet like a succubus enticing hearts. "Of course. It's for a date." A warm breath escaped her voice, soft and sweet like a succubus enticing hearts. A playful voice was released and Su Tao felt as if she had been electrified. An indescribable tingling sensation coursed through her body. The person beside her, Chen Qian, naturally heard these words as well. With a meaningful glance, she assisted. "Oh, a date. Look at how genuine Xiaocheng's invitation is filled with a soft and sweet sense of anticipation, while Yi Liang only wants you to make a trip to the company." Su Tao smiled wryly and shook her head, typing a reply. "Sorry, I have classes all day today. Xiaocheng will also be going to class, right? Skipping class every day is not okay." She attempted to change the topic. However, the next voice message that came through was filled with a sorrowful disappointment. "So it turns out TaoTao does not want to go on a date with me. Pressure level 10. Su Tao gasped in surprise. She hurriedly replied, "No, that's not. What I meant is besides classes there are assignments and occasionally teachers come looking for me. How about we go on Saturday instead? Saturday works for me. We can date all day long." Not long after, Su Tao heard Xiaocheng's excited reply, "Really? I like TaoTao the most." With her arms hanging down, Su Tao suddenly put down her phone, sighing. "My heart feels so tired, my head hurts, it feels like I'm coaxing a child." Chen Qian said lightly, "But I saw you slept quite well last night, didn't you?" Su Tao was taken aback. Indeed, even though she felt tired upon waking, it was the accumulated fatigue from the past few days that hadn't dissipated. She hadn't had such a good sleep in half a month. Maybe it's the psychological effect brought by this fragrance pouch. TaoTao reached for the fragrance pouch tied at her waist, covered with cartoon orange patterns. It smelled delightful and somewhat familiar, refreshing her senses. Saturday. A date? TaoTao sighed again. Forget it. It's not really a date, just a regular shopping trip. TCH, I think you are blissfully unaware of your fortune. After Xiaocheng said this, she stood up to leave. I'm going to have breakfast. Do you need anything? The roommate who had been sleeping suddenly stretched out a hand. Anything is fine, but nothing too greasy and no rice noodles. Everything else is fine. Xiaocheng rolled her eyes at her roommate and looked at TaoTao. What about you? I'll leave it to you. TaoTao cast a grateful glance. Xiaocheng said, then I'll bring you some xiaolongbao. Wait a minute. TaoTao quickly covered her mouth, looking as if she was about to vomit. No xiaolongbao, just whatever you think. In the small dark room, the most she ate was xiaolongbao, and yet that was the worst tasting food. Meanwhile, after receiving the signal for a date on Saturday, Xiaocheng also excitedly got out of bed. As she opened the door, she strangely smelled a rich aroma. Brother! Xiaocheng arrived in the living room and found her brother wearing an apron, struggling to carry a bowl of cooked millet porridge to the table with one arm. Qisong turned upon hearing her voice, and upon seeing the confused and cute Xiaocheng, he was momentarily stunned, then timidly relaxed his neck and shoulders. A fierce face marked with scars revealed a hint of awkwardness as he said, "Little sister, long time no see." Despite his menacing appearance, he looked just like a child who had done something wrong and didn't know how to respond. Even before she had crossed over, the original owner hadn't seen her brother for 3 years. This villainous older brother could not let go even in front of his sister. Xiaocheng placed her hands on her hips, striking a confident pose, and said sternly, "Close your eyes." "Ha! Oh!" Qisong was confused but still made a military salute. Xiaocheng then moved a small stool in front of Qisong and stood on it, finally surpassing her brother, who was 1.8 meters tall. She then extended her small hand and gently patted his head. "Brother, welcome home." With a gentle gesture and a tone of reassurance and dependence, Xiaocheng could easily portray this with her intermediate acting skills. In theory, it should be the younger sister being patted on the head by the brother. But sorry, only TaoTao gets to pat my head. This short phrase shattered the barriers in Qisong's heart. His tense body suddenly relaxed and the big boy revealed a silly smile, his expression filled with happiness. Brother is back. After finishing breakfast, Xiaocheng began chatting with her brother. Qisong was not very good at communicating. Most of the conversation was Xiaocheng speaking, while he listened. Regardless of the topic, his eyes were always on that petite figure. In the original story, at this time, the original owner was already on the verge of death, about to be drowned. Qisong, as her elder brother, would receive this death news on New Year's Eve. At that time, he became one of the 4 hall masters of the Menglong gang, truly becoming Long Guest's trusted aide. Although he was not prominent, he had achieved some success in his career. Having been away for 3 years, he took a long-awaited leave during the new year, only to receive news of his sister's death. After turning dark, he was forced to become the new leader of the Menglong gang, due to some unfortunate event. After that, he crazily hunted down Yiliang with the remnants of Long Ji's forces from Lizzie City to Jojo City. In the end, as the villainous male supporting character, he still couldn't compete with one of the haloed protagonists of the novel. This time, calling her brother back early disrupted the original storyline. The flapping of a butterfly's wings quickened, also giving Xiaocheng a slight sense of urgency. During their casual chat, they came across information about Yiliang. After hearing it, Qisong slammed his fist on the table. "Damn Yiliang, how dare he! Not only does he want to steal my designated sister-in-law, but he also wants to harm you. Xiaocheng, you stay here. I'm going to confront him." "Hey, wait!" Xiaocheng hurriedly stopped the irrational Qisong. "He's a rich young master, has a halo and countless bodyguards. Brother, just protect me, and TaoTao, no need to be so impulsive." "But this isn't a solution either." Qisong sat down again, scratching his head. "How about you and TaoTao come with me to Lizzie City? The banquet is tomorrow, and after the wedding night, Yiliang should give up. Brother, TaoTao might not even like me," Xiaocheng commented while watching Qisong's anxious expression. "Oh, you don't understand." Qisong educated her. "Even if TaoTao disagrees, just tie her up and throw her on the bed, and by then raw rice will become cooked rice. With her personality, would she really just let it go? Within 3 to 5 days, TaoTao will self-strategize and come to accept this matter. After that, if you cling to her, won't it be easy to win her over?" "Brother knows you too well," Qisong earnestly advised. "Listen to me, we will set off for Lizzie City tomorrow. If it were that simple, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble pretending to be a yandere and formulating a yandere plan." Xiaocheng directly rejected Qisong's suggestion. Qisong, the little bear, spread his hands. "Then what should we do? In any case, brother, just listen to me. I have a way. Right now, the main thing is to make TaoTao fall in love with me. You just need to chat with her more on WeChat and apply a bit of pressure." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Qi-song, having come this far, had no other skills besides being able to fight. He was just obedient. Whatever the elder brother said was what it was. Wherever the elder brother pointed, he would strike. Furthermore, this was his little sister, Qi-song, would listen to her no matter what she said. Time flew by and soon it was the weekend. Early in the morning, Xiaocheng changed into a cute outfit. TaoTao. The time for the date has come. At 8 a.m. Xiaocheng deliberately skipped breakfast, planning to leave early for school, to surprise Su Tao with a hug at her dorm. However, what she didn't expect was that Su Tao was already there even earlier. Just as she entered the living room to sip some warm water, the doorbell rang. Without Xiaocheng needing to open the door, Su Tao, who had recorded her fingerprint early on, opened the door herself. Xiaocheng, I'm here. She was more punctual than anyone else for their Saturday date. Su Tao tapped the fine snow on her boots, about to step inside, when she froze. Qi-song, go. Su Tao's voice was filled with surprise and joy, but she couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart upon seeing Qi-song's missing arm. Qi-song smiled faintly. I had a little accident while out chasing my dreams, but it's nothing serious. It's been many years since we last met, and you Xiao Tao are looking more and more beautiful. Su Tao's face turned slightly embarrassed. Qi-song, go, please don't tease me. I'm not that good looking, just... Before she could finish, she saw Qi-song nodding in satisfaction. You are so pretty, and your little sister is adorable too. You both look great together. A girl and a little sister. The scene was quite beautiful. With all that had happened lately, Su Tao almost forgot the question Qi-song had asked last time. Do you like my little sister? How can an older brother matchmake for two younger sisters? But Su Tao knew Qi-song was a super straight guy, so he might actually be thinking that way. Her smile instantly turned a bit awkward. Qi-song laughed heartily. Haven't you all grown up like this since childhood? What's so bad about it? All right, you two chat first. I have things to do and need to head out. Watching Qi-song leave, Su Tao turned her gaze back to the living room, only to find Xiaocheng had already appeared in front of her. She was looking down, gazing intently at the thick thermal tights on her legs. Today, considering she was going out, she wore a light pink woolen coat with a simple white turtleneck sweater underneath, warm and comfortable. On her lower half, she had on beige thermal tights paired with brown ankle boots, the smooth lines making her legs appear long. Confirming with her eyes it was food grade. Su Tao felt a bit uncomfortable under Xiaocheng's gaze. Xiaocheng, is something wrong? Xiaocheng looked up at Su Tao, her expression serious. Are you really going out like this? Is there a problem? Although it wasn't exactly fashionable, it was a rather normal outfit for the time. To her surprise, Xiaocheng pointed seriously at her thickly clad thighs. This can't be shown to others. Xiaocheng stepped closer, almost pressing against Su Tao. Above the neck, hands and skirts can't be short. This is the maximum limit outside. Watching the crimson in Xiaocheng's eyes gradually turn melancholic, Su Tao swallowed hard and nodded gently. This was the possessiveness of a yandere. At the same time, it was also the ailment of a yandere. In the next moment, Xiaocheng displayed the delicate side of her character. She cupped her face with both hands, her ears slightly flushed, shyly saying, Of course, if we're at home you can wear whatever you want. I will like it all. The stark contrast between her previous fierce words and her shyness now made her seem like a different person. However, it was undeniable that the rapid shift from speaking fiercely to blushing with shyness was quite adorable. With the pressure dissipating, Su Tao couldn't help but smile. With her hands on her hips, she pointed at Xiaocheng. Then what about you, Xiaocheng? Aren't you dressed like this too? Today, Xiaocheng wore a newly bought-down coat that reached her calves, and she also wore thick thermal socks on her legs. Xiaocheng looked up with a playful smile. I'm wearing this for you, TaoTao. Do you like it? She lifted the hem of her coat and twirled around lightly, making it look like she was wearing a skirt instead. Su Tao gently snorted. Since you won't allow me to dress like this when I go out, I won't allow you to dress like this either. Xiaocheng paused for a moment, then raised her cute smile, revealing her little tiger teeth. Good, TaoTao is mine, and I am also yours. The two exchanged glances. Neither could hold back and burst into cheerful laughter. In their joy, one felt immensely satisfied, while the other had a hint of shyness. This was just shopping, merely pretending to go on a date with her. Su Tao thought to herself as she changed into a pair of long pants with Xiaocheng. Her precious legs were hidden away. Su Tao turned and asked, Xiaocheng, where do you plan to go today? I'll follow TaoTao's lead. I knew you would say that. Su Tao took out her phone and glanced at the plans and itinerary she had prepared the night before. As they entered the elevator together, she said, You haven't had breakfast yet, so let's go eat breakfast first, then we can sit at Dongfanjiang's cafe for the whole morning. You can't keep skipping work over there. What about afterwards? The weather forecast says it will snow in the afternoon. How about going to a cat cafe? I think Xiaocheng and the kitties would match well. Later in the evening, we can go shopping at the commercial center. Okay. Xiaocheng naturally wouldn't mind Su Tao's plans. With a smile, she took Su Tao's hand and headed outside. On the street, she walked ahead, pointing with her finger at some snowy scenery and chattering away. Su Tao was being half-dragged along from behind, nodding occasionally, her face filled with affection and helplessness. Xiaocheng seemed to always be attentive to her behind. Whenever Su Tao looked at her, she would turn around at just the right moment. She smiled, pure and healing. It was as if ripples flowed through her eyes, and Su Tao envisioned scenes from her childhood. Xiaocheng was just like that now, after preparing gifts, holding her hand to various mysterious places, as if guiding her forward. In reality, the so-called gifts could be the flower wreaths she had woven, the little figures she had molded from clay, the lollipops she had secretly bought, or sometimes just a smile. When nostalgia arises, it must be like this. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as if everything had changed, yet it also felt like nothing had changed. She had grown up. In her eyes, there was more affection and love. "Baozi, do you want to eat?" In a dazed Xiaocheng held out a bamboo skewer with a small steamed bun on it. Su Tao smiled lightly, flipping her hair by her cheek, leaning in to take a bite. A row of shallow silver prints stuck to her lips. She ate half of it. Meanwhile, Xiaocheng hummed a little tune, popping the other half into her mouth. She savored it immensely. Su Tao grinned. "Xiaocheng, do you really like eating steamed buns?" Xiaocheng shook her head lightly. "Not really. This shop's broth is a bit too much. The flavor is too strong." "Then why are you eating it so heartily? Are you hungry?" "Silly TaoTao." Xiaocheng turned around helplessly, gazing at her tenderly. "What I have always liked isn't the steamed buns, it's you." At that moment, Su Tao froze. A gentle breeze brushed by, lifting the fine snowflakes, stirring Su Tao's hair. It also stirred her heart. Her heartbeat quickened slightly, her pores opening up, and the biting cold wind did not cause her to shiver. Instead, it dispelled a flicker of warmth within her heart. Both her mind and body were relaxed, savoring this moment. What is this feeling? Is it excitement? Her smile, her delicate face, her elegant nose, her small mouth, and her flowing hair. All so adorable. But I am a girl myself, oh how could I feel excited about another girl? Su Tao averted her gaze, a purely instinctive act of self-protection. No, perhaps it was because Xiaocheng's actions reminded me of things from my childhood. I fell into memories and a daze which led to this reaction. At that moment, Xiaocheng's voice suddenly rang in her ears. "Do you like it?" "What?" Su Tao paused for a moment, then became flustered again. What did Xiaocheng mean by that? Does she like her? This wasn't the first time she had asked. There had been several instances before. Would she demand an answer from me? What if she shows her yandere side again? Her thoughts became chaotic, and Xiaocheng's voice echoed again. "Little dumpling, do you like it?" What? She was actually asking about the dumplings. Su Tao hurriedly nodded. I like them." "That's good, as long as TaoTao likes it." Xiaocheng smiled back and took a step forward. Her strange tone, the slightly elongated ending, Xiaocheng's actions had always left Su Tao puzzled. She was only talking about dumplings. What did she mean by that? Following Xiaocheng closely, Su Tao's gaze was fixed on her. After taking a couple of steps, she suddenly paused. Her gaze lingered on Xiaocheng's chest for a few seconds before quickly moving away. Her steps began to hasten. Xiaocheng was oblivious to how much Su Tao was thinking. She was simply very happy at the moment. This was due to the system just delivering a long-awaited notification. Detected that the female lead, Su Tao, has developed feelings of excitement towards the host. Emotion value 100. Since this was the first time such emotions had arisen, the resulting emotion value was undoubtedly a fortune. After all, it had taken her half a month of effort to finally get TaoTao to show some change. If I could resolve Yiliang next, I would have even more time. However, for now, such a date could only serve as a seasoning for TaoTao. I need to pull off something bold. At the very least, I need to apply pressure like I did on the rooftop or in the little black room. What should I do? Without the previous idle chatter, the two of them each had their thoughts, and soon they arrived at the Moonlight Cafe. Perhaps due to the cafe's air conditioning running constantly, it was finally bustling with several customers compared to the usual quiet. When Chu-san saw them approaching, he greeted them with a smile. "Miss Su, what coffee would you like?" "I can't afford coffee that starts at 100. Xiaocheng shivered, squinting her eyes against the warm air from the air conditioning. Shopping in winter is indeed torturous. Then a cheerful voice rang in her ears. "I'll treat you both to coffee, but Xiaocheng, aren't you being too lazy? You've skipped work 3 out of 5 days this week." Dong Fangyang walked down the stairs from the second floor of the cafe, his arms crossed, feigning displeasure as he looked at Xiaocheng. Seeing Dong Fangyang there, Xiaocheng's intermediate acting skill made her suppress a bit of the dependence she showed towards Su Tao and timidly replied, "I was sick those days. You can ask TaoTao, she was taking care of me." Su Tao's smile stiffened for a moment. "Those days of skipping work were spent in the little black room, right? Is that so, Su Tao?" Su Tao dared not meet Dong Fangyang's gaze, gently nodding. Xiaocheng has always been a bit weak. She was not good at lying. If it were Si-chun, he would easily notice her micro-expressions and see through her concealment. Dong Fangyang simply looked at Xiaocheng with resignation, not questioning Su Tao's cover-up, although the cafe is the same with or without you. But if you are going to skip work next time, remember to inform Chu-san in advance, understood? Qi Xiaocheng nodded like a chick pecking rice, then cautiously asked, boss, are you concerned about me? Ha! Dong Fongyang's tone was mocking, I'm just afraid that something really happens, and you try to exploit me. If someone didn't know better they might think I'm a heartless boss. Upon hearing this both Qi Xiaocheng and Su Tao looked at him in surprise. Dong Fongyang's expression faltered slightly, feeling a bit awkward. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just speaking the truth. He quickly changed the subject. I heard Yi Liang has been bullying you too. Su Tao gently shook her head. Not really, we just had a small spat. He's bullying me. Qi Xiaocheng mustered her courage, looking like she was reporting to a parent. Boss, you don't know, Yi Liang actually said he wanted to take TaoTao away. I wish I could beat him to death. A flash of fierce light glimmered in her eyes. Her intermediate acting skills made Qi Xiaocheng appear soft and adorable. Seeing this, Dong Fongyang felt a surge of emotion. That scoundrel Yi Liang saying that Qi Xiaocheng likes Su Tao, and that it would be dangerous. Clearly it's me that Qi Xiaocheng likes. She knows I like Su Tao and even goes so far as to sacrifice herself to stop Yi Liang from getting close to Su Tao. Isn't that love for me? She likes me so much yet still hides behind me supporting my relationship with Su Tao. Truly it brings tears to my eyes. Dong Fongyang felt a bittersweet sensation in his heart. Ever since confirming that Qi Xiaocheng's true nature was that of a naive and clumsy girl, she became more and more endearing in his eyes. Emotions surged within him. Dong Fongyang immediately clenched his fist and pounded his chest. Qi Xiaocheng, you are my employee. If Yi Liang dares to bully you again, report it to me. He dares to bully my people. And Su Tao, you too. If Yi Liang shouts at you again, just ignore him. I've got you covered. Of course, don't misunderstand. I'm not that concerned about you. I just can't stand that Yi Liang guy. As a boss and a friend, I'm just supporting you both. That's it. If anything happens, message me on WeChat. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Dong Fongyang stuffed his hands in his pockets, walking out of the cafe with a light step while humming a cheerful tune. Clearly he was in a great mood. Watching his departing figure, Qi Xiaocheng's acting faded, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Dong Fongyang is truly a good person. Su Tao nodded beside her. He has always been a warm-hearted tsundere. Seeing their young master praised by two beauties, Chu San sitting at the counter couldn't help but show a proud smile. The young master has always had this kind of character. He often donates a considerable amount of money given by the family to mountainous areas. Qi Xiaocheng lightly nodded. If such a persona weren't on the opposing side, there would indeed be nothing to criticize. However, it seems that this Dong Fongyang, although a bit silly, still has some feelings for TaoTao. Qi Xiaocheng ordered a cup of coffee with juice and then gently leaned towards Su Tao and asked, TaoTao, you don't like Dong Fongyang, do you? Xiaocheng always tends to overthink. Su Tao, who had been asked many times, gradually developed a resistance to such remarks. After all, she was just placating her, pretending to like her. Su Tao naturally smiled. Xiaocheng, rest assured, what I care about is you. She did not directly say she liked her. Instead, she used words to evade the response. Qi Xiaocheng understood Su Tao's thoughts and did not expose them, instead continuing to lean beside her, her warm breath brushing against Su Tao's earlobe. TaoTao can only like me regardless of Dong Fongyang Sichan or Yi Liang. TaoTao absolutely cannot like them. Otherwise, Qi Xiaocheng smiled charmingly, not continuing but sitting on the sofa stool, swinging her legs while waiting for coffee. The originally somewhat ambiguous and harmonious relationship between the two grew colder due to the arrival of Dong Fongyang and Qi Xiaocheng's change in demeanor. Su Tao couldn't help but wonder if Qi Xiaocheng remained this way, would her relationships become a mess? Just a few words exchanged led to hostility towards Dong Fongyang. The relaxation originally brought by memories of Xiao Longbao quietly turned into pressure. The coffee was served. Qi Xiaocheng added a spoonful of sugar and watched as Su Tao added 2.5 spoonfuls of sugar. As expected, TaoTao loved sweet treats. Qi Xiaocheng noted this detail, resting her chin on her hands and gazing at Su Tao, smiling silently. Perhaps feeling a bit pressured from Qi Xiaocheng's gaze, Su Tao seemed a bit impatient as she downed cup after cup of coffee. They spent a warm morning in the cozy cafe, enjoying their delightful time together. After lunch, the two had a meal. Tiny snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees at that moment. Su Tao clasped her hands, exhaling warm breath. This kind of weather is really uncomfortable. Qi Xiaocheng, with her hands in her pockets, echoed. Yeah, I heard it's going to be particularly cold this year. You probably don't turn on the air conditioning at night in the dormitory, right? Su Tao nodded. It's fine in summer with the air conditioning, but in winter the heating is stifling. I can't stand it. Then, Qi Xiaocheng jumped in front of her, eyes sparkling with anticipation. How about coming to my house? It's not far, we can sleep together. Together? Su Tao stammered. Yes. I want to hold TaoTao while sleeping. She's soft and fragrant, I like it. But the one who is truly soft, fragrant, and petite enough to be easily embraced is you, Xiaocheng. Upon hearing Qi Xiaocheng's suggestion, Su Tao felt somewhat swayed. She and Chen Qian were used to getting up early, while the other two roommates would sleep until 11 a.m. without classes, sharing breakfast and lunch together. Every time she got up to leave, she had to tiptoe. Yet thinking of Xiaocheng's obsessive nature, TaoTao still evaded finding an excuse. Applying for off-campus accommodation is quite troublesome, and I have early classes. Often it's not convenient to run back and forth to a distant classroom. All right? Xiaocheng seemed a bit disappointed, but did not fall apart, which made TaoTao secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Therefore she quickly changed the subject. Let's go to the cat cafe first. It's a bit remote, and we'll need to walk for a while. Can a remote cat cafe make money? It's Dong Fong Yang's business. I heard he took in a few high school students who couldn't study due to family issues, and collected many stray cats from his other businesses, trained them, and sent them to the cat cafe for care. I have small expectations, TaoTao said. He mentioned it to me last time, but I haven't been there yet. As expected, TaoTao is a cat lover. This detail must be remembered. As they walked towards the cat cafe, TaoTao blushed and said to Xiaocheng, Xiaocheng, could you wait for me here for a moment? I need to make a quick trip to the nearby public restroom. I've had too much coffee. Okay. Xiaocheng nodded obediently. She had already planned to ask a few times whether TaoTao liked cats or liked her. Then pretend to be a cat to win TaoTao's affection. If she got close to those high school girls, she would then act in a sickly tone. The same goal remained, to continue applying pressure on TaoTao. She must realize that she had to devote herself entirely to Xiaocheng. However, fate did not align with her will. Xiaocheng had her plan all set, yet an unexpected event occurred. A sports car roared past on the nearby road. Initially nothing happened, but after a while the sports car reversed back. Xiaocheng raised an eyebrow, warily watching the sports car. A tall figure stepped out from the car. Xiaocheng, what a coincidence. It was Yi Liang. In an instant Xiaocheng pulled her hand out of her pocket, retrieving a fruit knife from her system space. Her gaze was vigilant and cold. The driver was his bodyguard, who immediately stood beside Yi Liang, tightening the muscles in his arms. Young master, is it her? There are no cameras around here. Should I take care of her? No. Yi Liang said nervously as he glanced at the fruit knife. Don't act impulsively. You might not win. Ha! The bodyguard looked at Yi Liang in surprise. I've been in the business for 20 years. And I once killed a tiger with a sliding kick. You seriously think I can't take down this 1.5-meter girl? Yi Liang shot a glance at the bodyguard. If you want to risk your life for a few $1,000, I have no objections. Just call someone over right now just in case. Yi Liang cautiously observed Xiaocheng, quickly noticing something was off compared to her before. It seemed she had quite a bit of rationality. Yes, this girl is obsessed. If he doesn't purposely provoke her, she won't go crazy. With that thought, Yi Liang felt more at ease watching Xiaocheng from the side. What a coincidence, you're alone and this time you can't escape. Xiaocheng narrowed her eyes. Yi Liang, you don't plan to corner me here waiting for someone, do you? So what if I do? Seeing through his thoughts, Yi Liang remained calm. No matter how capable she was, could she really take on a bunch of professionally trained bodyguards? However, what he did not expect was that Xiaocheng slowly walked over. Yi Liang, since you have your eyes on me, why would you think I'm out wandering alone? Xiaocheng said with a faint smile. I'm here on a date with TaoTao. A date? Yi Liang's anger flared up instantly. His expression darkened further. Where is TaoTao? Could it be she was locked up again? At that moment Xiaocheng reached Yi Liang's side, unafraid of him capturing her. With a faint smile she said, TaoTao went to the restroom. What do you mean by that? Xiaocheng extended the small knife, prompting Yi Liang to quickly step back. However, Xiaocheng did not stab forward, but instead gently held it. It seemed like she was going to stab herself. Xiaocheng's tone became deep, unnaturally carrying a hint of sickness. TaoTao will be back soon, and at this moment there's an irritable adult man and a delicate, harmless little girl. If I were to get hurt or stabbed, who do you think did it? Yi Liang, just so happens that I can't make TaoTao stay away from you or hate you. This is just perfect. The tip of the knife avoided vital areas while pressing against Xiaocheng's abdomen. Yi Liang felt a chill run down his spine, drenched in sweat. This girl was so ruthless to herself. If he acted now, wouldn't he be fulfilling Xiaocheng's wishes? Would TaoTao really lean towards him then? The two remained in a standoff, unaware that not far away behind a tree a graceful figure was listening to their conversation clearly. TaoTao stood frozen in place, her pupils filled with disbelief. This year's early winter is colder than in previous years. Stepping out of the warm cafe with air conditioning facing the biting cold wind and fine snow, even hiding her hands in her pockets cannot withstand the bone-chilling dampness of Jiangnan. However, as she bid farewell to Xiaocheng and faced the cold wind alone, TaoTao felt a strange sense of ease. Her nerves had been too tightly wound. Ever since that scene in the basement, everything seemed to have changed. Her affection, her madness, her obsession. The light and shadow from snippets of conversation gradually overlapped with the rooftop and the basement. The strange scent still made her feel nauseous, but her body had unknowingly gotten used to it. Xiaocheng is a contradiction. When she is in a good mood, she shows a healing and lovely smile, and her dependence is delightful. Yet her sensitivity far outweighs this cuteness. A single action, a word, or even a glance could trigger her. Clearly she is the one suffering, and she is the one at fault, yet unconsciously those around her tend to side with her. Dr. Chang Si-chen, her roommates, and even Lu Guijia, who bullied her, everyone who knew even a part of her relationship with Qi Xiaocheng leaned towards her. The key is in their perception. Yi Liang and Qi Xiaocheng are compared. Setting aside gender, Qi Xiaocheng's attitude towards Su Tao seems to completely overshadow Yi Liang. Even though she is gravely ill, since it is not Xiaocheng's fault, could it be mine? The pressure gripped her neck like a large hand, tightening little by little, making it hard to breathe, and increasingly painful. The fatigue of her body was alleviated, but what about her spirit? A thin thread hung over her forehead, tightly wound. Normally Qi Xiaocheng is lively, adorable, gentle, and cultured. She can keenly sense Su Tao's emotions, and provide a certain emotional value to make her happy. It seems perfect and relaxing, doesn't it? Yet beside her, Su Tao must always keep her nerves taut, paying attention to her words and actions, her mind constantly thinking about how to soothe Qi Xiaocheng's triggers, always prepared for her abrupt inquiries that seem to lack security. She speaks insincerely of her affection. It is not only Qi Xiaocheng, even her surrounding life is putting pressure on her. The school's mentor has high expectations of her. Her classmates show her heartfelt affection, and being beautiful places her on a pedestal. Every action under the spotlight is scrutinized by many students. There's also work, earning money, studying, living. The pressure from Qi Xiaocheng is the greatest, yet she is also the only one who can alleviate that pressure. Near her, she can occasionally reminisce about the past and enjoy moments of quiet warmth. Cold water splashed from her hands onto her face. Su Tao emerged from the public restroom, feeling considerably lighter. She did not know how to deal with Qi Xiaocheng, nor did she dare to truly heed Dr. Cheng's advice to enjoy being a sickly girl. She was afraid, so how could she enjoy it? Would ignoring it be the best way to handle this? The thought of escape arose within her, and Su Tao tucked her slightly reddened, frozen hands into her pockets, slowly heading towards Qi Xiaocheng. She wanted time to think, but heaven did not grant her wish. Yi Liang arrived. An argument broke out with Qi Xiaocheng. The gleaming knife emitted a cold glimmer. She hid behind a tree just out of sight from the two, clearly witnessing everything. If I were to get hurt or stabbed, who would be responsible? Yi Liang, just so happens I can't make TaoTao dislike you and stay away from you. Your arrival is just in time. Qi Xiaocheng's voice turned hoarse and frenzied. Su Tao understood that Qi Xiaocheng had entered a sickly state. Yi Liang had provoked her and her rationality was lost. Is Xiaocheng waiting for me to appear, then harm herself and frame Yi Liang to gain my sympathy? What would happen if I didn't go out? Su Tao leaned against the tree, looking up at the sky, fine snow drifting onto her lips, bringing a bitter smile. So this is what Qian Qian and Dr. Cheng meant by choice. It was not about choosing between Yi Liang and Qi Xiaocheng. Rather, it was to accept her. Or perhaps to abandon her. What would happen if I simply ran away? Perhaps it would be better not to show up. Yes, she always gives such choices. Once is countless times, just running away would suffice. Just run away. If I leave, there will no longer be this painful entanglement. With one foot stepping out, Su Tao dazedly halted her movements. A voice seemed to question her from deep within her heart. Are you really going to escape like this? But isn't she your most cherished sister? Isn't she the one who accompanied you through your entire childhood? The only one who supported you as you kept moving forward? Suddenly a fierce shout from Yi Liang rang in her ears. Qi Xiaocheng, are you crazy? The time to choose is running out. Su Tao mechanically poked her head out, her pupils suddenly contracting. She saw Qi Xiaocheng standing in front of Yi Liang, painfully clutching her abdomen, bright red blood continuously dripping to the ground, melting the fine snow. It was unclear whether Qi Xiaocheng did it intentionally, or if her movement was too large, but even Yi Liang, who was close to her, was splattered with a fair amount of crimson. From a distance, it really looked like he had done something ruthless to leave Qi Xiaocheng forever in this snowy ground. The clouds obscured the last bit of sunlight, a dark shadow climbing onto Yi Liang's face. You madman, do you think this will make Su Tao stay with you? You think I want just kill you here with such a frail look in front of me? He reached out his hand, seemingly about to snatch the fruit knife from Qi Xiaocheng's hand. Qi Xiaocheng's smile grew more sinister, and she was just about to speak. Suddenly a voice from the system echoed in her mind. Host, calm down, Su Tao has returned and is watching from the side. Qi Xiaocheng's pupils slightly constricted, and the pain that the skill couldn't fully alleviate made her even calmer. An idea struck her and she changed her original statement. But I know your true intentions, Yi Liang. You know TaoTao's real identity, don't you? You approached her just to use her. What are you saying? Before he could finish, Qi Xiaocheng's more aggressive voice interrupted. I will never allow you to harm TaoTao, nor will I allow you to get close to her. Yi Liang's anger grew, and he smirked, instructing the bodyguard beside him, go find Su Tao and stop her. She must not come here. As for you, Qi Xiaocheng, Yi Liang clenched his fists, since you want to threaten me with harm, I will make sure you stay here forever. The furious voice reached Su Tao's ears. She knew she could no longer wait. Xiaocheng, is your love really that heavy? Her frostbitten lips gently parted as Su Tao slowly stepped out from behind the tree. It was as if she had just arrived, her extremely weary face displaying exceptionally poor acting. Su Tao trembled her lips and softly asked Yi Liang, "What are you doing?" She had never had a choice. The appearance of Su Tao was perfectly timed. At this moment Yi Liang was already provoked by Xiaocheng reaching for the knife at her abdomen. From an outsider's perspective, Su Tao arrived just in time to see Yi Liang stab Xiaocheng. The petite loli clutched her stomach, her face contorted in pain. And in reality, at least in Su Tao's eyes, this was how it appeared. Yi Liang looked at Su Tao in a panic, hurriedly stepping aside. "Su Tao, let me explain, things are not as you see." Xiaocheng smiled slightly at Yi Liang. However, when she turned to look at Su Tao, her smile had transformed into a tragic expression. Stumbling, she fell to the ground. Tao! Tao Tao! Even though her heart was filled with a myriad of emotions, the bright red-orange juice still turned into waves of pain in her heart. Su Tao hurried to Xiaocheng's side, supporting her. The hesitation that flickered across her face transformed into determination as she looked at Yi Liang. "Yi Liang, do you hate Xiaocheng that much that you would even harm her?" As the words left her mouth, her heart ached subtly. Su Tao herself did not realize that her hand which held Xiaocheng was trembling slightly. The words she spoke lacked the anger that came with fury. If based on Xiaocheng's intermediate acting skills, Su Tao probably had no acting skills at all. Yi Liang, already furious, lost his composure the moment he saw Su Tao. He did not even notice that the words she spoke were all an act. Yi Liang said anxiously, "Su Tao, listen to me. I didn't do anything at all. This is all a self-directed performance by Xiaocheng." "Is that so?" Su Tao gazed at Yi Liang with hollow eyes. "Did you not say that you would make Xiaocheng disappear from here forever? The snow has already turned red. How do you explain that? Are you trying to say that this is all caused by Xiaocheng herself?" As she spoke the last words, Su Tao even shouted to cover her own fear. The current situation is the truth. Even if Yi Liang jumped into the Yellow River, he could not clear his name. Just then Xiaocheng, buried in Su Tao's embrace, forced a smile. "TaoTao, it hurts a bit. But don't worry, I'm used to it. I'm very strong, I haven't cried." The smile shifted from forced to tragic, and then she slowly closed her eyes, fainting weakly in Su Tao's arms. This was a clear act, whether in front of Su Tao or Yi Liang. Yet even knowing it was an act, such chilling words slowly uttered still sent shivers down one's spine. Aside from a hint of heartache, fear and dread filled Su Tao's heart. She looked up at Yi Liang, her lips trembling. "Yi Liang, you still like me, right?" "What do you mean, Su Tao?" Yi Liang stared wide-eyed at Su Tao. Su Tao's eyelashes fluttered as she reached out to touch Xiaocheng's face. "What I mean is, don't contact me anymore from now on." As soon as these words left her mouth, Yi Liang's anger surged again. "He ha 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 ha. Su Tao, you actually want to draw a clear line with me for that bitch Xiaocheng?" The word bitch seems to have triggered Su Tao. Tears welled up in her eyes as she knelt on the ground, looking resolutely at Yi Liang. "Yes, for Xiaocheng, I want to draw a clear line with you." "Say that again." Yi Liang stepped forward, glaring at Su Tao fiercely, his red eyes like those of a ferocious beast. "Su Tao, ask your heart, have I treated you poorly? Since the day we met, I have wholeheartedly cared for you. Whatever you want I can give to you, and people in the circle say, I'm your loyal dog. As a billionaire CEO, what kind of woman can't I find? For you I severed ties with my aristocratic family in the capital, almost causing a rift with my family. For you I have held numerous banquets, allowing you to experience things that ordinary people cannot. Yet even so, Xiaocheng disrupted every time for your sake. I would rather ruin my reputation than lay a hand on her. I respect all your choices. I have hardly forced you at all. Haven't my intentions been clear enough?" Yi Liang laughed to the sky again. "Months have passed, you have enjoyed everything, and now you tell me that the one who has targeted you for so long is the most important to you. What about me? Do I not have any place in your heart? I don't believe you cannot see that she is acting. Xiaocheng is a yandere. Do you know she will ultimately hurt you?" His words were almost a roar, causing Yi Liang's chest to heave violently. He had been holding these words in for a long time. Yet, in order to care for Su Tao's feelings, he had endured time and again. But why? Why can Xiaocheng have everything? Why can she, having made mistakes for a few months, be allowed back into Su Tao's life with a slight correction? Have the months Yi Liang have invested not been enough? He had never put in more than a week's effort for anyone. He wanted to see the expression of guilt and remorse on Su Tao's face, but looking down at the girl kneeling on the ground, she was crying bitterly. "Yi Liang, you keep saying you have done so much for me. How can you be sure that I will like it?" Su Tao replied to Yi Liang's inquiries one by one. "You severed ties with your family. For me, that was your choice. You held banquets and ruined your reputation. Did you even know I wanted to attend those banquets? You want to give me everything, letting me integrate into your upper-class circle. But do you know that what I long for is merely a simple and warm, ordinary life?" Su Tao wiped her tears away, bravely stopping the flow. "After these months, I am very grateful for your efforts, but do you remember what I said to you at the beginning? I do not need any of your contributions, nor do I like your money or your lifestyle. If it is just as friends, then I can have a place for you beside me. But did you ever consider me a friend, and do you remember what I said to you at the beginning? Yiliang, I like you, why would I treat you as a friend? Su Tao smiled faintly. Yiliang, you have always been so high and mighty, thinking everything you say is right. You believe that as long as you like someone everything should comply with you, yet you never understand what the person you like truly wants. Su Tao gently exhaled, her tone trembling. You hate Xiaocheng. Because of me starting today we have no relation, and don't harm Xiaocheng because of me. This speech appeared to have cost her tremendous effort. It almost made her collapse in the snow. Yet feeling the warmth of the petite body in her arms, she still forced herself not to fall. This is a choice. The only choice. Does the truth of the words matter? Only this way can Xiaocheng be safe and she won't harm herself. And there is still a chance. To cure her yandere nature. Su Tao raised her head again, seeing Yiliang's defeated expression, she gently spoke. Yiliang, just go. Go. Yiliang's expression changed from defeat to ferocity. He faced Su Tao, no longer maintaining the demeanor of a young master and CEO, but instead roared like a beast. You are clearly being coerced by Qi Xiaocheng. Why do you want me to leave? At this moment Su Tao, who had originally managed to suppress her emotions, completely broke down. She could no longer control her emotions, tears streaming from her eyes, as she clutched her chest tightly, her hair in disarray. Yiliang, do you really have to push me? The trembling voice was no longer calm but filled with repressed screams. You made me choose, you made me choose. Do I have a choice? What else can I do besides accepting Xiaocheng? Su Tao smiled through her tears. Just like you said, she is a yandere, very dangerous, and I know that, but what do you want me to do? Abandon Xiaocheng? Or ignore her? Or perhaps send her to a mental hospital? Yiliang, we could have simply severed ties, and in the future we could have met as mere acquaintances. If you encounter any trouble, as long as it doesn't endanger Xiaocheng, I might still be able to help. But why do you have to force me? Do I have to choose between her and you? Su Tao's chest heaved as she gasped for air, feeling utterly distressed. She trembled uncontrollably, not knowing what she was afraid of. Yes, as long as she severed ties in front of Xiaocheng, that would be enough. Afterward, they could maintain little contact, allowing them to act like ordinary friends. If Sichun or Dongfangyang were here, they would likely understand the meaning behind Su Tao's words. Yet Yiliang continued to press on, pointing at Qi Xiaocheng and saying, why can't you choose? Whether a yandere can be cured is another matter, but I have money, I have resources to hire professional psychologists to diagnose and treat her. If you care about her, I can help you. You never believed in me, so how could you expect me to choose you? Su Tao chuckled coldly. How can you make me trust you? How many times have you said that in front of me? If it weren't for me stopping you, just giving me face, if it weren't for me, Qi Xiaocheng would have disappeared long ago. How many times have you said those words? Do you remember? Are you trying to say it's for my own good? You like me, and yet you keep manipulating me, constantly putting pressure on me with Xiaocheng. Yiliang waved his hand dismissively. I didn't. Su Tao shouted. Then what you just said about keeping Xiaocheng here forever, was that also a lie? The way you reached for the knife was truly pathetic. A grown man, the heir of the Yi family, in Beijing, a billionaire harboring murderous intent over a little girl. Su Tao coldly said, enough, Yiliang. If I had a choice, I wouldn't choose you over Qi Xiaocheng. The words were finally out. The memories and emotions of the past were severed along with Su Tao's cold laughter. If what she had just said was merely about severing ties in front of Qi Xiaocheng, perhaps there would still be a chance for private interactions. Now Su Tao intended to completely break ties with Yiliang. Anger was extinguished by Su Tao's words. Yiliang laughed in a daze. You have no choice just because Qi Xiaocheng is a yandere. She has gone mad so she can have all the love and affection. Su Tao shook her head, her gaze towards Yiliang devoid of affection or attachment. I've said it before at the banquet, Xiaocheng grew up with me, she is my one and only. Why do you think that after spending 4 or 5 months with me, you could replace her? She is irreplaceable. Besides, I have always regarded you as a friend. Another cold statement left her lips, and Yiliang's pain turned into laughter. Then he became somewhat frenzied. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. So all of this was just my self-indulgence. I am even inferior to Qi Xiaocheng. I am actually inferior to Qi Xiaocheng. Yiliang stepped forward, the snow beneath his feet seemed to melt away. His eyes turned red, a sign of impending darkness. Su Tao, you don't think that a simple declaration of severing ties can clear everything, do you? Yiliang stood before Su Tao, looking down at her and the unconscious Qi Xiaocheng in her arms. The smile on his face was uncertain, either self-deprecating or relieved. I have spent so much on you, invested so much, and you have kept me hanging. Now you tell me to sever ties. What about the fame, money, and connections I, Yiliang, have invested? How will you compensate me? His imposing aura surged darkly, resembling someone on the brink of a breakdown. Su Tao held onto the already unconscious Qi Xiaocheng tightly, her hidden hand trembled as she stammered. Yiliang, what do you really mean? 1 million? What? What? Yiliang grinned wickedly. The several banquets I've hosted, all the people I invited were all ruined because of you and Qi Xiaocheng. Do you know how much it cost? At least 1 million, right? You think I would let you go without paying back that 1 million? Or do you think you two ordinary people can go against me, Yiliang, and the Yi family? Yiliang covered his face with one hand, laughing wildly. The feeling of flipping the table was exhilarating. Watching Su Tao pursing her lips, looking tormented and conflicted, Yiliang couldn't help but feel delighted. This entire Jojo city belongs to the Yi family. However, just as he thought victory was in his grasp, a voice came from afar. Isn't it just 1 million? He'll pay it for them. Yiliang suddenly looked up to see a scarred, one-armed man walking slowly towards him. The man's face was grim, his strong body seemed to contain immense strength, each step melting the snow beneath his feet. He was accompanied by several rough-looking scarred men. Who are you? Yiliang swaggered towards the one-armed man, sneering. Do you know that this Jojo city is my Yiliang's territory? The man maintained a calm demeanor, and the veins on his remaining right arm bulged as he delivered a powerful punch to Yiliang's abdomen. The tall adult man was sent flying 10 meters away, spewing bile. Qi Song's voice was filled with anger. I am their brother. Meanwhile, the bodyguards watching the drama finally reacted. As they attempted to rush over, they were knocked down by Liang He, who had already made his move. At that moment, several vehicles approached, and the bodyguards Yiliang had called for also arrived. Qi Song clenched his fists and waved to his little brothers behind him. If you dare to harm my little sister, leave them all here. Qi Song came to Su Tao's side, his gaze suddenly softening. Don't worry, Xiaotao, I will protect you all. Then his gentleness turned sharp as he glared at Yiliang, who was clutching his stomach in pain. Fury burned within him. Perhaps because of the arrival of the crowd, the temperature around them rose. Su Tao quietly held onto Xiaocheng, not daring to touch the small knife in her abdomen. 2 streams of hot tears flowed from her eyes. The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed, transforming into a deafening roar that gradually faded. Everything around them felt like it was in slow motion. As the wind blew, the snow fell heavier. Su Tao lowered her head, reaching out to touch Xiaocheng's delicate face, tears falling onto her cheeks uncontrollably. Her expression was uncertain, either exhausted or hollow, as her forehead rested against Xiaocheng's. Su Tao's voice was hoarse, her lips trembling, whispering in a tone filled with confusion and fear. Hey Xiaocheng, this is the choice you wanted, right? The surrounding noise lingered in her ears, yet Su Tao merely held Xiaocheng, her expression somewhat dazed. Qi Song had come and another fight had broken out. Afterward, what he said was somewhat unclear. She just hazily got into the car, her gaze fixated on the pale, weak little face. The car wound its way to Dongfang Yang's private hospital. He had evidently just arrived as well. After instructing the doctors to lift Xiaocheng onto a stretcher, he frowned and looked at Su Tao. What happened again? Did she hurt herself once more? It was that Yiliang. Qi Song stood beside Su Tao, his eyes still ablaze with anger. Just moments ago, he had engaged in a fierce battle with Yiliang and his bodyguards. His 10 subordinates had been with him for 2 years, fighting their way through together. Even though Yiliang's bodyguards had undergone standard training, those people were evidently just hired. They lacked any real ferocity. In less than 10 minutes, the entire group was sprawled on the ground, wailing incessantly. Yiliang too had been beaten nearly to death by his fury, his body bruised and battered. Even so, the pride of a CEO kept him from collapsing or begging for mercy. If it weren't for Liang He holding him back, saying that the aftermath of Yiliang's incident would only worsen, Qi Song would have at least turned him into a cripple. Under the immense pressure from Xiaocheng, Su Tao briefly experienced a mental shutdown, losing her rationality. Qi Song and his group of rough-and-tumble men were just straightforward guys. They had never considered the consequences of beating up Yiliang. Only belatedly did they worry about Xiaocheng's well-being, hurriedly bringing her to the hospital. Qi Song glanced at the still dazed Su Tao side and said, Xiaotao must have been hit pretty hard, huh? He gently patted her back with his large hand. Su Tao suddenly regained her senses. Her haggard face attempted to form a smile, but upon realizing its bitterness, she lowered her head. The fine snowflakes resting on her shoulders were left untouched. Sorry, I daydreamed. Su Tao turned her head again, watching the doctors and nurses enter, her mood growing heavier and more complex. Dongfang Yang observed Su Tao, sensing her expression was reminiscent of something. On the night she came down from the rooftop, Su Tao had worn that same expression for quite some time. It was like she was withdrawn, yet even more severe than mere withdrawal. Confusion, pain, contradiction. Like a person struggling desperately in the water. Her extremely haggard complexion evoked sympathy. Her soft pink lips had become chapped from the cold, yet she didn't even realize it. With a helpless sigh, Dongfang Yang turned to Qi Song, his gaze flickering over the broken arm, and asked, This brother, can you tell me what exactly happened? Dongfang Yang extended a hand. My name is Dongfang Yang, a friend of Xiaocheng and Su Tao. Qi Song paused for a moment. After wiping his hand on his clothing a few times, he shook Dongfang Yang's hand and candidly smiled. I'm Qi Song, Xiaocheng's brother. I've heard of you. Dongfang Yang glanced at Su Tao and led Qi Song aside, saying, Su Tao told me that although she is an orphan, someone treats her like a real brother. Qi Song shyly smiled. Xiao Tao mentioned you to me as well. Dongfang Yang raised an eyebrow. Oh, what did Su Tao say about me? She said you're a warm-hearted tsundere and a good person. In an instant, Dongfang Yang's expression froze. This isn't just joking. Please don't label me as a good person. When was I ever tsundere? He clicked his tongue and decisively changed the subject. Brother Qi, what do you mean by saying Yi Liang did this? Qi Song sighed and recounted the events that had transpired. When I arrived, I saw Yi Liang stab my sister, and he even attempted to harm Xiao Tao. I respected him as the young master of the Yi family, and although I knew he had his sights on my little sister these past few days, I hadn't caused him any trouble. Who would have thought that this guy would go insane and target two defenseless girls? These two girls with their delicate skin looked so fragile that they probably wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. And yet Yi Liang still wanted to lay hands on them. Truly inhumane. After hearing Qi Song's description, Dongfang Yang couldn't help but gasp in shock. He only knew that Yi Liang had some minor disagreements with Qi Xiaocheng, yet he had no idea it had escalated to such proportions. However, to learn the specifics, he would still need to ask Su Tao. Upon returning to the hospital entrance, Dongfang Yang saw Su Tao still sitting on a chair lost in thought, and couldn't help but sigh, withdrawing his intent to inquire. Looking at her with concern, he said, "If you're tired, you should go back to rest, or you can sleep here in the hospital. There are plenty of empty rooms." Su Tao parted her dry lips. Is Xiaocheng? Is she okay? At that moment, a female doctor walked over and said, "She's fine. The knife did not hit any vital areas, and it's not very deep. Her cells are more active than ordinary people, so there's no need to worry." Hearing the doctor's words, both Su Tao and Dongfang Yang let out a sigh of relief. Su Tao closed her eyes, her words filled with confusion. "Dongfang Yang, what do you think I should do?" Dongfang Yang softly replied, "Don't think too much. Although I don't know what happened, you should take a nap first. Your complexion is very poor." To describe Su Tao's condition as poor was an understatement. Her hair was disheveled, her complexion pale, and her eyes, marred by prolonged suffering, had fine wrinkles forming at the corners. The once resplendent hues in her gaze were now pitifully scarce. She looked as if she had been thoroughly worn down, radiating a sense of desolate melancholy. Su Tao parted her lips, casting a pleading look at the handsome man before her. "Dongfang Yang, can you stay and chat with me for a while?" Dongfang Yang felt a soft tug at his heart, but still shook his head. "Sorry, Su Tao. You've caused quite the uproar, not to mention Yi Liang himself. Those around him will also investigate and target you and Qi Xiaocheng. While the situation hasn't escalated further, I must handle this, otherwise it will affect your lives moving forward." After saying that, Dongfang Yang looked at Qi Song. "Brother Qi, you were too impulsive earlier. Come with me. At the very least, you need to apologize. With me there, they won't dare to make things difficult for you, and there's a chance to turn this around." Watching Dongfang Yang and Qi Song bid farewell and leave, Su Tao leaned against the wall, rising slowly with a vacant expression as she walked out of the hospital. She dialed Si Chen's number. The call did not go through. She sent a message to Dr. Cheng. Dr. Cheng was busy and hadn't read it. Chen Xian and her roommate seemed to have disappeared, and she couldn't reach them. It seemed that everyone who could provide her support and be her pillar relating to Qi Xiaocheng had vanished. Of course, she had other friends, but could she even talk to them about such matters? Qi Xiaocheng was still like this with Yi Liang. Would involving more people hurt them? Keeping everything bottled inside felt increasingly heavy. She wandered aimlessly, and before she knew it, Su Tao found herself standing at the doorstep of Qi Xiaocheng's home. This door recalled the scenes from a week ago in the darkroom. Breathing. So painful. Thinking. So distressing. She wanted to abandon her thoughts, give up on reality, and forsake everything. But collapsing here, what was the difference from abandoning Xiaocheng? Yet if she didn't give up on her, would the current Xiaocheng still be the same Xiaocheng? Fear, terror, conflict, struggle. Su Tao desperately sought something that could serve as her support and relieve her pressure. No matter what it was, whether it would cause pain or not, as long as it could allow her to forget everything that happened today. She slowly walked into the living room and suddenly glanced at the counter, her throat tightening. She felt a bit like having a drink. The moment Su Tao thought of the words drinking alcohol, a sense of indescribable rejection surged within her. Yet surprisingly, this feeling invigorated her spirit considerably. It seemed that all negative emotions paled in comparison to this intense sensation. Su Tao reached out without hesitation and took out a bottle of white liquor. Ignoring the strength of the liquor, she twisted off the cap, not even bothering with a glass. It was as if she had grasped the last straw before the brink of collapse. Gently closing her eyes, she felt her throat burning like fire as she swallowed, having never consumed such high-proof alcohol before. While gasping for breath, she wiped away the tears that had started to form at the corners of her eyes. With a significant release of endorphins, an unusual sensation of pleasure enveloped Su Tao, making her feel much more at ease. The prior pressures, entanglements, confusion, and fears were all cast aside in that moment. After resting for a while, TaoTao rinsed her mouth and took a shower. The hot water flowed down from her head, soaking her hair and cascading over her smooth skin. With her mind blank, TaoTao breathed in small gasps like someone rescued from drowning, while evading the root causes that had led her to this state. After her shower, she dried her hair. Given the circumstances, it was best to sleep it off. There was nothing to think about, nothing to deal with. This feeling was truly relaxing. Since drinking that glass of liquor, her head felt a little dizzy, and TaoTao sensed she had entered a state of extreme exhilaration. As long as she could stay in this room, in this place full of memories, that was enough. She discarded her phone, watch, and fragrance pouch in the living room, and stumbled into Xiaocheng's room, throwing herself onto the giant panda pillow that Xiaocheng often hugged while sleeping. Burying her pretty face into the pillow, she took a deep breath. The scent of Xiaocheng. How lovely. What am I holding now? A pillow. No, that's not right. I'm holding Xiaocheng. Yes, it's time to sleep with Xiaocheng. There's nothing to think about, just being together with Xiaocheng feels so comfortable. With one hand wrapped around the blanket, her tired eyes slowly closed. Her little mouth murmured sleepily, so sleepy. I really want to sleep. Is Xiaocheng waiting for me in the hospital? But if I go to the hospital, I won't feel good, and she might show me her sickly side, right? Xiaocheng. It really isn't as comfortable as here. The scent of the fragrance pouch was truly delightful. It felt as if all burdens had been lifted from her shoulders, and TaoTao fell into a deep slumber. She was too exhausted. After relentless pressure, Yiliang had forced her to make choices, finally snapping the last thread of her resolve. Her subconscious began to protect her body and mind, not thinking, escaping reality. Meanwhile, during TaoTao's slumber, Xiaocheng happened to wake up in the hospital. She opened her eyes, searching for familiar figures, but saw no one. TaoTao isn't here. Xiaocheng sounded somewhat regretful as she struggled to reach for her phone on the nightstand and opened a mysterious app. Host, please rest first. Rest. Xiaocheng skillfully spent 100 emotional points in the system's shop to exchange for a healing pill and tossed it into her mouth. She said slowly, I don't like resting in this empty hospital room. The smell of disinfectant here is simply unbearable. Of course I want to rest in TaoTao's embrace. The app on her phone opened, displaying a blinking location on a familiar map. TaoTao is actually at my house. This is a little app customized from a simple hacking toolset given to me by the system for a lottery. I prepared it early on. With the system's help, no matter where TaoTao is, I can know her location. After all, the skills provided by the system were not weak. However, what puzzled Xiaocheng at this moment was why TaoTao would be at her house. At that moment, TaoTao was blissfully hugging her giant panda and sleeping soundly. Xiaocheng took some time to understand the entire situation. In an instant, her eyes became eerily terrifying. To think she would choose to escape, it truly saddens me about TaoTao. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in her mind. Host. It's quite normal for TaoTao to escape. It's not just the pressure you exerted, but also from Xichen and Dr. Cheng's hidden pressures. She has already reached her limit. Yiliang is merely the fuse that ignited the dynamite. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if TaoTao collapsed because of this. She wouldn't collapse that easily. Xiaocheng smiled lightly. You know, she is the protagonist. As far as I know from the original plot, she has only collapsed twice in total. The first time was upon learning about the original host's drowning. Because the original host had cut her face and stabbed her chest along with the cruel words that made her temporarily lose her sanity and feel despair, she let Yiliang handle the original host under a little provocation from him. Perhaps in the book she thought that Yiliang was only punishing the original host. But who would have thought how ruthless Yiliang was? After being beaten to the brink of death for several days, the original host was drowned by Yiliang's lackeys in the sea. Everything from childhood became memories with the departure of the original host. TaoTao believed it was her neglect that led to the original host being corrupted and ultimately killed by Yiliang. Countless emotions surged within her, leading to her collapse. During this time, Xiaocheng spent a considerable amount of emotional points to supplement the original plot. Although she hadn't finished reading the entire book, she had completed the first fifth and the part concerning TaoTao's ending. The second collapse occurred at the final conclusion. No matter how much of a white moonlight figure the female protagonist is, she cannot withstand the stroke of the author's pen. The wealthy female antagonist presses in step by step, while those around her betray her one after another. After multiple transitions from hope to despair, she still resiliently withstands immense pressure. Only at the very end, while sifting through an old photo with the original host in the cramped rental room, does she suddenly awaken. The ones who care for her the most are actually the original host's family. In a sense, Xiaocheng and her family died because of her. Leaning against the headboard, Xiaocheng looked up at the ceiling system. Do you know? In terms of results, from TaoTao's perspective, the original host might have never hated her. She didn't allow her to interact with Yiliang because in the latter part Yiliang indeed betrayed TaoTao. Wasn't the original host's behavior a form of protection for TaoTao? Did she think that Yi Liang would stop liking Su Tao if she mutilated her face and chest because he was drawn to her beauty? Confessing to the various male protagonists, wasn't there a possibility that she was also getting involved? These were not Xiaocheng's mere speculations but the conclusions from the original work. Su Tao realized these things in reflection and deduced them. Every word she spoke was documented in the original text. Perhaps out of the author's conscience, while writing Su Tao's demise, they gave the original host a redemption, allowing her to be the only one for Su Tao, preventing a female protagonist who had been written for over 1,000 chapters from ending up unloved. Inferring the process from the outcome of the original work. The original host Miss Chi Song, her caring parents, and her war godfather. These canon fodder side characters who died early on were the few people in the thousands of chapters who truly loved her. The evaluations of the original character Xiaocheng are extremely polarized in the original work. Some readers believe that the numerous despicable acts committed by the original character in the early stages warrant her death, and that her later redemption is simply a sign of the author's flawed reasoning. After all, the original author destroyed the entire work for money, so it's entirely normal for her to write such poor content in the end. However, there is also a portion of readers who are pure supporters of Su Tao. It cannot be denied that the canon fodder female supporting role is all in the male god's embrace is a poor work, with the author having ruined the entire book for money. Yet when it comes to the coherence of the plot, the author's writing skills are still present. It is simply that from Su Tao's perspective, she is loved by many in the early stages, feels lost and suffers in the middle, and is betrayed by her peers in the later stages. Viewing this novel as the tragic life of Su Tao, rather than as the author bowing down for monetary gain, will only deepen the resonance and affection for Su Tao. The character of the original Xiaocheng, despite her death in the early stages, often appears in Su Tao's memories, serving as her spiritual support and alleviating the pain she suffers from betrayal time and again. If I were to die like this, how could I face Xiaocheng in the underworld? I caused her death, I caused Brother Chi Song's death. I should bear everything for her and live on to repent, to repay, to accomplish all the things she wished to do in her life. It is precisely because of these descriptions that in the final montage Su Tao's independent thinking and the redemption of the original Xiaocheng appear much more justified. Even though she is merely a canon fodder antagonist, the name Qi Xiaocheng runs throughout the entire 4 million words along with Su Tao. Su Tao's ultimate despair is merely due to a dream she had while on the brink of death. It is the inner demon that has entangled her for years. The already deceased original Xiaocheng appears in the dream, apologizing to her, forgiving her, confessing her feelings. TaoTao, you are not unloved, you still have me. If we could start over, I would definitely fill your surroundings with love, and I wouldn't let anyone bully you again. The dream ended. Su Tao felt that even if she could not obtain forgiveness, dying might allow her to repay the wrongs she had committed against the original Xiaocheng in the underworld. Tears fell onto the photograph she clutched tightly in her sleep. Su Tao held the photo close to her heart. I'm sorry. It was unclear whether it was Su Tao's apology to the original Xiaocheng, or perhaps it was the author's apology to the vast readership. With this final sentence serving as the conclusion, Su Tao committed suicide. The novel concluded. There are no extras, no epilogues, nor a sequel produced purely for profit. The author transformed all suspense into silence, allowing the readers to discuss. Qi Xiaocheng went over the storyline she currently knew again, bringing the topic back to the present. So I said, Su Tao is not that easy to collapse. As long as she still has me in her heart, she will eventually stand up again after her confusion. Qi Xiaocheng curled her lips into a playful smile. TaoTao still needs to cure my yandere tendencies and return to the past. How could she just collapse like this? But I'm not really a yandere, there's no cure. It's truly a perplexing problem. Qi Xiaocheng looked at the sleeping Su Tao, already understanding why Su Tao felt this way. She is merely avoiding the situation because my self-harm to frame Yi Liang was too extreme a method to bind her to me, thus distorting her perception of me and causing her to feel fear. Worried that I would use the same method to harm others around her, repeatedly forcing her to make choices even to the extent of harming myself. She is afraid of making a choice and dares not accept the fact that I am a yandere. Even though I as a doctor have been guiding her, she still has not changed her desire to cure me. But this won't do. Qi Xiaocheng looked at the monitoring screen on her phone, watching Su Tao sleep peacefully, having chosen to escape from all burdens, even without her fragrant sachet by her side. Unknowingly, Qi Xiaocheng's gaze at Su Tao became somewhat infatuated. TaoTao mustn't be afraid of me. If she is afraid of me, how can she like me? If she doesn't take the first step, there will never be progress. Even if forced, she must actively accept me. This is the most crucial part for Qi Xiaocheng. Originally, the date planned for early morning had already shown initial effects. After a day, she was confident that Su Tao would fall into her gentle embrace. To create a notion that though Xiaocheng is a bit yandere, being with her truly brings happiness and satisfaction. It is also because of this goal. During this time, Qi Xiaocheng has been pressuring Su Tao at every moment. Once she gradually becomes unable to breathe, she will naturally realize that Xiaocheng's embrace is the only place to relieve her stress. To love and cherish. Just like during their time in the dark room. Everything is so strange, so eerie and abnormal. Only her cuteness is the sweet difference from all of that. Thus she reaches out to grasp it and begins to enjoy. But the appearance of Yi Liang disrupted all of Qi Xiaocheng's plans and preparations. The soft approach has become unfeasible. TaoTao, if you continue to evade like this, how long will it take for you to like me? When will we be able to be together? The pressure is still not enough. Qi Xiaocheng lay on the hospital bed, slowly waiting for time to pass. After dealing with the doctor and also managing to catch the attention of Dongfang Yang and her brother who came to check on her, Su Tao, having slept for a full 10 hours from noon to midnight, slowly began to awaken. Prolonged drowsiness does not rejuvenate one's spirit. Rather, it leads to increased fatigue and lethargy in a short time. Su Tao is in such a state, feeling dizzy and congested in her chest. After a considerable period of recovery, though still feeling tired, the struggles and pains she felt before sleep had dissipated. Su Tao looked at the giant panda plush pillow still held in her arms and smiled, saying, "Giant panda, you are softer than Xiaocheng." As she spoke, she nudged the giant panda's belly with her face. However, after saying this, Su Tao couldn't help but pause. Xiaocheng. She is still in the hospital. Memories surged like a tide. Self-harm, temptation, Yi Liang's betrayal choices. One scene after another flashed, causing Su Tao to reveal a painful expression. But when she looked up again, her expression showed a hint of retreat. Why not just let it go? Just as this thought emerged, the phone rang in the living room. Su Tao felt a sense of foreboding. She stepped outside to see the name calling her. She let out a small sigh of relief. The caller was Qi Xiaocheng's mother. She truly did not want to face Qi Xiaocheng right now, nor did she want to think about matters concerning Qi Xiaocheng's yandere tendencies. This matter seemed to have been hidden deep in her heart. Facing Annie Qi, Su Tao revealed a relaxed smile. "Hello, Auntie, good evening." After the call connected, Qi Xiaocheng, who was in the hospital, listened to the voice coming from the phone and smiled. Her voice, mimicking the elderly and anxious tones of her mother, slowly rang in Su Tao's ears. "That's great, Xiao Tao, your call went through." "That is Xiao Tao, isn't Xiaocheng by your side? I can't seem to get through to her phone. Where is Xiaocheng?" The gentle elderly voice brings back beautiful childhood memories once more. Yet that beauty has now become a burden. "Isn't Xiaocheng by your side? Did you, as her older sister, not take good care of her? I entrusted her to you, allowing her to study in Zhuzhou City with you. Or are you saying, Xiao Tao, that you no longer want her?" The suffocating sensation, like sinking into water, surged again. It felt as if the loving voice of Qi Xiaocheng echoed in her ears. "TaoTao, you cannot escape." Sitting in the hospital ward, Qi Xiaocheng waited for a long time but did not hear a reply from Su Tao. She smiled even more happily. However, the aged voice from the pseudo-voice skill carried a hint of distraction and disbelief. "Xiao Tao, has something happened to Xiaocheng?" A mother viewed her daughter as her only treasure but received no news about her. It felt as though the sky had collapsed, pressing down on Su Tao. The white moonlight heroine quickly revealed a smile and comforted in a cheerful tone, "Auntie, what are you talking about? Xiaocheng is certainly fine. It's just that it has gotten quite cold in Zhuzhou City, and Xiaocheng caught a cold and just fell asleep not long ago. Her phone is on silent." The aged voice on the phone sighed in relief. "That's good, that's good. Xiaocheng's brother has been out for so long without any news. If anything happens to Xiaocheng again, your uncle and I wouldn't know what to do." Su Tao's smile gradually stiffened. The aged voice continued repeating some unnutritious words. "Xiao Tao, it's truly wonderful to have you by Xiaocheng's side. This child has never been good at handling herself and is easily bullied. We two old folks only know how to farm, and we've already disappointed Xiaocheng's brother. If it weren't for you, we really wouldn't know what to do. Xiao Tao, thank you for being a pillar for Xiaocheng, allowing her to rely on you. I'm at ease leaving that child to you." Listening to that reassuring tone, Su Tao's stiff smile gradually turned bitter. "No need to thank me, Annie. I was raised by you and uncle. As her older sister, I will certainly take good care of Xiaocheng." "Did Xiaocheng just fall asleep after you coaxed her?" Su Tao replied, "That child, just like before, insists on holding you to sleep. She really is a girl who won't grow up." The conversation was filled with memories and happiness, which made Su Tao feel increasingly bitter inside. She was afraid. She wanted to escape. She wished to forget everything and live a carefree life alone. Yet in her heart, she could never quite let go of that small figure. It was like holding a thorny rose. Grasping it would constantly prick and hurt her. Even with Qi Xiaocheng, Su Tao had entertained thoughts of escape, but it was only Qi father and Qi mother that made her dare not think that way. As a low-income household, it was already very difficult to support Qi Song and Qi Xiaocheng. But when Qi Xiaocheng brought her home, the elderly couple accepted her without hesitation. Because of her, the whole family had been talked about by neighbors. Even though she was an outsider, the elderly couple treated her like their own daughter. They bought her clothes, toys, and supported her education, allowing her, an orphan from childhood, to feel the warmth of family and kin. Only to Qi father and Qi mother, Su Tao could not let down nor dare to let down. A heavy man's voice echoed in her ears. It was Qi father's somewhat hoarse voice. "It's a pity that Xiao Tao is not a boy. Otherwise marrying Xiaocheng off would be quite good." As soon as he spoke, he was scolded by Qi mother. "Old man, what do you know? With Qi Song around, we have descendants. Do you really want to marry Xiaocheng off? I would be willing to raise 2 daughters for a lifetime. After the scolding, Chi mother's voice softened again, as she said to Xiaotao, don't listen to your uncle's nonsense. You two should decide your own matters. I won't disturb you. It's fine, you're not disturbing. I'll hang up now. Xiaotao, I'm leaving Xiaocheng to you. With that, the call ended. Xiaotao sat down on the sofa in a daze, her mind filled with Chi mother's last words. Xiaocheng is left to you. The elderly woman's care, expectations, satisfaction, and happiness were all poured onto her. TaoTao, such a heavy love. Do you really want to leave me behind? After hanging up the phone and putting down her device, Xiaocheng smiled cheerfully. She thought she would soon be able to see Xiaotao in this hospital room. The hacking toolkit extracted from the system, though not advanced, made it easy to borrow the original mother's number. Just as the call suggested, I have entrusted myself to you, TaoTao. Meanwhile, sitting in the living room, Xiaotao leaned against the sofa, closing her eyes. The complex feelings she had buried deep in her heart for Xiaocheng were triggered by a single phone call. What should she do now? Taking out her phone, Xiaotao mindlessly scrolled through the content on the screen, not even knowing what she was looking at, merely swiping randomly. Xiaocheng continued to watch this confused girl from the surveillance. She pulled out her phone again. System, what do you think TaoTao needs the most right now? Host, your comfort. Or your facade of normalcy. I have always been quite normal. Xiaocheng corrected the system's error and said slowly, what TaoTao needs right now is a support point, a belief, a goal to move forward. Wanting her to take responsibility for me just due to the pressure from the original host's parents is not enough. Otherwise, even if she comes to the hospital, it would only be forced care for me. She must take the initiative. So what should we do next? Xiaocheng smiled lightly. Of course, it's time for Dr. Cheng to make an appearance. TaoTao has a mental illness that needs to be treated. Just as she was in a daze, a familiar sound chimed. Xiaotao straightened up suddenly, her face filled with joy. Dr. Cheng, sorry, I was busy all day. How is your friend Xiaocheng doing? Taozi, Dr. Cheng, let me first explain what happened. Since they were communicating online and did not know each other in reality, they could never coincide. Moreover, Dr. Cheng had helped Xiaotao a lot before prompting her to instinctively trust him completely. She detailed everything that happened with Xiaocheng and Yiliang to Dr. Cheng. After finishing, Dr. Cheng stopped, replying as if in silence. The waiting time made Xiaotao feel agonized. 3 minutes felt like half an hour. Dr. Cheng, so you don't know what to do now? Xiaotao, MHMI? I'm a bit afraid of her. Dr. Cheng, think about it. This time she harmed herself and caused a rift between me and Yiliang. What about next time? The time after that? Xiaotao, I even thought just now, why not let it go like this? I can't easily tell others about such matters, and it feels so hard to keep it bottled up inside. Dr. Cheng, I roughly understand what you mean. Xiaotao urgently sent a message. Dr. Cheng, do you have any solutions? Dr. Cheng, she will make you feel pain, confusion, oppression, fear, even difficulty in breathing, right? Xiaotao swallowed hard. Yes, I know she doesn't do it on purpose, but she just unconsciously puts a lot of pressure on me. I don't know what to do. Dr. Cheng sighs, if you continue like this, you will collapse first. My only suggestion is one. Dr. Cheng, send her to a psychiatric hospital. Mental hospital. Xiaotao gazed at the message from Dr. Cheng, her mind flashing through various news articles she had seen online. Sent to internet addiction schools where students fought desperately to expose the brutal addiction treatment methods that had even led to many deaths. Sent to a mental hospital where she was despised, neglected, and abused by various people inside. Diseases were fabricated where none existed and real ailments were treated to death. It seemed like a hallucination appeared before her. Xiaocheng was sent to the mental hospital, and by the time she came out she had become mentally impaired. Or on the brink of death. She trembled as she typed hastily. Taozi, Dr. Cheng, this isn't right. Why is she being sent to a mental hospital? You didn't say this before. Taozi, I'm sorry, Dr. Cheng, I was too agitated and typed the wrong thing. Dr. Cheng, it's not your fault. Previously I maintained an optimistic stance because you yourself were very optimistic. Your optimism would be conveyed to the patients, thus providing a chance for treatment. But your current state indicates that you have reached your limit and can no longer hold on. Being around your friend Qingzi will only have negative effects. Moreover, I am also considering your well-being. Your subconscious is already preventing you from interacting with Qingzi, which is a protective instinct. If this continues, regardless of whether Qingzi can be cured, you will lose your sanity. That's why I recommend sending Qingzi to a mental hospital. Although the chances of treatment are slim, it is better for both you and her. Xiaotao quickly replied, no. Xiaocheng absolutely cannot be sent to a mental hospital. Dr. Cheng, you see, you are afraid to face her, yet you are anxious about sending her to a mental hospital. Dr. Cheng, what is it that you truly want? Looking at her phone, Xiaotao's lips trembled. What I want? What is it? Images flashed through her mind but could not be solidified. At that moment, Dr. Cheng sent another message. Typing alone is too exhausting. Is it convenient for a phone call? Xiaotao quickly regained her composure and called Dr. Cheng via WeChat. A mature and steady uncle's voice entered her ears. Hello, Miss Taozi, I am Dr. Chang. Such a voice brought an inexplicable sense of peace, and Su Tao steadied herself. Hello, Dr. Chang. Qi Xiaocheng. Oh no, Dr. Chang opened the topic first using a mock voice. Regarding your question, I just mentioned it. Since you have no clues, how about I ask you and you answer? As a psychologist, we usually help patients clarify their situations through a question-and-answer format. Su Tao, already in a state of confusion, gratefully responded, I have no issues, Dr. Chang. First, you do not dislike your friend Qingzi even though she likes you. Being a yandere can lead to extreme behavior, but you still do not dislike her and do not want to abandon her, correct? Su Tao sat back on the sofa, gently nodding. Yes, Dr. Chang. I grew up with Xiaocheng. Her family entrusted her to me. I cannot abandon her. No, Dr. Chang said, do not let external factors influence your judgment. Base it on your own feelings. Dr. Chang, forget it, let me ask more directly. Do you like her or dislike her? Su Tao was momentarily at a loss for words. Dr. Chang explained with a smile, don't misunderstand. Liking someone is not just romantic, it includes family, friends, admiration, longing, and other factors. If you really don't know whether you like her, not disliking her means you like her. Not disliking means liking. Su Tao opened her mouth, instinctively feeling something was off yet unable to pinpoint it. She simply replied along with Dr. Cheng's words, then I like Xiaocheng. Very good. Dr. Chang acknowledged. So from this we can extend to the previous two questions, either send her to a mental hospital or try to accept her yandere nature and attempt to enjoy it. But Dr. Chang, is there really no other way? Dr. Chang, I am giving you a choice between two options, not an open-ended question. Another choice. Su Tao pursed her lips. If I had to choose, I would try to accept her, pretend to like her, and then see if I can cure her. Dr. Chang, treatment is a matter for later. Right now you have chosen to accept her. But Dr. Chang, Su Tao said anxiously, it's easy to say that, but when I think of her I still feel afraid when facing her. Don't worry, we are here to solve this issue. From the outcome we deduce the process and the origins. Dr. Chang said word by word, the current outcome is that Qingzi has become a yandere and likes you. So Miss Taozi, here comes our question, how did she become a yandere, and why does she like you after becoming one? Dr. Chang did not give Su Tao a chance to think, and answered his own question. The formation of a yandere is twisted and distorted. Such feelings do not arise out of nowhere. There must be family factors, environmental influences, or even human factors at play. Next, let's analyze it bit by bit. Dr. Chang asked, only you know about your relationship with Qingzi. Starting from your childhood memories, what do you believe were the family factors that influenced Qingzi's growth? Su Tao stared blankly. Family. Xiaocheng comes from a poor farming family. Her parents only knew how to raise children but not educate them, leading to a rather tough life. Dr. Chang added, appropriately, such children lack proper guidance and often learn from whatever they see gravitating towards that direction. They cannot distinguish right from wrong, which marks the beginning of deformity. And what about the environmental factors that influenced her growth? Su Tao's breathing had become slightly hurried because she is small and comes from a poor background lacking communication skills. She was bullied continuously before meeting me at school. Classmates looked down on her, teachers ignored her, and the school did nothing. Dr. Chang, you see, being oppressed extreme and not receiving a good education. This is how the second step of deformity plants its seeds. It's already quite difficult for such a child to grow up normally. In the hospital, Qi Xiaocheng, with a hint of reluctance, continued to ask softly, so most importantly, what is the human factor from you, the one she is obsessed with? At this moment, Su Tao thought of something terrifying that she did not want to face. Her legs trembled and her lips turned pale. The human factor is, during her most desperate, helpless, and confused times, I appeared by her side, pulled her up, and then... Dr. Chang continued her sentence. Then, to reassure her and encourage her, you kept saying she was the most important person to you, that you liked her the most, that you would always be together. Miss Taozi, looking from our adult perspective, Miss Qingzi comes from a poor background, lacks a good education, and has been alone for many years without anyone standing by her side. At that moment you appeared, subtly guiding her thoughts and emotions, making her value you like you and believe that you would always be together, thus becoming hopelessly dependent on you. These are all things you once told me. The naive Miss Qingzi is like a blank sheet of paper, absorbing all the knowledge spoken, heard, and taught. Dr. Cheng's voice was deep in terms of outcome. Miss Taozi, you are also a yandere. Am I a yandere? Su Tao's hand trembled uncontrollably as she held her phone. At that moment a white light illuminated the dark window outside, a flash of lightning, brightening the entire world, yet the delayed thunder did not follow. That thunder resonated in Su Tao's heart. Before she could say anything, Dr. Cheng's tone suddenly became light-hearted. Of course, I was just joking. After talking with you for half a month, I know your personality well. How could you possibly be a yandere? Don't be too nervous. Dr. Chang continued, her tone losing the previous heaviness. If what you told me earlier was the truth, you must be aware of it yourself, right? The reason Miss Chang became a yandere and why her target is you. There was no need for Dr. Chang to continue prompting. Su Tao's mind had already followed her thoughts, completing the last piece of the puzzle. She recalled that fateful afternoon when everything began. That confusing and incomprehensible basement which she was reluctant to remember. Xiaocheng shouted at her in a breakdown as if she had gone mad. You always told me I was your most precious friend, your most important person, your favorite person. Since you said that to me, why would you betray me? Yi Liang Si Chun Dong Fangyang, you already have me, why do you still like them? TaoTao isn't one of me enough. At that time Su Tao couldn't understand why Xiaocheng would say such things. She thought it was just her unfriendly sisters instilling erroneous thoughts in her, leading her down the wrong path. Now recalling those moments along with Dr. Cheng's guidance, she gradually understood. Xiaocheng's words were all because of herself, but she was only a few months older than Xiaocheng. How much could she understand compared to her? Both of them were once in a state of ignorance. All along Su Tao had only regarded Xiaocheng as her dearest friend, always lacking a sense of security, needing encouragement and care like a younger sister. Yet she never stood in Xiaocheng's shoes to view her careless words. Clearing the clouds, only then could the truth be seen. The logic did not collapse, the past suspense and entanglement completed the loop at that moment. So it was because of me that Xiaocheng became a yandere, Su Tao whispered. And after Xiaocheng turned into a yandere, I was afraid of her, terrified of her, even had thoughts of avoidance, disregarding her completely. Her thoughts became clearer, but her brain started to feel oxygen deprived. A tide of guilt and self-blame drowned Su Tao's heart. One word at a time she uttered, all along it has been me who is wrong, Xiaocheng. Meanwhile Xiaocheng, holding the phone, listened to these murmurs with an eerie yet satisfied smile. Gently extending her hand, she offered a straw. Miss Tao, there is still a chance for redemption. Su Tao suddenly came to her senses and urgently said to Dr. Chang, can it really be saved? Dr. Chang said with a half-smile, her gentle, mature voice reassuring. We are just helping you sort out your thoughts, clarifying the current situation. Whether or not it can be saved is a topic for later. Su Tao asked anxiously, then what should I do? But Dr. Chang did not continue to intervene, instead slowly replied, what to do next is not for me to decide, it depends on your own actions. It is the unknown choices and actions that will bring surprises, TaoTao. Dr. Chang continued, returning to the previous topic, having ruled out the option of sending her to a mental hospital, all you can do now is accept her. At the same time, now that you have clarified your situation, will you still be as afraid when facing her as before? Su Tao let out a soft breath. It's all my fault that Xiaocheng has become like this. I will take responsibility. Even if this were not the case, I would not neglect her. But Dr. Chang, do you have other methods to relieve stress and anxiety? Su Tao pressed on. I understand I must take responsibility, but Xiaocheng's yandere state still makes my heart race. Regarding your issue, what you need is actually a listener, Dr. Chang said slowly. Preferably someone like me, a stranger, with whom you can have a good conversation. Of course, friends in reality are fine too, but it's best if you can trust them and don't let your orange friend know. Additionally, it's now trendy to find various companions. You could find someone with shared interests, enjoy your hobbies together and chat. Su Tao hesitated for a moment. I don't seem to have any hobbies. Then find a hobby. Dr. Chang said, watching anime together, playing games, or just casually chatting over voice calls would work. Additionally, exercise can also relieve stress, but in your case, having someone to talk to would be better. Okay, I'll give it a try. Su Tao earnestly took notes. She then asked, Dr. Chang, how should I face Xiaocheng? I have no idea. Just be as usual, Dr. Chang said with a smile. Yanderes are very obedient when not provoked, but I think you can also enjoy it a bit. Enjoy? Yes, since you can't resist it, why not try to enjoy the process of treatment? You remember what I said, right? Dr. Cheng's laugh was captivating. A yandere's love is unique. Su Tao hesitated, but I only pretended to like her. What is there to enjoy about that? That doesn't conflict with your pretending to like her. Dr. Chang interrupted Su Tao. This is a process ultimately depending on you. But one thing you must remember is to try to accept what you despise. Su Tao murmured in confusion, accept what I despise. Yes. Dr. Chang nodded. You are afraid of your orange friend and want to avoid her. If you don't even try to accept her flaws and your aversion towards her, then it's equivalent to no one standing by her side. This is crucial for treatment. For the first time, Dr. Chang emphasized the word important. Su Tao nodded seriously. I understand, Dr. Chang. Thank you for your guidance today. Dr. Chang replied, you're welcome. As I said, as a doctor, we often use this approach to help patients sort out their thoughts. I can spare some time to chat with you, but I can't do much more than that. Of course, as a psychologist, while sorting thoughts, one can also guide them. TaoTao, how could you escape from my grasp? Xiaocheng is so cute, do you really not like her? The call ended. Su Tao let out a long breath, and after realizing what she needed to do, and think her heart felt much lighter. Recalling Dr. Cheng's words, Su Tao murmured to herself, Trying to accept what I despise is the key to making Xiaocheng happy. She did not dislike Xiaocheng. She was just a bit afraid of her yandere nature. What exactly was there to despise? As she pondered this, TaoTao suddenly thought of something. Slowly turning her head, she looked at the leftover half-bottle of white wine from yesterday. TaoTao despised drinking. The dizziness it brought prevented her from thinking rationally. She also disliked the burning and spicy sensation. Yet she poured herself another glass, closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and nearly pinched her nose to force herself to drink. It was still fiery and extremely uncomfortable. Unlike Sprite, where some people might find the fizzy sourness acceptable after a while, most could never accept the taste of alcohol. TaoTao found it hard to imagine that she would actually choose to drink alcohol. However, it was precisely because she took a sip of alcohol that she became less clear-headed and rational, allowing her to consider things she usually wouldn't. TaoTao leaned against the washstand, resting for a while. She was panting heavily. The high alcohol content was unbearable after just a few sips. She wanted to use her drunken state to contemplate what it was that she truly disliked. Was it Xiaocheng's suffocating and heavy love? Did she hate it like it, or was she just avoiding it? After rinsing her mouth, TaoTao put away the remaining alcohol and picked up her phone to check the time. 2248. At this hour will Xiaocheng have fallen asleep? TaoTao pondered for a moment and sent a message to Xiaocheng, "Are you asleep?" Xiaocheng replied instantly, "Not yet, TaoTao. Is there something you need?" TaoTao responded, "How's your recovery? I'm sorry, I had some matters to handle at school today and was busy. Do you need me to come to the hospital?" Despite having slept at home all day, she really couldn't lie. In the hospital, Xiaocheng leaned against her bed, smiling helplessly. She naturally looked forward to seeing TaoTao. But overly straightforward girls are not charming. So Xiaocheng replied, "It's fine, TaoTao, I can manage alone. You must be tired after a long day, don't worry about me. Although being alone is a bit lonely and boring, I don't want my issues to affect you." Seeing this message, TaoTao felt much more at ease. There was no doubt that Xiaocheng had already emerged from her sickly state and returned to normal. A little clingy but very understanding and caring, she wouldn't bring too much trouble. Compared to her previously extreme love, it was indeed this normal Xiaocheng that TaoTao preferred. "I still need to go to the hospital just to accompany her and stabilize her emotions." After sending a message to Xiaocheng, TaoTao got up and put on a down jacket. Back in the living room, she picked up her lady's wristwatch. Glancing at the aroma pouch beside the watch, TaoTao couldn't help but pause for a moment. Aren't aroma pouches supposed to be carried on person? While sleeping in Xiaocheng's room, she had clearly smelled the faint fragrance of the pouch both before sleeping and upon waking. Familiar yet delightful. It seems the pressure has been too much, leading to hallucinations. TaoTao shook her head, tying the pouch around her waist and stepping out. Meanwhile, Xiaocheng, resting quietly against the hospital bed, couldn't help but reflect what a surprise TaoTao actually chose to numb herself with alcohol. It was clear that she hated drinking, yet she believed that being drunk would help her better understand her own feelings. But truly being intoxicated made it harder to grasp what she was doing, and she would forget everything after waking up. Host, it seems there's no need to put more pressure on TaoTao for now. She's so tired it's natural for her to rest for a while. I wonder how Dong Fangyang and my brother are doing. If Yiliang isn't causing trouble, there shouldn't be much pressure for a while. Just not so much pressure. Xiaocheng replied, "There has to be some pressure, otherwise how will she keep thinking of me? If she doesn't take the initiative to relieve her stress, my next plan can't be executed." The system fell silent for a moment. Salute to the legendary pressure-resistant hero TaoTao. It was fortunate that the original author had crafted TaoTao's character so perfectly, or anyone else would have gone mad under such relentless pressure. As a major antagonist system, it couldn't help but feel pity for TaoTao. By the way, how much emotional value do I have now? After deducting the 1,000 emotional points spent on purchasing the original novel, there are currently 2,435 emotional points remaining, among which the male lead Yiliang contributed the most emotional points, followed by the female lead TaoTao, and then supporting characters Qisong and Dong Fangyang. Yiliang would have wanted to kill himself. How could the emotional points he contributed be insignificant? As one of the male leads, even without the halo, Xiaocheng couldn't really eliminate him given his background and power. The young master of the Yi family in the capital, also the president of one of the leading enterprises in the 9 provinces, once such a person falls, the retaliation from his forces would undoubtedly be stronger than Yi Liang's personal revenge. In the worldview of this female-oriented novel, the relationships among these family tycoons spread throughout the Great Zhou Kingdom, and even the law might not be able to punish them. Once the fish dies and the net breaks before her war godfather returns, both she and TaoTao would only be lambs awaiting slaughter. A faint unease still lingered in Xiaocheng's heart. System, let's do a 10 consecutive draws. Xiaocheng needed a skill that was stronger than darkening and could be actively controlled. Just a halo of fortune from the child of fate would suffice. 10 consecutive draws in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following items. 9 whites and 1 gold. This 10 consecutive draw didn't yield the usual good fortune, hitting the safety net. Obtain Slim Home Happiness Water 3 drinking. It can reduce 10 pounds of useless fat. The first choice for weight loss. Obtains Snow White's Poison Apple 1A Cursed Rotten Apple. Under the Malicious Queen spell, eating. It will bring misfortune for life. Obtains TaoTao Xiaocheng Double Figurine 1A two-dimensional figurine filled with anime vibes. A top-tier craftsmanship product. Staring at it for long will lead to trance, making it easy to have lucid dreams while sleeping. Obtained Orange Brand Hygiene Kit 4. A complete set of hygiene products for girls. The first choice during menstruation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Disguise Intermediate. Disguise Intermediate. The host can disguise themselves as another person, freely changing appearance, height, bone structure, etc. But cannot violate basic human settings. Limited to females. Can be used once a week. Duration of disguise 3 hours. Xiaocheng's focus was naturally on the skill first, not the ATT. However, the operability of this skill was very high. It's a pity it was limited to females, otherwise Xiaocheng could have used her disguise as a doctor to further treat Su Tao. As for the poison apple and the figurine, Xiaocheng wanted to take a look, but the doctor was about to arrive, and if the doctor thought she wanted them to peel the apple for her, that would be a big misunderstanding. Suppressing her curiosity, Xiaocheng quietly waited for Su Tao's arrival. 1120. The half-open door was finally gently knocked. Seeing the charming young girl walk in wearing short boots, Xiaocheng raised her cute smile. TaoTao, good evening. Soft tea-colored hair cascaded over her shoulders, and the cool-toned light danced across Xiaocheng's frail little face. In that moment of seeing Su Tao, a smile blossomed, revealing her shallow dimples. Xiaocheng sat up a bit straighter, her voice lively. The moment I saw TaoTao, my body already assured me that there was no issue. Su Tao lowered her head, tucking Xiaocheng's delicate little feet back under the blanket, her heart aching as she glanced at her waist. Almost instinctively, she expressed concern, saying, "Xiaocheng, please don't hurt yourself next time, okay?" Xiaocheng blinked her eyes, pretending not to understand. "What are you talking about, TaoTao? I haven't hurt myself at all." Su Tao paused for a moment, a bitter smile fleeting across her face, replaced by an expression of indignation. "Damn Yiliang." Xiaocheng nodded knowingly. "I heard my brother mention it. It's a pity he didn't beat him up badly. How dare he make you TaoTao be a maid? I curse him to stay in the hospital forever." Su Tao's mouth opened slightly, but she lowered her head and fell silent. So it was because of the maid. The incident in the small black room was in the past, but her role as Yiliang's maid had only been put on hold. In Xiaocheng's eyes, this matter had been avoided this time, but it would still happen next time. Therefore, she decided to completely sever ties with Yiliang. Su Tao's expression grew complex. When she looked at Xiaocheng, there was no blame in her gaze. It was just another version of self-inflicted misery. Xiaocheng had turned into a sickly yandere, kidnapping herself in the basement, wanting to jump off the rooftop. Even this act of self-harm was framed. The root of it all was caused by her own actions. Su Tao closed her eyes and slowly cleared her mind. She let out a long sigh. Forget it, the events had already occurred and were irretrievable. Since she had made a complete decision, she should stop thinking about Yiliang. His true nature was not that of a good person. The important task now was to soothe Xiaocheng's emotions and actively attempt to accept her yandere tendencies, taking the first step towards gradual treatment. After coming to this realization, Su Tao slowly raised her head, finding Xiaocheng staring at her, and their eyes naturally met. The petite girl tilted her head and smiled. "What is TaoTao thinking about?" Su Tao's tone lightened considerably. "I was thinking about what hobbies Xiaocheng usually has. Are we going to cultivate shared hobbies?" Xiaocheng's eyes lit up, her expression filled with anticipation, as if a child had just seen a toy. Then she said with a blissful face, "That's definitely something couples do together." Couples? Su Tao would not openly admit to that identity, but she followed along with Xiaocheng's sentiment, soothing her emotions without directly denying it. "What does Xiaocheng like to do when she is alone?" "Watching anime." Su Tao continued to ask, "What type of anime does Xiaocheng like to watch?" "Girls' anime with girls," Xiaocheng answered innocently and cheerfully. In an instant, Su Tao's smile froze. How should she continue this topic? "I'm in a bit of a hurry here." The attentive Xiaocheng noticed Su Tao's expression and slowly asked, "What's wrong, TaoTao? Do you dislike girls?" Su Tao quickly shook her head. "No, I don't dislike them." "Exactly." Xiaocheng gazed directly at Su Tao, slowly saying, "Girls are fragrant, soft, and so comfortable to hug, obedient, and well-behaved. They're the most wonderful treasures in the world." The girl being gazed at by those crimson eyes turned her gaze away in embarrassment. "Yeah?" Xiaocheng sighed again. "My brother also told me that boys are careless and it's not good. He said he wants to find a girl to take care of me in the future." This remark reminded her of a previous inquiry from Song. "Xiao-Tao, do you like my sister?" Song wanted to find a girl to take care of Xiaocheng and be with her. So that was why he sent me that message back then. Just now it seemed Aunt also had the intention of having herself and Xiaocheng be together. Su Tao shrank her neck, not daring to think any further. She also didn't want to continue discussing this topic. Fortunately, Xiaocheng was usually considerate and thoughtful. Perhaps noticing her embarrassment, she yawned and lay down. TaoTao, I'm a little sleepy. Su Tao snapped back. If you're sleepy, just go to sleep. Your body hasn't recovered. The most important thing is still to rest. Xiaocheng nodded, extending a small hand. Then can TaoTao hold my hand? You can let go after I fall asleep, okay? Of course. Su Tao took Xiaocheng's right hand, sharing her warmth. She revealed a gentle smile and watched as Xiaocheng fell asleep. In less than 10 minutes, the petite girl on the hospital bed let out soft, steady, and adorable snores. Su Tao couldn't help but reach out to smooth her hair. She continued to sit there gazing at her face. Cute. Those two words summarized everything about her. The warmth transmitted from her palm. It also made Su Tao feel a sense of enjoyment. Usually tense, she wouldn't pay attention to so many details related to Xiaocheng. Now, as she felt it carefully, she found that Xiaocheng's skin was delicate and soft. Her small hand was easily grasped the back of her hand, smooth, her fingertips tender, and the warmth transmitted made one reluctant to let go. However, the portion covered by long sleeves above her wrist had some blemishes. It became more apparent when she gently pushed the sleeves up. Su Tao immediately recognized that those were remnants from the rooftop incident, which had nearly faded away by now. But the things that occurred in the past could not be erased. Su Tao's mood sank slightly. She had sensed it dimly during her time in the small black room. Besides the dark cuisine she was fed each time, she would be deprived of her sight and hearing by Xiaocheng at regular intervals. During that time, Xiaocheng seemed to be doing something, but she could sense it. That was Xiaocheng's madness after becoming a yandere. After becoming a yandere, she would want to harm others and herself. Perhaps she couldn't control herself and resorted to pain to regain her sanity. However, she had always dared not think along that direction and subconsciously avoided it. No wonder the medical report stated that her body was weak. If she tried to accept her words, would such things happen to her in the future? Just thinking about it was suffocating. Su Tao didn't dare to think further and wanted to pull her hand back to rest. As she stood up, Xiaocheng suddenly pulled her back with great force. She looked at Xiaocheng only to find that the latter was deeply asleep, her grip entirely instinctive and reluctant. In her dreams, the petite girl murmured, "TaoTao, don't abandon me." Hearing this, Su Tao's heart softened again, and she sat back down. "Xiaocheng, don't worry, I will never abandon you, never." Her voice was soft, but it seemed Xiaocheng hazily heard her words, mumbling in response, "TaoTao, I like you, do you? Like me?" Su Tao's expression became complicated, gently patting Xiaocheng's small hand. "Xiaocheng, I like you too. However, sorry Xiaocheng, my feelings for you are just an act." She silently added this thought in her heart, releasing the hand that had been holding her back. Until Su Tao left, Xiaocheng remained unaware that a faint smile lingered on her lips all along. The next morning, Su Tao got up early and began her daily routine. After tiptoeing to avoid waking her roommate and finishing her morning wash, she changed into a set of sportswear and stepped out. Yesterday the sun shone and it didn't snow. The weather was not so cold, so she resumed her usual exercise. While preventing her body from rusting, she also maintained her good figure. After breakfast, she went to the hospital to chat with Xiaocheng for an hour before returning to school. Attending classes, studying, occasionally being asked by classmates to help with trivial matters, or being summoned by the counselor like a workhorse. After lunch, she went to a snack supermarket near the school to work until evening. Only then would she have a bit of free time. After visiting Xiaocheng in the hospital again, Su Tao returned to her dormitory, brushing up on the subject 4 questions while reflecting on what Dr. Cheng had said. Finding like-minded friends to chat and expand hobbies. With this in mind, she first glanced at Chen Qian and her roommate. Chen Qian was beside the mirror, humming a song cheerfully. From what Su Tao knew, ever since she established a regular routine, the blackheads and acne on her face and nose had decreased, and she had become increasingly vain, often checking herself in the mirror and taking selfies. Another roommate was sleeping on the bed, clearly snoring yet still playing the sound of some web drama. In their 4-person dormitory, there were only 3 people. The other had rented a place outside due to her boyfriend and rarely came back. Su Tao hesitated for a moment but decided not to drag the two into this. If Xiaocheng had an episode, they would be in danger. Opening WeChat, Su Tao pondered whether to casually find some online friends to add, when she suddenly discovered someone had added her as a friend. WeChat ID Cheng. Avatar, a cute girl with green hair from a 2-dimensional world, making a peace sign while winking adorably. There was also a line of emoticons. Chalo. Source: people nearby. Friend request message: hello WeChat, pushes a nearby person to me every day, and today it's you. Meeting is fate. How about adding each other as friends? Su Tao clicked on Cheng's moments. Scenery photos, comic convention pictures, comments about 2-dimensional animations, and occasionally saying something about being hungry. She nearly posted 2 moments a day. She seems like a very cheerful girl, located at Zhuzhou Art Media College. It's only a 20-kilometer distance from Zhuzhou University. Moreover, she is into 2-dimensional culture. Xiaocheng seems to like 2-dimensional anime as well. This aligns with what Dr. Cheng said, friends from the internet. So Su Tao clicked to add her as a friend, and took the initiative to say, "Hello, I'm Taozi." As soon as the message was sent, the other side replied immediately. And her tone was quite surprised. "Xiaocheng. Oh my goodness, I actually added a friend. I add someone nearby every day whoever WeChat suggests to me, but 99 of them think I'm just looking to date. Finally, I actually added a friend. Miss Taozi, or is it Brother Taozi? Thank you for adding me as a friend." Su Tao looked at the continuous messages along with the emoticons, feeling a bit embarrassed. This girl is just too enthusiastic. "Taozi, I'm a girl Xiaocheng. Why do you add a friend every day? Do you believe in fate?" "Xiaocheng, I previously went to ask for a fortune from a master, and I asked him where can I find a soulmate in this vast world. What did the master say?" Su Tao raised an eyebrow. "Xiaocheng, the master said the soulmate is right in front of you, just needs a fortune fee of 3,000 yuan. Su Tao. Then he told me that believing in those mysterious things is not as good as just adding a few nearby people on WeChat. Maybe I'd find someone. I added for a week and currently you are the only one who accepted my friend request. It's so frustrating. I also came to find a friend, please take care of me. Xiaocheng, can I chat with you freely afterwards?" Su Tao smiled lightly and replied, "No problem." It turned out this is what Dr. Cheng referred to as chatting to relieve stress. Just a few words and the warmth conveyed through the screen infected Su Tao. Talking to a stranger also felt nice. After all, no one knows each other, and if it feels inappropriate, she can directly delete the friend. There were no responsibilities and no consequences. Yet Su Tao still underestimated the other person's enthusiasm. This ID called Xiaocheng had a personality almost like a younger version of Xiaocheng, like a little sun, her cheerfulness shining through her words. They chatted for 2 hours. Su Tao had already laid down, and only then did the other side realize and send an apology. "Xiaocheng. Sorry, I'm usually quite a chatterbox, I might have talked too much and disturbed you, I'm really sorry. It's nothing, I enjoyed chatting too. Xiaocheng. But it's mostly me talking about my things. Taozi, you should share about yourself, or if there's anything I can help with." Her reminder made Su Tao suddenly realize there indeed was a question needing someone else's opinion. So Su Tao asked, "I have a friend who is quite extreme and often hurts herself to please me, but I don't like such behavior. However, I can't bring myself to talk to her about it. What do you think I should do?" Xiaocheng. That's quite simple. You just need to make your friend's uncontrollable behavior controllable. Taozi, make it controllable. Yes, you don't even need to speak. When she shows those actions or tendencies, express extreme annoyance, and then state what you want. Since your friend wants to please you, she will naturally change according to your thoughts. Su Tao looked at these 2 sentences, pondering alone for a while. This method didn't work with Xiaocheng. Just like last time on the rooftop, she said she didn't want the gifts from Xiaocheng, but the more she said that, the more Xiaocheng would darken. No matter what she said, Xiaocheng wouldn't listen. But Xiaocheng's words provided Su Tao with a new perspective. Making Xiaocheng's uncontrollable behavior controllable, she could actually guide it with words. Although it might not necessarily bring Xiaocheng back to normal, it could at least limit her to the greatest extent. Su Tao's eyes gradually brightened, as if she had found a direction for treating Xiaocheng. She replied to Xiaocheng, "Thank you for your suggestion, I'll try it tomorrow." After exchanging goodnights, Su Tao slept soundly, aided by the sachet. The next morning, she arrived at Xiaocheng's hospital. "Good morning." Facing Xiaocheng's soft and cute greeting, Su Tao's heart couldn't help but race. Xiaocheng looked at Su Tao strangely. "What's wrong, TaoTao? Your complexion seems a bit unusual." Su Tao steadied herself, sat beside Xiaocheng, and tentatively asked, "Xiaocheng, if I say I like one of your things, would you be happy?" "Of course." Xiaocheng smiled with her eyes narrowed. "I'm certainly happy that TaoTao can like me. Then what if I say I dislike something about you?" Xiaocheng thought for a moment. "Then I would have to find a way to make TaoTao like it. After all, TaoTao can't dislike me." Her smile remained cute and sweet, but her eyes vaguely emitted a hint of danger. Yes, she is a yandere. She won't change but will force herself to like things. Just as Dr. Cheng said, learning to accept what one dislikes is an important step in her treatment. Su Tao swallowed her saliva, gathered her courage, and looked at Xiaocheng. She slowly spoke. "Then Xiaocheng, would you like to play a game with me?" "Game? What game? Is it a new one?" Xiaocheng knew that this was actually a euphemistic way for Su Tao to divert her attention. In reality, Su Tao usually didn't play games, so what she mentioned here wouldn't be about games or computer content. Yet she still smiled a bit happy, her eyes sparkling with a possessive joy akin to seeing a toy. "Does TaoTao want to play a game, perhaps rock, paper, scissors?" Looking at Xiaocheng's cute smile, Su Tao couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a bit scared. Beneath the seemingly cheerful demeanor was an incredibly terrifying yandere. Suppressing her panic, Su Tao cautiously said, "It's not rock, paper, scissors. I will mention certain things and certain people, and you Xiaocheng must not get angry at what I say." "MHM." Xiaocheng nodded vigorously, gently swaying her body, as if extremely delighted. Then she obediently sat up saying, "You go ahead, TaoTao." Su-Tao took a deep breath, her expression turning serious as she began, "Actually, Si-chun has been secretly trying to chat with me, wanting to ask me out." Xiaocheng's smile suddenly faded, her pupils turning crimson. "Oh, so Si-chun likes TaoTao this much? I will go have a heart-to-heart with him." The sudden change made Su-Tao break out in a cold sweat. "Wait a minute, Xiaocheng. Didn't I say to listen to me? Otherwise I will be unhappy." "Oh, I see." Xiaocheng's eyes seemed to grow vacant, her voice turning flat. "So TaoTao cares more about Si-chun and would be unhappy because of him?" "No." Su-Tao grabbed Xiaocheng's hand, urgently leaning closer as she said, "What I mean is this is just a game. I only said that to see if you like him. Actually, Si-chun likes you a bit, and wanted me to test if you like him." Su-Tao was so anxious that her words started to jumble. However, Xiaocheng still showed no signs of returning to normal. Wasn't her reaction a bit too extreme for just one sentence? How did Xiaocheng's yandere state come about so suddenly with no signs beforehand, right? Dr. Chang seemed to have mentioned a way to handle this. She had asked, "If Xiaocheng enters that strange yandere state, how can I stop it?" Dr. Chang said if she enters that state it must be something that stimulated her, maybe a word, a gesture, or even a glance. When she enters that yandere state, it's like blocking her heart, making it hard to wake her up. Dr. Chang said at this time, as her liked one, you can praise her vigorously to make her feel your affection, and her emotions will change, preventing her from entering that darkened state. Su-Tao asked, "What if it doesn't work?" Dr. Chang replied, "There aren't that many what-ifs. If it really doesn't work, just tickle her armpits. If she laughs until she's exhausted, how can she still darken?" Su-Tao asked, "Is there really such a therapy?" Dr. Chang replied, "What do you know? This is a therapy only in the two-dimensional world." Thinking about the two-dimensional world, it seemed to make some sense. But at that time, Su-Tao didn't take it seriously. Now, it seemed that this was the only way left. After some interaction, Xiaocheng no longer showed signs of darkening. Her slightly squinted eyes held a smile. Haha, TaoTao is so innocent, just pretending to be a yandere makes her proactive. On the other hand, Su-Tao felt both enjoyment and conflict within, constantly suppressing her emotions with apologies. "Oh, Xiaocheng, I'm sorry. I clearly pretended to like you yet still did such things." Both had their own thoughts but shared the enjoyment of each other's company. After a while, Su-Tao brushed her hair and turned her head. She didn't dare to meet Xiaocheng's gaze, saying, "Sorry, Xiaocheng, I." Su-Tao's heart was in chaos. How to explain that she was actually suppressing Xiaocheng's desire to darken? In her panic, she blurted out, I didn't pay attention." Xiaocheng looked at her, a smile on her lips. "Since you weren't paying attention then, pay more attention." Her crimson eyes lost the eerie darkness, soft as water. Su-Tao froze for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Instinctively, she turned away toward the door, only to find a nurse standing there, having appeared at some unknown time. The nurse wore a mask, but her slightly squinted eyes could almost confirm that her smile was warm and maternal. Facing Su-Tao's eyes, the nurse waved her hand, saying, "I was just passing by. You can continue. There are no cameras in the ordinary wards, so don't worry." The nurse smiled and kindly closed the door for Su-Tao and Xiaocheng. Before leaving, she hung a sign that read, "Resting, please do not disturb." This series of actions made Su-Tao feel both embarrassed and shy. Initially flustered while dealing with Xiaocheng, her soft ears turned red, and she covered her face, not daring to look back at Xiaocheng. As the instigator of the yandere act, Xiaocheng remained composed and satisfied. After interacting for so long, it was the first time she saw Su-Tao so shy, so cute. Being shy is good, as shyness indicates a fluttering heart, and a fluttering heart indicates fondness. How far can fondness be from love? Half a month ago, no matter what, Su-Tao probably wouldn't have felt any liking. TaoTao liking happens unconsciously. Xiaocheng didn't rush to speak, but quietly waited for Su-Tao to calm her emotions. Su-Tao was a big heart player, or she wouldn't have been able to withstand the endless pressure. After about 30 seconds, she adjusted her mindset. Though her pretty face still bore a hint of lingering blush, her voice had settled down. "Xiaocheng, let's continue with the previous topic. You must listen to me, okay?" "All right." Xiaocheng obediently sat up. Seeing her sweet therapy had worked, Su-Tao felt a sigh of relief. She continued slowly, "Actually, it wasn't that outrageous before. Si-chun wanted to ask me out to discuss some school matters." Her goal was simply to control the extent of Xiaocheng's yandere state. Xiaocheng blinked and nodded, showing no particular reaction. Su-Tao felt delighted and slowly added, "Moreover, Dongfang also asked me out and wanted to give me a gift." Glancing at Xiaocheng, who seemed a bit unhappy, Su-Tao immediately reached out to take her small hand. Small and soft, with a delicate sweetness that was hard to resist. After another round of sweet words, Xiaocheng shyly returned to normal, her cute expression, making Su-Tao even more excited. Great. The yandere state is controllable as long as Xiaocheng isn't stimulated too intensely from the start. While feeling happy, Su-Tao found her heart racing inexplicably. as she was a bit too close to that adorable face. Unconsciously, her breathing quickened. She nervously looked up at Xiaocheng. It's fine, Xiaocheng said with a smile. I'm so good. I want a little reward from TaoTao too. So this counts as a reward. Inhale. Exhale. TaoTao gradually extended her hand. She understood her purpose in being proactive. It wasn't to express liking for Xiaocheng but to restrict her. This is necessary for treatment, this is necessary for treatment, this is necessary for treatment, this is necessary for treatment. Continuously reinforcing herself mentally, TaoTao hid a trace of her own fondness. Slowly closing her eyes. Ah, what a complex scene this is. Perhaps it shouldn't be like this. But there seems to be no other choice. One must try what the doctor has suggested. First the small hand, then the cheek, followed by the corner of the mouth, and then Xiaochen's crimson eyes resembled a mirror condensing and sealing her entire reflection within. TaoTao felt a sense of enjoyment, for the obedient and compliant Xiaocheng was simply too adorable. It wasn't until some time had passed that she lifted her head to look at the girl. Without forgetting her purpose due to the softness, she inquired, Xiaocheng, are you feeling all right? Although she understood rationally, it still made her shy. The sickly version of her has often engaged in such activities even in the small dark room. But after all, it was something she had personally caused. TaoTao now even worried that her lack of experience might make Xiaocheng unhappy. Such bizarre and abnormal emotions should not have appeared yet. She couldn't avoid her chaotic thoughts at this moment. Should she practice more in the future? This thought flashed through TaoTao's mind, startling her. Cold sweat broke out. Just then Xiaochen's voice echoed softly by her ear. Is this little bit really enough? How about trying again? Let's try again, shall we? Just consider it practice. After all, there may be many more opportunities in the future. Following this sentence, it felt as if countless Xiaocheng were whispering and breathing in her ear, gently tugging at her heartstrings with their delicate fingers. TaoTao trembled slightly and hurriedly forced a smile at Xiaocheng, saying, no, it's fine. I already said just trying it out is enough. Yes, just once. If she didn't do it, Xiaocheng might become even more sickly, and then it wouldn't be something that could be solved with just a kiss. Her adorable appearance made TaoTao truly not want Xiaocheng to become pathological. To steer the topic away, TaoTao closed her eyes and grasped that small hand once more. She rubbed her fingertips, deliberately expressing her fondness. TaoTao even thought if only Xiaocheng weren't sickly. But that was just wishful thinking. Fortunately, this attempt was something she could control. Xiaocheng indeed did not further deteriorate, showing that TaoTao could manage her blackening when facing Dongfangyang and Sichun. From then on, she just needed to continue testing Xiaochen's limits little by little. Healing was what TaoTao desired, but she didn't realize she had already fallen into Xiaochen's trap. Since TaoTao is being so proactive, how could I not give her some reward? Since you want to heal me so much, I will pretend that your treatment is very effective and then make you fall for me. After feigning the experience for a while longer, she ended this strange encounter. Gently lifting her head, TaoTao met Xiaochen's happy and satisfied smile, nervously asking Xiaocheng, thank you for your hospitality. Xiaocheng nodded gently, her eyes filled with anticipation as she asked, did you like it? TaoTao swallowed hard. She didn't directly say she liked it, but rather tentatively replied, it's not unpleasant, but I still need to get used to it. Had this been before, as long as she didn't say she liked it, Xiaocheng would have had objections, right? Now, Xiaocheng merely smiled shyly, saying, as long as TaoTao doesn't dislike it, that's good. Xiaocheng is currently too weak. TaoTao shifted the topic, you should focus on recovering your health, otherwise, could be tiring. Xiaocheng nodded earnestly, I will work hard to get better, without a hint of sickliness. Obedient and cute. At once TaoTao felt excited. She had achieved her goal. She had controlled Xiaocheng to make her obedient. At the same time, Xiaocheng showed no signs of becoming pathological in response to her probing. This was the first step of a milestone in healing. Thank you, Dr. Cheng and Cheng. TaoTao felt grateful to the two of them, and after rinsing her mouth, happily chatted with Xiaocheng. Only when it was noon and time for work did TaoTao bid farewell to Xiaocheng. It felt as if a huge stone in her heart had fallen, leaving her incredibly relaxed. The past feelings of repression, confusion, and fear were dispelled by hope and the future at that moment. It's time to go home, but it's snowing again. They'll just take a taxi. Xiaocheng looked up at the sky and noticed the snow was not light, pulling out her phone to call for a taxi. But the moment she saw her phone balance, her smile froze again. 237 yuan. Her brother had previously sent 2,000, but Xiaocheng hadn't saved a penny these past days. Buying clothes, the camera prepared for the small dark room, the air conditioning at home had been running non-stop for days, resulting in a hefty electricity bill plus some miscellaneous expenses. She fell into an economic crisis once more. In this day and age, money is becoming less and less valuable. Xiaocheng sighed inwardly and decided not to take a taxi. The snow wasn't heavy and taking a shortcut could get her home faster. The streets were bustling with hurried pedestrians, and the occasional vehicle passing by as snowflakes fell onto Xiaochen's chestnut-colored hair, elongating her lonely silhouette. Entering the deserted alley, the original owner's memories included several delinquent girls who once huddled together for warmth, not having books to read. Now in winter, even the old houses of the alley could not withstand such cold. But it wasn't entirely empty. Turning the corner, Xiaocheng spotted a small figure huddled in a corner against a wall, a tattered overcoat covering her body yet failing to conceal her trembling. The small figure had long hair that reached past her waist, but it was in disarray, and unlike Xiaochen's hair, hers was dry and split, a result of long-term malnutrition. More importantly, this figure seemed somewhat familiar to Xiaocheng. She walked over and tilted her head, curiously saying Lu Guijia. The figure seemed to react, looking up at Xiaocheng in confusion. Meeting those eyes, Xiaocheng finally confirmed who the person in front of her was. It was the little follower who had come to her house with Lu Guijia back then. Xiaocheng recalled the matters concerning this little follower. She attended the same high school as the original owner, and during their first year she was bullied by Lu Guijia, Huang Limei, and others just like the original owner. However, she and the original owner were on opposite sides. When the original owner was bullied, TaoTao would appear like a hero, by her side, caring for her, protecting her, and helping her teach Lu Guijia and the others a lesson. Yet after a whole year of being bullied for some unknown reason, this little follower ended up joining Lu Guijia's team. She became Lu Guijia's exclusive follower, and would occasionally be taken away by the other two girls in the trio. On regular days, while Lu Guijia and the others bullied the original owner or collected protection fees from other weaker students, this follower would be present. She was bullied and beaten alongside them. Afterward, she would still have to help Lu Guijia and her group with their tasks, handling the aftermath. Despite being in a gang of delinquents, she felt out of place. The reason the original owner remembered this little one was that when Lu Guijia and the others bullied her, the follower would not fight back. When called upon, she would merely stand to the side, meekly becoming a target for misplaced anger. Since arriving in this world, she had encountered this follower twice, and she indeed appeared to be just as her name suggested. A mere follower. But why was this person here? If it snowed heavily, it wouldn't be surprising if she froze to death, right? Xiaocheng squatted down curiously, gazing into the follower's eyes. Where's Lu Guijia? Aren't you cold being here alone? Cold? The follower's voice was devoid of emotion, incredibly indifferent. Lu Guijia doesn't want me anymore. Such coldness seemed to pale in comparison to the pain of being abandoned. Xiaochen's face flashed with curiosity. What happened? The follower still lowered her head, curling up. But she still answered Xiaochen's question. Someone with the surname Dongfang captured Lu Guijia, and the others saying they wanted to rectify the delinquent behavior. Then Lu Guijia threw this code at me, saying she no longer wanted me and told me to get lost. She locked me outside the backyard. I have no one who wants me. Her voice remained flat, creating an extreme sense of dissonance. Yet from her words, one could sense her concern regarding the situation. Yet her tone showed no other emotions typically associated with being abandoned. After being bullied for 3 years, she still willingly followed Lu Guijia, even able to articulate being abandoned. This girl. Could it be that she has Stockholm Syndrome? Xiaocheng frowned, feeling somewhat troubled. She asked, do you remember me? The follower looked up at Xiaocheng, and for a fleeting moment admiration flickered in her hollow eyes. I remember you're Xiaocheng. Her tone had a slight rise. Last time at your house, I remember you scared Lu Guijia by hitting her. I've always wanted to be someone like you. After involuntarily saying this, the follower shrank her neck again. Sorry. Xiaocheng looked at her thoughtfully. Since you know me, you must also know TaoTao, right? The follower paused for a moment. That girl with the striking gray-black hair and a hint of peach color in it. Yes. I remember her. Xiaochen's eyes brightened. Do you like her? The follower looked puzzled at Xiaocheng. What does it mean to like someone? Seeing her confusion, Xiaocheng suddenly came up with a plan. She stood up and extended her hand to the follower. If no one wants you, come with me. This girl has been with Lu Guijia for 3 years, and still remains untainted. Her nature isn't bad. I can't just let her freeze to death here. Ultimately, they were both in high school, sharing a sense of kinship with the original owner. The only difference between them was TaoTao. However, to her surprise, the follower paused her outstretched hand in midair. Then she hesitated, averting her gaze, and retracted her dirty, scarred hand. Forget it, it'll just be a burden to you. Xiaocheng helplessly said, come on, how much trouble can you cause me? The follower replied, you're not like Lu Guijia. She uses me up and then throws me away. You won't do that. Xiaocheng laughed in exasperation. Are you saying you have a tendency for self-sacrifice? Would you rather be beaten than be a burden to someone else? Without waiting for the follower's refusal, she grabbed her hand firmly. You say no one wants you, but when someone does, you retreat like this. Xiaocheng pulled her up and turned, saying, from now on you're my follower. With that, she resolutely led her towards her home. The frostbitten little feet stumbled behind Xiaocheng. Why? Xiaocheng sighed helplessly and stopped. Turning to meet the follower's gaze, she let the wind tousle her hair. What a hassle. What was I going to say? Xiaocheng recalled the kinds of lines protagonists would say in various teenage scenarios. Thus she said to the follower, because I need you. The wind blew sweeping aside the disheveled strands of black hair from the follower's face, revealing her dirty youthful face with slightly parted lips. The once hollow gaze gradually filled with warmth. That unusual gaze brimmed with admiration. The snow seemed to have stopped. Stumbling along, the follower was led into Xiaocheng's home, and then pushed into the bathroom. A set of clean new clothes was thrown in. Xiaocheng's voice rang out with disdain. Wash yourself properly. The clothes are new and haven't been worn. They should fit you since you're about my size. You can soak in the bathtub to avoid catching a cold, just remember to scrub well. Only when the hot water cascaded down did the warmth dispel the cold, and the follower finally began to comprehend the situation. She had come to her home. The warm air conditioning the new clothes sent to her and the feeling of being needed. The follower closed her eyes, allowing the hot water to wash over her. It's really warm. Her voice remained flat, but the corners of her lips involuntarily curled up. About half an hour later, Xiaocheng saw the follower come out drying her hair with a towel. In a short-sleeved shirt, printed with orange patterns after being cleaned up, and with her hair no longer covering her face, Xiaocheng finally saw the follower's true appearance. To summarize it in 2 words, small and thin. Her features were delicate and her face was gaunt. Not only were her arms showing signs of old scars, but even her face bore a few. Only her tea-colored eyes showed some vitality. The clothes meant for her small frame seemed a bit oversized. Her height appeared to be about 1.48 meters. She was very thin, nearly flat-chested, undoubtedly suffering from severe malnutrition. She looked a bit dazed but not stupid, and she actively sought out a hairdryer to start drying her hair. However, her hair was quite thick, nearly reaching her waist, making it a challenge to manage. Once she seemed calmer, Xiaocheng beckoned her to sit beside her, and gently asked, "Little one, do you know what a yandere is?" "Yandere?" The little follower voiced her confusion, slowly shaking her head. After all, she didn't even know what it meant to like someone, let alone understand the concept of yandere. Xiaocheng felt that she might be too hasty. She had just rescued the person, and even if she wanted them to help with tasks, she should first build some rapport, right? Let's not talk about that for now. Xiaocheng changed the subject. What's your name? Fong Ning. Do people usually call you by any affectionate nicknames or titles? Fong Ning looked at Xiaocheng with a naive expression. Lu Guijia often calls me feeding, and that someone, does that count? Xiaocheng rubbed her forehead and sighed. Forget it, from now on I'll call you Ning Ning, and you can call me Xiaocheng. The takeout should be ready soon. After you eat, I'll introduce you to what being a yandere means. Okay. Fong Ning obediently nodded, the term yandere lingering in her mind, as if she were confirming the next thing she was about to do. While waiting for the takeout, Xiaocheng took the opportunity to explain the broad definition of yandere to Fong Ning. She also searched for the yandere entry on the Mo Girl Encyclopedia and showed it to Fong Ning. Even though her stomach was growling with hunger, the little one was paying close attention. It's a distorted psychology that arises from loving someone exhibiting extremely strong possessiveness. The doorbell rang and Fong Ning, holding her phone, recited the words on the screen. Xiaocheng stood up with a faint smile. Just reading the text might not help you understand, and there are many types of yandere. I'll show you more about it in a bit. Xiaocheng walked towards the door, reached out, and opened it, saying, "Hello, is this the takeout? Just hand it to me." However, after she spoke, the man standing at the door showed no reaction. Xiaocheng looked up in confusion. The man delivering takeout was dressed in a raincoat, his body wrapped tightly, and the half of his face visible under the hood looked somewhat sinister. At just over 1.5 meters tall, Xiaocheng could see a pair of eyes peering out from beneath the hood. They were bloodshot, constantly scanning the living room through the gap of the door as if looking for threats. This person is not here to deliver takeout. Xiaocheng's hair stood on end as she reached out to close the door. Then, with a loud bang, the door was pushed back from the outside. The man in the raincoat pushed against the doorframe, sticking his head in his burned face under the hood, displaying an aggressively broad smile. He fixed his gaze fiercely on Xiaocheng's face, his voice hoarse. "Little cake, I found you." At that moment, Xiaocheng was pressing firmly against the door, as if trying to push both the door and the person outside with all her might. Feeling extremely anxious, she thought, "System, activate the dark transformation skill, hurry." "Host, the dark transformation skill is a passive skill. I cannot activate it. The anger itself is not something a person can easily control." The man in the raincoat continued to gaze obsessively at Xiaocheng. "Do you know, from the very first moment I saw you, I knew you were my little cake." After waiting for so many days, the man who had been watching the community finally left. His strange declaration made Xiaocheng's skin crawl. She kept pushing against the door to prevent him from entering while forcing herself to calm down. If he burst in violently, only 2 options remained for her. 1. Use her emergency emotional points of over 1,000. 2. Get incredibly angry and transform into dark mode. However, the second option requires someone to provoke her. Or, she could stall for time with this man in the raincoat and call her brother back. Qi Xiaocheng promptly took out her phone planning to try another method first. She intended to call her brother, but when the man in the raincoat saw this, he forcefully pushed the door open. Qi Xiaocheng was after all just a frail little girl, although her physical condition had improved to a sub-healthy level. However, after days of torment, if she hadn't occasionally taken the system's medicine, she probably would have already collapsed. With a strong push, the door knocked Qi Xiaocheng onto the entrance mat. The phone call she intended to make to her brother accidentally connected to Xiaocheng's contact. Qi Xiaocheng grabbed her phone and crawled back a few steps, turning to Fong Ning and shouting, "Ning Ning, you go hide." Before she finished her sentence, Qi Xiaocheng noticed that Fong Ning had somehow appeared behind her holding a kitchen knife she had taken. Fong Ning's gaze was fixed on the man in the raincoat who was stepping inside. Qi Xiaocheng felt a surge of joy and quickly snatched the knife, protecting Fong Ning behind her. On the phone, Xiaocheng's puzzled voice came through. "Why are you calling me Qi Xiaocheng?" Qi Xiaocheng immediately replied, "Are there people you've arranged around me? Someone is breaking in to rob me. Help. Help." Xiaocheng's voice was confused. "Isn't it just you need my help?" Qi Xiaocheng looked at the tall man in the raincoat closing in on her, slowly retreating along with Fong Ning, and said to Xiaocheng, "Yeah, do you expect a helpless girl like me to take on a big man? I can delay him, come quickly." Xiaocheng fell silent for a full 10 seconds after hearing this. Then he said to Qi Xiaocheng with a low voice, "Actually, Qi Xiaocheng, I still have some feelings for TaoTao." After he finished speaking, the call abruptly ended, leaving only the sound of the call disconnecting. Stuffing the phone into her pocket, Qi Xiaocheng held the kitchen knife tightly, her small body standing straight, her aura suddenly turning sharp. "That Xiaocheng actually still dares to like TaoTao." Her voice was somewhat suppressed, startling the little follower behind Qi Xiaocheng. The man in the raincoat seemed to have found a new toy upon hearing Qi Xiaocheng's words. He approached Qi Xiaocheng step by step with the knife, threateningly saying, "Little cake, that TaoTao you mentioned is the one who often comes to your house, right? She's quite a beauty. Once I enjoy you, I'll definitely let you sisters have a good reunion." The man in the raincoat's smile became increasingly wild and insane. "After all, your TaoTao is also my prey." His words fell into Qi Xiaocheng's ears. Originally, her crimson eyes lacked focus and seemed somewhat lost, but they suddenly became eerily sharp, glaring at the man in the raincoat like a wolf. With a crack, the wooden handle of the kitchen knife gripped in her hand actually began to splinter under her grasp. "What did you say?" The dark transformation multiplier increased. Qi Xiaocheng took the initiative to walk towards the man in the raincoat, her brown hair swirling chaotically in the cold wind that blew in from outside the door. Her strange vertical pupils glimmered faintly with red light. The man in the raincoat, unaware of Qi Xiaocheng's state, saw her approaching and revealed a feral grin, reaching out to grab her. However, the agility of this petite figure exceeded his expectations. Qi Xiaocheng merely tilted her head slightly and elegantly evaded his grasp. With a flick of her wrist, she swung the knife in her right hand. The man in the raincoat didn't have time to react. His outstretched left hand had already fallen to the ground in a bloody chunk. Ah! The searing pain caused the man in the raincoat to scream. Adrenaline surged, and he angrily swung the knife at Qi Xiaocheng. However, faster than him was Qi Xiaocheng's kitchen knife, which had already plunged into his abdomen. Meanwhile, Fong Ning, standing not far away, was dazedly recalling what Qi Xiaocheng had just said. "In a bit, I'll introduce you to what being a yandere means." "So this is what a yandere is." Outside Qi Xiaocheng's apartment complex, Chang Kuan, donned in his mate-one uniform, felt an unusually good mood today. Yesterday, he had made plans with his brothers to invite a female dorm mate for a night out at KTV, and the weather forecast predicted heavy snow from this afternoon to evening. He thought that the gathering with the female students might be cancelled. However, surprisingly, not only did it not snow in the afternoon, but the sun even came out, making the evening feel less cold than usual. "After delivering this last order, I'll take the money and go on a date with the girls." Chang Kuan hummed a little tune as he glanced at his phone. "Unit 4, room 502, Miss Chi." Upon seeing this name, Chang Kuan paused in front of the elevator, lost in thought. It was rare to come across someone with the surname Chi. Among the many notable freshmen at school, there was indeed one. In the past, she had worn makeup like a drag queen, simultaneously pursuing several wealthy young masters. While not exactly famous, she had certainly become the subject of gossip among the freshmen. However, recently Qi Xiaocheng's reputation at school had taken a remarkable turn. Students he encountered on the road all said that without makeup, Qi Xiaocheng looked incredibly cute. Petite and charming, she seemed almost on par with the campus beauty Su Tao. There were even rumors that the renowned young master Dong Fangyang, who initially found Qi Xiaocheng's makeup distasteful, was captivated by her without it. Hey, and now she had removed her makeup. Now she was utterly enchanting. What kind of woman hadn't that young master seen? This kind of acknowledgement made the name Qi Xiaocheng circulate among the boys for a while. Many people began to loiter around Qi Xiaocheng's class, hoping to catch a glimpse of her true self. But what they didn't expect was that Qi Xiaocheng hardly ever attended classes. Skipping class had long become her routine. But Chang Kuan was different. He had had the fortune of meeting Xiaocheng half a month ago, when he had played the role of a righteous hero. Unfortunately, he hadn't seen her face then, and hadn't been able to find her afterward. He had bragged about this encounter several times, while in the dormitory when Xiaocheng's reputation was on the rise. Chang Kuan took out his phone again and checked the order. If only it really is her. He stepped into the elevator and arrived at the 4th floor. Soon he stood in front of Xiaocheng's door, just about to ring the bell, when suddenly a cacophony of screams erupted from inside. Chang Kun's hand froze mid-action. That sound doesn't seem right, does it? He looked down and gasped. What is this red stuff on the floor? Chang Kun's heart raced. He took a deep breath and thought, really, this community is so proper, how could anything happen? The owner must be someone who loves to paint, this red stuff must be paint, right? Ah! The sounds from inside continued so loud that even the closed door couldn't muffle them. Haha, watching a horror movie and still so loud are these young people nowadays. Chang Kuan pressed the doorbell, and in his nervousness, he didn't realize that the door wasn't even properly closed. He rang the bell and pushed the door open. Hello, He was stunned before he could even finish saying "sell." The sight before him made his scalp tingle. He saw 2 little girls about 1.5 meters tall. One was holding a sack nearby, while the other bent down, her brown hair flowing, pulling a knife from a fallen man. The floor was smeared with bright red, and even the little girl with brown hair had her hands and face splattered with drops of red. It seemed as if his ringing of the doorbell had triggered their actions. Both little girls froze mid-action, their heads turning to look directly at him. One had peculiar, terrifying vertical pupils as if glowing red. The other, holding the sack, wore an expressionless face, as if she were used to the scene of red everywhere. The atmosphere felt utterly wrong. Clearly both were such adorable little girls, so why did they seem so eerie? The 3 of them stared at each other, and it felt as if the world had momentarily come to a standstill. Suddenly the little girl with brown hair straightened up the knife she held, dripping with red droplets. She stared at Chang Kuan, asking slowly, "Do you like TaoTao too?" Chang Kun's legs buckled and he knelt down. His hands raised in surrender. The delivery bag fell to the ground. "Sister, let's talk this over. I'm just a delivery guy." Looking at Chang Kun's face, Xiaocheng suddenly recalled that it was this boy who had helped her fend off Yi Liang's little brother when she first crossed over. She reached out to brush aside the strands of hair that had stuck to her lips, and from the touch a hint of red appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then she revealed an enchanting smile. "I remember you. You were my big brother who helped me last time, right? Come in and sit for a while, senior." The person before her was undoubtedly Xiaocheng. Seeing her, Chang Kuan felt delighted. But that single word "senior" was just too much. He had no choice but to walk in with a stiff demeanor. Then Xiaocheng handed him the knife. "Please hold this for me." "Oh, okay." Chang Kuan took the already bloodied knife, staring blankly at Xiaocheng and Fong Ning, the 2 little girls, as they struggled to stuff the man in the raincoat into the sack. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Is he dead?" "Of course not," Xiaocheng replied calmly. "We don't do illegal things. He's just been knocked out by me." The pool of bright red on the floor. Was it really just from knocking him out? He didn't dare to ask or say anything. Just then 2 police officers burst in from outside. Upon entering, they saw Chang Kuan standing to the side holding the knife while pointing at Xiaocheng and Fong Ning. One of the officer's pupils constricted as he pulled out a dark object, pointing it at Chang Kuan. "The suspect with the knife over there, don't move. Put the knife down." Chang Kuan was dumbfounded. His legs buckled again and he knelt down. "Officer, it's a misunderstanding." In addition to the 2 officers, a doctor also walked in, stating that they were called by Xichun. After some questioning, the case was classified. The man in the raincoat attempted a robbery, and the 2 little girls acted in self-defense. Delivery worker Chang Kuan bravely subdued the criminal, and even killed a chicken for entertainment in the process. Once everything was sorted out, the doctor stayed behind. She looked at Xiaocheng and said during their handshake, "Hello, Miss Qi. I am the psychologist assigned by the young master. I'm here to discuss your treatment in 3 days." Xiaocheng gazed at the psychologist with a hint of contemplation, remembering what Xichun had said about still liking Su Tao. In front of the psychologist, she dialed Xichen's number. "Has the matter been resolved?" On the other end of the line, Xichen's calm voice came through. Xiaocheng smiled, her tone sweet, as she said, "Xichun, why did you only send a doctor sister over? I want to see you, why don't you come over?" This soft and adorable tone was something Xichun had never experienced before. In the dead of night, a little girl inviting an adult man to her home. What could happen? Xichun lit a cigarette and sighed. "Do you believe that I will never love Tao?" Although all the anger was vented on that man in the raincoat, it was impossible for Xichun to be free of discontent. However, when a melancholic voice from Xichun, accompanied by a photo, was sent over, Xiaocheng regained her rationality. In that photo, Xichun was shirtless, and on his sturdy back were 4 large characters deeply carved with a knife, "Never love Tao." Of course the characters were somewhat ugly, the strokes crooked, as if he almost carved the wrong words. This inevitably reminded Xiaocheng of the last time Xichun mentioned carving words to express loyalty. She originally thought it was just a joke and didn't pay attention to it. Unexpectedly, this guy actually did it. He was an ordinary person without any skills to alleviate his own pain. With such a Gatuda fail-free card presented, Xiaocheng also lowered her head and fell into deep thought. The psychologist beside her observed everything and waited until Xiaocheng looked up before revealing a gentle smile. Young master is quite busy, so he asked me to communicate with Miss Qi regarding the follow-up diagnosis. Xiaocheng temporarily set aside her thoughts about Xichun and sat down on the couch with the doctor. The doctor spoke first. My surname is Lin, just call me Dr. Lin. Young Master C has already informed me of your situation. Xiaocheng blinked and cautiously asked, all of it. Dr. Lin smiled softly and nodded. Yes, he mentioned everything. As she spoke, she looked at Fang Ning, who was cleaning up the fresh chicken blood, splattered during Chun Kun's excitement signaling with her eyes. Xiaocheng said, no need to be polite, let's just talk directly. You mentioned the diagnosis would be in 3 days. Yes, Dr. Lin nodded. This is the time set by Miss Su Tao, and I need to prepare a diagnosis report for her, you understand. Xiaocheng naturally understood. Su Tao wanted the psychologist to see if she could still be cured. And what she had to do was tell Su Tao that it was already hopeless. I am a yandere o TaoTao, you can only obey me, soothe me, love me, and become my only one. Otherwise, I might end up in serious trouble. She said to Dr. Lin, regarding the report, please write it more seriously. It would be best to say I have dissociative personality disorder or something similar with a treatment probability as high as 99. Dr. Lin looked at Xiaocheng and nodded. You want Miss Su Tao to think you are beyond saving? Yes. Dr. Lin said, I have also studied the yandere type. If I need to diagnose a type, what type do you hope it to be? Dependent and possessive types. Currently, I am acting as these two types in front of TaoTao. Dr. Lin seemed to be thinking and looked at Xiaocheng for a moment before gently nodding. Out of the blue, she asked, Miss Qi, do you think a yandere knows they are a yandere? Of course a yandere does not know they are a yandere. Xiaocheng answered almost instantly, full of confidence. After chatting with Dr. Lin for quite some time, especially asking many questions related to psychological knowledge, Xiaocheng was finally satisfied and saw her off. Enriching her psychological knowledge a bit as a disguise for being a doctor, she could argue more reasonably when deceiving Su Tao. Although Xichun was somewhat utilitarian, he was still reliable. The premise is that she has enough benefits to keep him bound to her side. However, there was one thing that made Xiaocheng feel a bit conflicted. Tongzi, why do you think my darkening skill sometimes fails to activate on its own, but when it comes to anything related to TaoTao it works? The system responded with a shift in tone. Host, are you starting to feel like something is wrong with you? I am perfectly normal. Xiaocheng rolled her eyes and thought. I summarized the experience from last time with Yiliang. I originally thought it was Yiliang's male lead halo suppressing me, and then TaoTao's female lead halo neutralized Yiliang's halo, allowing me to trigger the darkening skill. Then what do you think is the reason? It's because my relationship with TaoTao has improved. Not only did I benefit from her female lead halo, but I also altered the world line. I was originally a cannon fodder supporting character, but now my character weight has increased. Naturally, TaoTao's female lead halo is also a significant factor, so I can only darken when I mention TaoTao. That makes sense, right? This time the system unusually did not respond immediately. Instead, after a while, it slowly said, Host, I think you make a very valid point. You agree with my statement. I am referring to the point where your character weight has increased. Xiaocheng was somewhat puzzled by the system's statement. The trigger of this darkening skill seemed to be because of the female lead halo, right? Xichun mentioned Su Tao, so the anger she portrayed could successfully activate the darkening. Before mentioning Su Tao, the anger triggered in front of the man in the raincoat was non-existent. However, the system's focus was not on the darkening but on the man in the raincoat. Host, you know that the male leads Dongfangyang and Xichun are temporarily leaning towards you, and the female leads Su Tao, right? They have sent bodyguards to protect you nearby, correct? That's true, so what? The supporting antagonist Qisong has also been called back by you. With his level of concern for you, he would not let anyone watch over the neighborhood, right? Xiaocheng quickly realized. Indeed, Dongfangyang had said before that he feared she would continue to be bullied and sent 2 bodyguards to patrol nearby. Her brother also said he left his little brother near home. There were security guards at the entrance and many residents in the community. How did that man in the raincoat manage to come into her home without any hindrance? Xiaocheng frowned and immediately headed to the monitoring room of the community, asking the security guard to check the surveillance footage of her floor. The security guard expressed confusion. That's strange. The community just maintained the security equipment last month, replaced all the broken cameras and added new ones. Yet the cameras at your door and the first floor are both broken. Upon checking, there was no sign of the man in the raincoat in any other surveillance footage. Some cameras that he could not avoid were also directly broken. Qi Xiaocheng did not believe that the man in the raincoat was a top hacker capable of committing crimes and hacking the surveillance. The security guard said, "I will go check what happened to the cameras." "I'll go with you." They returned to the front corridor. The surveillance was physically damaged. The specific reason was unknown. Suddenly Qi Xiaocheng felt a chill down her spine, a sense of being watched. "Host, you should understand something now, right?" Qi Xiaocheng took a deep breath and slowly voiced her speculation. "Is this world trying to erase me?" To be precise, it's about exclusion and correction. TaoTao, as the only female lead and Yiliang being one of the male leads with more screen time, have had their relationship disrupted by your actions. You caused two people who were supposed to be together to break apart and sent Yiliang to the hospital, significantly altering the original plot. And this man in the raincoat is likely correcting the course of this world. She was a transmigrator, ultimately an anomaly. But would Qi Xiaocheng follow the original plot? Absolutely not. System, is there any solution? Qi Xiaocheng's previously relaxed heart now held a trace of unease. The system, which she had always referred to as useless, answered decisively this time. Yes. There are actually two methods. The first method is for the host to walk down a single path to the end. As the host mentioned, you previously played a minor villain with very low significance in the original story, but because you were the childhood companion of the female lead TaoTao, your role in the entire plot line is slightly more important than that of an ordinary minor villain. Now that your role's significance has increased, you might have become a small antagonist on par with the supporting character Qisong. By leaving a deeper impression among the important characters, you could even become an inseparable part of the story, striving to turn into the protagonist, and become an essential part of this world. You don't necessarily have to take the female lead's position. The lead remains TaoTao. If the host seizes the role of the male lead, wouldn't that suffice? She originally desired all of TaoTao's love. Only her goals have shifted. Instead of relying on TaoTao's halo as the female lead for self-preservation, she has transformed her aim to make all the male leads into mere supporting characters. After all, this is a female-oriented novel. Even if a wealthy female supporting character emerges later, the plot will still revolve around TaoTao. Countless stars can accompany her, but there is only one radiant moon. Qi Xiaocheng took a breath and asked, what about the second method? Feigning death. Qi Xiaocheng was taken aback. This was a path she had not considered. Feigning death cannot completely detach one from the world's corrections, but it can reduce the host's attention and involvement, allowing for a period of evasion to increase one's role's significance. The system's words opened a new path for Qi Xiaocheng. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, if I feign death in front of TaoTao, what would her reaction be? Her voice was low, but in the spacious living room, it was almost audible as a pin dropped. Her little follower Fong Ning was walking past the sofa behind Qi Xiaocheng with a bright red mop. Hearing this unconscious murmur, she was instantly stunned. She thought she had gradually come to understand the yandere, but now it seems, having just a slight understanding and becoming complacent is truly quite embarrassing. It wasn't just her who was stunned. The system was as well. Host, we are discussing how to feign death like Phoenix Institute's Kuma to deceive the world. I understand. If you understand, then set aside the female lead TaoTao for now. Qi Xiaocheng's face lit up with anticipation. I suddenly want to see what her reaction would be if I died in front of TaoTao. Qi Xiaocheng stood up excitedly and walked towards her room, saying to herself, system, all along, I thought you were just a useless entity that could do nothing but draw cards and complain. I truly misunderstood you. The system couldn't help but recall the many skills Qi Xiaocheng had drawn. The silence was deafening. The host need not apologize. Sometimes I feel like a bit of a useless entity myself. The concepts of feigning death in front of TaoTao and avoiding the world's corrections do not conflict. The only thing that troubled Qi Xiaocheng was that feigning death was quite difficult. If she accidentally truly died, it would be a significant loss. Considering the current plot timeline, I might indeed be preparing to die. This directory is strikingly conspicuous, reminding Qi Xiaocheng to tread carefully in this world. According to the timeline, the original host is already on the brink of death at this moment. Her brother is still fighting for the Menglong gang in Lizzie City, and in 2 months he will learn of his sister's death and return home. Faking my death right now is just impossible. Qi Xiaocheng sighed. Even with the system's assistance, if she were to fake her death now, TaoTao's emotions would still not explode. Because the emotional bond has yet to be established, TaoTao's affection for her might only be a tiny bit, perhaps even unknown to herself. System, draw a card. With very little emotional value left and the pressure mounting, Qi Xiaocheng did not want to wait any longer. She still felt a lack of security. Drawing cards. Obtained delicate soft candy 1, consuming it will make the skin more refined. Obtained scar removal pill 1, consuming it will quickly eliminate scars over time. Obtained hen's eggs 4, produced by the system, exclusive for instant noodles, highly nutritious. Obtained healing potion 2, consuming it can eliminate hidden injuries within the body. Congratulations host, you have obtained the passive skill alertness intermediate. Alertness intermediate, the host can sense danger in advance to a certain extent. Congratulations host, you have obtained the passive skill affinity intermediate. Affinity intermediate, the host's affinity increases, making it easier for others to develop positive feelings towards them. and they are also more liked by small animals. 10 consecutive draws, 2 skills, and several items. Although they are all passive skills and no offensive skills were obtained, Xiaocheng was still somewhat satisfied. She had eaten one piece of soft candy last time, and taking another one would not be meaningful, so she decided to give it to TaoTao. The scar removal pill was for Fong Ning, as that little one had been bullied and beaten for years, leaving many scars. The hen's eggs combined with the sauerkraut beef noodles she drew last time would provide double the nutrition to nourish her body. The healing potion was meant for her brother, as he was prone to trouble being involved with gangs. Having arranged everything after Fong Ning finished her business outside, Xiaocheng called her in. She first gave her the pill and then asked, "Come on, let's continue learning about the knowledge of the yandere archetype, and he'll show you some examples to help you understand what a yandere is." Fong Ning really wanted to say that she had already seen the examples, but after thinking about it, she kept her mouth shut. Xiaocheng did not have a computer, so she let Fong Ning use her phone to look. At the same time, she began explaining various types of yandere. "By the way, Ning, which school do you go to, and when do you usually have free time?" Fong Ning looked at her phone and shook her head, saying, "I can't afford to go to university." "Then where do you live usually?" "In Lu Gijia's old house." "Hiss." Xiaocheng gasped, "That's a bit difficult." Fong Ning looked up at her and blinked. Xiaocheng smiled and squinted at her. "Ning, do you know, I like TaoTao and I am pretending to be a yandere to slowly make her like me. So I want you to get to know TaoTao as well, but I can't be the one to push you to her. It would be great if your life trajectories could overlap a bit." Xiaocheng rubbed her chin and thought for a moment, "Why don't you stay with me for the next couple of days? I'll ask Dong Fangyang to help you arrange a position as a dormitory supervisor for girls. The best would be in the same dormitory building as TaoTao and me. The school has food and there are staff dormitories, which would be the best arrangement for her." Fong Ning listened attentively and bit her lips. "So Xiaocheng, is there anything you need me to do? You're so nice to me. I'll do anything." She raised her head, her eyes sparkling. Even at this moment she had already guessed what Xiaocheng might want her to do. And this brown-haired little girl, as she expected, revealed a slightly wicked smile. "Ning, I need you to play the role of a yandere just like me." December 3rd. The sun shines brightly and fine snow continues to fall. Today all first-year students at Zhuzhou University are on break, and to care for the mental health of many students, young Master C and young Master Dongfang have jointly funded free mental health checkups for all freshmen. At this time it happens to be the scheduled psychological assessment time for Dr. Lin and Xiaocheng. If she hadn't known about this in advance, she would have truly been kept in the dark. Having all freshmen assessed together is quite a clever excuse. "But TaoTao, the psychologists are all my people. You really don't expect to find anything, do you?" Initially, before the assessment began, Xiaocheng thought this way. It wasn't until she reluctantly followed a sister from her dorm, Zhang Xiuhua, to queue that she dumbly overheard the conversations of the students ahead. "There are 2 psychologists for the assessment." Zhang Xiuhua nodded beside her. "Yes, there are 2 rounds in total. The first round is with the doctor from Sichuan, and the second round is with the one invited by Dongfang Yang." "Wait a minute." Xiaocheng rubbed her forehead. "You said Dongfang Yang invited one too. Is it really necessary to have 2 doctors?" Zhang Xiuhua shrugged. "Who knows? Probably for prestige. They both funded the doctors together, and whoever invites the doctor gains more prestige. It seems they didn't want to back down, so each invited one." "Hiss, if that's the case, then things aren't right." Xiaocheng quickly messaged Sichuan. "What's up with having 2 psychologists?" Sichuan replied, "This is unexpected. TaoTao not only asked for my help but also asked Dongfang Yang. She might be thinking that if one doctor isn't enough, let's try 2. Sichuan continued, "The plan you had with Dr. Lin might need to be scrapped. The reports from the 2 doctors will likely need to be reviewed together." Xiaocheng fell silent for a moment and asked, "What should we do?" Sichuan replied, "Just play it cool." Xiaocheng said, "Do you think you're funny?" Sichuan said, "Just adapt to the situation. I can't interfere with Dongfang Yang. If this psychological treatment is treated as if it never happened, that's fine. You're not a yandere, right?" "That's true." Xiaocheng nodded in agreement. Sichuan really sees things clearly. The system actually doubts she's a yandere. Look at Sichuan, even those studying psychology say she's not a yandere. System, is there a possibility for skill upgrades? She felt that her intermediate acting skills were a bit insufficient. If it were ultimate acting skills, perhaps she could fool Dongfang Yang's doctor. The host can only upgrade skills by drawing duplicate skills during card draws. With that kind of probability, I might as well buy a lottery ticket. Do you know how long it takes to accumulate 1,000 emotional points? At this moment, while still in line, Xiaocheng was suddenly pulled by Zhang Xiuhua. "Changqing, look over there, that TaoTao is coming." Her eyes were filled with hostility, as if she wanted to tear TaoTao apart. In the past 2 months at university, the original host, who wore very ugly makeup and was hostile towards TaoTao, committed various wrongdoings largely incited by Zhang Xiuhua, constantly pewing the original host, making her believe that she was the true friend. Even now that Xiaocheng has traveled here, Zhang Xiuhua continues to nag her about how she looks prettier with makeup and to stop going out barefaced. And Xiaocheng hasn't been to school for a few days. Now that she's back, she runs into this sister again, still saying some negative things to Xiaocheng as before. Little does she know this small body already has a different soul. Seeing TaoTao walking this way, Xiaocheng's mind raced, and she turned her back, saying to Zhang Xiuhua, "The psychological assessment is open all day, right? There are so many people now. It will take a long time to queue. How about we come back in the afternoon?" "Sure." Zhang Xiuhua replied, glancing at TaoTao with displeasure. "Just right, I don't want to see that BTCH either." Upon saying the word BTCH, Xiaocheng's eyes flashed red. But she quickly suppressed it. Using her intermediate acting skills, she put on a cute, expectant smile. "Didn't you say you have new cosmetics? Let's go try them out. I haven't had money to buy any lately." Okay. Zhang Xiuhua exclaimed 3 OKs, pulling Xiaocheng away from the line, her lips curling up in a smile. Xiaocheng is still that fool. What a waste of this face. But coincidentally, the new cosmetics were specially prepared. They are meant to prevent her face from breaking out for a month. Jealous gazes drifted behind Xiaocheng, instantly triggering her newly acquired alertness skill. However, Xiaocheng remained silent, instead taking out her phone to message TaoTao. "TaoTao, where are you? I'm already at school but can't find you. Now my roommate is calling me back to the dorm. I'll wait for you in the dorm." In the distance, TaoTao was originally still coming this way. She picked up her phone in confusion. She had been wondering why Xiaocheng walked away upon seeing her. It turns out Xiaocheng didn't see her. However, the word roommate made TaoTao's expression turn displeased. Not long after, when Xiaocheng returned to the dorm, Zhang Xiuhua pressed her in front of a simple dressing table. One roommate cheerfully said, "Oh, Xiaocheng is back. I haven't seen you in a long time. I missed you so much." Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly at that roommate and said nothing. The roommate continued on her own, slowly saying, "By the way, did your unbeatable brother send you living expenses that day? We were hoping your brother would treat us to a meal. He's so amazing. He definitely wouldn't be stingy, right?" The tone seemed to be one of admiration, but Xiaocheng could clearly hear that it was laced with sarcasm, inciting the original host to ask her brother for money, then spending the original host's money on eating and drinking. Thankfully, the original host was foolish and easy to bully. If it were someone else, they would have exploded by now. Xiaocheng didn't respond to that roommate and changed the subject, saying, "Xiuhua, let's try your new cosmetics first." "All right." Zhang Xiuhua took out a pile of bottles and jars and said to Xiaocheng, "These are all new products. I can't bear to use them myself. Using this, your skin will definitely become even better, Xiaocheng." In the obedient smile that Xiaocheng displayed, there was a hint of danger. The toner was applied to Xiaocheng's face and was quickly diluted into a harmless liquid by her enhancing skill. Foundation, blush, eyeliner, and those penetrating fiery red lips. The once cute face full of collagen quickly turned into a pale, ghastly zombie. Her attractiveness dropped several levels. Yet this was precisely the effect Xiaocheng wanted. The mistakes the original host made 2 months ago should be completely washed away in front of TaoTao. She calculated the time, and just as the makeup was nearing completion, TaoTao knocked on the door and walked in. She seemed to already know the personalities of Xiaocheng's roommates, her expression somewhat gloomy. Prepared in advance, Xiaocheng looked at TaoTao with a heavily made-up face, and her cute smile had become unsettling. She spoke in a pure voice. "TaoTao, Xiuhua said this is the latest cosmetic. Am I cute like this?" Xiaocheng is undeniably adorable, even with a mask covering her face. Just her petite figure, soft voice, silky tea-colored long hair, and the sight of her fair arms peeking out from her short sleeves are enough to highlight her cuteness. However, when someone deliberately tries to appear unattractive, the contrast is quite evident, especially after enjoying Xiaocheng's lovely smile for some time. Seeing Xiaocheng's heavily made-up face looking utterly unrecognizable stirred a tempest of anger within her. It felt as if Xiaocheng's innocence had been tainted. Noticing TaoTao silence, Xiaocheng turned slightly, revealing a worried and timid expression. TaoTao. Why aren't you speaking?" Xuanhuan and her roommate gazed at TaoTao with smug smiles curling at their lips. "Isn't this TaoTao? Why are you still hanging around? My Chi doesn't want you anymore, so why are you still trying to get close?" TaoTao raised her head, her gaze frosty. "Your Chi once told me you were her good sister. After a few months of school, you're hanging out with those scummy guys, leaving Chi behind. I said she's mine. What's wrong with that? You can't give Xiaocheng what she needs, so stop clinging to her, okay?" Xiaocheng, sensing the impending argument, nervously stretched out her small hands, glancing from one side to the other, as if unsure what to do. "Can we talk nicely and not fight?" Her voice seemed softer than usual. TaoTao stepped in, her expression still grim, but instead of walking directly to Xiaocheng, she stood 3 meters away. Perhaps out of anger, her tone lacked the usual gentleness when she addressed Xiaocheng, and instead came across as forceful. "Xiaocheng, come here." Chi, we are the best of friends, the closest sisters, right? I won't let Su Tao bully you. Come hide behind me. This was a contest over Xiaocheng. Should she hesitate? Of course she should. If she easily went over to TaoTao, she wouldn't cherish it at all. The current Xiaocheng was no longer the sickly sweet girl. Thus her intermediate acting skills continued to shine as she stood up from her chair, her face half covered in unattractive makeup. First she took a couple of steps towards Su Tao, then turned back to glance at Xuanhuan. Both Xuanhuan and her roommate had stiff smiles, clearly not expecting Xiaocheng to walk towards Su Tao. However, as Xiaocheng turned back, their rigid smiles quickly transformed into warmth. Xiaocheng turned back towards Su Tao. Yet after 2 more steps, she glanced back again, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance that Su Tao clearly noticed. Without waiting for Xiaocheng to say anything, Su Tao reached out and grasped her small arm, giving it a gentle tug. This pulled Xiaocheng into her embrace, the faint scent of youthful femininity filling the air. Su Tao shifted her position, protectively shielding Xiaocheng behind her. But the frown on her brow indicated her dissatisfaction with Xiaocheng's reaction. Meanwhile, Xiaocheng, now hidden behind her, wore a faint smile. Just like that, TaoTao, let your possessiveness be a little stronger. Retrieving the mistakes made by the original owner over 2 months while simultaneously dealing with Xuanhuan and her gang, and adding a bit of pressure on Su Tao, subtly cultivating her sense of possession. It was just like Qin Shi Huang pressing the button and winning big. Xuanhuan and her companions' faces turned icy at the sight of this scene. Pointing at Xiaocheng, they angrily yelled, Xiaocheng, we treated you so well, always considering you as our sister, helping you with everything, even buying you cosmetics, and you still have the gall to think of Su Tao. Su Tao chuckled. You're just jealous of Xiaocheng's cuteness, using her innocence and shamelessly saying such things. Cosmetics. Su Tao walked to the table and picked up a small bottle. What's this worth? Besides, Xiaocheng is so cute she doesn't even need makeup. The word makeup hadn't even left her mouth when Su Tao paused, staring at the name of the cosmetic water and the ingredients listed, fury igniting within her. This was in the news before. Used on the skin, it causes allergic reactions and can lead to rotting. It's a harmful product that has been completely banned. You bought this for Xiaocheng to use. Su Tao swiftly reached out, grabbing Xuanhuan by the collar, lifting her effortlessly. What else have you done to Xiaocheng? Xuanhuan's face flushed red as she struggled fiercely. With a rip, her cheap clothes tore, and she fell to the ground but managed to escape Su Tao's grip. Enraged, she climbed back up. Damn, Su Tao, let's take her down together. Watch me scratch your face. She angrily raised her nails and charged forward. But Su Tao was not your average girl. Grabbing the hair and scratching the face. Who would play that game? Thinking of how Xiaocheng's face might be harmed because of her, Su Tao couldn't contain her rage. A hand shot out, precisely catching Xuanhuan's swinging hand. Her thumb and index finger pressed into the gaps between Xuanhuan's fingers, forcefully twisting. A bone-crunching sound echoed in the air. Xuanhuan's face contorted in pain as she screamed like a dying pig. Ah! Does that hurt? Su Tao mocked her. Did you ever consider that Xiaocheng's face would be ruined when you applied makeup on her? A nearby roommate trembled and stuttered, Su Tao, this is school. If you do this, you'll face disciplinary action for bullying. Are you going to scream again? Su Tao stepped forward, kicking her against the wall. With a cold smirk, she added, Aren't you the real bullies? When school started, Dongfangyang donated a building to the school. Do you think he wouldn't help me? Or do you want the entire dormitory to watch? Saying this, she broke one of Xuanhuan's fingers. Amidst her screams, Su Tao delivered a knee strike to her stomach before tossing her aside. Xuanhuan curled up on the ground, writhing in pain. I'll settle the score with you later. Su Tao turned, pulling Xiaocheng along as she headed out. Xiaocheng, come with me. I have makeup remover in my dorm. Let's take off that makeup on your face first. Xiaocheng timidly and hesitantly spoke. But. No buts. Su Tao extended her index finger, pressing it against Xiaocheng's lips. Without further ado, she pulled Xiaocheng into the dormitory. Upon entering, she saw Qian getting off her bed. Su Tao, didn't you go for a psychological diagnosis? Why are you back so soon? Su Tao ignored Qian and dragged Xiaocheng to her desk. She rummaged through her cabinet, puzzled. I remember I put the makeup remover here. Qian, have you seen it? Qian looked at the two of them in confusion. Did I not tell you last time? Mine ran out, so I temporarily borrowed yours. The delivery for the new one hasn't arrived yet. She pointed to the roommate still sleeping on the upper bunk. Xiao Wei still has some. Su Tao, hearing this, immediately woke her sleeping roommate without hesitation. Qian was also puzzled about what Xiaocheng and Su Tao were doing. When she walked around to get a better look, she was taken aback. Wasn't this Xiaocheng who looked like a monster just 2 months ago? She looked quite pretty without makeup. Why was she wearing heavy makeup again? Confused, but upon meeting Xiaocheng's gaze, she felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Then she saw Xiaocheng taking out a small pill from her pocket while carrying Su Tao. Instantly, Qian's dread shifted to delight. She hadn't forgotten that Xiaocheng had mentioned a couple of weeks ago that if she did well, she would give her a high-tech skincare pill. Xiaocheng had been thinking about the one for blackheads and acne for half a month. Giving a knowing look, Xiaocheng asked TaoTao, who was searching for the makeup remover, what exactly happened. TaoTao didn't even turn her head. Xiaocheng's roommates tricked her into thinking the makeup products are banned items that are very harmful to the skin. Xiaocheng hesitated for a moment, scolding TaoTao. You care so much about her, why didn't you keep a better eye on her? You know how innocent she is. As she spoke, Xiaocheng subtly gestured to her recently awakened roommate. Xiao Wei was still a bit unclear about the situation, but the amusement in her eyes didn't diminish as she chimed in. Yeah, Taozi, this time it was your fault. TaoTao paused for a moment, her tone carrying a hint of regret. Yes, it's my fault. I originally intended to find Xiaocheng directly, but I was stopped by 2 student council members on the way, or this wouldn't have happened. Moreover, she was lucky to have encountered this situation. Who knew what had happened before? Found it. TaoTao sighed in relief and quickly approached Xiaocheng, commanding, close your eyes. It'll help you fix this. Xiaocheng closed her eyes, but her slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed her inner unease. As TaoTao's fingertips brushed across her cheek, Xiaocheng entrusted everything to her. After removing all the makeup, the delicate and fair face reappeared before TaoTao, who let out a sigh of relief. She scolded, Xiaocheng, can't you see they were actually deceiving you? You're usually so beautiful. Why did you let yourself look like that? They clearly have ulterior motives. Why get close to them? Xiaocheng lowered her head, afraid to speak loudly, and weakly apologized, I'm sorry. TaoTao sighed, continuing her motherly lecture. It's not that I'm nagging, you need to have some ability to discern right from wrong, do you understand? If you continue like this, one day you'll be deceived. No, you've already been fooled so many times before and haven't learned your lesson. As she continued speaking, Xiaocheng's tears began to fall uncontrollably. Big tears rolled down her chin, dripping onto the hand TaoTao had placed on her lap. The damp feeling startled TaoTao. Then she saw Xiaocheng looking up with tears in her eyes. But at that time, TaoTao, you weren't paying attention to me. Besides them, I have no other friends at school. TaoTao's words were choked with emotion. During the summer vacation, due to Yiliang, she had a quarrel with Xiaocheng. She was supposed to apologize, but various events had caused her to postpone it. After that, Xiaocheng seemed to change, completely disrupting everything between her and Yiliang. Perhaps it was the influence of her so-called sisters like Xuanhuan, but at that time, without herself, who else remained? Xiaocheng held her head high, crying pitifully, trying hard to suppress her sobs. As if realizing that crying was not appropriate, she wiped her tears with her fingers. But when she found it impossible to stop, she rubbed and wiped them away more vigorously. TaoTao's originally scolding tone completely softened. She embraced Xiaocheng, gently saying, I'm sorry, Xiaocheng. I was a bit harsh. You're always so innocent. I'm just afraid you'll be deceived. This time I was also at fault. Xiaocheng sniffed and simply whimpered in response. From TaoTao's perspective, her little hand quickly gestured to Xiaocheng. Xiaocheng had already been stunned by Xiaocheng's performance. Only after noticing the gesture did she come back to her senses. She walked over and patted TaoTao's shoulder. TaoTao, it's rare for a person to maintain their innocence. If you want Xiaocheng to change, do you really want her to face the darker side of the world? Xiao Wei lay back down to continue sleeping. In my opinion, if you're worried she might get into trouble, just keep an eye on her. It's that simple. TaoTao pursed her lips in agreement, unsure of what she was thinking. Seeing this, Xiaocheng pulled her sleeping roommate up again. Xiao Wei, what are you still sleeping for? We need to go for the psychological diagnosis to get 0.5 credits to avoid a course. Hurry up. Hey, wait a minute. I haven't changed out of my pajamas yet. What are you changing for? You can't see the atmosphere and just sleep there. Hurry up. With a push and a shove, Xiaocheng quickly made space in the dorm for the two of them. TaoTao gently moved Xiaocheng from her embrace, took out a tissue to wipe her tears, and softly said, Xiaocheng, don't pay attention to those people anymore, okay? Xiaocheng obediently nodded. How could anyone imagine that such cuteness could hide a twisted side? TaoTao said, later we will go to the psychologist to earn credits, and then we'll go to Dongfang Yang's private hospital to have a doctor check your skin. If it were the usual state of her twisted personality, Xiaocheng would have undoubtedly stood by TaoTao's side without hesitation just now. In TaoTao's mind, the image of Xiaocheng hesitating 3 times before coming to her when faced with a choice flashed by. She then smiled and shook her head. No, if it were that kind of Xiaocheng, perhaps Xuanhuan would have already faced an unfortunate accident. The twisted state of Xiaocheng made even TaoTao feel fearful. But since it hadn't acted up, then did it mean that her treatment was working to some extent? After receiving the report from this psychological diagnosis, she would see what to do next. TaoTao took Xiaocheng's hand and smiled. Let's go, Xiaocheng. It might take some time to cue, but this diagnosis is a collaboration between Dongfang Yang and Sichun. We can use the back door to skip the line and go directly for the tests. Hearing this, Xiaocheng squinted her eyes. This so-called backdoor test was the main event, right? With her intermediate acting skills, she wondered if it would be effective. If the doctor truly discerned that her twisted personality was just an act, things would become complicated afterward. In the youth square, Chen Qian and Xiao Wei were heading to the psychological counseling room. Xiao Wei, who had only put on pajamas before heading out, was shivering from the cold, even though she borrowed a coat from Chen Qian, and the drowsiness she felt earlier was now gone. As she walked, she asked Chen Qian, "Isn't it a bit wrong for us to deceive Taozi on behalf of Xiaocheng?" Chen Qian stood beside her, shielding her from the wind, and explained, "Xiao Wei, you've realized that Xiaocheng likes Su Tao, right? Su Tao often mentions her in the dormitory. We are just acting as the matchmaker. How can this be considered deception?" Xiao Wei replied, "Chen Qian, you're kind of changing the concept here." Chen Qian shrugged and said, "Not long ago you were the one who said that it would be more fun to help out. But if you feel guilty towards Su Tao, I won't wake you up next time you sleep." "Hey, don't say that," Xiao Wei said anxiously. "I'm not saying I won't help. Watching Taozi, the awkward little tsundere, gradually fall in love is super interesting, okay? Moreover, it's with another girl, which I've never seen in real life before. And this is happening right beside me." Xiao Wei's eyes sparkled. "If I can pair them up, I'll be able to brag wherever I go, okay?" She then changed the subject and smiled shyly. "I just feel a little guilty. Look, Taozi gets up so quietly, brushing her teeth and washing her face without making a sound to avoid waking me up. It doesn't feel nice to force this pairing." Chen Qian tapped the back of Xiao Wei's head. If Su Tao doesn't like Xiaocheng, then forcing them together is indeed something to feel guilty about. But she clearly cares about Xiaocheng. Maybe she likes her without realizing it. Regardless of Xiao Wei's choice, Chen Qian had already completely sided with the orange faction. She once held animosity towards Su Tao because of Yi Liang. Now she had awakened to the truth, yet she still couldn't say she liked Su Tao. Helping Xiaocheng to pua her, watching her unknowingly fall into the trap set by Xiaocheng, while feeling various degrees of guilt and regret, was simply too delightful. The sense of achievement was simply overwhelming. No wonder there are so many people on the internet who enjoy this kind of fun. Xiao Wei also liked being a source of amusement. Such occurrences in reality were quite rare. Not to mention the rewards offered by Xiaocheng were hard to refuse. As for the poison, it didn't matter. She had come to understand that Xiaocheng only cared about Su Tao. Though a bit problematic, she wasn't the type to harm others. As an ordinary person, she was still on Xiaocheng's side. After all, the legal system couldn't really kill her, could it? Thinking these thoughts, Chen Qian nudged Xiao Wei again. "So what do you think? Are we doing this? Xiaocheng has some black technology that can make people prettier. I can arrange some for you later." "Black technology? I don't trust that," Xiao Wei replied. "Forget it. You don't have any anxiety about your looks, so you wouldn't understand how I feel." Chen Qian was a classic 7-point ordinary girl belonging to the can be seen, but has no outstanding traits category, simply a traditional crowd face. If she paid a little less attention to her figure and maintenance, she would lose her shape. With a bit of dressing up and makeup, she barely reached a score of 7.5. Xiao Wei was different. She had a round face and big eyes. Perhaps due to sleeping indoors all the time, her skin was quite fair, and even without makeup she had a score of 8 and looked very pleasant. In their dormitory there were only 3 people. Chen Qian envied the beauty of both of them. While they were chatting, Xiaocheng and Su Tao walked over and Chen Qian nudged Xiao Wei's shoulder. "See, they're still holding hands." Xiao Wei looked surprised. "Isn't it normal for girls to hold hands? I see boys linking arms too." "Watch what I do," Chen Qian responded. After saying that, Chen Qian raised her hand and shouted, "Su Tao, over here." Hearing this, Su Tao walked over, still holding Xiaocheng's hand and carrying a down jacket. "Xiao Wei, you went out without any clothes on. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? I brought this for you." After taking the jacket, Chen Qian gave Xiaocheng a knowing glance. "Xiaocheng, can you wait over there for a moment? I have a question to ask Su Tao." Xiaocheng looked at Chen Qian with a puzzled expression. Although she didn't know what Chen Qian intended to do, she obediently stepped aside. Su Tao asked, "Why do you need to avoid Xiaocheng for this conversation?" Chen Qian whispered, "Su Tao, do you like Xiaocheng?" Xiao Wei's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. Su Tao was taken aback and looked at Chen Qian with confusion. "What are you talking about? I just see Xiaocheng as a younger sister." Xiao Wei yawned and said, "But regarding Xiaocheng's condition, you must like her, right?" Su Tao had talked to Chen Qian about Xiaocheng's fragile condition, so Xiao Wei naturally understood it. However, she didn't know much. Su Tao glanced back at Xiaocheng. Xiaocheng seemed to be paying attention to them at all times, and when Su Tao turned her head, she flashed a sweet smile at her. Su Tao hesitated for a moment and replied, "That's inevitable. I'm just pretending to like her to stabilize her emotions, and then I'll slowly treat her." Chen Qian raised an eyebrow and elongated her tone, pretending. Su Tao momentarily lost her words. "No, you all can gossip, but don't spread this around, alright? This kind of thing would have a negative impact on Xiaocheng." "Understood, so your influence doesn't matter, huh?" Xiao Wei and Chen Qian exchanged glances, and she secretly made an okay gesture. Xiao Wei joined the team. Everything was said without words. After TaoTao casually responded to the two, she took Xiaocheng and left. TaoTao, what did you just talk about? Xiaocheng asked curiously. TaoTao paused her steps for a moment. Nothing much. Let's go, Dongfangyang is waiting for us. As they entered the psychological counseling room, they intentionally took a different route. Dongfangyang watched as the two walked in hand, and pointed behind him saying, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I had to come personally to set this up for you. Isn't that a hassle? Thanks for your trouble. I mainly don't want to waste too much time, TaoTao replied with a hint of meaning in her words. In reality, only they knew this wasn't an ordinary psychological diagnosis. It was specifically aimed at Xiaocheng. Of course, Dongfangyang knew a little but not much. TaoTao only told him that Xiaocheng had been emotionally unstable recently due to potential psychological reasons without mentioning that she was a yandere. On the other hand, Xichen was quite clear due to frequent discussions. However, this was not good news for Xiaocheng. If she had contacted Dr. Lin first, Xiaocheng could have discussed some coping methods with her. Now she had no choice but to face it head-on. Entering the small room, she saw a chubby middle-aged man with glasses and a kind expression. Hello, student. My surname is Chun. You can call me Dr. Chun. Please have a seat. Dr. Chun treated her like an ordinary student, showing no signs of anything unusual. As soon as Xiaocheng sat down thinking about how to use her intermediate acting skills, she heard Dr. Chun speak slowly. No need to be nervous. This is just a routine inquiry arranged by the school. Most so-called psychological issues among students are caused by stress and disrupted routines. Now I will ask you some questions. Just answer truthfully, okay? Good, doctor. Xiaocheng tried her best to remain calm, but it was impossible to say she wasn't nervous. After all, it was uncertain whether her acting skills would be effective, and on the other hand, she had no idea what questions this doctor would ask. If the questions were very tricky and targeted, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to answer them with acting. But to Xiaocheng's surprise, the questions from this doctor didn't seem to be that tricky. The first question was a common one. Student, is there anything that has caused you stress or discomfort? Facing Dr. Chen's inquiry, Xiaocheng shook her head in confusion, saying, I don't feel much pressure lately. Dr. Chen then asked, is there anything that has made you happy, such as personal growth or changes in friends? The question was very normal, so normal that it couldn't be more ordinary. Xiaocheng thought she should respond, so she followed Dr. Chen's lead and said, there are quite a few things that make me happy, mainly that the misunderstanding with TaoTao has been resolved. Dr. Chen smiled as before, is TaoTao your friend? Can I learn about your story? Of course. Making up a story was just right, as she could use the report from the psychologist to convey information to TaoTao that the original owner had always loved her. As time passed, Xiaocheng noticed that Dr. Chen didn't seem to be inquiring about her yandere tendencies. It seemed he was just confirming her psychological state. Although they were doctor and patient, the conversation felt more like two friends who hadn't seen each other for years. It made sense TaoTao had asked the psychologist to assess her, not to confirm whether she was a yandere, but perhaps she had already fully believed it, and just wanted to see more about her mental state. Perhaps realizing that Dr. Chen was harmless and being subtly guided, Xiaocheng mixed truth with pretense, weaving in her intermediate acting skills. Thus she chatted for over an hour following Dr. Chen's topics. Afterward, she drank some water and seamlessly connected with Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin wore a gentle smile akin to Dr. Chen's as he asked Miss Chi, how did it go with Dr. Chen? Was it stressful? He only talked to me about everyday topics, nothing as tricky as I imagined. Since Xichen was on her side, Dr. Lin also knew about her act as a yandere, so Xiaocheng didn't need to hide much. She inquired Dr. Lin, based on Xichen's feedback, does that mean the diagnostic report can't be written as we agreed? Dr. Lin nodded. Later, I need to confirm the diagnosis results with Dr. Chen. He is not aware of your situation and thinks it's just a routine checkup. I thought so. He didn't ask any targeted questions. Dr. Lin said, Miss Chi, I also need to ask you some routine questions to ensure I have enough information for the report. Alright, thank you, Dr. Lin. If the report doesn't work out, then there's no pressure. Dr. Lin's smile was very kind and his voice gentle. During the conversation, Xiaocheng felt the same warmth as with Dr. Chen. It felt like being bathed in spring breezes. Compared to her pretended professionalism, the two of them were far superior in both detail and the rigor of their inquiries. At this moment, she even had a feeling that if TaoTao were to probe into Dr. Chen's disguise, she might not be able to hide it. There were too many flaws during their previous chat. Fortunately, although she didn't understand psychology, TaoTao was equally clueless. The only regret Xiaocheng had was that she couldn't use this diagnosis to further apply pressure on TaoTao during the questioning, because they were familiar. Dr. Lin's questions were much bolder than Dr. Chen's. However, most were also about the daily life between her and TaoTao, just like Dr. Chen's. As they neared the end, Dr. Lin took a sip of water and gently said, from the perspective of a professional psychologist, Miss Chi, you are indeed neither a possessive nor a dependent type of yandere. Qi Xiaocheng confidently placed her hands on her hips. I've said that a yandere wouldn't know they are a yandere. I clearly know what I'm doing and rationally play the roles of both possessive and dependent yandere by TaoTao side, so I can't be a yandere. Dr. Lin nodded gently. Your acting is excellent, even better than many students I've known from performing arts schools. Qi Xiaocheng shyly touched her hair. Maybe it's a talent. Dr. Lin followed her lead. Lastly, can I test your acting skills? I know an old professor who wants to take on a disciple and insists I recommend someone. If possible, I'd like you to meet the professor. The more paths, the more people. Of course. Qi Xiaocheng thought little of it, secretly activating her intermediate acting skills, and maintained a calm expression. Come on, Dr. Lin, how would you like me to perform? I'll say something and you act as a yandere. Okay. Dr. Lin smiled slightly, spreading his fingers, bringing the tips together, resting his index fingers against his lips. His eyes suddenly turned dark and tense. Actually, young Master C still likes Miss Su Tao. He just doesn't say it to you on the surface. Instantly, a dangerous glint flashed in Qi Xiaocheng's crimson eyes. Her voice deepened slightly. Dr. Lin, is what you said true? Dr. Lin opened his hands and chuckled lightly. Of course, I was just joking. Your acting is impressive. Qi Xiaocheng was taken aback for a moment, then proudly replied, as usual, of course I can easily handle TaoTao. After saying that, she got up. I'll leave the report to you, Dr. Lin. If you need my help, you can have Si-chun contact me, and also regarding my matters. Don't worry. Dr. Lin got up and tapped the recording pen on the table. This pen is out of battery. As a psychologist, I have professional ethics. We are just friends who met like old acquaintances, right? After shaking hands with Dr. Lin, Qi Xiaocheng felt a sense of relief in her heart. Her alertness skills had given no feedback. If Dr. Lin had malicious thoughts after obtaining her information, her intermediate alertness skills would have definitely sensed it. Not long after Qi Xiaocheng left, Si-chun also arrived. The two doctors compared notes with Dr. Lin, responsible for summarizing. In front of Dongfang Yang, Si-chun and Su Tao, he said, according to the report, Miss Qi is currently in a relatively serious high-pressure state. High pressure. Su Tao was the first to question I see Xiaocheng as quite normal usually. Si-chun cast a puzzled glance at Su Tao, as if to say, do you really think Qi Xiaocheng is normal? Dongfang Yang, who knew nothing, also nodded along with Su Tao. I feel she's quite normal too. She's just a bit silly. Are you sure there's no issue with her intelligence? Dr. Chun interjected. Young master, please set aside your biases. Miss Kai's apparent normalcy is actually due to her subconscious repressing and hiding this pressure, and her pressure comes more from insecurity and anxiety. Moreover, she gives me a very contradictory feeling. Contradictory? Yes. Dr. Chun adjusted his glasses. I feel she is always playing a certain role. Role-playing. Everyone turned to Dr. Chun except for Dr. Lin. The latter adjusted his glasses and nodded, saying, naturally, but I feel I cannot conclude definitively. Psychologists like Dr. Lin and myself, who specialize in certain areas, each have our own diagnostic methods. Dr. Chun continued. When facing patients, I prefer to guide them to chat about the topics they care about most, allowing them to relax their subconscious self-protection, as if talking to a friend, and analyze them through their language, microexpressions, and actions. Dr. Lin nodded. Yes, I personally lean more towards aggressive probing, using lies and indirect questions to circumvent the patient's subjective protective answers, thus uncovering their innermost thoughts. Dr. Chun continued. Through this hour-long conversation, I sensed that classmate Qi is quite contradictory, especially when Miss Su was mentioned. I guided her conversation and mentioned, classmate Qi, you have a really good relationship with Miss Su, and at that moment she gave me three completely different contradictory reactions. The first reaction was desire, which could also be described as longing, wanting to be like Miss Su, or to have someone like her. The second was a deliberately displayed calmness. I am certain she was acting, concealing the first kind of desire and longing by pretending to be a normal friend. As for the third, I am unclear about the deeper emotions. Her mood seemed slightly unstable, and I couldn't choose to delve deeper. However, if I were to explain it using three personalities. The first is the self-personality. The second is the surface personality. The third is the hidden personality. She hides her self-personality by playing the surface personality, yet fails to realize there is also a hidden personality. Dr. Chun adjusted his glasses. Of course, this is merely a hypothesis to help everyone understand better. She does not actually have three personalities, and my feeling of her being contradictory is precisely due to this. Her pressure stems from insecurity and anxiety. Why is she insecure and what is she anxious about? Before gaining a deeper understanding, those present might know more than I do. After Dr. Chun finished speaking, he took a step back, indicating that he had concluded the important points of his diagnosis. Any less crucial details would be included in the diagnosis report later. Dong Fangyang looked utterly confused. However, Su Tao and Si-chun could understand a bit. Dr. Chun and Dong Fangyang were unaware that Qi Xiaocheng was a yandere. In Su Tao's eyes, Qi Xiaocheng's so-called hidden personality was her yandere side. She herself was unaware of being a yandere, presenting only a facade of normalcy, revealing her yandere side, only when mentioned by Su Tao. In her eyes, Dr. Chen's diagnosis was somewhat accurate, but due to insufficient information, he proposed the notion of 3 personalities. The act of playing a certain role was merely a misjudgment caused by the dichotomy between normalcy and yandere tendencies. Su Tao glanced at Xiaocheng beside her and noticed this bespectacled man who had also studied psychology seemed to be deep in thought. She turned to Dr. Lin. What do you think, Dr. Lin? Dr. Lin turned to grab her notes from the table, using the brief moment of being turned away from everyone to glance at Xiaocheng. Upon noticing Xiaocheng's gaze, she formulated a plan in her mind. She turned back with her notes and said, "Actually, I don't quite agree with Dr. Chen's viewpoint." Dong Fangyang and Su Tao were taken aback. Dr. Lin flipped through her notes. "I also sensed the contradictions Dr. Chen mentioned, but the result of a person playing a role leans too much towards Dr. Chen's subjective diagnostic approach. The source of Miss Kai's contradictions mainly lies with Miss Su. In the diagnosis, I asked about her story with Miss Su from childhood to middle school, and now university. Miss Chi has no friends aside from Miss Su. Additionally, her past experiences of being bullied are a long-term source of her insecurity. Recently, due to an argument, Miss Kai's relationship with Miss Su became tense, which led to the emergence of these contradictions. On one hand, she cares deeply for Miss Su, considering her more important than family. On the other hand, she fears that her actions may upset Miss Su, leading to her abandonment. It's akin to a child trying to align with their parents' thoughts to please them, outwardly pretending to be a good child to receive praise, while secretly embodying a different persona. Her words garnered the approval of everyone present. Even Dr. Chen nodded thoughtfully. I indeed haven't delved into the factors of what happened between them. Su Tao looked at Dr. Lin. So the reason why Xiaocheng appears so contradictory is because of this. Her words held deeper meaning. She was asking Dr. Lin, who was in the know. Could it really be that this is why Xiaocheng became a yandere? At that moment, Dr. Lin expressed her speculation. Personally, I believe Miss Chi has mild schizophrenia. Wait a minute. Dong Fangyang was already confused beyond measure, holding his forehead as if trying to think with all his might. Just now it was 3 personalities. How did it become schizophrenia? Xiaocheng, who was silent beside him, interjected with a critique. 3 personalities were merely a hypothesis to aid your understanding. The schizophrenia is mild, and if you don't want your brain, don't interrupt. Dong Fangyang shot a glare at Xiaocheng. What do you understand it now? Xiaocheng calmly pushed his glasses. I also studied psychology. Dr. Lin had mentored me for a while before. Dong Fangyang was momentarily speechless, looking expectantly at Su Tao. Su Tao's thoughts were entirely on the schizophrenia Dr. Lin mentioned. Dong Fangyang, if you don't understand, why not take a break? Dong Fangyang's face stiffened, feeling wronged, as he squatted to the side and started drawing circles. Dr. Lin continued as Dr. Chen said, her mental state is indeed unstable. Society, family, and environment are continuously exerting pressure on her. Looking at Su Tao, she asked, has she experienced any significant setbacks recently? Su Tao nodded lightly yes. It was indeed the incident in the basement. Dr. Lin glanced at everyone and conducted an in-depth analysis based on this setback. Her statements even prompted Dr. Chen to nod in agreement. Dr. Lin makes a valid point. However, my viewpoint also carries some personal subjectivity. If possible, it would be best to seek out a few more opportunities for us to interact with Miss Chi. The initial relief methods, treatment plans, and medication assistance will be detailed in the subsequent diagnosis report. After bidding farewell to everyone, Su Tao turned back and entered the office she had arranged with Xiaocheng. Dr. Lin and he were already waiting for her. Dong Fangyang was to play the role of Dr. Chen for a normal psychological diagnosis, while Dr. Lin would focus specifically on diagnosing Xiaocheng's yandere tendencies. This was also what Su Tao had previously agreed upon with the two. Upon entering, Su Tao hurriedly asked, Dr. Lin, how is it? Is the schizophrenia real? Is Xiaocheng a yandere? Is there truly a possibility for treatment? Her expression was one of great anxiety. Don't worry. Dr. Lin poured a glass of water for Su Tao. This diagnosis isn't as dire as we thought. Su Tao let out a sigh. That's good. I was getting ahead of myself. Sitting down on a chair, Su Tao calmed her emotions. Dr. Lin glanced at Xiaocheng and nodded. Let's discuss this one step at a time, starting with the issue of the sickly obsession. Her tone grew serious. Miss Chi undoubtedly has a sickly obsession, so Miss Su should abandon any illusion. Xiaocheng asked from the side, has it been tested? Yes. Dr. Lin nodded. I mentioned that the young master still likes Miss Su, and she immediately panicked. Xiaocheng. He looked at Dr. Lin with an expression of disbelief, tinged with a hint of grievance. I've never liked Su Tao from the beginning. Okay. Su Tao looked at Dr. Lin with hope. Then, what are the chances of treatment? Dr. Lin tapped his finger on the table and slowly said, I can't guarantee anything. It depends on your determination. Su Tao asked in confusion. Determination. Dr. Lin nodded. You've been avoiding this fact. If you truly want to cure the sickly obsession, you must be prepared to abandon all interpersonal relationships solely for her. This? Su Tao's face showed difficulty. Xichun leaned against the wall and said in a deep voice, "Those who cannot give up anything will accomplish nothing." He felt deeply about this. To return to the former position of the Xi family and wash away the humiliation, he could abandon anything. Dr. Lin smiled gently to relieve Su Tao's stress. "Don't worry too much. That's just a last resort under extreme circumstances. So there is still a way." Naturally, Su Tao became hopeful. However, Dr. Lin's words quickly dashed her expectations. Because what she said was essentially similar to what Dr. Chang had mentioned. Stabilize her emotions, avoid provoking her, try to accommodate her, and then slowly change her. But there were some subtle differences. Dr. Lin smiled faintly. "When you confirm that she is very obedient and won't resist, you can be a bit more assertive and take a leading position." Assertive? Yes. Dr. Lin said, "Make Miss Qi accustomed to or afraid of your assertiveness. If any extreme situation occurs afterward, she will choose to heed your advice." "Okay, I understand." Su Tao sighed inwardly. Dr. Lin, after all, was not the type of psychologist who delved deeply into sickly obsessions. Having met face-to-face, the methods and conclusions drawn were similar to those of Dr. Chang. Dr. Chang had merely listened to her recount the situation and had helped her multiple times within half a month. Even the slight recovery of Xiaocheng during treatment was thanks to Dr. Cheng's methods. With the comparison, Su Tao's evaluation of Dr. Cheng rose even higher. She would never have imagined that both Dr. Lin and Xichun were part of the Cheng faction. What they said naturally leaned towards Xiaocheng, and as a psychologist, Dr. Lin's words laced with lies were even more difficult to discern. Su Tao looked up and asked, "What about schizophrenia?" Dr. Lin's voice was somewhat somber. "Because I can't speak too definitively in front of Dr. Chang and young Master Dongfang, I can assure you that mild schizophrenia exists." Upon hearing this, Su Tao's expression turned serious. Xichun looked unsurprised. "It's normal for the sickly obsession and an ordinary person to have two forms, mild schizophrenia included." He even felt that he had vaguely found the password for Xiaocheng. Su Tao lowered her head. "It's all my fault. If I had quickly sought Xiaocheng after the argument during summer vacation, this wouldn't have happened." Dr. Lin said, "In any case, let's start with medication treatment for a while. Try to minimize stimulation. The more you provoke her, the more entrenched her sickly obsession will become." "Okay, thank you, Dr. Lin." Su Tao stood up and bowed, then looked at Xichun. "Thank you as well, Xichun. I feel bad for always troubling you." Xichun revealed a bright smile. "It's nothing, after all we are friends." Naturally, they were merely friends on the surface. After engraving the words "Never Love Tao" upon his heart, Xichun could not turn back. After bidding farewell to Su Tao, Xichun lit a cigarette. He then turned to Dr. Lin. "Let's discuss the report on Xiaocheng." Dr. Lin nodded. "All right, young master. My personal diagnosis is mild schizophrenia and also—" "Wait a minute." Xichun interrupted her. "Su Tao has already left. There's no need for us to speak those lies to cover up. We only lied to Su Tao because we stand with Xiaocheng." However, Dr. Lin's serious expression did not change. "I did not lie to Miss Su about the schizophrenia. Miss Qi indeed exhibits mild symptoms, and I believe Dr. Cheng's assertion is correct." "What assertion?" "The hypothesis of 3 personalities." Dr. Lin added, "Naturally, I only mentioned 3 personalities so they could understand. In reality, it refers to 3 conflicting psychologies and actions. The reason I publicly denied Dr. Cheng's hypothesis is that both Miss Su and young Master Dongfang were present and I needed to conceal Miss Kai's condition. But his hypothesis is highly accurate. I felt it while chatting with Miss Qi." Xichun's expression grew serious. "So besides the sickly obsession and the ordinary side, does Xiaocheng have another side?" "Most likely. But that doesn't make sense." Xichun rubbed his temples. "To become a sickly obsession due to unrequited love differs from the ordinary side. I can understand her upbringing indeed has the potential to lead to such an extreme form. But where did this extra side come from?" Xichun had checked Xiaocheng's background. It was a very ordinary farming family. Yet she knew about Su Tao's war godfather, which made it extremely contradictory to Xichun. Could it be that she held another mysterious identity, the version of her that she believed to be normal, the uncontrollable extreme sickly obsession, the sickly obsession unaware of itself? So what is the Xiaocheng caught between the normal and the sickly obsession? Xichun couldn't make sense of it and he couldn't find the answer. But this diagnosis surprised everyone. Meanwhile, the diagnosed Xiaocheng faced another dilemma. That night at home, Qisong returned from Dongfangyang and had dealt with the aftermath of Yiliang. Up until now, Yiliang had not awoken from the hospital, and the Yi family's expected crazy retaliation had been blocked by Dongfangyang. Accompanying Qisong to apologize, what was promised was unclear, but if they wanted the Yi family to stop pursuing them, then the 10 million that Yiliang mentioned was unavoidable. Yiliang came from Beijing to Zhuzhou City, essentially still under the Yi family's loose control. Whether he lived or died was of no consequence, but the Yi family's reputation could not be tarnished. This 10 million is not for Yi Liang's treatment, but to maintain the face of the Yi family in Beijing. The problem arises where to get the 10 million. Qi Xiaocheng felt a headache. She had a system, but her emotional value couldn't be exchanged for money. She had hacking skills, but that didn't mean she could ignore the law to engage in illegal activities. The dark web had various jobs available, but Qi Xiaocheng, a powerless little girl, could do nothing. Si Chun had clearly stated that he couldn't produce such a sum of cash. Dong Fangyang had money, but he was just a bit foolish, not mentally challenged. Tens of thousands of yuan were manageable, but over 10 million was not something Qi Xiaocheng could obtain just by being cute. After thinking for a long time without a solution, Qi Xiaocheng couldn't help but ask, "Brother, can we not give this 10 million? Qi Song looked apologetic. "It's mainly my fault. I lost control. According to the doctor, Yi Liang's third leg is nearly ruined. If he's lucky, it can be treated. If not, he might never be able to perform again in this life." Qi Xiaocheng was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Goodness, her brother was essentially cursing the male lead to be childless. If luck ran out, would he have no happiness for the rest of his life? Didn't she have a poison apple that could shatter his male-led halo? Swapping 10 million for the complete removal of a male lead didn't seem like a loss at all. Qi Song continued, "The person we spoke with last time was the second young master of the Yi family. He doesn't seem to get along with Yi Liang and openly mentioned it to me and Dong Fangyang. The Yi family is very angry about losing face and will definitely seek revenge on us. This 10 million doesn't matter to him. It's meant to show the Yi family. By giving it to him, he can help us expel Yi Liang from the Yi family." The second young master of the Yi family. Qi Xiaocheng remembered this character from the original work. The original character survived until chapter 100. After the original character's death, the brother appeared and lived until chapter 300. After the brother's demise, he left behind quite a mess. Jojo City and Lizzie City were thrown into chaos. The second young master of the Yi family used this to create a stain and push Yi Liang out of the Yi family with the two at odds. Although she had called her brother over from Lizzie City in advance, creating a butterfly effect, the antagonists that needed to appear were still slowly showing up along the original storyline. Is this the world's automatic correction? Among many characters, the only one who has awakened so far is Chan Qian, a villain who hasn't survived past the 10 chapters of her formal appearance, just like herself. While Qi Xiaocheng was contemplating, Qi Song sighed and said, "Leave this money to me to solve, brother." In her confusion, Qi Song had already taken out his phone and made a call. A bold voice came from the other end. "Is this Songzi? How's it going at home? Are you happy?" Qi Song glanced at Qi Xiaocheng beside him, cleared his throat, and said to Qi Xiaocheng, "Little sister, this is Brother Long, the foreman I work with on the construction site, and he treats me very well." Brother Long was also taken aback for a moment and then laughed heartily. "Our little sister is also here. Oh, without Songzi our construction site just can't function. The new guys can't even carry 10 bricks at once." Qi Song chuckled, "Of course I can carry 15 bricks at once. I'm the strongest in our group." Qi Xiaocheng couldn't help but interject. "Brother, a brick is about 5 centimeters thick. Stacking 15 bricks would make a pile as tall as half of me. You can carry that with one hand." Qi Song was momentarily speechless, awkwardly saying, "We were talking about the time when I was still strong and vigorous. I may not be educated, but I have a lot of strength." Qi Xiaocheng sighed helplessly and sweetly said into the phone, "I'm Xiaocheng. Thank you, Brother Long, for taking care of my brother. He's quite simple-minded and has been causing you trouble all along." She sounded obedient, considerate, and soft. Without asking what he was doing, her words of gratitude and concern were very sincere. Brother Long was also taken aback for a while after hearing this and then sighed, "Songzi, you must cherish having such a sister. If I hadn't made mistakes back then, my daughter should be in middle school by now, about the same age as our little sister." Qi Song chuckled foolishly. "Brother Long, you've treated me so well. We're brothers. My sister even calls you Brother Long. She's our little sister together." Brother Long's spirited voice rang out again. "All right, we two big men won't reminisce. Why did you call me? It's like this, Brother Long." Qi Song awkwardly explained the situation. "So, I wanted to ask how much money brother has left." Borrowing 10 million from brother is something only a straightforward boy like Qi Song could say. If brother had even a hint of suspicion or distrust, their relationship would be over. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like he wanted to run away with the money. For an ordinary gang involved in underground industries, 10 million was definitely not a small amount. Even Qi Xiaocheng thought her brother was being impulsive. How could he mix in the gang after their relationship became so strained? However, Brother Long just laughed heartily. "I was wondering why the Yi family's influence and businesses in Lizzie City were all in chaos. Turns out it's because of you, kid. Well done." Brother Long's voice was invigorated. Originally the brothers were hindered, but a week ago, for some reason, the Yi family's forces hastily wanted to withdraw. "I can't come up with 10 million, but 5 million is still possible." Qi Song was very moved to hear this. 5 million is enough, thank you, Brother Long. I will find a way for the remaining 5 million. Of course. Last time I checked the organization where you got the medical fees for our little sister and found that it was indeed a scam. I took the time to go to your hometown and took them down, recovering 5 million for you. With this money combined, it's just right. Brother was scammed out of 5 million. Xiaocheng showed a puzzled expression but didn't voice it. She heard Brother Long continue. Actually, Songzi, even if you hadn't called, I wanted to find you. Through the connection with the Si family, the second young master of the Yi family contacted me claiming he could collaborate. This 10 million counts as a stepping stone for you to lend to Brother as a door opener for the second young master of the Yi family. Once I swallow all the Yi family's industries in Lizzie City, I will double the money and give it back to you. Surprise turned into joy. If this 10 million were given directly to Yi Liang, Xiaocheng would have felt miserable. Now giving it to Brother Long as startup capital to connect with the second young master of the Yi family, and then sending her brother back to Lizzie City with Brother Long's ability, he would definitely be able to establish a foothold in Lizzie City. While her brother simultaneously cultivated his own power, it would essentially be Xiaocheng's power. Who knows, maybe one day her plan of feigning death might succeed, allowing her to go to Lizzie City and let TaoTao grow for a few months before making a grand return. Xiaocheng suddenly became excited. Just as she expected, Brother Long continued. However, Songzi, you might need to come back quickly. There aren't many people I can fully trust here, and you are one of them. Hearing this, Song became filled with passion and shouted, No problem, Brother Long. I'll return tomorrow. Ha ha ha, no need to rush, stay with your little sister for a couple more days. Xiaocheng's eyes sparkled as she sweetly said to Brother Long, Brother Long, it's our little sister. After chatting with Long Go while adopting the persona of a sweet little sister, Xiaocheng hung up the phone and returned to her room. She still had 2 tasks to accomplish. First, she needed to deal with the poisoned apple in the system space. She thought that once Yi Liang woke up and was able to eat, she could find an opportunity to give the apple to him. Second, she had a figurine obtained from a card draw that she wanted to give to TaoTao. Xiaocheng locked her door and took the figurine out from the system space. The figurine was a double figurine made from exquisite materials and lifelike. TaoTao, with her gray long hair, wore a dark fairy tale style black dress, elegantly stepping in high heels, as if she were dancing with Xiaocheng. Leaning slightly forward, her right hand wrapped around the slender waist of the white figure, while her left index finger gently lifted Xiaocheng's chin, at a slight angle, a mischievous smile on her lips, her gaze aggressively fixed on the person in her arms. In stark contrast, Xiaocheng wore a white princess gown, posing as if she might fall but was held in place, her feet barely touching the ground, her eyes slightly moist with a worried and frightened expression resembling a delicate little white rabbit. The figurine, along with its base, stood at less than 20 centimeters tall, as if their height difference was scaled down in a 1:10 ratio. Xiaocheng was 1.53 meters tall, while the figurine was 15.3 centimeters. TaoTao was 1.66 meters tall, and the figurine was 16.6 centimeters. It resembled an angel and a demon embracing, as well as a big bad wolf and a little white rabbit, contrasting sharply with the reality. In the figurine's character roles, TaoTao was the dark one, while Xiaocheng was timid and cute, ready to be picked. Xiaocheng held the figurine high with both hands. TaoTao's character was a cartoon orange pattern, while Xiaocheng's character was a cartoon peach pattern. The details and textures were extraordinarily fine. This is simply a work of art. The system's description states that staring at it for too long may cause disorientation. Just the lifelike quality and the striking color combination of the clothing are incredibly stunning. What would a lucid dream be like? Xiaocheng pondered for a moment, deciding to try it herself before giving it to TaoTao. Just like with the soft bone powder and drowsy red tea from the last time in the little black room, Xiaocheng also tested the situation first, ensuring she could better control it before applying it to TaoTao. After changing into her pajamas, Xiaocheng prepared her sleeping position in advance and placed the figurine on the bedside table, quietly watching it. Her previously chaotic thoughts seemed to be gradually dispersed. Xiaocheng even felt her thinking slowing down. In her vision, the 2 figurines appeared to come to life. With a light touch of her fingertips, TaoTao in the black dress revealed a terrifying smile. It was as if a red moon appeared around them. The girl's eyes suddenly shone with a red light, and the originally timid and scared Xiaocheng's expression shifted to one of sickly enjoyment and fondness in that moment. This horrifying scene nearly frightened Xiaocheng's soul away. She swallowed hard and shook her head. This is a bit scary. I hope I don't dream of this tonight. However, if such a scene were to actually happen, it might not be so bad. After a moment of daze, she began to feel sleepy. Xiaocheng didn't force herself to stay awake. She initially wanted to try out what a lucid dream was like, so she closed her eyes and hugged a newly bought brown teddy bear pillow. You mean the previous panda pillow? It seemed to have been damaged due to the cold, whether with the fabric tearing in various places, the limbs threads breaking, and the cotton inside spilling out. The merchant's craftsmanship was too poor and it broke. Xiaocheng had no choice but to replace it with a new one. As her consciousness gradually blurred, her thoughts stagnated. She fell into a deep sleep without even turning off the light. It felt like a long time had passed, yet it also seemed like just an instant. Xiaocheng opened her eyes again, feeling herself in an unusually familiar place. Across the street from the Fulinden Hotel. This place was more than familiar. She would never forget it in her lifetime. It was where her love with her girlfriend ended in her past life. Have I traveled back in time? Xiaocheng shuddered and suddenly turned around, discovering a blurred figure standing beside her. She couldn't see the face or the shape clearly. It resembled the little black figure from Conan or a blurred figure from a horror film. This person was holding a beautiful bouquet made of 52 white roses. Even though she couldn't see the face clearly, Xiaocheng knew that the person's expression was one of anticipation, joy, and happiness. Xiaocheng glanced at her own hands. Transparent. Her eyes flickered. I haven't traveled back, and my past self is already dead. I almost forgot this is a lucid dream. Now she was more like a blurred soul than a person. The one next to her holding the pure white roses was her past self. I actually dreamed of such a thing. Could it be that I still have lingering feelings for my past life? Xiaocheng thought she would dream of the scene she had just envisioned with the figurines. Who would have thought it was a memory from the past? However, she couldn't possibly have any lingering feelings for her past self. She clearly remembered the plot that would unfold next. On the second anniversary of their relationship, she had eagerly purchased roses and gifts to give to her girlfriend, only to see her girlfriend walking out of the hotel with a middle-aged man after the 90-second traffic light. It turned out that her girlfriend had long betrayed her. The past Xiaocheng's heart ached like being twisted, and after realizing the betrayal, she broke up with her girlfriend. Then, hiss. Xiaocheng held her head in pain, reluctant to recall it. She only remembered being at home, feeling down for 3 months before going out. She encountered a criminal in a cafe, fought desperately to subdue them, and ended up hospitalized. After being discharged, she was sent to this female-oriented novel world by a big truck. After crossing over, she aimed to use TaoTao's protagonist Halo for self-preservation while also finding amusement in teasing TaoTao, gradually reaching this point. The past of her previous life had long been cast aside. This dream unexpectedly took her back. What significance does it have to relive what has already happened? Xiaocheng spoke to her former self. However, as she expected, her past self couldn't hear her voice. She reached out to touch the roses, but she merely passed through them. In an instant, she understood the role she was playing in this dream. A spectator, unable to influence the course of the dream, nor being part of it, as if peering into an unforgettable memory from the past. The red light on the pedestrian crossing ticked down second by second, and the twilight was particularly heavy. The blurred figure holding the white roses grew increasingly expectant, while Xiaocheng's own heart gradually sank. The red light stopped, the yellow light flashed, and the green light lit up. The world seemed to come to a standstill along with the flow of traffic at that moment. The figure from the past stepped out, first holding the roses. Xiaocheng sighed and followed closely behind. With every step, the surrounding figures seemed to gradually diminish and fade away, the crosswalk transforming into a bridge with the flowing traffic resembling rushing blood. Upon reaching the other side, the bustling street was cleared in Xiaocheng's eyes. A man wearing a gold chain was embracing her former girlfriend as they slowly walked out of the hotel. With hair dyed a shade of brownish yellow and a familiar oval face adorned with exquisite makeup, Xiaocheng still had a vivid impression of this appearance even after all this time. As envisioned in his mind, his former self held a rose, and such an encounter could catch anyone off guard. All expectations shattered into pieces. Iran, this must be a joke. Is this person your brother or father? The figure holding the rose spoke with disbelief, proactively finding excuses for her even before she could respond. The man with the golden chain around his neck, after a moment of surprise, burst into a loud laugh. Iran, look at this dog you've raised for 2 years. You said it wouldn't work out, but isn't it quite successful now? The girlfriend crossed her arms, mocking the former version of herself. All right, Aiken, since you've caught me, I won't hide it from you. Just as you see, I've never liked you. The white rose slipped from her hand and fell to the ground, her voice trembling as she spoke. No. Iran, this is fake, right? You're in on this with him to trick me, right? You know it's our 2-year anniversary, so you're pranking me, right? You like me so much, how could you betray me? The shouted voice was not filled with anger but rather evasion. The passersby who had disappeared seemed to reappear at that moment, all pointing and whispering about this blurry figure. The girlfriend and the man with the golden chain exchanged a glance, both bursting into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. Aiken, you're such a fool. I haven't liked you at all for the past 2 years. Didn't you notice that my affection for you was all an act? The man with the golden chain released his embrace of the girlfriend and stepped closer to the blurry figure. Opening his mouth full of yellow teeth, he said, Kid, since today is your 2-year anniversary, I'll tell you the truth. He grinned. Your girlfriend Iran was a dog I raised long before the past 2 years. Oh no, even earlier. Do you know why she liked you? Of course, it's because of my commands. The blurry figure's eyes widened, the gleam in their pupils gradually fading, becoming hollow. And Xiaocheng stood to the side, her brows furrowed. She had no recollection of this scene. Did this lucid dream really want to disgust her like this? In the memories of her past life, upon seeing the two after a round of questioning, she realized she had been cheated on, and Xiaocheng decisively broke up. With a cold expression, she continued to frown at the man with the golden chain and her ex-girlfriend. The man with the golden chain spread his hands wearing a victorious smile. But it's normal for you to be unable to accept this. Who would ever imagine that their pure little girlfriend was someone else's pet? Ha 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 ha. But the truth is, cruel kid. The man with the golden chain waved his hand, beckoning the ex-girlfriend to come closer. Hey Ren, tell him why you liked him. The ex-girlfriend crossed her arms and sighed. Aiken, do you know? Back then I liked you on a whim just to see your expression today. I fell hopelessly in love with you only to realize that I never liked you at all. You still remember the bits and pieces of my affection for you, right? Think about it, you're so ordinary. Why would I pour all my love into you? Because I was pretending. I would have forgotten about our second anniversary if you hadn't mentioned it. How does it feel to go from heaven to hell now? Accompanying her were not just the blurry figure, but even Xiaocheng herself couldn't help but fall into memories. Once upon a time, the ex-girlfriend was perfect. Gentle, considerate, never throwing tantrums, not interfering in her life, and upon discovering their differing interests she actively accepted and learned about Xiaocheng's hobbies, as if she were the dream girlfriend that only existed in a two-dimensional world. But now she claimed that such perfection was a facade. Xiaocheng's expression darkened, and the blurry figure seemed to go insane, continuously questioning. Who could accept that their girlfriend of 2 years was someone else's plaything, and that their relationship was based on another's orders? Not to mention the former Xiaocheng had truly poured all her emotions into it. Even while studying, she took on various part-time jobs to plan for her life after graduation and even for a future marriage. Xiaocheng was an orphan who had not experienced much love since childhood. This first love in college had almost given her everything she desired. And the outcome? The blurry figure resembled a destitute, homeless puppy, just as the man with the golden chain had mocked. The sky began to drizzle as if mourning for someone, and this blurry figure allowed the rain to pour over itself. If you don't like me, why did you pour all your love into me? The figure asked, yet did not raise its head. 2 years of time turned out to be such a bubble. The ex-girlfriend lowered her head, gently stroking the figure's head, with a soft voice that the man with the golden chain couldn't hear. Aiken, do you know? Occasionally I think about how you love me so much that you would abandon everything for me. If one day I were to die in front of you, what would your reaction be? I really want to try that. But sorry, I don't have the courage to die. And I want to see how your love for me, which seems to be so deep, would look when betrayed by me. She smiled sweetly. Although I've never liked you, I truly enjoyed your love. Her gentle words pierced through the heart of the blurry figure, like a sharp sword, deepening Xiaocheng's gloomy expression. The girlfriend whom he once loved deeply was someone else's plaything. The feelings he once poured everything into became the ex-girlfriend's toy. A thought can lead to heaven or hell. Even though Xiaocheng knew that the content of this dream might be fabricated and false, the anger within her inexplicably surged without restraint. Kill them. Xiaocheng couldn't help but speak, urging the blurry figure. Even she herself did not understand why, despite it being just a dream, she felt such intense anger, and even entertained thoughts of killing the two. This is just a dream, you can do as you please. Xiaocheng approached the blurry figure, her voice a devil's whisper. This woman will never love you. Kill this pair of dog lovers, end it all completely, and then find a better girl. The blurry figure did not move, as if it could truly hear Xiaocheng's voice murmuring softly, no one in this world likes me. What difference does it make if I find a better girl? Completely possess her. Do everything you can to make her belong only to you. In Xiaocheng's mind, the image of TaoTao suddenly flashed. Indeed, at the moment of her transmigration merging with the original owner's memories, Xiaocheng realized that TaoTao was that better girl. She bent down, tilting her head to look at the man with the golden chain, and the ex-girlfriend slowly handing a knife to her former self. She bent down, tilting her head to look at the man with the golden chain, and the ex-girlfriend slowly handing a knife to her former self. The blurred figure gradually became clear, revealing the former self. That ordinary face, once filled with determination, was now contorted. The murmurs of passers-by, the incessant honking of traffic, and the rhythmic patter of raindrops filled the air, while the conversation between the ex-girlfriend and the man in the gold chain grew increasingly mocking. The blurred figure reached out a trembling hand. His heart twisted gradually. Strangely, at that moment Xiaocheng was able to hear his inner voice. I liked you so much, I liked you so much, I liked you so much. Why did you betray me? Why did you betray me? Why did you betray me? It's all fake, fake, fake. 2 years of beautiful memories twisted around the figure like a nightmare, and the outstretched hand still dared not grasp the knife Xiaocheng offered. Until the man in the gold chain wrapped his large right hand around the waist of the ex-girlfriend, caressing her, while looking down from a position of dominance, as if proclaiming a victor's declaration. The distortion of a person's character often requires just one major upheaval. The blurred figure suddenly tightened its grip around the small knife handed over by Xiaocheng. To kill for something unattainable? No. Such scum should not remain in this world. The figure erupted violently, startling the man in the gold chain, who pushed the ex-girlfriend forward, causing the knife to plunge deeply into her abdomen. She looked up in disbelief, meeting the blurred figure's blood-red eyes. Then with a faint smile she said, "Xiaocheng, a lovesick person like you will bring tragedy to anyone you fall for." The screams of the crowd and the man's curses drowned out the ex-girlfriend's voice. The crimson blood flowed down quickly, washed away by the raindrops, while the fallen white roses gradually turned red, as if absorbing nourishment competing to bloom. Xiaocheng stood to the side, the anger rising within her gradually transformed into confusion and fear. At that moment she felt as if she were empathizing with her former self. It was not until the blood washed away to her feet that Xiaocheng finally regained her senses. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, she constantly reassured herself, "This is just a dream. Such things never happened in my memories of my past life. Now I am Xiaocheng and these events have nothing to do with me." After all, the former self merely stayed home for 3 months after the breakup. The police arrived. An ambulance also came. The ex-girlfriend had a hole cut in her abdomen, and the former self was struck on the head by the man in the gold chain. After emergency treatment, she fell into a coma. Xiaocheng left the hospital with a heavy heart, returning to her dormitory, then visiting her ex-girlfriend's home and spending some time with the man in the gold chain. Rumors began to spread, and the one who had already been hospitalized became the subject of gossip at school. More and more dark histories were uncovered. It stirred up Xiaocheng's unpleasant memories. The ex-girlfriend often returned home late, claiming she was busy with part-time jobs. Her best friend contacted her saying that her private life was quite chaotic. There were always rumors at school that she was seen with some man, but after all they were just rumors. It was only because when the two were together Xiaocheng felt no sign of anything being wrong with her ex-girlfriend. She only felt her deep affection for her. So regardless of the rumors, Xiaocheng chose to believe. And in the end, countless instances of belief shattered her Tao heart with a single betrayal. The former self would never have pondered deeply, but now in the dream memories of events that had never occurred appeared. All along she had been treated like a dog and toyed with. A life that was both ordinary and tragic. Time flew by and the former self gradually woke up in the hospital. Instead of being sent for trial, it was discovered during diagnosis that the patient was a schizophrenic, a mental illness sufferer. As is well known, mentally ill individuals behave normally in all aspects. She began to dejectedly accept treatment, spending days in a painful state of delayed awareness. Having lived numbly for a long time, as if searching for a single light, a life partner, only to discover in the end that it was all a deception. Xiaocheng did not know how long the dream lasted as she watched her former self escape from the mental hospital and return home to begin drinking. Perhaps intoxicated, the figure looked up as if seeing Xiaocheng, who was transparent and drifting outside this world. It softly inquired, "Aren't you angry?" Xiaocheng paused, smiling in confusion. "These events are all fictional. Why would I be angry? I was betrayed by her, then we broke up and parted ways. The one who suffers is you, who is trapped here." The figure smiled. "What did you forget a long time ago?" The conversation that crossed time and space left Xiaocheng somewhat bewildered. The figure took another sip of wine, eyes filled with regret. "Tell me, what does the youth I spent over these 2 years count for?" The question was directed at both itself and Xiaocheng. She could not answer, only feeling a dull ache in her heart. The figure gently shook its head. "Forget it this time out. I want to make those 2 deceivers pay the price." Xiaocheng did not intervene this time, for she thought it was far more difficult than reaching the heavens. The ex-girlfriend was still in the hospital. The man in the gold chain was a big boss in an underground casino. How could the ordinary self from the last life achieve that? She watched as the figure scratched its own face to evade the searches of the mental hospital, while investigating the man in the gold chain and the ex-girlfriend. Under the guise of a victim, she easily contacted the man, taking advantage of his desire for amusement. Then in her room she dismembered the man, leaving him forever here. The figure, being a patient itself, easily entered the hospital. That night, the ex-girlfriend passed away in her hospital bed. Without the exhilaration of successful revenge, endless emptiness led the figure to a coffee shop. Then 2 thugs selling rock candy appeared. Having lost the will to live, the former self fought back fearlessly. Afterward, it was not content that Xiaocheng was familiar with. The figure, upon re-entering the hospital, did not go insane, but rather appeared even more like a normal person, as if the void in its heart had been filled completely, forgetting the events of the past few months. The medical report clearly stated selective amnesia. Upon discharge, she was secretly followed and observed by 2 plainclothes officers. Then there came a roaring truck. The figure seemed neither insane nor forgetful. At the moment the truck approached, time stood still. The former self stood in front of the truck, softly asking Xiaocheng, "Do you still think this is all fake? Is this really just a dream?" The words were asked by the figure but escaped from Xiaocheng's lips. The figure turned away with ease. "I've been thinking, do I forget Iran, or am I unwilling to accept it, or do I want to possess her? Now I am gradually understanding. I just long for someone like that to love me." The experiences of the past few months had already turned the figure's eyes red. That vague understanding gradually transformed into Xiaocheng's current appearance. The two stood together as if looking into a mirror. The figure transformed into Xiaocheng, walked to Xiaocheng's side, placing a small hand on her shoulder, speaking in a low and eerie voice. Do you really like TaoTao? Does TaoTao really like you? Cold sweat broke out. Xiaocheng suddenly sat up in bed, gasping for breath. She turned her head to look at the figurine, which remained vivid and unchanged. Everything in the dream was so clear. Was it really fictional content, or forgotten real memories? No, that was not important. The most important thing in the entire dream was only one matter. Xiaocheng tremblingly reached out her hand, yet could not grasp her phone at all. Her whole body seemed to have lost its strength, and only by rolling off the bed and falling to the floor could she frantically and anxiously touch the screen. The call dialed, connecting, and a slightly reassuring sweet voice rang out. Xiaocheng, why are you looking for me so late? Xiaocheng's hair was disheveled, her lips dry, and her voice hoarse as she asked, TaoTao, do you really like me? At 1:30 in the morning, Tao, who had just finished the last poster for the school's publicity department, turned off her computer and got into bed when she received a call from Xiaocheng. At this time, Qian had already been lying in bed, reading a novel under a small light. Her roommate Xiao Wei had not stopped snoring. Tao knew Xiaocheng very well. If there was nothing important, she would never call to disturb her, who might already be asleep. After answering the call, she asked softly but heard a slightly trembling voice. TaoTao, do you really like me? There was no context or reason, and nothing special had happened all day. Why was she asking this? Did someone say something to Xiaocheng? Tao felt a vague sense of unease. After a moment of silence, while she thought, she tried to speak gently. Xiaocheng, what are you talking about? Of course I like you. Even if it was a pretense, it couldn't show. However, the emotion on the other end of the phone seemed extremely obsessive, seizing upon her momentary silence. If you like me, why did you hesitate when you answered? Tao was taken aback. Xiaocheng. Beep beep beep. She looked down at her phone screen. The call had already been disconnected. Qian leaned out and asked, what happened? Tao bit her lip and replied, I don't know, but Xiaocheng seems a bit unstable. After saying that, she put on a coat and said, I'm going out for a bit. You're going out this late? Qian turned to look out the window, where she could see the ice and the swirling snow illuminated by weak light. It shouldn't be that bad. The snow is so heavy outside, I doubt you can even catch a taxi. Plus, there's an early class tomorrow, and if you skip old Ju's class, you'll have to retake the course. Tao put on her gloves and scarf, exhaling. I can't just leave it be. I should go check on her. She reached out and shook her roommate's bed. Xiao Wei, where did you put your bicycle? The snoring suddenly stopped, and a lazy voice replied, by the public parking in area B spot 21. Tao nodded and rushed out. Qian watched Tao's departing figure and shook her head with pity, always having to take care of Xiaocheng's emotions. She's clearly so tired, yet still rushes out at the slightest disturbance. I really don't know if being liked by such a person is good or bad. Why bother with so much? Just turn off the lights and go to sleep. Qian twitched her mouth. Why don't you get out of bed to turn it off? At the end of the day, are you really awake? Xiao Wei fell silent again, and the faint sound of snoring resumed. On the other side, Xiaocheng hung up the phone and sat on the floor in a daze, leaning against the bed frame. The air conditioning was clearly on in the room, yet she felt an icy chill to the bone. Her mind was filled with the words spoken by another version of herself. Do you really like Tao? Does Tao really like you? Along with waves of false memories. Were those dreams real? Had I gone mad before? Was it because I loved that despicable woman too much? Do I truly like Tao, or is it possession, or perhaps neither? Am I not normal? Xiaocheng clutched her head in pain, aware that it was just a dream, that the content might all be fabricated and not real. But every time she thought of the scenes where her ex-girlfriend had deceived her, a heart-wrenching pain would arise, as if someone was constantly whispering in her ear that those were all real. The pathological report in the dream clearly stated selective amnesia. Was it forged, or had she truly lost her memory, hence the absence of those memories? Were the muddled memories of the room, which had been stuffy for 3 months, real? Which side was reality? The memories made her suffer but did not instill fear. What she feared was whether a girl like Tao would also like her ex-girlfriend, pretend to like her. Would she be deceiving the mentally fragile, her laying down a lie called liking? If she doesn't want me anymore, then why am I even alive? The deeper the love, the deeper the pain. That pain of being abandoned Xiaocheng did not want to experience again. But just now Tao had indeed hesitated at her question. Once the seed of doubt is planted, it's only a matter of time before it takes root and sprouts. The unstable mental state is precisely the catalyst for this seed. Biting her tongue, Xiaocheng pressed her voice down and said, System, exchange a dose of a strong sedative for me. 70 emotional points deducted. The needle pierced her skin, and the black technology produced by the system made Xiaocheng's face contort and twitch for a moment. Her gaze gradually cleared and reason regained the upper hand. She leaned against the bedside gasping heavily. System, this isn't like you usually speak up. Sorry host, your condition is very strange, I'm afraid speaking up will affect you. Xiaocheng opened her bloodless palm, her face stiff. Do you think I'm a bit abnormal like the case in my dream? Host, that was just a dream, you are you. If I sleep, will it help? Xiaocheng felt a desire to escape, a strong unease lingering around her. She was scared. Having crossed over here for so long, she had never felt such fear. She feared betrayal. She feared that TaoTao would abandon her. She even felt terrified of her previous actions, pretending to be mentally fragile. I'm saying if. Xiaocheng slowly asked the system. If I put pressure on TaoTao, and she can't handle it, will she abandon me, not want me, and send me to a mental hospital? All her confidence stemmed from TaoTao's feelings for the original host, from TaoTao's character that was so yearned for and desired the white moonlight. But in the original work, didn't TaoTao abandon the original host as well? If she was pretending to like me, then what was the significance of everything I did? What cannot be possessed ultimately cannot be owned. Host, I suggest you take a pill and then sleep. I just woke up. Xiaocheng covered her head again. System, did you hear that? There's a voice. A voice that's constantly talking. Possess her, possess her, possess her, possess her. That voice told me to possess TaoTao. Xiaocheng suddenly froze. In her dream, wasn't she also instructing her past self to possess others? I don't need TaoTao to like me. I just need to possess her. This goal contradicted everything Xiaocheng had been doing. Becoming a Dr. Chen Xichen, including Fang Ning, who had recently been sent to the girls' dormitory to work close to TaoTao, she controlled one person after another, constantly squeezing TaoTao's social relationships. Even at the cost of self-harm, just to make TaoTao focus all her thoughts on her. Then through daily interactions slowly fall in love with herself. But who knows if such love is truly real? In the past 2 years, her ex-girlfriend had also seemed to like her that much. But the result was betrayal. The voice in her ear seemed to ring out again. No one can be sure that TaoTao likes you. What if she's pretending and betrays you when you love her to the utmost? Possess her whether she likes you or not, she is yours. The pupils, once clear due to the tranquilizer, gradually became stained with an eerie red. She claimed that concerned smile, the warm embrace, and even her entire being for herself. At that moment a voice echoed in her mind. Host, is it really just TaoTao that you desire? Was she merely seeking a replacement for her ex-girlfriend? No, it wasn't that. She simply wished for someone to love her. Perhaps it didn't need to be someone outstanding, just someone with flaws who threw little tantrums, but would never betray her and loved her sincerely. Coincidentally, she had merged with the original owner's memories. TaoTao was the most captivating among such girls. Was possession truly the same as affection? But what if TaoTao didn't like her? Xiaocheng silently lowered her head, wandering to the living room to drink some water, then slowly climbed back into bed. The tranquilizer only served as a buffer. She curled up in bed, tightly wrapping herself in the blanket, while the newly bought brown bear pillow sat desolately to the side. It ultimately could not provide comfort to its owner. It could only lean against the wall, lifelessly watching the petite girl anxiously clutching it, curled up and trembling. Dingling, the sound of a phone ringing. Xiaocheng, still curled up in the blanket, asked, System, whose call is it? Replying to the host, it's the female lead. TaoTao's Xiaocheng peeked her head out, then quickly shrank back. She didn't dare to answer. She was afraid. Afraid that TaoTao would call and pretend to like her. Even though she knew TaoTao wouldn't say that, the memories haunting her mind choked her like a nightmare. What she cared about wasn't herself, but the original owner Xiaocheng, who had long been usurped. Hadn't she always been playing the role of the obedient and likable Xiaocheng? The snow outside fell heavier and heavier. The accumulation was thick, making it difficult for the bicycle wheels to move even on the road. Puffs of vapor escaped with each breath, accompanied by anxious gasps as her gray-black hair began to be dusted white by the snow. What should have been a 15-minute journey took nearly half an hour. TaoTao stopped her bicycle and hurriedly entered the neighborhood. Just as she reached the entrance, she bumped into Qisong, who was heading out. Qisong was taken aback. Xiaotao, what are you doing here? It's already 2 in the morning, right? TaoTao shivered from the cold and anxiously asked, Brother Qisong, is Xiaocheng at home? She should be sleeping in her room. Is something wrong? Hearing Qisong's words, TaoTao sighed in relief. It's nothing. Xiaocheng called and said she missed me, so I came to check on her. Qisong smiled wryly. Little sister, really is something saying such things at this hour? Seeing that TaoTao really came, the joy in the corner of his eye was hard to suppress as he slowly said, She's in her room. You can go in by yourself. I have something to attend to and will head out first. There's something to attend to at this hour. Watching Qisong hurriedly leave, TaoTao didn't think much of it. She changed her shoes and swiftly arrived at Xiaocheng's door. Light was visible through the crack of the door. Xiaocheng should still be awake. TaoTao gently opened the door, her voice soft. The absence of Xiaocheng's figure in the room made her heart tighten. Then she caught a glimpse of a lump covered by the blanket on the bed. and her nervous heart relaxed significantly. It seemed nothing was wrong. The sudden phone call and strange questions had kept her on edge the entire way. The speed of riding the bicycle wasn't fast. She wished she could just carry the bicycle and run over. Now it seemed that Xiaocheng must have fallen asleep. The light was still on. TaoTao didn't want to disturb Xiaocheng and turned to leave after intending to turn off the light, but her sharp eyes suddenly spotted a syringe on the floor. Her pupils slightly constricted. The tip of the syringe bore a trace of dried residue, clearly having been used recently. A label on it read, "Tranquilizer." TaoTao's complexion changed instantly. She couldn't help but recall what Dr. Lin had said. Mild schizophrenia. Was it really only mild to the extent of needing to inject tranquilizers? TaoTao stood before the bed quietly watching the quilt curled into a ball. What should she do? Should she wake her up and ask what happened? Sit at the bedside quietly keeping watch over her, waiting for her to awaken, and then comfort her. Suddenly a helpless whimper came from under the blanket. "TaoTao. Do not leave me." Was she having a nightmare? TaoTao's gaze softened instantly as she unbuttoned her coat. Since she hadn't had time to change out of her pajamas in the dorm, she didn't even need to change clothes now. Slightly lifting the blanket, TaoTao saw Xiaocheng curled up. She knew this was a self-protection mechanism born from extreme insecurity. Perhaps feeling the chill from the lifted blanket, Xiaocheng slightly opened her eyes facing TaoTao. Meeting that gentle gaze, she froze. TaoTao smiled sweetly. "Did you have a nightmare? Don't be afraid, I'm here." She burrowed into the blanket, gently wrapping her arms around the stunned Xiaocheng. Only when the warmth and comforting fragrance enveloped them did Xiaocheng gradually regain her senses, trembling as she uttered an incredulous voice, "TaoTao, how did you get here?" She was afraid this was a dream, although she didn't know what had happened. But this didn't stop TaoTao from comforting the insecure girl in her arms. She pretended to ponder and said, "Xiaocheng, you hung up the phone so quickly, or of course I came to answer your question." Xiaocheng's confused voice rang out, "Question?" "Yes," TaoTao replied. "Didn't you say I hesitated when answering that I liked you?" "Silly girl, what I hesitated about wasn't whether I liked you or not. Rather, I was hesitating how much I liked you." Almost entirely in line with her feelings, TaoTao's voice was gentle, and carrying two hands embracing her, as if to express her affection through actions. Was such affection real? Did it matter if it was true or false? Xiaocheng only wanted to hear those words, longing for that kind of support. She yearned for and dreamed of having someone love her and nothing more. TaoTao could feel that when she spoke those words, the petite girl in her embrace tightened her grip on her clothes. The original tremors gradually subsided. With her little head buried in TaoTao's embrace, her breathing became more stable. TaoTao reached out to stroke Xiaocheng's head gently. "Xiaocheng, hold me a little tighter. This way you won't be afraid. This way you can feel my warmth. This way you won't think I would abandon you. Even if the affection expressed is pretended, I will stay by your side. It was like this in the past and it won't change in the future." The petite one in her arms finally moved, wrapping around her like an octopus, making it somewhat difficult for TaoTao to breathe. However, she could indeed feel the heartbeats gradually calming down. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaocheng timidly asked, "TaoTao, if I am not sick? If I'm not a yandere? If I obediently listen to you? If I no longer pretend to be a yandere and put pressure on you but instead listen to you obediently? Will you always be by my side?" All along, the dependence shown by Xiaocheng was a result of the pressure brought upon her by her intermediate acting skills turning dark. She had never considered whether TaoTao would still care about her as she did before if she stopped playing the role of a yandere. Being by her side, living together, snuggling up to each other, working hard together, treating this small house as a secret base to deepen their relationship, and keeping a little cat as a pet. Everything was so beautiful, wasn't it? If only such wishes could come true. Xiaocheng thought that it was also possible not to put pressure on TaoTao by playing the yandere. What she needed was not the process but the result. "So I will be obedient, not act sick, and not disturb TaoTao too often. I will listen to you and be a little cat for you to pamper. As long as you don't leave my side and go to someone else, everything will be fine." Love is humble, yet the desire to possess is not diminished. It might be contradictory, but Xiaocheng eagerly anticipated TaoTao agreeing to her request. She wanted to gain redemption like this rather than wearing the mask of a yandere. "Of course you can." A tender sentence slipped from TaoTao's lips, like moonlight illuminating Xiaocheng in the darkness. The motion of stroking her head was gentle and slow. "I have always liked obedient Xiaocheng." The petite girl nudged her head, emerging from TaoTao's embrace. She raised her beautiful crimson eyes and cautiously opened her pink lips. "Really?" Her little face was so close, and the sudden appearance of the cute little one momentarily stunned TaoTao. She smiled and said, "Really? Then let's make a pinky promise." The pinky finger extended, her voice as tender as her appearance. "Okay, pinky promise." The two slender pinky fingers touched. "Pinky promise, 100 years without changing." They exchanged a glance and both burst into happy laughter. How childish, right? Su Tao actually enjoyed this childishness. It always reminded her of the little moments from the past. Having received the promise and affirmation, Xiaocheng happily curled her lips. TaoTao, close your eyes. What's wrong? Su Tao was puzzled but still closed her eyes. Xiaocheng leaned close to her ear and whispered, it's a gift for me, starting to be obedient and listening to you. Kiss. It was as light as a dragonfly landing on water, touching and then leaving. Xiaocheng seemed shy as she burrowed back into the quilt, leaving only a damp spot on one side of her cheek. Although she had tried more daring things before, this mere imprint on her cheek made Su Tao feel something extraordinary. No, a kiss on the cheek felt like the first time. A hint of sweetness surged in Su Tao's heart as she reached out to turn off the light, gently telling the one in the blanket, all right, it's quite late now, let's sleep. With me here you won't have nightmares. Embracing each other, they fell asleep until dawn. Because she had rushed out in the middle of the night, Su Tao didn't bring the sachet, but tonight she slept especially soundly. The scent of the sachet seemed to linger at the tip of her nose, providing comfort. Upon waking, Su Tao found that the one she was holding was no longer the petite figure, but a fluffy large brown bear. Has Xiaocheng already gotten up? Su Tao sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and patted the large brown bear. You're really not as soft as Xiaocheng. The scent of kanji is coming from the kitchen. Is Xiaocheng making breakfast? Su Tao clearly remembered that Xiaocheng couldn't cook at all. After several attempts to get her to make meals and fry dishes, she had been thwarted by the rice cooker and spatula, so she no longer let Xiaocheng touch them. Stepping out of the room, the warmth was still there. It seemed that the air conditioning in the living room had already been turned on. The aroma of kanji wafted from the kitchen. Xiaocheng was indeed cooking kanji. But what made Su Tao both amused and exasperated was that there were several brand new takeout boxes in the trash can. Peering into the kitchen, she saw Xiaocheng standing on a small stool, cooking kanji in a very convincing manner. Seemingly sensing her presence, Xiaocheng turned around with a shy smile. TaoTao, you're up. I made breakfast, how's my cooking? Su Tao said meaningfully, really? I just saw some takeout boxes outside. What do you mean making breakfast? Clearly she was just pouring the takeout into the pot to reheat it. Xiaocheng blushed shyly at this. I wanted to make something for TaoTao myself, but I don't know how. Although this is takeout, rounding it off, it has still gone through my hands, right? Really, reheating takeout might make it taste worse. Su Tao's tone was helpless, but she was very happy. This side of Xiaocheng was very rare. She loved this obedient version of her separate from the yandere. And Xiaocheng was following her preferences to play this obedient role. Having grown up alone in her past life, how could she not know how to cook? She just didn't in front of her. Being a bit more obedient was fine, because she liked this version of herself. Because of this she would not leave her. And at the moment Su Tao turned around, the smile that had been hanging on Xiaocheng's face suddenly froze, her pupils slightly constricting. It was an expression of extreme shock and fear. In her line of sight, a pitch-black Xiaocheng appeared out of nowhere, leaning against the kitchen wall. She gently spoke, the obedient persona you are putting on isn't really you, is it? Is there any meaning in letting her like this version of you? The unease buried deep within her heart was unearthed. It sent chills down her spine. At that moment Su Tao suddenly turned around. By the way, Xiaocheng, how about I teach you how to cook next time? Eating takeout often isn't good for your health. The pitch-black Xiaocheng that had originally been leaning against the wall vanished. The voice in her ears was abruptly cut off. Su Tao seemed to sense that something was off with Xiaocheng and asked curiously, Xiaocheng? Xiaocheng hurriedly came back to her senses, nodding and revealing a smile. Sure. Under the guise of her intermediate acting skills, everything seemed perfectly normal. Only after Su Tao left did Xiaocheng uneasily ask in her heart system, did you hear any voices just now? Besides the host and the female lead Su Tao, are there any other voices? Xiaocheng opened her mouth but did not answer. Hallucinations? Was it her inner demon unconsciously affecting her? Xiaocheng shook her head, refusing to think about these matters, and carried the kanji out. When Su Tao finished washing up, the two sat together at the dining table. Xiaocheng blinked her eyes. TaoTao, how do you want to eat? Su Tao took out a hair tie and tied her gray-black hair into a ponytail, chuckling, how else can you drink kanji? One option is for you to drink it yourself. The other option, Xiaocheng elongated her tone, placing her index finger on her delicate pink lips, is for me to feed you. As for how to feed her, Xiaocheng didn't need to say. Su Tao had already thought of it. During the time spent in the little dark room, the only source of flavor she had was Xiaocheng's feeding. Su Tao watched the obedient Xiaocheng, and couldn't help but think that the current Xiaocheng showed no signs of becoming sick. Could she refuse? She tried to soften her voice, just eat normally. Okay. Xiaocheng gently nodded, showing no other reaction. Just 2 words. Obedient. As long as I am obedient, TaoTao will not leave, she added in her heart. But she also noticed that the previously vanished illusion, the one emitting a dark aura, had appeared again, sitting cross-legged on the edge of the sofa, with a playful expression, watching this scene. At the moment when Xiaocheng cast her gaze over the dark-clad, Xiaocheng sat elegantly with her hands crossed over her legs, leaning gently against the sofa in a black evening gown resembling a noble young lady. However, the playful smile gradually turned into mockery. Seeing Xiaocheng in a daze, Tao couldn't help but follow her gaze, turning her head towards the side of the sofa. What is Xiaocheng looking at? Upon meeting Tao's gaze, the dark-clad Xiaocheng smiled and waved. Xiaocheng swallowed hard and slowly asked, Tao, it seems like there's a shadow over there on the sofa, did you see it? A shadow? Tao frowned, glancing again. There's no one there. She looked back at Xiaocheng, her eyes filled with a hint of worry. Xiaocheng blinked again, realizing that the dark-clad Xiaocheng had waved at Tao, and then disappeared. She sighed, rubbing her forehead. Maybe it's because I didn't sleep well after having a nightmare last night. I'm fine. As long as you're fine, Tao said with concern. Remember to take your medicine after breakfast, okay? Last time your face was affected by that makeup, it could have lingering effects. No problem. Seeing this, Tao felt relieved and started eating her porridge. Taking Xiaocheng to get her medicine was not just to prevent skin ulcers. The medication also mixed in some auxiliary drugs to help ease her emotions and spirit. She couldn't tell her everything, but the treatment couldn't be delayed. After finishing breakfast as expected, Tao received a message from Chan Qian. The strict old professor for the early morning class took attendance, and she and Xiao Weiss cover-up had failed, resulting in their names being noted in the professor's little notebook. Tao sighed helplessly. Xiaocheng raised her eyes. What's wrong, Tao? Nothing, just got marked for skipping class. Hearing this, Xiaocheng lowered her head. I'm sorry. Tao didn't blame Xiaocheng. Instead, she asked, by the way, Xiaocheng, you haven't been to class for many days, right? Aren't you afraid you'll fail a lot of subjects in the finals? Now it's early December and the courses are already halfway through. Xiaocheng's expression stiffened as she shyly tilted her head. I don't want to go to class. Classes were very boring in her past life, and she didn't make any friends, so Xiaocheng was even less inclined to go this time. It was simply a waste of time. Tao propped her chin and asked, so what do you do instead of attending class? I go to the cafe to see Dongfang Yang. Tao raised an eyebrow. Besides that, I also read books occasionally. They were mostly books on psychology. Seeing Xiaocheng being evasive, Tao continued to press. You have plenty of time not going to class. Even if you don't go to Dongfang Yang's cafe, he doesn't really mind you. Under such questioning, Xiaocheng lowered her head even more. And some of the time, part of it is spent in the hospital and the other part is figuring out how to get money. Hospital? Upon hearing these two words, Tao's original questions got stuck in her throat. Only then did she realize that Xiaocheng's time spent in the hospital was not less than that spent outside. Regular checkups had become the norm. She pursed her lips and changed the subject. Forget it, let's not talk about this. The snow outside doesn't seem too heavy. Let's go out for a stroll. Don't you have class? Since I've skipped class isn't as important as you. Upon hearing this, Xiaocheng felt a sweet sensation in her heart and immediately ran into her room. I'll go change. Tao felt a hint of sweetness in her heart. This is exactly what she wanted, the cute and obedient Xiaocheng. If only she could remain this adorable and innocent without becoming sickly. Going out for a walk to relax also counted as a form of therapy. The main thing was to accompany her. Before long, Xiaocheng walked out of her room, her petite figure hidden in a fluffy white coat, the collar and cuffs adorned with a circle of soft fox fur, puffy and somewhat luxurious. Her feet clad in thick cotton socks were fitted with a pair of brown snow boots, the ankles of the boots tied with decorative bows specially tailored to suit a girl. A sky blue scarf was gently wrapped around her neck, and on her head was a knitted hat with a pom-pom, the hat's tassels swaying gently, seemingly trying to hide her adorable face along with the scarf. Tao's eyes lit up. Xiaocheng, is that a new outfit? Xiaocheng shyly smiled. My brother bought it for me. The coat does seem a bit big. It was precisely because the coat was large that it made Xiaocheng appear even smaller. Tao couldn't help but reach out to stroke her head, praising, so cute. But why aren't you wearing gloves? It's really cold outside. Xiaocheng extended her delicate little hand, spreading her fingers. I don't need gloves, it's warm when I hold your hand, Tao. I'm really defeated by you. Tao took out a glove from her pocket. Here, wear one of mine. What about the other one? I'll hold your other hand. The little thought was obvious, but Tao didn't mind. Ever since Xiaocheng had eaten the delicate candies, her skin had become increasingly better. That smooth little hand, Tao was always reluctant to let go whenever she held it. Tao opened an umbrella and the two walked out together. Xiaocheng couldn't help but ask, Tao, where are we going? Let's go to the cat cafe we talked about last time. Continuing the date plan that had been interrupted by Yi Liang last time. This time there weren't so many unexpected events. The two strolled along the way and soon arrived in front of the cat cafe. At the moment they closed the umbrella, Xiaocheng exhaled a breath of warm air, instinctively shaking off the snowflakes that had landed on her, only to realize she had not been covered in snow at all. Meanwhile, Tao, after putting away the umbrella, brushed off the light snow from her shoulder and took a step forward, pushing open the door. Xiaocheng, come in, it's really cold outside. She leaned against the door, maintaining the posture of pushing it open, caring like a maid, taking care of a young lady, waiting for Xiaocheng to enter. A person's character can often be seen in the details. Su Tao's thoughtfulness wouldn't be deliberately flaunted. The longer they were together, the more Xiaocheng could feel that care in every aspect of life. She happily narrowed her eyes and walked into the cat cafe. With a jingling sound accompanied by a warm atmosphere, a girl's voice came from inside. "Welcome to Yangyang Cat Cafe." Looking up, 3 girls were hugging cats of different breeds while reading and doing exercises. Very few people come in this weather. One of the girls sighed, bringing a cat over to Xiaocheng and Su Tao. "Would you like something to drink? If you're just stopping by to rest, we also offer a free cup of coffee." Su Tao glanced at the price list nearby. 30 yuan to pet a cat for an hour. 100 yuan for a whole day, along with free socket snacks, coffee, and other small perks. Su Tao couldn't help but curiously point at the sign. This place is quite remote. Can this price really be profitable? The girl holding the cat smiled. The young master said this cat cafe is just for fun. It doesn't matter if it makes money. If you both like cats, all the cats here can be adopted for free. Essentially, this place is a rescue station for stray cats. After taming and nurturing the stray cats, they are given to true cat lovers, providing a home for the little cats. Yangyang Cat Cafe. Dongfangyang really has no talent for naming. Su Tao had always wanted to adopt a cat, but the dormitory didn't allow it. She felt a little tempted and unconsciously looked at Xiaocheng. "What do you think, Xiaocheng?" Turning her head, she found Xiaocheng looking around. She couldn't help but wave her hand in front of her eyes. "Xiaocheng." "Ah." Xiaocheng came back to her senses. "What were you saying, TaoTao?" Su Tao asked in confusion. "You really didn't hear what I said. What are you looking for all around?" "Looking for what?" Naturally, it was the dark aura of that little Xiaocheng dressed in a black evening gown who sometimes appeared next to them. Although the journey was uneventful, Xiaocheng had always sensed a faint reminder from her alert skill since leaving her home. It felt as if someone was secretly watching her. She searched around but couldn't find the dark Xiaocheng, who always made her heart race when he appeared. She thought that the dark Xiaocheng might be observing her from somewhere in the shadows. That dark Xiaocheng would harm her. Thus, the alert skill provided a slight hint. Fortunately, she couldn't see that figure in the cat cafe. After fully relaxing, Xiaocheng noticed that many cats were looking at her. One bold orange cat had already rolled to her feet, gently rubbing against her boots and making adorable sounds. Led by this orange cat, many other playful kittens gathered around. The young lady holding the cat chuckled softly. "It seems they really like you." Xiaocheng handed 2 red bills to the young lady, saying, "Then it'll trouble you. 200 for 2 people playing with cats all day." Meanwhile, Xiaocheng had already embraced the chubby orange cat, looking helplessly at the other cats coming over. The affinity skill was continuously working. She cast a pleading glance at Su Tao, saying, "TaoTao, help me out here. This is proof that they like you. Just relax here for a while." Su Tao said, crouching down and gently beckoning to a small white cat. As the female lead, her affinity was naturally high. The originally timid white cat gathered its courage and jumped into Su Tao's arms, purring in delight as it was gently scratched under the chin. This scene reflected in Xiaocheng's pupils, and she couldn't help but break into a relaxed smile, sitting down on a blanket while holding the big orange cat. The cat cafe lady, Su Ran, had no money for college after high school and didn't want to sell herself for quick cash, so she worked odd jobs and collected bottles for a few months before unexpectedly meeting Dongfangyang. Later, due to her high affinity with cats, she was appointed as the small manager of this cafe. After getting to know Su Tao, their conversation never ceased. It was as if 2 parents were meeting. Su Ran talked about 2 other first-year high school girls in the cafe, while Su Tao's topics rarely strayed from Xiaocheng. They reminisced about the past. Meanwhile, the real Xiaocheng, sitting on the blanket, perked up her little ears, listening to Su Tao's praises, but not feeling as happy as she had imagined. Su Tao was praising her, but the praise was not directed at her. She had crossed over in November. It had only been a little over a month. This time was the real self. But the compliments Su Tao spoke of referred to the high school Xiaocheng. Her originally good mood gradually faded away with such sinking thoughts. At that moment, a black dress caught her eye. A finger was touching one of the cats beside her. She looked away. The dark Xiaocheng, exuding an ominous aura, was squatting on the floor with her knees hugged, smiling faintly and saying, "Don't you understand yet? Su Tao cares about the Xiaocheng from her memories, not you at all." The sudden appearance prevented the alert skill from giving an early warning. Xiaocheng pouted, feeling much worse. She involuntarily turned her head to look at Su Tao. The dark Xiaocheng had somehow arrived at her other side, wrapping an arm around her shoulder, and pointing at Su Tao, saying, "Did you hear what she said? The Xiaocheng from childhood, the Xiaocheng from high school, those beautiful times spent in the countryside, but there's no mention of the Xiaocheng who just entered college this past month. You pretending to be obedient can neither win her heart nor possess her." Xiaocheng bit her lip and lowered her head, speaking in a voice only she could hear. "You're wrong, TaoTao cares about me." The dark Xiaocheng smiled wickedly. "What does it matter if she cares? Think about Iran, she used to show such concern for you saying she liked you every day, but what was the result? Her affection for you was merely an order from someone else. Now Su Tao would rather hold a kitten than you. Gradually seducing her, the voice that wanted to possess Su Tao echoed in her ears. She couldn't win Su Tao's affection. There was no other way but to possess her. Xiaocheng abruptly stood up, biting her tongue hard. The pain brought her back to reality. She couldn't possess her like that. She couldn't listen to this dark Xiaocheng. Su Tao still cared about her and had said she liked her. If she made her unhappy, if she forced herself to possess her, she would certainly dislike such an approach. She would be unhappy. Xiaocheng gazed longingly at Su Tao, gently placing the cat down and cautiously walking over. Su Ran and Su Tao both looked at Xiaocheng with confusion at the same time. Xiaocheng placed her hands behind her back, feeling both nervous and a little scared, saying, Don't hold the cats anymore, hold me instead. Su Ran was taken aback and looked deeply at Su Tao, immediately revealing a knowing smile. Old 8, come here. With a gentle beckon, the little white cat in Su Tao's arms jumped into Su Ran's embrace. She said to the two, I still need to urge those two girls to do their homework. You all can do as you please, there are snacks at the bar, and if you want coffee, just ask me. After saying this, she left her seat with the cat. Meanwhile, Xiaocheng kept her head down, resembling a child who had done something wrong. Su Tao brought her legs together and curiously asked, Why does Xiaocheng want to hug again? Xiaocheng pressed her lips together, her mind lingering on the two previous sentences. She hugs cats but not you. It's just a cat, oh how can it compare to me? Xiaocheng huffed softly. I'm jealous. Su Tao was taken aback, her mouth slightly agape, completely unprepared for Xiaocheng's response. Jealous? A cat? She couldn't help but laugh, slapping her thigh. Come sit over here. The soft petite figure nestled into her arms, and Su Tao felt a hint of sweetness in her heart. When someone openly admits jealousy in front of you, asking for a hug, seeking comfort, the emotional value provided is immense. Affection, concern, possessiveness. These emotions were vividly displayed in that brief sentence. And the person being liked, no matter how much they try to hide it, inevitably feels moved. Xiaocheng, buried in Su Tao's embrace, leaned closer to her ear. Then came a soft and shy voice, meow. It felt as if a current flowed from her earlobe throughout her body. Su Tao looked at the girl in her arms with a stunned expression. Xiaocheng boldly stated, The little kittens here aren't as cute as I am. Her head popped out, looking obedient and clingy. A fleeting struggle flashed through Su Tao's mind. She glanced at Su Ran at the bar and hesitated, but the alluring voice suddenly reached her ears. Su Tao looked down in surprise, only to find that Xiaocheng had closed her eyes. Delicate and tempting, nothing less. Hesitant yet yearning to draw closer. In the end, Su Tao could not withstand the temptation. Enjoying that intoxicating softness, she momentarily forgot the original intent behind her actions. I merely pretended to like her. It was to soothe her emotions, a part of the healing process forced upon me. The previous thoughts seemed to fade away unknowingly. Accompanied by the brief flash of the bar's camera, with a click, Su Tao blushed, never daring to look at Xiaocheng. A soft and adorable voice echoed in her ear. Do you like this little cat? Almost instinctively ready to respond, she abruptly stopped herself, realizing something. The unspoken words gradually transformed into a nod. After a moment of warmth, Xiaocheng released Su Tao and glanced around. The dark little orange had indeed not reappeared. Her inner unease began to settle. How could she not like me when I'm not inferior to a little cat? What does it matter if I pretend to be well-behaved or not? As long as she continues to slowly like me, that is enough. Leaving Su Tao, several little cats approached her again. Though they were all cats, one could tell who was the boss among them from their behavior. A slightly plump brown tabby cat walked gracefully toward Xiaocheng, raising its head high as if waiting for her to scratch its chin. As Xiaocheng reached out, the tabby cat comfortably squinted its eyes, even using a small paw to pat her hand. It seemed this was its way of rewarding her. Su Ran approached, amazed as she looked at Xiaocheng. This is the first time the Great One has shown affection to someone. The Great One. That's the name of this tabby cat. Su Ran flicked her finger at the tabby, yet even as its caretaker, the cat did not show her any favor. Instead, it enjoyed the strokes from Xiaocheng. She does have a bit of a temper. Xiaocheng's intermediate charm had a significant impact on small animals. Looking at the other cats, they seemed eager to squeeze into Xiaocheng's arms. Su Ran asked, So do you want to take her home? Xiaocheng first glanced at Su Tao, then at the tabby. The proud cat, named the Great One, appeared to understand their conversation, extending a paw as if offering a reward, waiting for Xiaocheng to grasp it. She looked at Su Ran and asked, Is it really okay? Of course, Su Ran smiled. We usually send a batch of cats here from time to time. If there are too many, it becomes hard to manage. It's evident you two really like cats and won't mistreat them, that's enough. Xiaocheng turned to Su Tao and asked, What do you think, TaoTao? Su Tao, finally coming to her senses at Xiaocheng's question, replied, I'm fine with it. She seemed to still be savoring the sweetness of the moment. Xiaocheng smiled, gently holding the tabby's paw. Okay then, thank you, sister. It's nothing. Su Ran smiled mysteriously. For girls, keeping a cat can help strengthen relationships. With that, she stood up and walked over to Su Tao. She took out a photo from her pocket. Here, this is for you. The photo was handed to Su Tao, causing her cheeks to flush immediately. The content of the photo was precisely that moment earlier. Xiaocheng sat on her lap, both of them lost in seeking each other's warmth with angles and lighting perfectly aligned. Su Ran clearly wore a motherly smile, softly saying, "This little one is adorable. I'm sure many will be vying for her. You must keep a close eye on her." Su Tao glanced at Xiaocheng, who was holding the Great One, and awkwardly accepted the photo. Thank you. Su Ran added, "Do you want a digital version? It would make a great wallpaper." Wallpaper? If this were her phone wallpaper, it would surely be mortifying if others saw it. Felt too embarrassing. Su Ran intentionally took a step back, saying, "If you don't want it, then I'll delete it." "Don't." Su Tao quickly grabbed Su Ran's sleeve, whispering, "You send it to me on WeChat instead." Okay. The photo changed hands, and they completed the adoption paperwork for the Great One, adding a bunch of litter cat treats and toys. Not to mention girls, even an adult man would find it strenuous to carry. This made Su Tao and Xiaocheng send a thank you card to Dongfang Yang. Not only did they give away the cat for free, but the bundled items were worth a couple of thousand yuan. Although there was a lot, Su Tao was stronger than an average adult man. She had Xiaocheng hold the Great One, while she effortlessly carried the pile of items, canceling her original plan to go to the mall and turning back home. However, as soon as they entered the bustling downtown, Xiaocheng's alertness skills emitted a faint warning. Looking around, she found no sign of the dark little orange. They arrived home without any incident. Setting up the cat's nest and placing the items, perhaps due to Xiaocheng's charm skill, the Great One adapted to the new environment quickly and became familiar with the house in no time. But she did indeed have a bit of a temper. When Xiaocheng wanted to hold her, the Great One didn't always oblige. By the evening, as the day was drawing to a close, Su Tao decided it was time to leave. "Xiaocheng, I have some things to do, so I'll head out first." Xiaocheng felt a bit reluctant, saying, "Aren't you staying here tonight, TaoTao?" Su Tao comforted her, saying, "I have a night shift at my part-time job, and I need to see the counselor to ask for a leave slip. I'll come back tomorrow, okay?" As she spoke, she paused, reaching out to stroke Xiaocheng's hair. "Be good tomorrow. I'll come over to make you breakfast. You've already been out all day, right? You should wash up and go to bed early tonight." "Okay." Upon hearing Su Tao speak good, Xiaocheng nodded gently. She could easily play the role of a possessive girl and keep Su Tao here even for several days ahead. But she chose not to. If she were to force it, Su Tao would surely be unhappy. Just as she said, as long as she is obedient, Su Tao would continue to like her and stay by her side. When Su Tao left, Xiaocheng sat on the sofa with the Great One lying on her lap, enjoying the strokes. Beside her, the dark little orange appeared again. She always came to sit next to Xiaocheng when her emotions were either calm or low, like a mirror or a friend. Xiaocheng waited for a long time, but did not hear the dark little orange speak to coax her. She frowned and asked first, "Aren't you going to say something like before?" The dark little orange smoothed the wrinkles of her dress on her lap and said lightly, "I'm just here to keep you company in your solitude." Xiaocheng scoffed coldly, "You know you can't sway me. Su Tao likes me very much today, and I will always believe in her. Don't be so tense." The dark little orange said lightly, "You and I are one. Without you, Su Tao will not be lonely. She has people pursuing her, friends she can confide in, and caring mentors. She has never lacked anything by her side. But what about you? If it weren't for this new little cat, when Su Tao leaves, you would be left with only loneliness as your companion. You would be pitifully begging Su Tao not to leave." She leaned down, quietly observing Xiaocheng's profile. "In your past life, you also believed in your ex-girlfriend like this, but what was the outcome?" Her originally stable heart began to gradually feel agitated. Xiaocheng huffed, "You want me to wear the mask of a possessive girl? I won't be swayed by you. The deeper the trust, the deeper the hurt. Haven't you suffered enough from the painful lessons that made you choose to forget?" The dark little orange raised her lips meaningfully. "Is possessive girl a mask, or is the you now the mask?" For the next few days, Xiaocheng lived a life of monotony. Song had left her with 2,000 yuan for living expenses. During the day, she would sit for a while in Dongfang Yang's cafe, and in the afternoon she would return to her room to daze. At night, Su Tao would come on time to have dinner with her. She didn't want to overly play the role of a sickly person, so her doctor persona also reduced communication with Su Tao, citing being busy as an excuse. She no longer took the initiative to interfere in Su Tao's life. She no longer forced her to make certain choices. The occasional information she received was actively relayed by Chan Qian, the two-faced individual. It was unclear whether it was an illusion or truly existing. The dark little orange would occasionally appear in a formal gown during the dead of night. Not speaking, not forcing, not luring. It felt like adding a hint of warmth to the cold, empty room. It also seemed to constantly remind her that TaoTao was drifting further away. Such a mundane routine continued for nearly half a month, and with various high expenses unavoidable, even without going out, Xiaocheng began to earn money using her hacking skills. Naturally, with only a basic set of hacking tools, she didn't engage in any illegal activities, but rather helped some companies' enterprises or small workshops strengthen their firewalls, or when someone got hacked she would counteract and protect them. She took on some smaller online jobs. After a week she earned a few hundred to 1,000 yuan. Even ordering takeout every day was enough to be self-sufficient. On December 20th, with temperatures nearing freezing, the snowstorm began to etch marks on the window panes like ice carving. Due to the heavy snow, the television news reported traffic accidents and gas explosions from time to time. When her phone rang, Xiaocheng, holding her cat, received a message from Chen Qian. Damn, that woman named Lin is looking for TaoTao again. This time it seems like the head teacher has gotten involved. If it weren't for Dong Fangyang backing TaoTao up, the head teacher probably wouldn't help her. This morning the two almost got into a fight. Xiaocheng looked at the message and hurriedly typed, "Did TaoTao get hurt?" Chen Qian. "No, but that Lin is being very aggressive. I feel like I'm seeing my old self in her. How disgusting." Xiaocheng breathed a sigh of relief. A strange light flashed in her eyes before it was quickly suppressed. Knowing the early development of the original story, she knew who this Lin was. Lin Fangya, the unfavored daughter of a middle-class family in Zhozhou City. Unlike Xiaocheng, even as the antagonist, she had a tangled role with TaoTao in the original story. Lin Fangya was purely a cannon fodder antagonist created to be slapped in the face. She was aggressive in the early stages, then pulled some tricks only to be severely humiliated by the protagonist TaoTao. Lin Fangya, being neglected at home and of low status, met Yi Liang at a banquet, and she had long wanted to leverage this president's influence to rise in status. Naturally, she wouldn't catch Yi Liang's eye by pursuing him. In the original story, she acted against TaoTao out of jealousy. Now with Yi Liang, hospitalized, Lin Fangya naturally harbored hostility towards TaoTao, starting to target her in daily life. This is the worldview of a femilicentric novel, where TaoTao as the leading lady would not have a smooth journey. Beside her, the elegant dark little orange appeared again, curiously asking, "Why doesn't TaoTao just take care of Lin, who dares to target her?" In the past, Xiaocheng would have certainly been angry. To play the role of a sickly person, she engraved the idea of TaoTao is mine in her mind to showcase her pathological possessiveness, making it so that TaoTao had to focus her attention and thoughts on her. But now Xiaocheng was unmoved by the dark figure beside her. "TaoTao never mentioned this to me. She surely doesn't want me to worry or get involved. This supporting character can't hurt TaoTao." This point was crucial. After all, she was just a piece of cannon fodder waiting to be slapped in the face, unable to survive even 50 chapters in the original story. Interfering on her own accord would only cause her worry and dislike. The dark little orange chuckled softly, not pushing the matter further. Instead, it took a deep look at the door that Xiaocheng had barely opened in the past 10 days. Did she think that staying in this house pretending to be obedient would keep someone? What if one day the person who opened the door brought bad news? After all, a mask is just a mask. At night, TaoTao once again arrived at her home as promised, but unlike usual, she was covering her arm as if she was injured. Her face was strained with pain. After opening the door, she closed it with her back and asked, "Xiaocheng, can you bring me the disinfectant and bandages?" Xiaocheng was taken aback, a sense of unease rising in her heart. She hurriedly fetched the emergency medical kit. "TaoTao, did something happen? Who bullied you?" The latter part of her sentence was laced with uncontrollable anger. TaoTao was taken aback and revealed a forced yet helpless smile. "It was the elevator on the top floor. It took too long to come down, and I wanted to see you quickly, so I climbed the stairs and ended up falling, injuring myself." TaoTao opened the medical kit and with Xiaocheng's help skillfully disinfected and applied medicine. But no matter how Xiaocheng looked at it, it didn't seem like an injury from a fall. If she had fallen, why were TaoTao's clothes not dirty? She was curious and asked, "This doesn't look like an injury from a fall. You can tell me anything, TaoTao." TaoTao smiled and shook her head. "Don't worry, I'm fine. This little injury on my arm won't leave a scar and will heal in no time." "All right." Xiaocheng felt a bit down. The dark little orange beside her appeared again, squatting next to her and looking at Xiaocheng's arm. Without needing to hear, Xiaocheng knew what this figure wanted to say, merely something like, "Keeping it from you." She still chose to trust TaoTao. Since TaoTao was unwilling to say, she wouldn't press further. TaoTao quickly shifted the topic, no longer dwelling on the injury, and instead asked, "Xiaocheng, do you have free time this weekend?" "This weekend?" "Yes, on December 25th. I borrowed a car from Dong Fangyang. Once I get my driver's license on the 24th. How about we go for a drive, and I'll surprise you." "Surprise?" Xiaocheng felt a bit excited. "What kind of surprise?" TaoTao shrugged. "If I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore. Just know it's something I prepared with care." Xiaocheng leaned closer to TaoTao, her face filled with anticipation. "Is it a reward for me being well-behaved lately?" TaoTao was momentarily stunned. With a gentle smile, she replied, "Sort of. Suddenly a certain belief in her heart suppressed the unease once more. Xiaocheng looked proudly at the dark little orange beside her, as if to say, see, TaoTao still cares about me. Xiaocheng was in high spirits and slowly asked Su Tao, so will you sleep here tonight? Su Tao turned her gaze away. Sorry Xiaocheng, I have some other things to attend to today. Other matters. For over 10 days, although she would come over to stay for a while each day, she had only spent the night here twice. The times she slept holding Su Tao were far fewer than those with the big brown bear. Occasionally the proud tabby cat De Wong would burrow into the blankets, its soft fur being more comfortable than the big brown bear. Xiaocheng opened her mouth, then lowered her head. In the end, she refrained from saying anything sulky or noisy. Raising her head again, the smile she revealed was so relaxed. Then TaoTao should be sure to rest and not tire herself out. Su Tao reached out to pat Xiaocheng's head, her smile equally relaxed and satisfied. She said, but I won't leave so soon. It's only 6 o'clock now, I'll leave at 8. Is there still food in the fridge? How about we have dinner first? Xiaocheng pulled Su Tao to sit on the sofa, concerned. Let's order takeout. If you're injured, you shouldn't trouble yourself. Su Tao blinked. What does Xiaocheng want to do? Hearing this, Xiaocheng ran to her room and picked up the sleeping De Wong. Ignoring the cat's struggles, she held it up in front of Su Tao. Hold the cat for 10 minutes, then hold me. Su Tao was both amused and helpless. Why does it have to be in that order? TaoTao really likes the cat. Let De Wong and TaoTao get close for a bit. Su Tao's smile was indulgent as she reached out to hold De Wong. The proud tabby cat looked slightly displeased, but still nestled into Su Tao's arms. Su Tao reached out and patted De Wong's head, playfully saying, actually I can hold both Xiaocheng and De Wong, neither of you are that heavy. That won't do. Xiaocheng lifted her little face and sat beside Su Tao. Only I can be in TaoTao's arms. De Wong doesn't count as a person. She can only stay for a little while. It seemed she was even jealous of the cat. However, it was precisely because she had always indulged her that she hadn't had any episodes in the past half-month. She had always been so well-behaved and adorable. Since it was like this, Su Tao casually tossed De Wong aside. The cat spun in the air 2.5 times, landing precisely in a trash bin that had only 2 dry tissues. De Wong looked confused as she raised her head, only to find that her 2 owners were about to snuggle together. Su Tao reached out and pulled Xiaocheng into her embrace. Then I won't hold De Wong, you are my important little cutie. Gently pinching Xiaocheng's delicate nose, Su Tao used one hand to play with her tea-colored hair. The latter leaned against her and noticed that Su Tao seemed to enjoy playing with her hair, so she shifted from leaning to resting her head on Su Tao's lap. Lying sideways like this, enjoying her head being patted, a wave of sweetness surged in Xiaocheng's heart. She truly wished for this moment to last forever. The bright white light shone down, illuminating the cute faces of her and Su Tao. De Wong also wanted to squeeze onto Su Tao's lap, but was ruthlessly kicked aside by Xiaocheng. In the shadows where the light could not reach, a voice filled with envy and longing emerged. How wonderful, such a warm scene. Xiaocheng opened her eyes and glanced at her, then closed them again to continue enjoying. It was the dark Xiaocheng, this inner demon, seemingly born from an illusion, constantly trying to lead her astray. Forget it, ignoring this guy will make it disappear on its own. Faced with Xiaocheng's silence, the dark Xiaocheng was not angry. Instead she said lightly, this lap pillow must be very comfortable, right? Warm, comfortable, and very soft. Just resting in this embrace allows me to enjoy the faint scent of Su Tao and her gentle touch. But haven't you noticed? Her visits to you are becoming fewer and fewer. She's getting busier outside. Since you want to freeze this moment forever, why not possess her? Isn't it better to take off this mask of normal person? Xiaocheng kept her eyes closed, still unmoved. What she said about her visits becoming fewer was intentional. She just wanted to sabotage the relationship between me and TaoTao. With her silence, the temptation in her ears turned into a sigh. When she opened her eyes again, she saw her staring blankly over here, not leaving but also not continuing to speak. The tender moment was brief. After having a mediocre dinner, they watched some television together. As it approached 8 o'clock, Su Tao finally stood up to say goodbye. Xiaocheng, I have to go now. I'll come again next time. Xiaocheng nodded obediently but still asked, who is TaoTao going to see? Xichen. Su Tao uttered a name. I have a little matter to trouble him with. After tying her shoelaces, Su Tao didn't notice Xiaocheng's melancholic expression as she bit her lower lip. She turned around and waved goodbye. I'll come see you again tomorrow, Xiaocheng, bye. Xiaocheng suddenly looked up, revealing a smile. Be careful on your way. Don't fall again. Bang! The door slammed shut. The hallway at the end of the entrance, where the air conditioning heat couldn't reach, gradually became a bit cold. Outside, Su Tao rubbed her hands together and gently exhaled. The corners of her lips involuntarily lifted. Half a month has passed. Xiaocheng has been so well behaved that it's hard to believe, and there's not a trace of her previous illness. It seems she is continuously returning to normal. This is what they call successful treatment, right? Su Tao took out her phone happily, wanting to report good news to Dr. Chang. But then remembered Dr. Chang had said he was very busy and had no time recently. So she turned to message her friend Xiaocheng instead. Chang Zi has become increasingly well-behaved. It feels like it won't be long before her illness can be cured by me. Xiaocheng replied instantly, congratulations, Tao Zi. I was a bit worried after hearing how serious it was before. Tao Zi, I still have to thank you, Xiaocheng. Your suggestion to make her controllable has indeed worked. I always emphasize that if she behaves, I won't abandon her, and she has indeed become very well-behaved. Xiaocheng, hehe, I've been catching up on psychology books lately. These are small strategies. Just continue to pamper her like this, and she will gradually get better. Tao Ziham, when we have time, how about we meet up for a meal? Our school isn't too far apart. Xiaocheng, let's wait until winter break. I'm going to be swamped with finals. Tao Ziha, okay. Xiaocheng, by the way, let me ask you something. Do you like Xiaocheng being so well-behaved? Tao Zi, why do you ask that? Tao Zi, if I had to say, of course I do. Xiaocheng, as long as you like it, hehe. The chat ended and Su Tao put her phone away and walked into the elevator, shaking her head helplessly. I always feel that Xiaocheng can be a bit unpredictable at times, but that's just what online friends are like. It's nice to meet someone like this amidst the vast sea of people. Su Tao sighed. Over the past half-month, she had chatted a lot with Xiaocheng. The other party was also interested in the topic of yandere, and what surprised her even more was that they had quite a few similar hobbies. Finding a soulmate is indeed difficult. These few words truly resonate. Xiaocheng is no longer a yandere, nor does she cling to me like before. Perhaps the medication is working. If things continue like this, she should understand if I get a bit busier with my own affairs, right? Stepping out of the community, Su Tao opened her umbrella and looked up at the snow falling from the sky. Even though the streetlights were dim reflected in her eyes, the road ahead became increasingly clear. In the following 2 days, Xiaocheng could distinctly feel that Su Tao's visits had decreased. Previously, even if she didn't stay here to sleep at night, she would wait until the curfew before returning to her dormitory, allowing her an entire evening to spend with Su Tao. There was no need for play, just quietly sitting together holding hands or embracing was enough. However, such moments gradually became a luxury. On December 22nd, Su Tao came over for 2 hours in the evening. On December 23rd, she only came to eat and left in a hurry after a brief chat, having taken a phone call. On December 24th, Su Tao did not come. Looking at her phone, Xiaocheng bit her lower lip tightly, feeling downcast. Taozi, sorry Xiaocheng, I really can't get away today. Just rest well at home. I've gotten my driver's license and I'll come pick you up tomorrow. Let's go shopping together. The text lacked warmth, but at that moment Xiaocheng felt an overwhelming chill. What was TaoTao so busy with? Why were there so many things to do every day? Xiaocheng couldn't understand, and having resolved to be a good child, dared not ask further. She loved the smile on Su Tao's face when she praised her for being really good while patting her head. Even without the dark Xiaocheng, whispering the words echoed in her mind due to previous influence. Pretending to be good would never win Su Tao's heart. Su Tao had friends, mentors, colleagues, and countless activities to enrich her life. She had so many things to attend to that she couldn't care for Xiaocheng. So have you finally realized what I meant? The hem of the dress swayed as the dark Xiaocheng leaned against the sofa, armrest, arms crossed, standing elegantly. Xiaocheng glanced at the dark Xiaocheng and replied, "It's just that today is particularly busy. TaoTao has to take her driving test. Being unavailable is normal. I can understand. Yes, I can understand." Xiaocheng added, seemingly to reassure her own anxious heart. The dark Xiaocheng sighed. "You are really stubborn. It's so obvious, yet you still deceive yourself. Are you afraid to accept that Su Tao doesn't truly care about you?" Xiaocheng's eyes turned red, the vertical pupils that had not appeared for half a month suddenly shone with intensity. "Who says she doesn't care about me? She has always said I am good. She must be preparing a surprise for me today." The dark Xiaocheng snorted softly. "Come on, look at yourself. Isn't this self-deception? What could the so-called surprise be? Holding hands, shopping, or her pretentiously saying I like you?" The dark Xiaocheng walked gracefully to Xiaocheng's side. "She has said she likes you so many times, why not try testing her feelings?" "Testing? Exactly." The dark Xiaocheng snapped her fingers. "Since she likes you so much, and is preparing a surprise for you, why not confess your feelings when you receive the surprise tomorrow and ask her to be your girlfriend? What do you think?" Xiaocheng had also expressed her feelings many times. Whether by force or other reasons, Su Tao would respond with the same words. Setting aside other factors, both had expressed their feelings verbally no less than 10 times. Yet still, when it came to a romantic relationship, neither had initiated and defined it. The dark Xiaocheng showed no signs of anxiety, extending a finger wrapped in a black lace glove to poke at Xiaocheng's heart. "And you keep saying you like her? Is this pretending to be good to seek her pity, while rejecting the possessiveness in your heart really love? Do you really have feelings for Su Tao? It's completely different from how you felt about your ex-girlfriend, right? Your feelings for your ex-girlfriend must have surpassed those for Su Tao, didn't they? If you don't like Su Tao but still want her love, why avoid it? Just claim her for yourself. Her world is only you and yours is only her. With time love will naturally bloom, and you will become each other's only one. The dark Xiaochen's words were logical, striking at the depths of Xiaochen's heart. Had her feelings for Su Tao truly been love? Was it just a longing for someone to love her? Yet her feelings for Su Tao now were different from her previous love for Iran, her ex-girlfriend. No! Xiaocheng suddenly reacted, staring intently at the dark Xiaocheng. The latter merely smiled, faintly unfazed. Xiaocheng clenched her teeth. You are misleading me. I would never regard Su Tao as a substitute for Iran. Iran can't even compare to Su Tao. 2 years of memories had turned into bubbles. In this month, Su Tao had completely occupied Xiaochen's heart. No feelings. No love. You are just my inner demon. How do you know I don't like Su Tao? She gently pats my head. She sweetly says she likes me. She holds an umbrella to keep snowflakes off me. She holds my hand tightly without letting go. During kisses, she even seeks affection from me. She comes to cook dinner for me every day, fearing I'll become malnourished from takeout. No one can compare to her. Why wouldn't I like such a girl? Xiaocheng glared fiercely at her. Just wait. The surprise Su Tao prepared for me tomorrow will leave you speechless. The last sentence was almost a scream. She gasped for breath, but upon regaining her composure, she realized that the elegant figure in a black dress was nowhere to be found. It seemed as if the inner demon that once tempted her did not exist at all. On the sofa lay the proud big cat, curled up and sleeping. The empty room felt exceptionally deep and cold. Xiaocheng parted her dry lips, but could not utter a single word. Eventually she quietly approached the sofa, brought her knees together, hugged them with her hands, and rested her head on her knees, waiting in silence for time to pass. TaoTao, I miss you. For half a month, she had played the obedient little Xiaocheng, never once using her illness to threaten the girl. And the girl indeed fulfilled her wishes. She would caress her head and speak sweet nothings. Like family, they shared meals every day and relied on each other. But why? Why did it still feel so lonely? A thread of unease seeped into Xiaochen's body with the chilling air. In the torment, the second hand pushed the minute hand forward, struggling to hasten the hour hand. Finally, the time arrived on December 25th. The day Xiaocheng had been eagerly awaiting. Early in the morning, she changed into her clothes and sat obediently on the sofa waiting. The sound of the doorbell turning came at last at 9 o'clock. As the door opened, a melodious voice rang out. Xiaocheng, good morning, I'm here to pick you up. Xiaocheng immediately jumped off the sofa, her eyes sparkling. TaoTao, you finally came. Are we going on a date today? Su Tao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled softly. Yes, we are going shopping together. Su Tao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled softly. Yes, we are going shopping together. Shopping? Weren't we supposed to be on a date? Xiaocheng keenly caught the keywords from Su Tao's words. Her slightly parted lips and momentarily dazed gaze dimmed the sparkle in her eyes. However, when Su Tao took her hand, Xiaocheng quickly smiled again, silently reassuring herself. Su Tao probably didn't notice. It was definitely unintentional. Today she would just listen to Su Tao and fully enjoy their date. After 3 consecutive days of heavy snow, today was a rare day of fine weather. The sky was clear, the sun radiant. The sunlight broke through the usual cold, sweeping away the faint unease in Xiaochen's heart. Stepping out of the residential area to the temporary parking spot by the roadside, an orange convertible sports car sat quietly, its sleek appearance the dream car of countless men. Beside the car, several people were taking photos from afar, but none dared to approach. Xiaocheng glanced at Su Tao. So TaoTao like something flashy. She lowered her head to ponder whether her usual soft and cute persona should be a bit more assertive and strong. Su Tao awkwardly touched her cheek. I just got my driver's license yesterday. Still excited, so I borrowed a car from Dongfang Yang. He has all kinds of sports cars. Although it's a bit ostentatious, it drives very comfortably. Let's go, I'll take you for a spin. The two approached the sports car. The surrounding crowd was astonished. Such a handsome sports car, I thought it belonged to some rich young master picking up girls. I never expected it to be 2 girls. A young man showed surprise, then envy. If only I could cling to the rich lattice thigh, how wonderful that would be. Both beautiful and wealthy. The young man's companion pondered thoughtfully. Actually, it might be a way to pick up girls. Young man, his close friend said. Look, both girls are so pretty holding hands as they came out. The younger one looks so meek, soft, and obedient. Why can't it be a rich young lady picking up girls? The young man was dumbfounded. Brother, your perspective seems unusually novel. Though unconventional, there was some truth to it. The relationship between the two inside the car was indeed at an ambiguous stage. One humbly craving the other's love. The other pretending to respond but occasionally avoiding. The novice driver pressed the accelerator hard, and the sports car sped off. The slightly cool breeze brushed against Su Tao's face, bringing an indescribable comfort. Xiaocheng, do you feel the wind is strong? Should I put the roof back on? Glancing sideways, Su Tao noticed Xiaocheng looking around again. It seemed strange, as if she was searching for someone. She had reacted similarly the last time at the cat cafe. Naturally, Xiaocheng was looking for the pitch-black Xiaocheng. At the instant the sports car started, her alert skill gave a faint warning, yet the pitch-black Xiaocheng was nowhere to be found. In fact, over the past half-month, the pitch-black Xiaocheng had appeared several times but never triggered her alert skill, although she kept convincing herself otherwise. It was ultimately just an illusion, an inner demon that would not harm her, so the skill might have no effect. Now that they were out, there was again a faint response. But it lasted only briefly. With the sports car's acceleration, the warning disappeared once more. Strange. Xiaocheng didn't dwell on it and belatedly said to TaoTao, "Put the roof back on, the breeze is a bit chilly." "All right." TaoTao nodded but couldn't help feeling worried. "Xiaocheng, if anything happens, remember to tell me, okay?" "Okay." Driving around, TaoTao exhibited the bold and sweeping skills typical of a novice driver, making Xiaocheng's heart skip beats throughout. Yet knowing TaoTao was beside her suddenly brought calm. They appeared at Dongfang Yang's cafe, then strolled around the park several times, and when tired headed to the Yangyang Cat Cafe. The convenience of having a car was evident. They could go anywhere. The day passed with laughter and joy, and evening approached in the blink of an eye. TaoTao and Xiaocheng arrived at the large mall on Central Street together. After a day of companionship, Xiaocheng's accumulated unease was once again suppressed deep within, allowing her to fully enjoy this so-called shopping date. She became even more certain, although unsaid, TaoTao must also like her. The words from the pitch-black Xiaocheng were all false. With her gloom dispelled, Xiaocheng was pulled into a boutique by TaoTao, whose delighted voice brought her back to the moment. "Xiaocheng, this hairpin suits you perfectly." TaoTao picked up a delicate hairpin. It was composed of a sliced orange and green leaves. The orange was sliced from the center with a slight cartoonish flair, its patterns clear, and the green leaves added as embellishment to prevent the hairpin from appearing plain. TaoTao half-squatted, reaching out to brush Xiaocheng's forehead hair. The hairpin is an orange and Xiaocheng means orange. Truly a perfect match. She pinned the hairpin onto her hair and happily took out a mirror. Xiaocheng, already youthful and adorable, seemed to embody the essence of the orange hairpin, adding a touch of liveliness to her. "Does TaoTao like it?" Xiaocheng touched the hairpin and asked. TaoTao nodded. "I do." Hearing this, Xiaocheng happily squinted her eyes. She took it that TaoTao's affection was directed at her, not just the hairpin. Shopping, holding hands, buying gifts, capturing memories with a camera, and occasional sweet words. What else could this be but a date? What else could it be but love? At 8 p.m., the temperature seemed to drop with the arrival of night. The two reached the second-floor bathroom near the mall. TaoTao handed the items she carried to Xiaocheng. "Xiaocheng, hold these for a moment, while I use the restroom." "Okay." Xiaocheng embraced the goods with a sweet smile, waiting. At the edge of her vision, she noticed a tall, burly man emerging from the men's restroom. Standing at 1.9 meters with a formidable build, his gaze fixed on her. Instantly, Xiaocheng's alarm bells rang loudly. The man appeared to seize the opportunity, with TaoTao absent, disregarding the mall's crowd and nearby cameras, suddenly lunging toward Xiaocheng. He spread his arms as if to grab her and quickly escape. Thanks to her alert skills, early warning, Xiaocheng immediately dropped what she held and swiftly crouched down, covering her head. With their great height difference, her defensive crouch caused the man to miss his target. Xiaocheng quickly slipped into the women's restroom, shouting loudly, "TaoTao, save me." The man's expression darkened, and he also headed toward the women's restroom. Reaching out again, he tried to seize Xiaocheng. Yet at that moment, a seemingly delicate arm suddenly reached out from behind the wall, fiercely clamping onto the man's thick hand. A surge of great force struck, and the man felt himself being dragged away by leverage. A pullback, a knee strike, followed by a flying kick that sent the man hurtling away. TaoTao's movements were clean and decisive, but her brows furrowed as she scanned the surroundings of the women's restroom. Several men appeared from all directions, dressed as ordinary passers-by in plain coats. The sudden crisis interrupted their harmonious date, causing Xiaocheng to worry. "TaoTao, what should we do?" Hearing the fearful voice behind her, TaoTao bent down, grasping Xiaocheng's small hand firmly. Without looking back, her graceful silhouette stood firm, as she declared with unwavering resolve, "Xiaocheng, rest assured, no matter what happens, I will protect you." Several men watched with predatory eyes, causing Xiaocheng to feel a surge of anxiety within her. Without her darkened persona, she couldn't even defeat a rooster. Meanwhile, TaoTao was deep in thought, trying to figure out who had sent these men. Their robust physiques and disciplined demeanor indicated that this was not a spontaneous attempt to kidnap her. Recalling the earlier scene, TaoTao's heart tightened, and she gripped Xiaocheng's hand more firmly. Were they sent by Yi Liang? Or perhaps Lin Fangya? Regardless of who it was, the target was Xiaocheng. Run! She had no idea how many people were here, but as long as they reached the car, they could evade this attack. TaoTao grabbed Xiaocheng's small hand and immediately dashed towards the stairs leading to the first floor. Several men also moved in tandem. There was no need for TaoTao to shout for help. Xiaocheng's earlier scream had already caused panic among the tourists here. News spread quickly and security personnel gathered in the mall. Su Tao's running speed was swift, but Xiaocheng struggled to keep up, stumbling several times. Seeing this, Su Tao picked her up in a princess carry. A reassuring voice whispered in her ear, "Hold on tight, don't fall off." Although her alertness was still ringing, Xiaocheng's frantic heart gradually calmed down. The vicious men began to surround them, but there were many tourists present, including some righteous individuals who collaborated with security to subdue them. Su Tao rushed to the sports car. She tossed Xiaocheng into the passenger seat and immediately started the engine. "Xiaocheng, buckle up." However, once in the car, Xiaocheng's alertness heightened even more, especially in a certain direction that gave her a sense of not being able to return. She hurriedly said, "TaoTao, don't go home that way, something felt off as we came through there." Yes, she realized the alertness was triggered not because of the dark Xiaocheng, but because someone had been watching her all along. "Then let's go the opposite way and call Dongfangyang and Xichun." Su Tao had already started the car. Although her expression was somewhat grim, she remained incredibly calm. During the time Xiaocheng was making the call, Su Tao noticed that 3 vehicles had appeared behind them, crashing recklessly as they pursued. This was a bustling city. A moment's inattention could lead to fatalities. As they spoke, a little girl stood at the roadside about to bend down to pick up a teddy bear that had fallen. Su Tao slammed on the brakes and swerved the steering wheel. With a jolt, she narrowly avoided the little girl. Xiaocheng steadied herself and quickly said, "Xichen's phone is unreachable." Dongfangyang said he was sending someone over. Also, 110 told us to head to Binjiang Bridge, where there are fewer people, and a precinct is quickly deploying police forces there. Good. With a sharp turn of the steering wheel, Su Tao swiftly altered their route. The 3 cars chasing behind seemed surprised that a novice driver like Su Tao could maneuver so well under such pressure. Not only did she avoid the straight path, but she also drifted. One must understand that visibility is low at night, and the roads are covered in snow, making it very easy to skid. In one of the black cars, a middle-aged man in a suit sneered, "Even experienced drivers wouldn't dare to operate like this. Youngster, I advise you not to be too reckless." He slammed the gas pedal and let out a wild howl. "Boys, hang on tight." What followed was a drift that was even more stylish than Su Tao's sports car. In an instant, the expressions of the other brothers in the car shifted from admiration to calm, and then to panic, followed by curses. With a loud crash, their vehicle skidded and collided with a streetlight, igniting a fire at the front and resulting in an explosion. The flames shot into the sky. Xiaocheng watched the exploding car in the rearview mirror, swallowing hard in fear. Over the past half-month, her emotional value had hardly increased, and she had previously spent some in self-defense. Now she had only 300 emotional points. In such a chaotic scene, she could do nothing to help. It seemed Su Tao noticed Xiaocheng's unease. After gently stroking her head with one hand, she reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm here." In an instant, her slender figure grew taller. Xiaocheng's gaze fixed on Su Tao's determined and beautiful profile, her heart racing uncontrollably. Just then, as their car passed the intersection, an Audi suddenly darted out from the left side, seemingly attempting to collide with them from the side. However, they did not expect Su Tao to be driving so quickly. She suddenly surged forward, colliding with a car that had been following them. This was followed by a dazzling explosion. Like fireworks in bloom, the reflected flames lit up Su Tao's pretty face. Her ash-black hair was tousled by the wind from the slightly opened window, yet she showed no signs of panic. No, perhaps there was some panic. Xiaocheng looked down and noticed that Su Tao's hands gripping the steering wheel, as well as her feet on the gas and brake pedals, were trembling uncontrollably. In this dire environment under the dim night, those who wanted to kidnap her felt like dark hands leaping out from nowhere. But to support her emotions, to give herself courage, and to avoid being excessively afraid and worried, she was trying hard to suppress the unease that should have been there. With a turn, they finally drove from the ordinary road onto the elevated highway. Beyond this elevated highway was Binjiang Bridge. At the same time, Su Tao let out a sigh of relief, gripping the steering wheel tightly to keep her body from trembling too much. She glanced at Xiaocheng and smiled. "See, I told you nothing would happen. Their cars can't catch up to us, and there isn't much traffic on the elevated highway." "TaoTao, you're amazing." Xiaocheng nodded vigorously. "Xiaocheng, look over there across the river." Su Tao guided Xiaocheng's attention, wanting to distract her from the dangerous night. Xiaocheng followed Su Tao's gaze and looked out the left window. Across the river stood tall buildings, brightly lit, their red reflections shimmering on the still, partially frozen surface of the river, creating ripples that danced as if light snow was still falling. Such a scene was picturesque, almost dreamlike in its beauty. Yet more beautiful than this scene was the figure in the driver's seat. Su Tao glanced outside, her gaze cool and resolute, her ash-black hair casually tied in a low ponytail with a few strands sticking to her slightly sweaty forehead. Her fair and lovely profile made Xiaocheng's previously peaceful heart race again. It was not fear or tension. This feeling was more like a heartbeat. Being comforted by her, protected by her, and treated tenderly, Xiaocheng had never clearly felt her affection for Su Tao until now. In the past she had half-hypnotically told herself to pursue and capture a perfect girl, like Xiaotao, not to let herself suffer the same fate as in her previous life. But now Xiaocheng clearly sensed that she was attracted to the gentle yet strong Xiaotao. A round moonlight shone through the window, illuminating Xiaocheng's face. At the same moment Xiaotao turned and smiled at her, asking, "How is it? Beautiful, right?" Xiaocheng felt a wave of sweetness rise in her heart, and smiled brightly, "Very beautiful." "You're talking about the scenery. I'm talking about you." Xiaocheng pressed one hand to her chest, feeling her heart racing wildly, and she couldn't help but recall something someone once said. Her ears began to blush slightly. Gathering her courage, she looked up at Xiaotao and said, "TaoTao, can you be my—" Before she could finish her sentence, another sound broke the night. Bang! A bullet whizzed past the sports car's window, leaving a trail of cracks and a deafening sound in her ears. "Gun?" The words she was about to confess were cut off, and both Xiaocheng and Xiaotao widened their eyes in shock. They quickly glanced at the rearview mirror, only to find that the black car they had shaken off had, unbeknownst to them, been joined by two more. In the faint light of the street lamps, they could see two men leaning halfway out of the car window, aiming some sort of dark barrel that was still smoking. "Damn it!" Xiaotao cursed under her breath, gripping the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles turning white with tension. Xiaotao slammed the gas pedal and shouted, "Xiaocheng, hold on tight." Boom! The roar of the sports car echoed through the elevated highway as it rushed downhill, about to enter the bridge. But to Xiaotao's surprise, the officers had instructed them to come this way, and so much time had passed that the defenses should have been set up by now. Why hadn't anyone come to assist? At that moment Xiaocheng's phone rang again. She quickly answered, and Dongfang Yang's relieved voice came through. "Finally got through. Where are you now?" "Do not go on to Binjiang Bridge." "What do you mean? Didn't the officer say everything was set up over there?" Dongfang Yang calmly and quickly explained the situation to Xiaocheng. "For the past half hour both you and Xiaotao's phones have been busy and they couldn't get through. The police's call to you got cut off halfway mysteriously. Originally it was possible to cross Binjiang Bridge, but for some unknown reason 5 minutes ago, the bridge began to collapse, and now the middle section is already broken, making it impossible for vehicles to pass." Upon hearing this, Xiaocheng's pupils constricted, a wave of cold rushing through her body. "TaoTao, can we change our route?" Xiaotao's face turned pale, yet she gritted her teeth and insisted, "I'm afraid it's too late. There's only a straight line left to take now, and we should pray that our tires don't get shot out." The good news was that Dongfang Yang possibly didn't feel secure, and the windows were bulletproof. But if this continued, they might very well fall off the bridge. If the river was frozen, a drop from such a height would be fatal for both of them. If the river wasn't frozen and the temperature was below zero, how would they swim to the shore? The gunfire rang out again, the sound of bullets hitting the back of the car persistent. Dongfang Yang shouted into the phone, "You two try your best to hold on. My helicopter is already on the way." They were on the edge of life and death. Xiaocheng was well aware that the world of female-centric novels was perilous. She had always lived cautiously. Even with her hacking skills, she never stirred up trouble. But now she understood. Is the world's will trying to erase me, right? She asked this question silently to the system within her mind. The voice in her mind was somewhat subdued. "Yes, host. This incident is likely an attempt by Yiliang or Lin Fangya to take action against you and Xiaotao. Initially it was supposed to be a simple kidnapping or threat, but the world's will has pushed the plot in this direction." The vehicles that inexplicably emerged from the darkness to intercept them were not the kind of weapons that would appear at this moment in the story. Even the bridge, which had stood for over a decade, was collapsing. This was an attempt to force her into a corner. At this moment the roads on both sides of Binjiang Bridge were congested due to the accident, leaving only one straight path available. With pursuers behind them and gunfire, the sports car could only drive onto Binjiang Bridge. The Jinzhou Binjiang Bridge is nearly 3 kilometers long, which is just a short distance for a speeding sports car. System, let's do 3 single draws. She could only place her hope on these last 3 draws. Drawing cards in progress. Host has obtained nutritional chocolate 2. Host has obtained substitute scarecrow 1. When the host encounters a fatal injury, the scarecrow will take the host's place, maintaining a thread of life for the host, allowing the host to enter a state of suspended animation. Duration random. The rewards drawn bore no trace of joy on Xiaocheng's face. The pursuers behind seemed to realize that the two of them had nowhere to escape, and the gunfire gradually ceased. Now all Xiaocheng could hear was the sound of the vehicle racing. She leaned against the passenger seat, glancing at Xiaotao, silently asking, "System, can the substitute scarecrow be bound to Xiaotao? I have a chance at survival, but what about Xiaotao? If I could draw 2 of these things, I might feel a little happy." However, the system's response was as she had expected. "Sorry, host, but Xiaotao is the female lead of this world, and the halo of the female lead is very strong. The world's will is targeting the host through this incident. Xiaotao should survive due to some unforeseen circumstances. But she will get hurt." Xiaocheng murmured in her heart, her clear eyes suddenly filled with confusion. At that moment the car window suddenly opened. It was Xiaotao who had taken the initiative to roll down the window. The wind from the high-speed drive tousled Su Tao's hair. Her lips turned pale, yet she still forced a smile. Xiaocheng, I'm sorry, it's a bit cold to have the window down, but I'm a little nervous and thought the wind might soothe my heart. The sound of the wind was louder than her voice. Xiaocheng could only barely hear what she was saying. Su Tao focused on the road ahead, exhaling her words filled with regret. I'm really sorry. I wanted to give you a surprise tonight, but I didn't expect my first time driving would lead to something like this. I've had some conflicts with Lin Fangya lately, and this incident is probably her doing against me. She wanted to eliminate me for Yi Liang. And you got dragged into this, possibly even facing life-threatening danger. Su Tao loosened one hand from the steering wheel and firmly slapped her cheek. I can't say such hopeless things. There's still a way out. In this moment, her unyielding spirit shone through. Su Tao leaned closer to Xiaocheng, her voice rising above the howling wind. Xiaocheng listened carefully. On the map, the spot where the bridge has collapsed is the only raised arch on Binjiang Bridge. I will floor the gas pedal and attempt to leap to the other side of the bridge. If I fail and we can't make it, you. She looked at the somewhat despairing Xiaocheng. The words she was about to say suddenly halted. Her hands no longer trembled and her body seemed to lose the fear of the moment. For some reason, just thinking about protecting the person in front of her gave Su Tao an infinite amount of strength. Her smile gradually softened. If I fail and the car doesn't make it over, we will fall into the river together. Then you just come into my arms. At the last moment, let me hold you tight. That way when we fall, I'll be underneath you, protecting you, and you will definitely be safe. Snow began to fall from the sky as Su Tao pressed down on the gas pedal. The roar of the sports car grew louder. The howling wind roared in her ears, and Su Tao's voice was faint, often drowned out by the sound of the wind, yet Xiaocheng heard it quite clearly. When one approaches despair, their true emotions are laid bare. When TaoTao said such words, did she also have feelings for me? No, she has always liked me, often uttering